In the summer of 1991, young Lewis received his acceptance letter to Hogwarts. From that moment on, his fellow students were thrust into a lifelong nightmare. Years later, Hermione Granger, now the esteemed Minister of Magic, recalled her time at Hogwarts when asked about the Prince of Hogwarts. A shiver ran down her spine as memories flooded back. Being devoured by a treasure troll, chased by the Whomping Willow, and riding roller coasters on the back of a hippogriff. Ultimately, these memories transformed into a faint smile, representing some of the most carefree days of their lives. His Highness the Prince is the greatest alumnus in the history of Hogwarts, she declared. Lewis gazed out at the silver tabby cat outside, lost in thought. If all went as planned, he was about to ascend to high school after having traversed 11 seasons. As a time traveler, it was only natural for him to be a bit brighter than his peers, especially since he had once excelled in a province renowned for its rigorous university. Entrance examinations that in this life. Lewis had also excelled academically, becoming a legend within the school. Every teacher compared their students to the prodigious Lewis, often lamenting, "You cannot even compare to half of Mr. Mountbatten." Indeed, he was a Mountbatten, the previous winner of a writing competition with his piece titled My Grandfather, the Marshalled in Old London. Lewis' roots were as strong as they could be. His mother hailed from the East, and thus he bore a more Eastern appearance. Complemented by his family's striking features, at such a young age, bearing the burden of his own charm was rather exhausting. On this particularly sultry day, feeling somewhat irritable, he rested his chin on his hand, staring vacantly at the tabby cat. Scattered across the table were several letters adorned with little hearts, undoubtedly penned by his female classmates. Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings drew his attention, and he turned to see an owl swoop in through the open window. Their castle was rather wild, often attracting unexpected visitors like the little squirrel from the day before or the seagull that had attempted to snatch his prize the night before. The squirrel had been released after its unintentional trespass, but the seagull, which had stolen from the young lord, was not so fortunate. It spent a night in captivity before being freed, only to return and pilfer his fish and chips once more while he was distracted. Lewis reflected on the culinary reputation of British cuisine. While it had its fair share of culinary disasters, it wasn't all bad meals prepared by their French chef, such as tomato chickpeas or the ubiquitous fish and chips, were quite palatable. The stereotype of British cooking stems from its less than glamorous dishes that often leave much to be desired. The owl perched on his table. It regarded him with large, curious eyes, and he extended a hand, attempting to stroke its chin. However, the owl, plump and with fluffy feathers, proved elusive. After a moment's hesitation, he gently tapped its beak in a gesture of friendliness. The owl tilted its head, seemingly confused. Lewis switched to Chinese, asking, "What brings you here, little one?" The owl continued to look perplexed. "What's your business?" he inquired again, this time adopting a more authoritative tone, reminiscent of a World War II commander. The owl appeared to understand, or perhaps it did not, as it pecked at his finger in annoyance before soaring away, leaving behind a letter. It dawned on Lewis that this owl had come to deliver a message. He mused that delivering letters without needing a stamp was quite convenient. With a sense of anticipation, he opened the letter. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Chief Warlock of the Wisegamot, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sorcerer. Dear Mr. Mountbatten, we are pleased to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required supplies and equipment. Sincerely, Professor Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Lewis was taken aback. Was this some sort of prank? He tossed the letter aside, only to realize that in 1991, J.K. Rowling had yet to pen the Harry Potter series. What kind of magic exists in this world? At that moment, a familiar sound echoed in his mind, reminiscent of the achievement notifications from his previous life in World of Warcraft. A notification box appeared before him. Enrollment Invitation 10. Received an invitation to attend Hogwarts. He was momentarily stunned, then elated. At last, the advantage of being a time traveler has manifested. He exclaimed inwardly. Was this the system he had called for? A virtual interface appeared, displaying the word Supreme Scholar System in Chinese. It featured several options: attributes, inventory, skills, achievements. Upon selecting the Attributes tab, he discovered various magical talents listed therein. Lewis Mountbatten. Level 1 Wizard. Mana, 3,535. All talents range from a minimum of 1 to a maximum of 10. Spellcasting. 10. Your spellcasting talent is exceptional. Potion making. 9. Your potion making talent is commendable. Practice is advised. Transfiguration. 2. Your transfiguration skills may evoke sighs from Professor McGonagall. Dark arts. 18. You are a natural-born Dark Lord. Any complex dark magic can be mastered with just a glance. Direct admission to Durmstrang is recommended, with regular rotations to Azkaban and 10 Dementors assigned to serve you. Flying. 1. Your flying talent is so lacking that even a troll would shake its head. The only reason you have a score of 1 is that the minimum is 1. Defense against the dark arts. 10. As the saying goes, where there is darkness, there is light. Your unparalleled dark magic talent has elevated your defense skills to their pinnacle. Herbology. 3. Recognizing celery from cilantro is already a significant improvement. Physical condition. 10. Who says physical magic isn't magic? Swordsmanship. 10. Thanks to an excellent early education, you excel in swordsmanship. Don't dismiss swordplay as non-magical. Just look at Gandalf in the distance. Divination. 1. You are heavily influenced by the cultural adage, a scholar should not speak of strange forces or chaotic phenomena, and have no interest in prophecy. Available talent points, 0. Respec opportunities, 0. He yearned for an opportunity to reallocate his points, wishing to invest them in spellcasting and transfiguration instead. He had no interest in dark magic whatsoever. With a sigh, he closed the Attributes tab and opened the inventory. Sure enough, a beginner's gift pack lay quietly in the first slot. Would you like to open it? Lewis selected yes. Congratulations. You have obtained the skill book, Water Creation. Congratulations. You have received the cooking recipe, Crispy Spider Legs. Congratulations. You have acquired the rune, Ral, Water Creation Technique. This enchantment conjures magical spring water, which restores 100 points of mana within a mere 20 seconds of consumption. Ingredients: Crispy Spider Legs. Consuming this item enhances mana recovery speed for a duration of 1 hour. Rune of Ni. Ral, an enigmatic rune that, when embedded in an item, bestows unique effects. After inspecting the items in his inventory, Lewis felt a surge of joy, as the saying goes. When one is ready to sleep, a pillow appears as a diligent and industrious child. Nothing has been more significant to him than the water creation technique thus far. With the water creation technique at his disposal, he no longer needed to worry about sustaining his magical practice. Chapter 2. Choosing a wand is like pursuing a lady. Hello there. You are quite impressive, Lewis remarked, casually grasping the left front paw of a cat in a handshake gesture. You are truly a significant figure. Upon closer inspection, he noticed intricate patterns on the cat's face resembling spectacles. It struck him as vaguely familiar, though he couldn't pinpoint why. He instinctively cradled the cat's head, feeling it lacked a certain roundness, and continued to rub it affectionately. The tabby cat was utterly taken aback, her pupils dilated to the maximum, mouth slightly agape, displaying a bewildered expression. She never expected this little gentleman before her would dare to caress a cat of unknown origins. After a moment of astonishment, an achievement notification appeared before him. Meow meow, good job. Glorious deeds. Achievement description. Interacted with Professor McGonagall in her feline form. Achievement reward. Transfiguration talent level 1. Lewis was momentarily stunned. How could one casually stroke a cat and stumble upon a professor? He would swear to the light that it was not his intention to lay hands on Professor McGonagall. He simply adored cats too much. As Lewis stood there in a daze, Professor McGonagall regained her composure, leaping gracefully from his grasp. Before his astonished gaze, she swiftly transformed into a venerable lady with a feline face. Without a hat, her raven hair was meticulously pinned at the back. She wore a pair of antiquated rectangular spectacles, exuding an air of authority befitting a headmistress. Sir, Lewis stammered, at a loss for words. I can understand your surprise, Mr. Mountbatten, Professor McGonagall said, adjusting her appearance and pursing her thin lips. I hope you won't hold it against me for intruding upon your home. I am Minerva McGonagall, the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts and the professor of Transfiguration. Oh, not at all, Lewis replied, extending his small hand. I am Lewis Mountbatten. It is an honor to meet you, Professor McGonagall. Who would hold a grudge against such a charming young lad? A gentleman of noble descent, with striking looks, Professor McGonagall found it difficult to conjure reasons to dislike him. Far superior to that insufferable little Draco Malfoy, She had no qualms in engaging in light-hearted conversation with this delightful child. I presume you have received our letter. Professor McGonagall gestured towards the recently delivered correspondence. Mr. Mountbatten, you are a born wizard. Did you know that? I only just learned of it, Lewis replied politely, offering a stool for her to sit upon. Thank you, she said, settling herself. Hogwarts sends staff members to guide Muggle families in procuring school supplies in Diagon Alley. She paused before continuing, given your unique circumstances, I shall be your guide into the magical world. Professor, what is a Muggle? Lewis inquired, his expression adorably innocent. His acting worthy of an Oscar. Oh, poor child, Professor McGonagall said, gently stroking Lewis's head. Muggles are what we call ordinary people who cannot perform magic. Then, could you tell me about the stories of the magical world? He asked eagerly. I'm afraid that may not be possible, child, she replied, stroking his soft hair. Time is of the essence. If you agree to enter Hogwarts, I must take you to Diagon Alley to purchase your supplies. I have no objections, Professor, Lewis smiled brightly. If we are to depart shortly, please allow me to have the butler prepare a carriage. That won't be necessary, child. Please extend your hand. Lewis complied. And with a sudden whirl, he found himself in a bustling, disheveled tavern, contrary to his expectations of feeling nauseous from the travel. He wondered if perhaps the book had misrepresented the experience. Professor McGonagall's praise echoed in his ears. You have quite a sturdy constitution, Mr. Mountbatten. Generally, a young wizard of your age would feel ill from apparition. Thank you, Professor, Lewis replied with an elegant nod. What a remarkable child, Professor McGonagall thought, instinctively smoothing his soft hair. After exchanging pleasantries with the tavern owner, she guided Lewis to a wall. Drawing her wand, she pointed at a rubbish bin as if it were a blackboard and said, Mr. Mountbatten, remember this rubbish bin. Count 3 bricks above it, then 2 across, like this. She demonstrated, tapping the bricks where her wand lingered 3 times, a gentle tap, and a transformation began. As her words faded, the bricks trembled, receding to form a small opening that gradually widened, revealing a bright passage. Sunlight streamed through, illuminating the previously dim tavern. How splendid! Lewis exclaimed, genuinely captivated. Diagon Alley was a chaotic spectacle, reminiscent of a bustling marketplace from his past life, with narrow pathways flanked by various wizard stalls. Some wizards ambled about, browsing and bartering, igniting a spark in Lewis's DNA. Moonlight grass. Fresh moonlight grass, top quality, 3 galleons a sprig. Phoenix tears. Premium phoenix tears. Abundant in magical properties. An unparalleled choice for high-grade potions, on sale for 68 galleons. Lapis lazuli, cat's eye stones, magical potions, everything you could desire, please take a look. Lewis's primary objective was to exchange for some galleons. However, he realized with some embarrassment that he had rushed out without any money, only a checkbook tucked in his pocket. He turned to Professor McGonagall and said, Professor, it seems we were a bit hasty when we left. I only have a checkbook with me. Oh, that's quite all right. Gringotts is quite accommodating. Muggle checks can be exchanged for galleons, she replied, taking his hand and leading him towards Gringotts. To Lewis's estimation, Gringotts appeared to be the most orderly establishment in the alley. Passing through the bronze door, he couldn't help but fixate on the diminutive goblins. Creatures of remarkable intelligence he had never encountered in person before. They are goblins, the staff of Gringotts, Professor McGonagall explained softly. The goblin at the entrance bowed to them, and a second, silver door appeared, adorned with engravings. Lewis was too preoccupied to examine it closely, simply following Professor McGonagall inside. 2 goblins, presumably the managers, bowed and guided them into a marble hall. Goblins were engaged in various tasks, weighing gems, managing gold, and handling paperwork, all bustling about diligently. Professor McGonagall approached an available window and inquired, Hello, we wish to deposit some items into Albus Dumbledore's vault. Do you have his key, madam? Indeed, I have brought it, she replied, producing a bronze key from her belongings and handing over an object wrapped in a black bag to the goblin. The goblin examined it briefly and nodded. No problem, just leave it to us. Excuse me, what is the exchange rate between pounds and galleons? Lewis asked the goblin. It is 1.5, however. Every student from the Muggle world has an annual limit of 1,000 galleons, esteemed sir. Do you accept checks? Yes, we do. Lewis swiftly produced his checkbook and wrote a check for 1,000 pounds, tearing it off and holding it between his fingers with a smile. I would like to exchange for 200 gallons. Once the exchange was complete, his first task was to procure a wand. As the saying goes, a wand is a wizard's second life, thus, it is only fitting to be the first to acquire one, is it not? Professor McGonagall. Well-versed in the path to Diagon Alley, expertly guided Lewis through the winding streets until they arrived at a wand shop, profoundly weathered by time. In the window, a solitary wand rested upon a faded purple cushion. The gilded sign above the door had mostly peeled away, inscribed with Ollivander, crafting exquisite wands since 382 BC. The shop was quite small, furnished only with a long bench and filled nearly to the ceiling with thousands of slender boxes containing wands. As Lewis finally squeezed inside, he caught sight of Ollivander dozing at the counter. Good day, good day? Lewis greeted politely. Ollivander raised his head from the crook of his arm, the imprint of his sleeve visible on his cheek. He shook his head drowsily, trying to awaken and focus his eyes, finally recognizing his visitors. Professor McGonagall? Oh, greetings. You must be here to assist a Muggle newcomer in acquiring a wand. Indeed, replied Professor McGonagall, patting Lewis on his well-shaped head, signaling him to step forward. May I have your name, child? Ollivander then explained, I apologize, but any wizard purchasing a wand here must be recorded with the Ministry of Magic. My name is Lewis Mountbatten, sir. Lewis introduced himself with utmost courtesy. Ah, Mr. Mountbatten. A glimmer of nostalgia sparkled in Ollivander's eyes. Might I inquire if David Mountbatten is your... Oh, indeed. Ollivander chuckled softly. You resemble your mother quite a bit. Eastern names can be quite a tongue twister. I prefer to call her Emma. I remember her, a very kind Eastern alchemist. Forgive me, as one ages, one tends to reminisce about the past. Noticing Lewis's slightly melancholic demeanor, Ollivander inquired, Mr. Mountbatten, which arm do you favor? My left, sir. Lewis raised his arm, ready for Ollivander to take his measurements. Ollivander produced a measuring tape, tossing it into the air, where it floated gracefully to Lewis. First, it measured his arm to forearm, then his height to head circumference, making one wonder if this establishment sold wands or clothing. Please bear with me, Mr. Mountbatten. The wands I offer are unique, and thus the process may be somewhat intricate. Ollivander explained patiently, sensing Lewis's confusion. Only with precise measurements can we find the wand that suits you best. Ah, you may come forward now. Lewis accepted the wand, and its tip instantly ignited with brilliant light, the entire wand quivering with energy. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. But Lewis felt a sense of joy emanating from this wand. Following Ollivander's guidance, he infused a hint of magic into it. To his surprise, as he did so, a semi-spherical glow of golden magic rapidly expanded, sweeping across the shop. With a cacophony, the boxes containing wands burst open, and the wands crowded around Lewis, eager to present themselves, each trying to draw closer, as if yearning for him to test their capabilities. Is this what you meant by complex? Lewis asked, peering through the gaps between the wands at the astonished and bewildered Ollivander. It seems they all rather like me. Chapter 3. Everyone loves Lewis. Ollivander stood in stunned silence, gazing at the wands before him as if turned to stone. By Merlin's beard, he would swear that even within the family legends, there had never been such an exaggerated little wizard. Meanwhile, Lewis had achieved something remarkable. Achievement. Everyone loves Lewis. Season 1. Illustrious deeds. Achievement description. Gained recognition from all wands at Ollivander's wand shop. Achievement reward. Eye of recognition. No matter. Lewis directed his newly acquired Eye of Recognition toward the beach wand in his hand. Beach wand. White. Single hand damage. 1-to-1 durability. 50-50. Wizards only. 1 to ridiculous. Ridiculous. I shall explore others. Lewis placed the beach wand on the counter, and it instantly lost its vibrancy, resembling a heartbroken girl abandoned by her lover, utterly dejected. Oh, the Hollywood, 11 inches, with a phoenix tail feather. Ollivander hurriedly introduced the wand that Lewis had picked up. This one has a twin brother, the one that left a scar on the boy who lived. Lewis thought to himself that it must be Harry Potter's wand. He had no intention of acquiring it but merely wished to examine its attributes. Holly wand, blue, single-hand damage, 1-to-1 durability, 50-50, wizards only, 10 faster cast speed, 3 to Expelliarmus, disarm. A frown crossed Lewis's face. It indeed enhanced the disarming charm, which explained how Potter managed to send Snape flying in his 3rd year. And it even offered a +3. After an extensive selection process, he finally chose the wand best suited for him. Wand, 11 inches, with unicorn tail hair, 30 faster cast speed. After paying 11 galleons and bidding farewell to the brooding Mr. Ollivander, Lewis continued his shopping journey. During this time, a small incident occurred. Lewis spotted a tiny tiger and was filled with affection, yet under Professor McGonagall's stern gaze, he reluctantly chose a pure white owl instead. You shall be named Amaryllis. Little one. Lewis bestowed upon the creature a name inspired by his favorite realm of Azeroth, where owls were companions of dreams. A month passed swiftly, and Lewis was far from idle. With the water creation spell, a veritable game-changer, his proficiency in various basic charms skyrocketed. Curiously, the proficiency of the shield charm only increased upon successfully defending against an attack after level 2. However, this did not deter Lewis. He invested in a ping-pong practice machine to hone his shield charm. Initially, he practiced with ping-pong balls, gradually transitioning to wooden and lead balls from level 3 onward. By level 5, his proficiency had plateaued entirely. It seemed that only successful defensive spells could enhance his skill. The system defined magical levels as follows. Level 1 is introductory. Level 2 signifies proficient casting. Level 3 allows for a reduction in casting time. Level 4 significantly increases spell potency, and Level 5 enables silent casting. From Level 6 onward, one could cast spells without a wand. After reaching Level 6, one could continue to elevate their spell levels, and upon achieving the maximum Level 10, one could cast spells solely through thought, akin to Queenie from the Fantastic Beasts series, utilizing the mind without a trace. As for swordsmanship, he had even secured a fencing instructor from Germany, and over the past month, his skills had markedly improved. With guidance from his teacher, his proficiency in basic swordplay soared, allowing him to avoid many pitfalls. Although he had yet to experience real combat, his coordination between lumos and swordplay became increasingly seamless. Perhaps due to his inherent talent, his lumos shone several times brighter than others. One night, while practicing, a rooster outside mistook the moonlight for dawn and crowed twice. The achievement for his level 5 skill rewarded Lewis with a crystal sword adorned with 4 peculiar holes. Rumored to possess the ability to break spells and imbued with a reinforcement charm that rendered it indestructible. King S. Cross Station. Due to his sister Diana's recent trip to Africa, which had fostered a close bond with Lewis over the past 2 months, it was the Mountbatten family's butler. Also his mother's old servant, who escorted him to school. How delighted the young lady would be to see her brother off. The butler's eyes glistened as he watched his young master plunge into platform 9 3/4. As for Lewis's grandfather, he was enjoying a holiday in Morocco. Lewis, burdened with numerous pieces of luggage, dragged along his owl, who loved to burrow into his backpack as he sought a carriage without a queue. Amaryllis gleefully sprawled on the seat, flailing her paws, and after Lewis fed her the butler's special beef jerky, he turned his attention to his studies. Immersing himself in his potion textbooks, it was imperative to prepare diligently. He recalled Snape's razor-sharp tongue and wished to avoid being subjected to his venomous remarks due to inadequate preparation. Excuse me, may I sit here? A timid voice broke through, prompting Lewis to look up at a chubby little boy, whose gaze darted away from Lewis's eyes, exuding a palpable lack of confidence. The boy had not noticed Amaryllis, merely observing the backpack that was shifting restlessly. Hello, I am Lewis Mountbatten. Lewis extended his hand, and after a moment's hesitation, the boy grasped it, stammering, "Why yes, I am Neville Longbottom." With a warm smile, Lewis patted his shoulder. "The weather outside appears quite pleasant." "Yes, indeed." Neville seemed to relax. Although his new companion appeared somewhat aloof, he was, in truth, quite amiable. "Are you a senior?" Neville wished to say more, but the compartment door suddenly swung open, interrupting his thoughts. "Sorry, I didn't realize someone was inside." My apologies." The unexpected guest was a bespectacled boy. "It's quite all right." Lewis nodded. As the bespectacled boy spoke, the snow-white owl in his cage bounced excitedly, trying to escape and stretch its wings. "Certainly. There is ample space for 6 in this compartment." Lewis spoke truthfully. The compartment was spacious, even more so than the soft sleeper carriages he had previously experienced. Thank you. Thank you." The boy grinned sheepishly, dragging a heavy suitcase into the compartment. He struggled to hoist it over the threshold, and seeing his plight, Lewis stepped forward to assist, lifting the suitcase to the corner. Neville also lent a hand, placing the owl's cage on the table. "Thank you. You've been a tremendous help." The boy gasped for breath and extended his hand. "I'm Harry Potter, a new student this year." "Oh, no wonder you seem so familiar. You're the boy who lived." It appeared to be a butterfly effect. The 2 prophesied boys had unexpectedly crossed paths in this carriage. May I sit here? The compartments nearby are all full." A faint voice called from behind. With red hair and freckles, it was none other than Ron Weasley. After introductions, Ron's eyes widened in surprise. "Ah, you're Harry Potter, the one who defeated you-know-who. May I see it?" Ron blurted out, making an inadvertent remark. What? Harry was momentarily bewildered. Ron sat in his seat, gesturing on his forehead. It's the scar they talk about. Harry felt no particular aversion and swept his hair aside to reveal the distinct lightning-shaped scar. Remarkable. Ron inadvertently blurted out in his native dialect. Lewis lost interest in his book, plunging his hand into his bag to playfully squeeze the plump body of a Morris, eagerly observing the exchange between the two. It must be said that Harry and Ron's presence enlivened the compartment considerably. Just as they were engrossed in conversation, the sound of a trolley echoed, accompanied by the voice of the snack vendor outside. "Would you like to buy something, children?" "No, thank you." I brought. Ron sheepishly produced a sandwich. Harry glanced at his somewhat embarrassed new friend and pulled out a few golden galleons from his pocket. "We'll take all of it." Wow, this time, not only Ron, but Neville also joined in the chorus of admiration. "Let us be friends, you wealthy one." After the vendor emptied the snacks onto the seat, she departed to replenish her stock at the front of the train. The three boys exchanged glances, and Harry was the first to speak. "How about we share? I can't possibly eat all this myself." Thank you." But Ron looked ruefully at the squished sandwich in his hand. "Mom always said wasting food is bad. I must eat it all. How about this? You cut the sandwich into 4 pieces, and we'll help you finish it." Lewis suggested at just the right moment. This Ron was utterly mortified. The sandwich made by his mother looked so unappealing now that it had been squished, rendering him somewhat embarrassed. "Don't be shy." Lewis winked at Ron, took out a knife, and cut the sandwich into 4 pieces, promptly stuffing his portion into his mouth. One had to admit, Mrs. Weasley's culinary skills were exceptional. Even a simple sandwich tasted delightful, certainly far better than those made by Diana. "I must say, your mother's cooking is extraordinary." Lewis's expression was sincere. After swallowing the sandwich, he raised an eyebrow and smiled at Ron. "It surpasses what my sister makes by leaps and bounds. I must insist she consult your mother one day." "Really?" Ron's eyes lit up, as children often take compliments to heart. "Of course, I truly enjoy it." Lewis chuckled, patting Ron's knee as they sat close together. "I can vouch for it. It's much tastier than what Aunt Petunia makes." Harry concurred. "Just as delicious as what my grandmother makes." That was Neville's commendation. "Thank you." Ron beamed, reaching for a bag of snacks. "Would you like to try this?" Bertie bought every flavor beans. Then he noticed Neville's dejected expression and inquired with concern, "Neville? What's wrong?" "Oh, it's just speaking of my grandmother. I seem to have forgotten something." Neville lamented. "It's all right. Munching while you think might jog your memory." Ron opened the every flavor beans, distributing one to each. "They say there are all sorts of flavors, like chocolate and mint." Chapter 4. Without etiquette, one cannot stand. Additionally, there are flavors reminiscent of spinach, liver, and intestines. George remarked that he had even encountered one that tasted like boogers. Ron enthusiastically introduced this to everyone. "Next time you see him, remember to ask how he knows what boogers taste like." Lewis astutely noticed the absurdity. Potter quietly tucked the Bertie Bott's every flavor beans into the crevices of the sofa, wishing to avoid the unfortunate fate of tasting a booger-flavored bean. That would be dreadful. "Lewis, you are quite clever. Why hadn't I thought of this?" Ron popped a bean into his mouth, inhaled, and chuckled. It's chocolate-flavored. I'm lucky today." "Is that so?" Lewis carefully chewed his bean and replied with a grin, "Mine's black pepper flavor." Meanwhile, our savior had already picked up a chocolate frog. "Mine tastes like a toad." Neville lamented, his face contorting in distress. The group shared a moment of laughter before Ron resumed speaking. "Hogwarts has 4 houses. Our Weasley family has always been in Gryffindor. George, Fred, and I were told that sorting is like a wizard duel, determined by one's performance in the duel." At this point, Ron's face fell. "Goodness. If I'm not sorted into Gryffindor, my mother will kill me." "Me too. If I'm placed in Slytherin, my grandmother would never let it go." Ron suddenly realized, "Wait a minute. Neville, how do you know what a toad tastes like?" He spoke while still biting into the chewy, orange-yellow candy. "I once licked my pet, Leaf," Neville replied. His words commanded the respect of everyone in the compartment. "Oh no, my Leaf is missing." Neville suddenly stood up. Panic etched on his face. "Calm down, Neville," Ron consoled. "Think carefully about where Leaf was last seen." I don't know. My memory isn't great." Neville's face was so troubled it seemed fit for a salad. "How about this? I'll go with Neville to look for him. You two stay here and keep watch." Lewis stood up and patted Neville. "Let us go, Neville." "We'll join you." Ron and Harry chimed in, their eagerness evident. "No, someone needs to stay behind to watch. Only Neville knows Leaf, so having more people wouldn't help. You two can keep each other company in the compartment." "Emily's?" Harry and Ron exchanged glances, turning towards the bag that was still moving irregularly. No problem, Lewis. We'll take good care of it. All right, then let us go, Lewis said, tapping Neville to follow his lead. It seemed the compartments were divided by houses. Apart from the first years, nearly every student occupied their own compartment. After fruitlessly searching through Hufflepuff, Gryffindor, and Ravenclaw compartments, Lewis and Neville arrived at the Slytherin compartment. What's wrong? Lewis inquired, concern lacing his voice. Prejudice in the heart is a formidable mountain, Neville, Lewis comforted, patting his arm, then knocked on the first compartment door. Inside was a single student. An older girl engrossed in her reading. She was turned away from the door, her face obscured, but her hair shone like the sun. Excuse me. Have you seen a toad? It belongs to a fellow student, Lewis asked politely. Sorry, I haven't tea, the girl replied, her voice somewhat cold and haughty, yet as clear as a mountain brook. Apologies for the disturbance, Lewis said, closing the door, only to hear laughter erupt from the next compartment. He approached to find Neville awkwardly dangling at the door, a tall upperclassman with prominent buck teeth mocking him alongside his peers, pointing and laughing at the magically suspended Neville. What's wrong, Neville? Lewis's expression darkened. They're making fun of me and calling me names. As Neville spoke, tears like marbles welled in his eyes, splattering onto the floor. Lewis patted him in comfort, while his other hand reached into his pocket, where the buck-toothed student continued his derision. Hey, snot-nosed Longbottom, just like your useless parents, ha ha ha. The upperclassmen even mimicked Neville's parents, eliciting another round of raucous laughter. Excuse me, everyone, have you seen Longbottom's toad? Lewis smiled politely. I would be most grateful for any information you could provide. What's this? A meddlesome country bumpkin. Longbottom's snot-nosed fool paired with a filthy mudblood. You two truly deserve each other, the upperclassman sneered venomously. At that moment, Neville found unexpected courage, managing to break free from the magical restraint, landing on the floor with a thud. He scrambled to his feet and pointed at the group, shouting, I want to let you insult Lewis. Marcus Flint. All right, Neville, don't stoop to their level, Lewis urged, signaling for Neville to leave the compartment with him. Lewis suddenly halted, gently pushing Neville out of the compartment while whispering, My grandfather once told me. Manners. As he spoke, he locked the compartment door. Mocketh, he continued, sealing it with a determined gesture, man ha ha ha. You? Marcus and his group laughed breathlessly, nudging the burly student beside him. Frice, give him a proper lesson. You all go ahead, I'm in a hurry. Lewis's tone remained impeccably graceful. Kid, you're asking for trouble. Frice lunged at him menacingly, but was met with a sharp command, stupefy. With a thud, Frice collapsed. Marcus and his friends stared at Lewis, astonished by how a first year could perform a stunning spell, especially as he toyed with an unusually shaped crystal sword in his hand, and noted the large bump forming on Frice's forehead. Shall we continue our lessons, or shall we waste each other's time standing around? Chapter 5. Getting off the train, you are courting death. Flint bellowed, baring his large teeth as he charged forward. A sharp command interrupted his thoughts once more. Langlock. Before he could even react, he saw the ethereal blue blade looming larger, followed by a sharp pain in his mouth, propelling him backward. The remaining three exchanged glances and lunged at Lewis, but Lewis raised his wand, unleashing a blinding light. The sudden brilliance plunged them into panic, each one shielding their eyes and shrieking as Lewis dispatched them with ease. I'm sorry. Marcus repeatedly apologized, genuinely frightened by this exceedingly graceful yet terrifying junior. I understand. He mechanically echoed, contemplating how he would embellish this incident to Headmaster Snape once they returned to school, hoping fervently that this little demon would be expelled. Lewis cast him a meaningful smile before turning to exit the compartment. At that moment, he spotted Neville, cradling Trevor, waiting for him at the door. Oh, you found Trevor rather quickly? Lewis asked with a smile. Yes, it was the senior girl in the compartment who helped me, Neville replied somewhat awkwardly. Lewis patted Neville on the shoulder and inquired, Did you thank her? Yes, I did, Neville answered. Lewis nodded, glancing towards the compartment. He had assumed the aloof senior would be unapproachable, yet it seemed she had a warm heart beneath her cool exterior. What a delightful contrast. Lewis found himself intrigued by the senior. What happened here? Lewis asked upon noticing the floor strewn with candy. Don't mention it, Ron sighed, lifting a rat by its tail from the ground and lamenting, Oh, Scabbers, poor thing. Malfoy is simply cruel. How could he treat a rat this way? Lewis felt a wave of nausea at Ron's expression, fully aware of Scabbers' true identity. He suddenly anticipated with great amusement how Ron would react when he discovered that this rat was actually a balding, greasy middle-aged man. "Did you get into a fight?" Lewis asked with concern, squatting down with Neville to help Ron and Harry tidy up the mess. "Scabbers got into a scuffle." "I did not," Ron explained, gently stroking Scabbers' fur as he recounted the tale. Just as in the original story, Goyle attempted to snatch their chocolate frogs, only to be bitten fiercely by Scabbers. Ron animatedly reenacted the trio's embarrassment, filling the compartment with a lively atmosphere. Speaking of fights, Lewis had indeed gotten into one. Neville recalled the earlier incident in the Slytherin compartment and chuckled, telling Ron, "Did you know? Lewis just took on the Slytherin upperclassmen, fighting 5 of them single-handedly." "Well done," Ron exclaimed indignantly. "There are no good people in Slytherin. I wish we could all be sorted into the same house. Hopefully, the professors will heed our wishes. Let's all go to Gryffindor." His eager gaze turned to Harry and Lewis, filled with anticipation. "I would quite like to go to Gryffindor as well," Lewis replied gracefully, smiling as Harry nodded in agreement. Just then, the compartment door swung open, and the bushy-haired little witch poked her head in. Lewis recognized this promising young girl as Emma. "No, Hermione Granger. You all should put on your robes. I've already asked the driver, and we will soon arrive at Hogwarts," Hermione said, her tone reminiscent of an overzealous class monitor from their younger days. "Got it. Hurry up and go. We need to change," Ron said irritably. He truly despised this self-important little witch. Hermione rolled her eyes and retorted, "I'm not interested in you." She pointed at his nose, saying, "You know, you have something dirty on your nose." Taking advantage of her exit, Ron rolled his eyes at her retreating figure. Heaven knows what kind of person would like her, he muttered. Lewis couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the young man's obliviousness. There would come a day when he would find her irresistible. After they donned their robes, the train came to a halt. An announcement informed them that their luggage would remain in the carriage and would be delivered to their respective dormitories after the sorting ceremony. They followed the throng of students out of the compartment, a gust of cold wind sending shivers through them. First years, over here," a booming voice called out. Lewis felt Harry's excitement beside him and whispered to the group, unable to contain his joy, "It's Hagrid, my friend Hagrid." Then he shouted, "I'm here, Hagrid." Hagrid's bearded face broke into a joyful smile as he exclaimed, "There you are. Come on, follow me, and watch your step." Truth be told, the path Hagrid led them down was damp, dark, slippery, and exceedingly rugged. Ron took 2 steps before slipping and bumping into Harry, sending him off balance as well. "Oh, sorry, Harry, damn, it's so dark," Ron muttered. Lewis pulled out his wand and softly uttered, "Lumos." A brilliant light illuminated the ground, revealing the path beneath them. The first year stirred, but soon fell silent again. "Cool," Ron exclaimed genuinely. Chapter 6, If You Can't Pass, Try Again. The 5th-level fluorescence flickered without the need for incantations. Yet Lewis deemed it prudent to maintain a low profile and recited the spell nonetheless. Even so, he still stood out conspicuously. While aboard the vessel, the overcrowding nearly caused Neville to tumble overboard. Fortunately, Ron's quick reflexes averted an unfortunate incident. To Lewis's surprise, at the entrance of Hogwarts Castle, not only was Professor McGonagall present, but also a middle-aged man with greasy hair and a hooked nose, Snape. "Mr. Lewis Mountbatten, please follow me." Snape's oily voice interrupted Lewis's thoughts. Realizing that the old bat, Professor Snape, had been waiting for him, Lewis obediently stepped forward, following Snape into the castle under the concerned gazes of Harry, Ron, and Neville. After turning right upon entering, Snape led Lewis to the broom cupboard adjacent to the Great Hall. "Let us discuss the matter at hand. Our illustrious new student assaulted classmates on the train, resulting in 3 fractured arms." Snape's face bore a sinister smile. "Having attended a Muggle school, you must be aware of the consequences of such behavior. I trust our esteemed Mr. Lewis will provide me with a reasonable explanation." "Want to you?" He emphasized the word esteemed with palpable sarcasm. "Of course, Professor," Lewis replied politely, bowing slightly as he slowly retrieved a voice recorder. He was not unprepared. He had come equipped. As Snape regarded him with confusion, Lewis pressed the play button. Upon hearing Marcus insult Neville as a sniveling little brat, Lewis noticed Snape's face twitch involuntarily. Until the recording concluded, Snape's expression remained as impassive as a poker face, devoid of emotion. Snape slowly turned his gaze to Lewis, a look of bewilderment crossing his features. Lewis surmised that the professor had likely never been called sniveling brat nor humiliated in such a manner. He was certain that he had not intended to unearth Snape's past wounds. This was merely a casual exchange of words, he swore. "Enough," Snape's expression fluctuated, and simultaneously, the lights behind him extinguished with a pop. His voice seemed to emanate from the depths of his throat. Enough. Proceed to the sorting ceremony. Remember, your house will lose 20 points due to your conduct on the train. Lewis innocently inquired. Then, Professor, if I am sorted into your house, you clumsy oaf, will only be assigned to Gryffindor, Snape asserted confidently. As Lewis entered the Great Hall, the sorting ceremony was just commencing. After the hat finished its nonsensical song, Professor McGonagall grasped its tip and began to read the names. Hannah Abbott, Hufflepuff. A comical voice rang out, and Lewis looked up to see a cheerful blonde girl with pigtails happily walking toward the Hufflepuff table, greeted warmly by the clapping upperclassmen. Lewis even noticed a plump ghost waving joyfully at her. Susan Bones, Hufflepuff, Terry Boot, Ravenclaw. The list of names was arranged alphabetically, and it soon approached the M group. Draco Malfoy. Lewis glanced up at a pompous boy with light blonde hair, who, without the hat even touching his hair, was squeaked into Slytherin. Unbeknownst to everyone, Malfoy let out a discreet sigh of relief. Lewis Mountbatten. Professor McGonagall called out his name. Lewis walked through the side door of the hall, his cherubic face prompting a flurry of whispers among his peers. Every gesture he made exuded elegance, as if it were second nature to him. Yet Lewis was acutely aware that this grace had been honed over 11 arduous years of noble upbringing. Once seated, Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat upon Lewis's head. Exquisite, truly exquisite, the hat's voice whispered in Lewis's ear. He maintained an upright posture, but the next statement nearly caused him to lose composure. Ah, it appears your thoughts do not align with those of this school. I believe you would be better suited for Nemontgard. At the faculty table, Professor Dumbledore gradually straightened his posture, his eyes fixated on Lewis. As if attempting to see through him, Lewis felt a wave of anxiety, wondering if Hogwarts planned to establish a sixth house alongside Azkaban. Are you unwell? This is not how sorting is conducted. The only individuals confined in Azkaban are the mentally deranged or murderers. What manner of individuals reside in Nemontgard? While others might retry admission to an art school, his ambition was to combat the magical minister's failure. He mused that even the Nuremberg trials would at least afford him an A-grade classification. Even with his back turned to the faculty table, Lewis sensed that Dumbledore had surely set his sights upon him. I can sense your ambition. It is etched into your very bones. Do not deny it, child. Perhaps you were even unaware of it. Huh, that was merely the old hat's little jest. Gryffindor? You possess unparalleled courage. A child of noble birth, yet, believe me, even Godric himself would not exhibit such valor. Lewis thought to himself, if you only spoke half your mind, I could tolerate it, as long as it leads me to Gryffindor. Then, the hat ceased its whispers and proclaimed loudly, Gryffindor. Lewis's heart soared. How fortuitous. But that wretched old hat had other plans. With a twist of its voice, it unexpectedly declared, Slytherin. Such an abrupt turn of events almost caused Lewis to twist his back. As Professor McGonagall lifted the hat, he murmured to it, I shall remember this favor, Mr. Hat. Scattered applause arose from the Slytherin table. Lewis was not the pure blood they coveted, nor even a half-blood wizard. It was indeed peculiar to receive a warm welcome from the little snakes. Snape, upon hearing the sorting result, appeared as if petrified, taking a moment to regain composure. His expression resembling one who had just ingested a fly, begrudgingly clapping twice in acknowledgement. Ron and Harry, yet to be sorted, whispered quietly, lamenting Lewis's lack of placement in Gryffindor. Lewis walked straight toward the Slytherin table, ignoring the murmurs, and glanced around, spotting the blonde upperclassman from the train. He boldly sat beside her, a refreshing fragrance wafting through the air. The Slytherin students leaned back slightly, regarding Lewis's actions with newfound respect. Lewis felt no remorse for his behavior. A simple greeting to the upperclassmen sufficed as he turned his attention back to the sorting ceremony. He was well aware that he had drawn the attention of old Dumbledore. Yes, and Snape as well. How could he be so certain? The chilling sensation lingered until Professor McGonagall called out Harry's name. Nonetheless, it mattered little. Lewis believed his unassuming nature, humble origins, and lackluster demeanor would keep him from attracting undue attention. Right? Now, let the feast begin. With a flourish of his hands, bountiful dishes filled the tables before each student. When Lewis turned around, he found that the senior beside him had already put away her book and was delicately nibbling at the food before her. After a day of jostling in the car, he too felt a pang of hunger. He had only managed to consume half of Ron's sandwich and had surreptitiously snatched a chocolate frog from Harry. Now, his stomach was undeniably empty. The ingrained habits from his 11 years of aristocratic upbringing in Britain were undoubtedly formidable, thanks to the stern coercion of his grandfather, the venerable Louis Mountbatten, and the relentless tutelage of the court educators sent by his aunt and godmother, along with the exemplary influence of his sister Diana. He found himself instinctively adhering to the rigid protocols of etiquette, savoring his meal at a leisurely pace, even in the throes of hunger. Chapter 7. Assessing the situation. Once all the students had satiated their appetites, the food on the dining table was quietly removed, replaced by the meticulously prepared desserts. In stark contrast to the jovial atmosphere of the other three houses, the ambience in Slytherin was peculiarly subdued, with only hushed whispers among small groups. Louis and the senior student beside him were particularly odd. They did not even exchange glances. He found some enjoyment in this feeling of being consciously overlooked, certain that this rare privilege was afforded to him by the presence of the senior. To avoid any sense of obligation, Louis resolved to emulate Sue's shoe, remaining silent while following the senior to quietly prosper. As the desserts vanished from the table, Professor Dumbledore rose once more, prompting silence to descend upon the hall. Now that everyone is well fed, I wish to share a few words. At the start of this term, I must address a few important matters. First, your students. Please take note. The woods on campus are strictly off-limits to students, and some of our older classmates should heed this warning as well. With a glimmering gaze, Dumbledore cast a glance towards the Weasley brothers, continuing, "Moreover, Mr. Filch, our caretaker, has requested that I remind everyone not to cast spells in the corridors during breaks. The tryouts for the Quidditch team will take place in the second week of this term. Any students wishing to join the house team should contact Madam Hooch. Lastly, I must inform you all, those who wish to avoid unfortunate accidents and untimely demise should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor." A few scattered chuckles erupted, yet the majority of the students regarded Professor Dumbledore with solemnity. Louis was well aware of what lay beyond that corridor. "Now, before we retire for the night, let us sing the school song together," Dumbledore proclaimed. With a gentle flick of his wand, a long golden ribbon spiraled through the air, forming the lyrics of the Hogwarts anthem above the hall. "Each of you may choose your preferred melody. Prepare to sing." With swollen eyelids, the tall figure of Marcus Flint rose, someone Louis recognized from his impromptu class that afternoon. "First years, follow me," he instructed. Louis stood up and trailed behind the other new students as they followed Marcus. He was quite surprised to learn that this individual was the head of Slytherin. As they walked, the portraits lining the walls captured Louis's attention. He had only seen such wonders in films before, and now they stood vividly before him, evoking a sense of excitement. Soon, they arrived at the stone wall belonging to Slytherin, where Marcus turned to say, "Remember the password, I speak to the wall." The Slytherin password changes monthly, and an announcement will be made on the common room bulletin board before each change. With that, he faced the wall and uttered, "Honor." The wall responded, revealing a stone door. Upon entering, Louis was met with an unsettling coolness, the room awash in shades of aquamarine. Unlike the Gryffindor common room depicted in films, Slytherin's was surrounded by shimmering water, with the occasional fish darting past, its tail tapping against the window, adding an eerie ambience to the green-tinted space. Slytherin was quite spacious, with multiple common rooms, and typically, 2 students shared a room, avoiding the cramped conditions often found in Gryffindor. Unexpectedly, Louis found himself assigned to share a room with Draco Malfoy. He frowned. He had never been fond of that individual, whether in films or books. A quintessential troublemaker, yet the actor's portrayal was compelling. Even the slightest hint of goodness in Malfoy seemed exaggerated, a stark contrast to the unyielding scrutiny faced by Ron for any minor faults. It seemed that as long as one possessed good looks, their character could be overlooked. However, Louis did not harbor any animosity towards Malfoy, as they had yet to cross paths adversely. When Marcus called out Louis's name, a fleeting shadow of fear crossed his eyes. He was perplexed as to why Professor Snape, who usually favored him, had inexplicably assigned him to clean up potion class refuse for an entire term. Though he believed he could not outmatch Louis, he still relished the opportunity to cause him minor inconveniences, such as pairing him with Draco. The Slytherin dormitory was quite satisfactory. Perhaps due to the yearly patronage of pureblood families, the spacious beds provided some comfort to Louis. Yet, without the embrace of dear Diana, he felt a sense of something missing. Reflecting on Diana, he found himself yearning for her presence, her soft curves, her air of maturity, but these thoughts were inconsequential. For Louis was merely 11 years old. Even if Diana were divorced now, he could only harbor youthful aspirations. His belongings had been neatly arranged by the house elves, and Lewis took various books from his trunk, categorizing them meticulously on the small bookshelf. "Hello, I am Draco Malfoy, from the pureblood Malfoy family of the Sacred 28. Came a somewhat haughty voice, interrupting his thoughts as he pondered where to place a particular book, nation, and society. "Lewis Mountbatten, Duke of Cambridge," he replied casually, as if introducing an unrelated acquaintance, as the favored protégé of the illustrious lady whose name could not be spoken. Lewis had been bestowed with the title of Duke of Cambridge during the celebratory dinner on the day of his acceptance to Hogwarts. "My apologies, dear Mediterranean nephew," Lewis silently mourned. Draco leaned back slightly, his haughtiness dissipating. Despite his unwavering belief in pure-blood superiority, he recognized the status of a Muggle duke. More importantly, he had heard of Lewis's remarkable feat on the train, and despite his pride, he understood that the person before him was not one to provoke. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, is Mr. Mountbatten from a pureblood family?" Chapter 8. The voicing of unvoiced consonants. Though Draco's words were polite, the underlying implication was clear. He had never heard of any pureblood family bearing the name Mountbatten. Lewis chuckled lightly. "My grandfather was originally German. After moving to England, he changed our surname. Your father should be aware that my uncle and aunt still hold a modest position of influence in Britain. However, all I know is that both my parents were wizards, but they have long since passed. A classic trope of a time-traveling protagonist sacrificing their parents." Draco's expression softened, and he finally extended his right hand. "I believe we can become friends, Mr. Mountbatten. After all, you are not a Muggle-born," he added. "I hope you can keep this secret." Lewis clasped Draco's hand, winking. "I envision my time in Slytherin will be quite thrilling. Just imagine, how could the noble Slytherin allow a mudblood to bring disgrace to the entire house?" Draco, a mere youth, couldn't help but smile at the thought of the days to come. Furthermore, lineage does not dictate everything. "May I call you Draco?" Lewis inquired. And upon receiving a nod from him, he placed the book into the political category and murmured, "In comparison to the honor my family bestows upon me, I aspire to bring honor to my family." Draco nodded. He was still just a first-year student, impressionable and malleable. This was precisely why Lewis intended to mentor him thoroughly. Perhaps this child could serve as a gateway into the realm of the pureblood elite. "All right, you should rest now, Draco. I have some matters to attend to." After organizing the table, Lewis patted Draco's shoulder. "What are you going to do?" Draco asked. "Night wandering," Lewis replied, pulling out the book titled Elementary Curse Casting with a light laugh as he turned to leave. He never shied away from his ambitions in his previous life. He had always been the class monitor, and even within games, he aimed to be the president. Even the slightest chance of breaking free from the constraints of discipline was worth pursuing. Coming to Slytherin proved advantageous. In the friendly and enthusiastic atmosphere of Gryffindor, he would have felt reluctant to contest for positions like head boy. Slytherin, however, was different. By ensnaring those pure-blood elitists, he could ensure their cooperation. Yet, the foremost challenge now was to swiftly enhance his own abilities, lest he find himself outmatched and humiliated. Awkwardly, he wandered for over an hour before reaching the 8th floor. Being directionally challenged truly is a burden, he mused as he stood before the tapestry depicting the troll being bludgeoned. As he approached the door, it creaked open soundlessly. Stepping inside, he was greeted by a vast and open space. In his mind, he called forth the interface to review his progress. Lewis Mountbatten level 15, Wizard Mana, 275 learned spells. Water-making spell, level 6. Lumos, level 5. Shield Charm, level 5. Wizard's Hand, level 5. Tongue-tying Curse, level 3. Weakening Curse, level 3. Reverse Gravity, level 3. Levitation Charm, level 2. Alohomora, level 2. Repairing Charm, level 2. Stupefy, level 1. Water-making spell. Current level 6, 65, 10,000. Mana required. 1 casting time. 1. 5 seconds skill description. Creates a pouch of magical glacier water. Magical glacier water restores 5,000 mana points within 20 seconds upon consumption. After pondering for a while, Lewis concluded he ought to learn some offensive spells. Exiting the interface, he surveyed the room. 6 magical dummies stood silently, their shadows elongated by the moonlight. Unbeknownst to him, a strand of golden hair swiftly retreated behind a pillar. Oblivious to the unusual presence, Lewis opened the spellbook, preparing to learn new incantations. Contrary to his expectations, each spell required a specific wand movement. For instance, the stunning spell necessitated drawing a 75-degree angle from top to bottom, while the disarming charm required a right-to-left downward motion, forming a right angle. Beginners often struggled not only with accurate pronunciation but also with executing the precise gestures, which explained why the levitation charm proved challenging for many novice wizards. Regrettably, even with the system at his disposal, there were no miraculous instances of instantaneous mastery upon merely glancing at a spell. Lewis grasped his wand. Theoretically, the simplest spell should involve drawing a diagonal line towards 9 o'clock for the Crucio curse. However, for a first-year student to practice such an unforgivable curse was decidedly audacious. He was not a born Dark Lord, and the depths of dark magic were perilous, beyond his control. The tip of his wand emitted a soft pop, leaving Lewis feeling somewhat embarrassed. He glanced around, relieved that no one had witnessed this awkward moment. Otherwise, he would have taken drastic measures to preserve his dignity. Testing the wand a few more times, it continued to emit only soft pops, failing to unleash any spell. Undeterred, he set the wand aside and picked up the book again, only to discover a line of small print. Many beginners encountered no issues with wand movements, yet they faltered at the incantations. The incantation for Expelliarmus is pronounced as X, and one must remember to voice the unvoiced consonant PSB after the sound. Lewis felt exasperated, then somewhat embarrassed, grateful that he possessed the proper Oxford accent from Old London. Otherwise, emulating the slurred speech of London-esque cab drivers would have hindered his magical education. Expelliarmus. A slender red beam shot forth from the tip of his wand, striking the dummy and sending its wand clattering to the ground. Congratulations! You have successfully learned the disarming charm, Expelliarmus. Note: releasing Expelliarmus on training dummies grants 5 proficiency points per attempt. Successfully casting it in combat can yield additional proficiency points based on your capability. Expelliarmus. Current level 1, 1000, mana required, 2 casting distance, 30 yards casting time, 1. 2 seconds skill description, forces the target to relinquish their weapon. After practicing the disarming charm until his mana was depleted, Lewis conjured a pouch of magical glacier water and took a sip. Rising once more, he directed his focus towards the dummies to continue refining his disarming charm. Thus ensued a cycle of depleting mana and replenishing it with water, as dawn gradually broke. A night of training proved fruitful, elevating his proficiency in the disarming charm to level 2, 1152,000. With a satisfied sigh, Lewis stealthily exited the room of requirement. As he stepped outside, a graceful figure emerged from behind a nearby pillar. Had Lewis seen her, he would have been astonished. It was none other than the upperclassman who had sat beside him during the opening feast at Hogwarts. He pondered quietly whether he should cultivate a rapport with the Weasley twins. The Marauders' map was likely in their possession, and he could always procure it at a premium. Having slept less than 2 hours with his head resting on the pillow, he felt invigorated. Glancing at the still sleeping Draco, he hesitated but decided to rouse him. Draco, wake up. At your age, how can you still be asleep? He didn't genuinely wish to invite him to breakfast but was concerned about getting lost. The lax scheduling likely aimed to prevent students from being tardy due to disorientation. The length of the midday break and the early dismissal in the afternoon provide ample opportunity to acclimatize to the surroundings or explore the castle. Not to mention the demanding schedule of the final year students, who rise at 6 and retire at 11. Lewis was evidently up much earlier, as the Hogwarts grounds at 7 were still shrouded in slumber, with Draco clearly still in a state of drowsiness. After being firmly rebuffed by the sleepy Draco, Lewis, feeling somewhat disheartened, completed his simple morning routine and set off towards the Great Hall alone. After a fruitless search for the senior student within the hall, Lewis had just taken his seat when he noticed Ron and Harry approaching him with purpose. "Hi, Lewis," Ron greeted first. "I thought you'd indulge in a lion." "The early bird catches the worm," Lewis replied with a gentle smile, jotting down his desired breakfast items on the card provided by the house elf. He tapped the table lightly, and before the sound faded, the card had vanished in an instant. Moments later, the dishes he requested appeared before him. Just as he speared a small sausage, he caught sight of Ron's troubled expression. With a soft smile, Lewis inquired, "Ron, you seem preoccupied. Yesterday, during the sorting ceremony, how did you end up in Slytherin?" Ron asked after some hesitation. "We had agreed on the carriage to join Gryffindor together. You know, Slytherin is." "I'm not saying you are, no. I trust you 1T turn into a dark wizard, but I'll take it from here," Harry interjected. "We talked late into the night, and Seamus suggested it might be due to your own choice, but Ron and I don't believe what he said, so we came to ask you." Chapter 9. Is transfiguration idealism or materialism? "Consider this," Lewis said, putting down his knife and fork with a serious expression. "As you all witnessed, The Sorting Hat intended to place me in Gryffindor, but I seem to have offended it terribly, which is why it played tricks on me. What did you do? Harry inquired eagerly, jotting down his desired food on a small card while expressing his curiosity. The Sorting Hat should be quite accommodating. I kept telling it not to place me in Slytherin, and it eventually sorted me into Gryffindor, despite having previously believed I would fit well in Slytherin. Lewis mused to himself, you would not only fit well in Slytherin, with your possession of the holy relics and a fragment of Voldemort. You could have even gone to Azkaban. Harry's fulfillment of his wishes might stem from his strong desires. Or perhaps it was Dumbledore who had opened a back door for him. After all, while Gryffindors are indeed courageous and somewhat reckless, they are far superior to the wretched creatures inhabiting Slytherin. There exists a notion in my past life that I find somewhat agreeable. Dumbledore may have intentionally or unintentionally guided Harry towards the Weasley family, hoping their warmth would prevent him from straying down the wrong path. I must admit, I have quite the fondness for the Weasley family. I said he is sturdy. Lewis remarked nonchalantly, spearing a recently set-down sausage with a poker face. I think so too, Ron chimed in, shaking his red head with a smile. After a moment, he suddenly grew serious and said, Slytherin is full of dark wizards. I'm not implying that you are, Lewis. I'm merely concerned that you might be bullied or led astray by them. Lewis thought to himself, you're not wrong. It would indeed be a shame to waste my 18 years of dark magic talent without becoming a dark wizard. A philosopher once said that prejudice distances one from the truth more than ignorance. Lewis took a sip of coffee, the rich bitterness invigorating him. Slytherin can have good people too, like myself. At that moment, he noticed a blonde upperclassman passing by and sitting next to him. And this upperclassman is also a good person, he added. The upperclassman cast a cold glance over the new students, sending a shiver down everyone's spine. Ron quickly changed the subject. Who said that thing you mentioned earlier? Was it the Muggle Prime Minister? Close enough, Lewis replied, winking at Ron as he set down his coffee cup. But not the British one. Inwardly, Lewis silently thanked his two companions, without their conversation. He might have been threatened to be turned into a pocket watch himself. On the podium of the Transfiguration classroom, a silver tabby cat sat majestically. With half an hour remaining until the start of class, the room was still sparsely populated. The tabby cat noticed two Gryffindor lions and a Slytherin snake walking together, its pupils narrowing as if in the presence of light. Lewis recognized it as Professor McGonagall. After all, he had been in her company last month. He glanced around and took a seat in the Slytherin section. Before long, Malfoy entered the classroom with his two lackeys and exchanged pleasantries with Lewis before choosing to sit beside him. Once all the students had arrived, Professor McGonagall made her entrance. She scanned Lewis with a dispassionate gaze and began to lay down the law for the newcomers. Transfiguration is the most complex and dangerous magic you will encounter at Hogwarts, she warned. Should anyone choose to misbehave in my class, I will ask them to leave and never return. I have warned you. Lewis felt she ought to add a phrase akin to don't say I didn't warn you. Indeed, Professor McGonagall was notorious for her strictness, and her stern warning made the young witches and wizards tremble in their seats. With a flick of her wand, the podium transformed into a grunting pig, amusingly sniffing the floor. Cool, Ron exclaimed, genuinely impressed. This is merely a small application of transfiguration, she explained. Before you learn to transform objects into living beings, you have much to master. Professor, Ron raised his hand. Yes, Mr. Weasley? Do you have a question? McGonagall acknowledged the eager student. Professor, I want to know. Can the pig that the podium turned into be eaten? As soon as Ron's question was uttered, the classroom erupted in laughter. Amidst the laughter, Ron's cheeks flushed a deep red, matching his hair. Malfoy laughed the hardest, sharing a joke with Crabbe and Goyle, suggesting it was likely because the Weasley family could not afford pork. Silence. Professor McGonagall frowned, rapping her wand against the blackboard like a conductor's baton. She surveyed the students with a serious demeanor and stated, any object created through transfiguration is not suitable for consumption, and the transformation of an object has a time limit. Once the spell's effect dissipates, the object will revert to its original form. With a flick of her wrist, she transformed a piece of chalk into a slug, which she then tossed onto the blackboard under the students' watchful eyes. When a transformed life form expires, the spell will automatically lift. Furthermore, wizards cannot conjure food from thin air. Even food derived from transformations is inedible. She glanced around the room again and added, I know what you're thinking. The food that appeared on the plates during the freshman feast yesterday was not conjured out of nothingness by Professor Dumbledore. Rather, it was prepared by Hogwarts house elves and transported to your plates through magic. Following this was a lengthy and tedious introduction to the fundamentals of transfiguration. Lewis took notes, reflecting that the core idea of transfiguration emphasizes subjective consciousness. It is not that transfiguration spells are idealistic. Rather, idealism suggests consciousness precedes materiality. In contrast, transfiguration posits that materiality comes first and consciousness follows. Consciousness cannot spontaneously generate matter, but it can indeed exert influence upon it. It certainly resonates with a materialistic perspective. Chapter 10. The twins having concluded the theoretical portion, it was time for practical application. Professor McGonagall waved her wand, distributing a matchstick to each young wizard. She raised her wand, transforming a bird on the table into a splendid crystal goblet, much like her predecessor in a past life. Professor McGonagall walked around the classroom while students practiced transfiguration, scrutinizing their progress. Though a tremor of apprehension coursed through her, she had witnessed far grander spectacles in her lifetime. With a slight nod, she turned her attention back, grasped her wand, and began meticulously crafting a model of an embroidery needle in her mind. Then, aiming at the matchstick before her, she pronounced clearly, Vera Verdo. As Lewis's incantation echoed through the room, the matchstick began to change color, appearing to melt into a puddle of semi-liquid before swiftly reconstituting into a silver embroidery needle. Mountbatten performed exceptionally, successfully transforming the matchstick into a needle on his first attempt. Thus, Slytherin earned 10 points. Professor McGonagall's gaze softened, and for the first time, a smile graced her lips. Cheers erupted from Slytherin's table, with Malfoy's voice ringing the loudest. Silence. Professor McGonagall's expression instantly hardened, and under her authoritative presence, the classroom fell quiet once more. Lewis, somewhat perplexed, wondered why he was mastering the art of transfiguration so rapidly, despite having only a talent score of 3. Congratulations, you have acquired the spell, Transfiguration Spell. Note, due to your talent in transfiguration, each successful use of the spell grants only 1 proficiency point, with the required maximum proficiency increasing tenfold, the required magical power doubling, and the casting time also doubling. The highest skill level attainable is 5. Transfiguration Spell. Current level 1, 1000. Required mana. For casting range, 30 yards casting time. 3. 0 seconds skill description. Transform the target into any form. Upon reviewing the spell's description, Lewis could not help but internally lament that his supposed low talent was now being put to the test. It seemed that learning spells was the simplest part. The challenge lay in advancing through them. To maintain a low profile, Lewis decided it would be rather outrageous to conjure drinking water from thin air with his thermos, thus opting for a more subtle approach. Sipping the refreshing magical glacial water, he utilized the remaining time to practice the transfiguration spell, earning continuous nods of approval from Professor McGonagall, albeit with a hint of concern that the boy might overexert himself. Yet, seeing Lewis's radiant face, she found herself uncertain. Could it be that this boy was an anomaly? At that moment, Professor McGonagall had completely forgotten the trivial discontent between herself and Lewis. Her thoughts now consumed with admiration for this diligent and talented student. After many years of teaching at Hogwarts, she had rarely encountered such a hard-working prodigy. Soon, her attention shifted to her own house's students, who appeared lost in contemplation, stirring a pang of melancholy within her heart. Yes, she recalled. The Sorting Hat had initially intended to place Mr. Mountbatten in Gryffindor. Mr. Mountbatten should have been the pride of Gryffindor. Curse that wretched hat. As such thoughts occupied her mind, the class came to an end. Aside from Lewis, only Hermione had managed to transform a matchstick into a sharp point. Had it not been for Lewis, Professor McGonagall might have felt elated, yet the thought of him left her feeling rather disheartened. During lunch, Harry and Ron once again gravitated towards him. You were incredible in class today, Ron exclaimed excitedly, to which Harry eagerly added, Yeah, you must have some secret. Teach us. Can you? Of course, Lewis replied, unperturbed by the prospect of sharing his insights with his friends. Just as he was about to ask for Harry and Ron's assistance, a teasing voice interrupted him. Isn't this our little brother? A red-haired head popped up next to Ron. I heard a remarkable talent emerged in Transfiguration class today. Another red head emerged from Harry's side, the two exchanging amused glances. Slytherin's genius. Gryffindor's savior, the head next to Harry chuckled. Can you believe he's friends with our foolish little brother? Both heads turned towards Ron, playfully mocking. They say fools have their fortunes. Is that the case? George. Fred. Ron's face flushed crimson, feeling embarrassed by his brother's antics in front of his friends. Just teasing you, kiddo, the twins laughed, ruffling Ron's hair before turning their attention to Lewis. The one on the left said, Hello, I'm George. I'm Fred, the one on the right chimed in. Lewis noticed the fleeting glimmer of mischief in their eyes, recognizing that the prankster twins were up to their usual antics. He smiled warmly at the one on the left. Hello, Fred, then turned to the right. Hello, George. Huh. Even the genius has fallen for our trick, Fred grinned. You're clever, Mr. Genius. But we intentionally led you into our trap. We weren't lying. Indeed, we were not, George affirmed, exchanging a knowing look with Fred before they high-fived in the air, exclaiming, Yay. Lewis was left speechless, fully aware that the Weasley twins were indeed the masters of mischief, executing their pranks with finesse. He had thought himself on a higher level, only to realize the twins had been waiting for him on another tier entirely. The layers of their tricks were astonishing. Even the most skilled of magicians would be envious. Since you're Ron's good friend, you're also our good friend, the twins declared in a tone that was both playful and welcoming. This castle holds no secrets from the great Weasley twins, especially you, Mr. Mountbatten. You truly took us by surprise. Just call me Lewis, he replied, subtly fostering a closer bond. Chapter 11. Harry in disguise. One cannot help but express surprise at your audacity, Fred remarked, a theatrical expression adorning his face. To embark on nocturnal escapades on the very first day of your arrival is to blatantly disregard school regulations. How did you know I was wandering at night? Lewis shot a sidelong glance at the twins. Well, we witnessed it firsthand, George interjected. We watched as you traversed nearly the entire castle, fortunately. You heeded the headmaster's advice and did not venture toward the 4th floor. What compelled you to circle the 3rd floor 11 times? Was there something of interest there? Lewis's cheeks flushed. In truth, he had merely lost his way. The staircases of Hogwarts, akin to a cinematic marvel, are in constant motion, making it easy to stray from one's path. As the twins had noted, he indeed had traversed the 3rd floor 11 times. Very well, since you are unwilling to divulge, we shall not press further. Fred patted Harry on the shoulder and chuckled, stating, We are off to dine. Should you three require anything, do not hesitate to seek us out. Ultimately, Lewis refrained from disclosing the existence of the Marauders map, deciding to wait until they had grown more accustomed to one another. Once the twins departed, Harry, who had been suppressing his curiosity, finally blurted out, So, Lewis, share your secrets with us. I can teach you. But you must accompany me in practicing spells, Lewis proposed, contemplating the idea of leveraging his companions for his own benefit, as the skill introduction suggested that practical application could accelerate skill proficiency. I have no objections, the two boys pledged eagerly. In truth, it is quite simple. Lewis picked up a chickpea from his plate and brought it before them. Take transfiguration, for example. You must concentrate entirely in your mind, envisioning precisely what you wish to transform it into, such as a white cube. You must first construct a clear image of the cube in your mind. Veriverdo. Accompanied by a flourish of his wand, the chickpea transformed into a small, square white block. See, it is as straightforward as that. Regardless of the spell you wish to cast, the most vital aspect is to have faith in your magic. Observing the thoughtful expressions of the two, Lewis continued. Consider this. If you doubt your own ability to succeed, how can you possibly expect to cast a spell successfully? Let me give it a try. Ron mused, retrieving the old one inherited from Charlie. He closed his eyes in contemplation, pointed at the fork before him, and uttered the incantation, Veriverdo. A miracle occurred. The fork transformed into a half-knife, retaining the 4 prongs of the fork while the rest resembled the knife beside it. This was indeed a significant improvement. It was not that Ron lacked talent, but rather that the wand he wielded was not attuned to him. As Ollivander stated, when a wizard chooses a wand, the wand also chooses the wizard. Ron and Charlie possessed entirely different natures, making it improbable for the wand to resonate with him. Achieving even partial success was commendable for Ron, whose potential was undeniably constrained by his circumstances. Lewis contemplated when to procure Ron a suitable outfit. Of course, he needed a compelling reason, as Ron was quite prideful, and Lewis did not wish to bruise his ego. Well, Harry exclaimed, astonished by the fork-knife transformation, never having expected his friend to succeed so swiftly. Alas, Ron, your wand is inadequate. Otherwise, you would have achieved complete success, Harry added. Ron, feeling somewhat disheartened, lowered his head, but a single remark from Lewis reignited his determination. Just think, if you can perform magic perfectly with a wand that does not align with you, what wonders await when you acquire a wand that is a perfect match for your essence? You are right, Lewis. Ron clenched his fists, a smile breaking across his face. With your guidance in spellcasting, I shall surely succeed. The most crucial element remains your dedication, Lewis asserted, consuming the restored chickpea. However, I cannot impart my secrets without recompense. You must consistently accompany me in practicing spells. Absolutely. The two chimed in unison. Lewis wore a mysterious smile. If Diana were present, she would undoubtedly discern his mischievous intent. Yet, poor Harry and Ron were oblivious, interpreting his demeanor as mere joy. Noticing Harry's nonchalant expression, Lewis seized the opportunity to manipulate him. Should he decide to make your life difficult in class, openly deducting points from Gryffindor, imagine how your fellow classmates would perceive you? With the weight of idolization upon him, Harry visibly faltered. While he could dismiss Snape's petty grievances, he could not ignore the opinions of his peers. He whispered anxiously, What should I do? Excel in potions class, Lewis replied with assurance. Heaven help us. Lewis merely wished to witness the expression of Professor Snape rendered speechless. However, perhaps it would be amusing to have Harry attend class in disguise. Yes, that could prove to be a delightful notion, but how could he persuade him? A wicked idea began to take shape in Lewis's mind, contemplating whether to conspire with the mischievous twins to set a trap for Harry. Surely, the brothers would not hold it against him, would they? Perhaps this was mere talent. Lewis paid little mind, wondering if the upperclassmen were simply convening out of boredom as he leisurely strolled back to the dormitory. Look, is this the new mudblood? How dreadfully rude. The senior's voice pierced the air like a screeching owl. Flint, you have truly brought shame to Slytherin, allowing yourself to be defeated by such an individual. Marcus, with his prominent overbite, shivered slightly, humbly nodding and bowing to appease the formidable upperclassman. Chapter 12. The duel with his hand clasped tightly around his wand in his pocket. Lewis maintained an air of composure as he strolled forward. Hey, stop. I'm addressing you, mudblood, called out an upperclassman, halting Lewis in his tracks. Are you calling for me? Lewis elegantly turned around, casually casting an identifying charm. Level 20 Wizard. Talents: Charms 6, Potions 8, Transfiguration 6, Dark Arts 10. Defense against the Dark Arts 7, Flying 8, Herbology 4. Who else in Slytherin is a mudblood besides you? The upperclassman spoke with disdain. His expression twisted in a manner reminiscent of the school bullies from Lewis's past life, attempting to appear menacing while failing miserably. I am not a physician. If you're suffering from constipation, I suggest you visit Madame Pomfrey in the infirmary, my dear upperclassman. Lewis bowed slightly, his smile poised and dignified. Enough, you filthy lowly maggot. The upperclassman, fully aware that Lewis's taunt was aimed at him, bellowed in fury, I will twist your arm and force it into your mouth. You will regret ever being born. Honestly, my dear upperclassman, your grasp of common sense leaves much to be desired. Lewis replied leisurely, firstly, one's mouth cannot accommodate an arm. Secondly, is it not a shared disgrace that someone like you resides in the same house as I? I understand your urgency. But please, do not rush. This is merely a hypothesis of mine. It may not even be accurate. How dare you, mudblood, look down upon me? The upperclassman's face flushed crimson, resembling an enraged bull. No, I do not look down upon you. Lewis replied with a gentle smile, surveying the area. What I meant to convey is that I look down upon all of you. At this, the upperclassman's lackeys exchanged glances, ready to charge forward. A first-year mudblood dares to be so arrogant. The upperclassman restrained his followers, drawing his wand from his robes. Draw your wand. I, Samuel Lestrange of the 7th year, challenge you to a duel. You are indeed aware of your 7th year status. Lewis chuckled softly as he drew his own wand. Behold. This is what you call pureblood supremacy? As your esteemed junior, I must remind you that a 7th year challenging a 1st year to a duel, regardless of the outcome, is rather embarrassing. Enough chatter, let us commence. Samuel prepared for battle, already convinced of his victory. After all, this was a duel of 7th year against 1st year. He had the advantage. You really ought to learn some etiquette. One must bow before a duel. Even I, a mere 1st year, know this. Lewis remarked with a gentle smile, his demeanor as warm as a spring breeze. You, mudblood, dare to make me bow? Samuel began, but before he could finish, he felt an overwhelming force press down on his back, compelling him to bend at the waist. Despite his utmost effort, he could not straighten up. And when he lifted his gaze, he found himself staring into Lewis's deep, abyss-like eyes. That will suffice for a bow. Lewis released his magical grip, and Samuel felt a sudden lightness, finally regaining his composure. Yet, consumed by rage, he had no thoughts of Lewis's enchanting spell. His mind was solely focused on punishing the 1st year before him. Expelliarmus! Before Samuel could react, his wand flew from his hand and landed in Lewis's grasp. You have gained 10 points in disarming charm proficiency. You have lost, upperclassman. Lewis maintained an elegant smile as he slightly bowed, expressing gratitude. Thank you for allowing me to strike first. You truly are a model student of Slytherin. Infuriated beyond measure, Samuel could no longer restrain himself. With eyes blazing, he charged at Lewis like an enraged bull. Levi corpus. In an instant, Samuel was flipped upside down, and Lewis, with great care, spun him slowly in the air like a duck roasting in an oven. Samuel, despite being suspended, continued to curse and insult Lewis, hurling obscenities at him and attempting to summon his comrades to attack. At last, one of his friends could no longer contain himself and unleashed a series of curses at Lewis. You have gained 1 point in shield charm proficiency. You have gained 1 point in shield charm proficiency. Lewis discreetly smirked. Were the upperclassmen of Slytherin truly only capable of this level? They seemed no different than a game of ping pong. It's the shield charm and silent casting. The crowd erupted in astonishment, gazing at Lewis as though he were a curiosity. In the crowd, Draco wore a proud expression, beaming as he introduced Lewis to his companions, Crabbe and Goyle. Did you see that? This is my good friend, the shield charm. Even many adult wizards, including some Aurors, struggle to cast it successfully. But my good friend has achieved it, and without uttering a word. Langlock. Amidst the crowd's confusion, Lewis directed this curse towards Samuel's posterior. Relatio. This spell was aimed at Samuel's abdomen. Oh, my apologies. Lewis feigned innocence. Perhaps the spell thought your mouth was too filthy and mistook that area for your mouth. Truly sorry, but you know me. I'm merely a first-year student. He displayed a pained expression. I do not know the counterspell. You. Samuel gritted his teeth in desperation, his discomfort evident. He shot a furious glance at Lewis, shook his head at his companions, and turned to leave. Lewis flicked his wand, once again suspending Samuel upside down, casually sealing his mouth as well. Look. You're in a hurry again, Lewis remarked, observing Samuel's muffled protests. This is merely a small warning, my esteemed upperclassman. Should you continue to act unreasonably, it shall not be so simple. He waved his wand, lowering Samuel, and inquired, So, do you still dare to call me a mudblood, upperclassman? You are an excellent wizard, Mr. Mountbatten. Samuel, suppressing his discomfort, managed a smile that resembled more of a grimace. Even muggles can give rise to exceptional wizards. I apologize for my narrow-mindedness. Such is the nature of Slytherin wizards, ever pragmatic. The notion of pureblood supremacy is easily cast aside when one's fists are strong enough to embrace a half-blood dark wizard like Voldemort without hesitation. Lewis chuckled inwardly, maintaining a facade of indifference as he patted Samuel's shoulder. Narrow-mindedness and ignorance are not your faults. My father attended Durmstrang. Upon hearing this, not only did the onlookers gaze at Lewis with newfound respect, but even Samuel, who had just been bested, along with his followers, found their disdain and aloofness towards him dissipating. Chapter 13. Indulging in sweets aids dopamine secretion. Why did you not mention this earlier? Samir's demeanor instantly shifted. I knew that hat would not fail, for a wizard of your caliber must undoubtedly be of pure blood. Upon noticing Lewis's ambiguous smile, Samir's heart raced, and he quickly corrected himself. If it were you, even if you hailed from a muggle lineage, you would surely be exceptional. Enough of that. Lewis chuckled softly. Within 3 days, compose a 500-word reflection and submit it to me, along with your entourage and Marcus. Do you understand? Yes. Samir replied repeatedly, but after a moment's thought, he mustered the courage to inquire. Mr. Mountbatten, what exactly is a reflection? I am under no obligation to enlighten you. Just know that if I am dissatisfied, certain matters may not conclude favorably. Lewis tapped his shoulder with his wand, leaving a perplexed Samir to depart. Samir stood frozen for a moment, jolted awake by a sharp pain in his abdomen, and hastily called his companions to rush to the infirmary. Neither he nor his followers harbored thoughts of defying Lewis. Just as there were murmurs in the crowd about how many adult wizards struggled to cast the shield charm, it was indeed bizarre for a first-year student to silently perform it, akin to a child just entering elementary school effortlessly solving advanced math problems. Imagine facing a peer capable of tackling second-grade mathematics. One might still entertain a sense of competition. However, encountering such an anomaly, it seemed wisest to revere him as a deity. This was the reality. Moreover, Lewis hailed from a pureblood family with parents who graduated from Durmstrang, and the Slytherin snakes were well aware that pureblood families possessed esoteric spells. As for Durmstrang, its reputation was far from stellar. and no one wished to invite unknown curses upon themselves. Why did he not reveal his pure blood status from the outset? Forsooth, he is a duke, a figure of considerable prowess. To capitulate so readily would be rather disgraceful. Furthermore, even if he did confess, who would necessarily believe him? With his formidable strength surpassing that of the top student in the academy, classmates would naturally think he had no need to deceive them. After winding through the corridors for over an hour, Lewis finally ascended to the 8th floor. Yet, an unexpected figure stood before him. "Ah, good evening, Professor Dumbledore." Lewis felt a twinge of guilt, given his nocturnal escapades. "Ah, the joys of youth." Dumbledore mischievously winked at him. "When I was your age, I too enjoyed wandering about at night." Lewis hesitated. "Yet you do not appear to be of my age now." Dumbledore paused. He produced a cluster of candies from his pocket, waving them before Lewis. "Care to try? This is a new product from the Honey Duke, though it resembles a cockroach. It is quite delectable and sweet." As he spoke, he plucked one of the candies and tossed it into his mouth. For a fleeting moment, Lewis thought he should not refer to him as Old Bee, but rather as Old White-Footed Spider. "Your symptoms suggest a likely case of diabetes," Lewis stated with conviction. "You should cease consuming sweets at once and seek a thorough medical examination." Dumbledore nearly choked on the candy at Lewis's remark. "Thank you for your concern. May I call you Lewis?" "Certainly, Professor. I prefer to be addressed as Professor Dumbledore." Out of nowhere, Dumbledore conjured a paper bag filled with an assortment of candies. "I have read the works of Muggles, and science claims that consuming sweets aids in dopamine secretion, enhancing happiness. Is it not a tad unorthodox for a wizard to delve into science, my dear headmaster? Following a minor disagreement with classmates, one tends to feel rather down. Here, if you do not mind the gesture of an old man." He thrust the bag of candies into Lewis's arms, raised his hand, and with a playful grin, said, "Good night." Lewis shook his head, puzzled by Dumbledore's intentions. He chose not to ponder further and strode directly into the room of requirement. After all, this school held no secrets for Dumbledore, and Lewis had no intention of avoiding him. Standing at the entrance, he reached into the paper bag and extracted a candy. Glancing at it under the moonlight, the label read Sherbet Lemon. Indeed, a lemon sherbet. In previous translations, many mistakenly referred to it as chilled lemon juice. Yes, it is the password to the Hogwarts headmaster's office, which should actually be lemon sherbet. In many languages, including the Portuguese and Danish versions, it has been translated as lemon juice, which cannot solely be attributed to Sirius's translation errors. When someone accompanies you in misfortune, the burden feels lighter. This is not to absolve blame, but perhaps to say, to lighten the shade? He unwrapped the sugary coating and tossed the candy into his mouth, allowing the lemon flavor to burst forth. It was slightly tart, yet predominantly sweet, a sensation Lewis relished. To his delight, he discovered it was a soft candy with a delightful tangy center that crackled in his mouth, a peculiar sensation akin to having popping candies, yet less intense. In any case, the taste was exquisite. Constantly drinking water had become somewhat bland. Regardless of Dumbledore's intentions, he had inadvertently rendered him a great service, as he had not thought to accompany his hydration with a treat throughout the past month. After practicing for a while, he found the experience rather tedious. Unlike the shield charm, which continued to yield proficiency points even at level 3, the disarming charm ceased to provide experience from training dummies thereafter. Truly, the upperclassmen of Slytherin were quite lacking. Lewis toyed with his wand, murmuring, "Harry and the others are not quite strong enough." Finding someone to practice spells with has proven elusive. Just as he wallowed in his thoughts, a sharp command pierced the air. "Expelliarmus." Almost instinctively, Lewis cast the shield charm towards the source of the voice. "You have gained 50 proficiency points in the shield charm." Startled, Lewis turned towards the voice, and upon recognizing its owner, he was utterly astonished. Chapter 14. The Fawn and the Venomous Serpent. Could she really be the senior aboard the train? It must be said that this was the first instance in which Lewis had beheld the senior's true visage, and her breathtaking beauty left him momentarily stunned. With his keen eyes, he noted a distinctive beauty mark on her delicate face, yet such a flaw could not overshadow her radiance. She was the most exquisite woman he had encountered in 2 lifetimes. However, her demeanor was somewhat frosty. His momentary daze stemmed solely from the astonishment of recognizing the identity of the voice's owner, rather than from any infatuated gaze. "Senior, what brings you here?" In response, a crimson spell was cast. He realized that the incantation she had just uttered seemed merely to serve as a reminder. Without further thought, he recited the ironclad charm to deflect her magic, gaining another 50 points in proficiency. Logically, evading the spell would have been the simplest option, But Lewis, eager to practice the ironclad charm, felt compelled to take a risk. Thus, he found himself embroiled in a fierce battle. The senior unleashed spells with abandon, not only red, but also purple, white, and black, the tempo increasing with each moment. Lewis fought valiantly, struggling for those precious proficiency points, but ultimately, he miscalculated and suddenly felt as if he were suspended upside down. Is there a tradition among Slytherin to hang people upside down, you scoundrel? From Lewis's inverted perspective, the senior approached him step by step. Clearly, evading the spell would have been the wisest choice, yet he had opted for the most foolish course of action. Her eyes brimmed with pity, as if observing a dim-witted giant. Look at you now, like a fawn caught in a trap. Lewis thought to himself, this is too much. The senior's tongue is rather sharp, isn't it? Struck dumb, are you? Did I guess correctly? She tilted her head, her light green eyes shimmering with an inexplicable light. Could it be that you are a reverse animagus, transformed into a fawn? At this, Lewis noticed her dramatically covering her mouth with a dainty hand clad in white lace gloves, her starry eyes wide with exaggerated disbelief. Why does such a beautiful girl have to speak so? Lewis pondered, perplexed. Liber Corpus, the spell that unbinds. She waved her wand, delight radiating from her voice. Lewis fell to the ground with a thud. Senior, how is it that you are here? The room of requirement has always been my practice ground for spells. Rather, why have you been shadowing me? The sorting, meals, and even at night, does the fawn possess such keen senses that it could locate the room of requirement? Danger flickered in her eyes. But what is a moose? Lewis decided to feign ignorance regarding her jibe. Dear. What? Lewis initially thought she was affectionately calling him dear, but quickly realized she referred to another term for a fawn. He chose to play the fool. Dear. The senior narrowed her elongated eyes, her tone growing icy. What? Dear. Dr. This time she enunciated the letters through clenched teeth. What? WCHT? Lewis feigned innocence, his expression adorably clueless. Do you have some sort of affliction? The senior appeared to be on the verge of losing her composure. That question should be directed at me. My dear senior. Lewis emphasized the term dear, adding, it seems we only just met, and you call me dear. By the way, the spelling of dear is dar. In response, a dark purple curse, evidently malevolent, was hurled at him. The senior was genuinely angered this time. Lewis steeled himself, no longer charging headlong into danger, but instead evading as best he could. Eventually, after 5 minutes of perseverance, his magic energy depleted. He found himself once again suspended from the ceiling by the senior's spell. Are you truly foolish, or merely pretending? Her voice was frigid. Or do you wish to experience the taste of mucus? Your name? The senior stated succinctly. Louis Mountbatten. He dutifully divulged his name. And you, senior? Catherine Vorey. Her tone was laced with pride. Remember my name, little fawn. You may call me Miss Vorey. Very well, Miss Vorey. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Despite being suspended, Lewis extended his hand, casting an Eye of Recognition spell. Catherine Vorey, with a golden dragon emblem beside her name. Level? Wizard magic energy. Talents, spell casting, 10, potion making, 10, transfiguration, 10, dark arts, 10, defense against the dark arts, 18, flying, 1, herbology, 4. Known spells, ironclad charm, level 8, disarm, level 8, liber corpus, level 5. The latter was lined with enigmatic question marks. No wonder mastering a single disarm spell could yield such a surge in proficiency. At the bottom was a small note. The opponent's level is too high to view completely. Catherine hesitated for a moment, but ultimately grasped Lewis's hand. Could you let me down now? He endured the pain as he stood and brushed the dust from his clothes, conjuring a pouch of water to sip. I am not a circus animal trainer, little fawn. Catherine's tone was standoffish. Perhaps you should consult the care of magical creatures professor. I apologize. I forgot you are still a first-year student and do not yet have that course. Her charming face displayed a semblance of regret, yet her green eyes sparkled with mischief, as if she were truly toying with an unworldly fawn. Lewis felt somewhat rattled. He had never encountered such a wickedly playful woman in either of his lives. He endured, for the allure of such high proficiency was worth the torment. As a young fawn, how could he possibly contend with a senior as venomous as she? Lewis feigned shyness, saying, it is no disgrace to be bested by you. After all, even Eve could not withstand. Ironclad charm. After failing to cast Liber Corpus, Catherine made no further attempt, her initial annoyance dissipating as she inquired leisurely, do you intend to provoke me to practice your spells? Lewis, undeterred by her insight into his intentions, nodded earnestly. You are indeed clever, senior. Catherine seized Lewis by the collar, pulling him close. Her light green eyes were tranquil as still waters, unwaveringly locked onto his. Lewis, at the tender age of 11, barely exceeded 5 feet. While the senior towered over him by a head, he could only gaze up at her elevated stature. Just as she was about to speak, he interjected. Has anyone ever told you that your eyes resemble freshly pickled toads? Chapter 15. Animal companions. Catherine realized she had been utterly mistaken. She believed her eloquence, honed by her mother's teachings over the years, was unparalleled. Yet, it appeared that the sharp tongue of the junior before her was equally formidable. The previously endearing qualities of diligence and brilliance in this junior began to shine through, perhaps due to a twisted sense of camaraderie among kindred spirits. It seemed that even amidst their barbed exchanges, there existed a certain attraction. However, any fondness she felt was merely that of a mentor supporting a protege, devoid of romantic inclinations. Unbeknownst to Lewis, who was unaware of Catherine's thoughts, he might have mused that his next life in Dota would not merely be a matter of gaming prowess, as all skilled players were seasoned veterans of the arcane arts. You are too weak, Catherine stated flatly, her tone betraying no emotion. Only when you can cast any spell without a wand will you be worthy of being my target. Lewis yearned to retort, but found himself speechless, finally conceding, it's a deal. He reminded her, without a wand, mind you. Could you perhaps invite me when you visit the request fulfillment house each day? Lewis's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling embarrassed. Why? Catherine arched an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, it's nothing. I merely thought it would be nice to go together, he stammered. If you do not explain your reasoning, I shall not consent to this arrangement. I. Gathering his resolve, Lewis finally admitted, I have a terrible sense of direction. So, the lost little deer had emerged. A glimmer of amusement ignited in Catherine's eyes as she nodded in agreement. Very well, but you must promise me something in return. What is it? He inquired. I haven't decided yet. I shall inform you when I do. Catherine thought to herself, ultimately, I have misallocated my affections. I considered you a junior. Yet you treat me as though I were a map. Before bed, Lewis checked his skill panel and was astonished to find that his proficiency in the iron armor spell had skyrocketed to 5,850 10,000. This revelation only solidified his intention to benefit from Catherine's expertise. The following morning, they convened punctually in the Hogwarts Great Hall. Before him, Ron wielded chicken legs as if they were weapons, while Neville matched his fervor, devouring his meal as though he had fasted overnight. As Lewis nibbled on a croissant, a familiar voice pierced his ears. Let me see who this is. Oh, it's the lost little deer. Catherine's voice was melodious, yet her words were sharp, embodying a perfect contradiction. Are you dining with your animal companions? Let me have a look. There's the Weasley family's red-haired squirrel, the Potter family's four-eyed frog, and the Longbottom's sniveling little pig. It seems, this is your gathering of small creatures? Ron had long heard of the notorious reputation of the Weasley family's eldest daughter and dared not counter her. The same went for Longbottom, and as for Harry, if he were capable, he would have dealt with Dudley ages ago. Draco, seated opposite Lewis, wore a smirk of delight, reveling in the unfolding drama. However, Catherine's next remark shattered his facade. Oh, I almost forgot this delightful surprise. Behold, the Malfoy family's foolish ferret. Draco's expression morphed into one of embarrassment and fury. His glare aimed at Ron, but he could only suppress his ire out of fear of Catherine, appearing utterly pitiable. Is the venomous senior finally going to make a move against us small creatures? Lewis feigned trembling as he inched closer to Harry, who genuinely appeared concerned. Tightening his grip around Lewis, Catherine snorted softly and sat beside Lewis, leaving a space between them. The little companions regarded Lewis with a mixture of awe and embarrassment, as if to say, let us eat. We must eat quickly, we still need to practice our spells. Yet, Lewis quickly abandoned this notion. Realizing his companions were woefully inept, Draco included, as none could conjure any coherent spells. Eager to extract some knowledge from his little friends, he began to tirelessly instruct them in basic spells. As they struggled with straightforward incantations like Alohomora and the Levitation Charm, it became evident to Lewis that they lacked the aptitude for such formal magic. He swiftly adjusted his teaching approach. As anticipated, they took to the more mischievous spells, like the Tickling Charm and the Slug Vomiting Charm. Like ducks to water, their enthusiasm palpable. Indeed, interest is the finest teacher. For young wizards of their age, the allure of playful hexes far outweighed the drudgery of serious incantations. Especially Harry, who began to eye Draco with mischievous intent, ready to unleash chaos at Lewis's command. Lewis instinctively activated his eye of identification on each of his three companions. Harry Potter, Silver Dragon insignia on the left, level 1 wizard talents, charms, 7, potions, 10, transfiguration, 7, dark arts, 10, defense against the dark arts, 10, flying, 15, herbology, 5, divination, 6. Ronald Weasley level 1 wizard talents, charms, 8, potions, 7, transfiguration, 6, dark arts, 9, defense against the dark arts, 9, flying, 7, herbology, 3, divination, 3. Draco Malfoy level 1 wizard talents, charms, 7, potions, 7, transfiguration, 7, dark arts, 10, defense against the dark arts, 7, flying, 8, herbology, 6, divination, 7. No wonder. Lewis mused, noting that none of them had low aptitude for dark arts. Ron, in particular, possessed high potential across the board. Yet his appetite clearly surpassed his thirst for magical knowledge. After a morning of practice, Lewis had amassed 100 proficiency points in the Iron Armor spell thanks to his 3 companions. To his astonishment, each of their mischievous spells had advanced to level 3, leaving him perplexed as to how they achieved such rapid progress. Chapter 16. Gryffindor jokes, given the rather rudimentary knowledge of herbalism possessed by Lewis, who could hardly distinguish between celery and coriander, he did not earn any extra points in class. In contrast, the ever-enthusiastic Miss Hermione tirelessly contributed to Gryffindor's score, eliciting a scowl from the envious Draco. The inability to differentiate between coriander and celery was merely a jest. The true challenge of herbalism lay not in identification, but in the cultivation of magical plants. Excellent spell. 5 points to Slytherin, exclaimed Professor Flitwick, who was perched atop a pile of books, bouncing about animatedly. The history of magic class was exceedingly dull, thanks to Professor Bin's monotonous recitation, which rendered the entire class drowsy, reminiscent of Lewis's own middle school math teacher from a past life. His deskmate had once exaggeratedly claimed that the moment the teacher bent down to retrieve a piece of chalk, half the class had succumbed to slumber. Lewis, however, did not merely doze off during history of magic. He boldly fell asleep, having deemed the subject a mere pastime, akin to the historical tomes he would leave beside the toilet in his previous existence. Rather than endure Professor Bin's droning, he preferred to seize the opportunity for a refreshing nap. "Excuse me, Professor Binns?" he thought, not entirely blaming him, for even the diligent Hermione appeared to be battling drowsiness. At the end of class, Lewis was informed that Professor Snape awaited him in his office. "Oh, look who it is. Isn't this the esteemed figure from Slytherin?" Snape remarked without lifting his gaze as Lewis stepped into his office. "I am no esteemed figure, Professor Snape," Lewis retorted with a balanced demeanor. "You are quite humble, Mr. Mountbatten," Snape replied, his expression inscrutable. "Humility is one of my few virtues. Your insight is commendable, Professor. Madame Pomfrey informed me that the door to Mr. Lestrange's office was inexplicably locked. I presume Mr. Mountbatten will provide me with a reasonable explanation?" Snape's tone was always drawn out, reminiscent of his greasy hair. "Professor, you know me well," Lewis feigned innocence. "How could a person of my integrity cause trouble?" "Indeed, Professor, I am most honest," he answered with an obedient demeanor. "I must say, you have redefined the term honest," Snape remarked, his expression somewhat complicated. "Thank you for the compliment, Professor," Lewis said, his face betraying a hint of embarrassment as his gaze drifted to a glass jar on the shelf containing 2 large eyeballs, which seemed to meet his own gaze, causing the hairs on his arm to stand on end. Snape cleared his throat, expressionless, stating, "You seem to confuse praise with sarcasm." After a pause, he continued, "I hope you will take today's conversation to heart, Mr. Mountbatten. I am not only your potions professor but also the head of Slytherin House." He left the next statement unspoken, confident that someone as astute as Lewis would grasp the implication. "Thank you for your protection, Professor," Lewis sincerely expressed, fully understanding Snape's underlying message. Just as he could pacify the victim of a harmless jest from the previous day, if he overstepped, Snape would not be able to shield him. "I expected you might deduct points from me," he added, attempting to lighten the mood. Snape smirked slightly. "Do you think I am Professor McGonagall?" Upon hearing McGonagall's name, Lewis recalled a joke from his previous life and chuckled. "Professor, I heard a little joke from a Gryffindor student." Snape's eyes reflected curiosity. Professor McGonagall was quite displeased with the Weasley twins' nocturnal escapades, declaring to Percy Weasley, "I shall deduct points from Gryffindor." His keen ears clearly caught the sound of Snape's distinct huff. "Quite humorous. You may leave." Snape's expression seemed slightly off, his cheeks appearing faintly flushed, but the dimness of his office obscured it from Lewis's view. He nodded politely and bid farewell to Snape. As he closed the door, a thunderous cough erupted from within, followed by a resounding bang as Snape slammed his hand upon the desk. "If you're late again, find your own way," came the cold voice of an upperclassman. "Apologies, Worrell. Professor Snape summoned me to his office," Lewis explained truthfully, reluctant to lose the invaluable guide. In the room of requirement, the two parted ways for practice, unaware of what the upperclasswoman was secretly working on as she mysteriously occupied a single room. Through the unreliable crack of the door, a fleeting glimpse of eerie green light flickered. Surely, she wouldn't be practicing the killing curse? Never mind, the upperclasswoman was not to be trifled with. And Lewis decided to disregard her activities, turning his attention to spell instruction, selecting the explosive thunderclap and the fiery inferno spells. As the two skills appeared on the skill tree, a notification chimed in the system. New task discovered. Exploration of the Forbidden Forest. Will you accept? Task objective. Unknown. Suggested level. 10. Task reward. Rune of L, Rune of Ed, Rune of Tyr, choose one. Refusal was not an option. Without a second thought, Lewis promptly accepted. Though he was unaware of the rune's significance, collecting items that could potentially serve as system rewards was too enticing to resist. They could hardly be mundane. Eyeing the door emanating an incessant green glow, Lewis hesitated, pondering whether to invite the upperclasswoman along. But what if she were practicing the killing curse and, in a fit of embarrassment, chose to silence him? Chapter 17. Night Walk. As a distinguished individual, Lewis harbored a certain confidence in his abilities, fully assured of his capacity to accomplish the task independently. In the realm of the renowned Detective Granger, he believed he could easily earn the title of a spirit among serpents. He was equally certain that Professor Snape would undoubtedly be recognized as an oil spirit. Lost in these thoughts, he subconsciously knocked on Catherine's door. A flicker of eerie green flame leapt through the crack, nearly singeing his hair. The door swung open, revealing the pale skin of his senior sister illuminated by the moonlight, appearing exceptionally fair. Her cold gaze traversed Lewis's form, lingering for a moment before she icily stated, "You better provide me with a reasonable explanation." As she spoke, a wisp of ghostly green flame ignited above her fingertip. "Miss Worrell," Lewis replied, standing tall and offering an elegant smile, "please forgive my intrusion. I wish to invite you for a stroll on this tranquil night." Catherine scoffed and made to close the door, but Lewis quickly halted her movement, donning a sincere expression. "Senior sister, would you accompany me to the Forbidden Forest?" "The Forbidden Forest is not your domain, little dear." Catherine's unyielding rejection came forth. "You should understand that such perilous places are not meant for creatures of your kind." Lewis remained silent, producing a pouch of enchanted glacial water to present to her. "Give it a try. As an exchange, I can offer you this magical water." Catherine examined the vintage leather pouch, unscrewed the lid, and took a delicate sip. After a moment, she slowly remarked, "Very well, you have successfully persuaded me." She narrowed her eyes, relishing the swift replenishment of her magic, clearly enjoying the sensation. It appeared that Catherine's nocturnal navigation skills rivaled those of the Weasley twins. She led Lewis, skillfully avoiding the patrolling Filch and his cat, Mrs. Norris, and swiftly locating a secret passage, elegantly exiting Hogwarts Castle. "Do you have any more birch sap?" Catherine licked her lips, her interest piqued. "Birch sap?" Lewis momentarily faltered, unsure of what exactly his senior sister was referring to. What other magical liquid could a little deer like him possibly procure? At a loss for words, he produced another pouch of water for her. "If you desire more, simply ask me again." This time, it was Catherine who found herself momentarily speechless. She narrowed her eyes, realizing that her initial assumption of a single pouch's worth of compensation had been misguided. For the first time, she began to genuinely regard Lewis. However, Catherine had no interest in discovering the source of Lewis's supply. Everyone harbored their own secrets. She did not wish to lose this intriguing little deer, who might also earn the nickname the water cooler. My demands are rather substantial. She decided to test Lewis, oblivious to the ambiguity of her words, which hinted at deeper implications. "Rest assured, I will fulfill any of your needs." Lewis, too, was unaware of the innuendo in his words, yet they reassured Catherine. Most places, at midnight, transform entirely from their daytime selves, and the Forbidden Forest, with its ominous name, was no exception, exuding an atmosphere of dread. Under the night sky, the woods appeared hauntingly spectral. Lewis stood at the forest's edge, hesitating. "Are you afraid?" Catherine's voice drifted to him, timely and teasing. "It is somewhat intimidating, but bearable." He replied, as a man should never show weakness. This journey was no longer merely a task. It had become a matter of pride. Moreover, he considered himself a seasoned proletarian warrior. How could he fear ghosts? As they traversed the eerie path within the forest, the ambience became increasingly sinister. Lewis was uncertain what enchantments had been cast upon the forbidden forest. A strange white mist enveloped the area. The September nights in Scotland were indeed chilly, and even wrapped in his school robe, he felt a shiver. He instinctively tightened his robe around him, seeking warmth. A sudden wolf howl pierced the silence, and he felt a sharp pain in his arm. Turning, he found Catherine's hand gripping him tightly, her hold causing discomfort and wrinkling his robe. "What's wrong?" Lewis inquired, observing the pallor of her face, concern evident in his tone. "Nothing." Catherine's voice retained its usual arrogance, yet Lewis keenly noted her uncharacteristic lack of sharp retorts. "You are scared, Miss Worrell." "Shut up." A faint blush crept onto Catherine's beautiful face. Her grip tightened further, causing Lewis considerable discomfort. At that moment, the system's alert chimed, and the task description updated to locate an evil cave on the outskirts of the forbidden forest. "What is this?" Lewis followed Catherine's pointed finger and spotted a cave-like opening nestled within the underbrush nearby. "It seems to be a cave. Shall I go in and take a look?" "You can wait outside." Lewis had seen the task prompt indicating the need to eliminate dark creatures lurking within the cave, and he was determined to explore it, believing that fortune favored the bold. The suggested level remained at 10. He doubted he would encounter any formidable foes. Catherine regarded him with skepticism, asking, "What do you intend to do in the cave?" "I have always enjoyed adventures and treasure hunting," Lewis fibbed effortlessly, his heart steady. "My years of experience have honed my instincts, and I am certain there are treasures within this cave." He could hardly confess to Catherine that he had a task to clear the cave. She might think him mad. Sometimes, reality is stranger than fiction. You truly are a naive little deer, unafraid of the tiger. You have no idea what lurks within the forbidden forest. Catherine's tone dripped with mockery. Your reckless nature might be better suited for Gryffindor. I cannot fathom why you were sorted into Slytherin. Truth be told, I also wish to join Gryffindor, Lewis shrugged. But the hat deemed I belonged in Slytherin. I am aware of the dangers in the forbidden forest. The Weasley twins have spoken of enormous spiders and, ghosts. As if on cue, a sudden gust of wind blew through, carrying with it a sound that was almost a wail. Forget it. To spare your animal companions any sorrow, let us venture in together. Catherine's tone was resolute, yet her grip on Lewis's arm tightened further. Chapter 18. The Forbidden Forest Cave indeed. There was no necessity for you to accompany me on this perilous venture. Lewis truly wished to spare his senior from involvement. It would be quite unfortunate if they encountered a situation beyond her capacity to handle. Perhaps it was due to the absence of the eerie winds from outside that his senior's tone gradually regained its characteristic sharpness. Please, do not flatter yourself. I merely wish to avoid witnessing the red-haired squirrel and the four-eyed frog mourning over your lifeless body. Oh, and that white weasel as well. At the mention of Draco, a fleeting expression of disdain crossed his senior's face, which Lewis perceptively noted. It appeared that she held a certain aversion towards Draco. With a flickering wand in hand, Lewis advanced deeper into the cave, inquiring as he went. The cave exceeded expectations in spaciousness. After only a few steps, he felt a sense of openness. Unlike the constricted entrance, the cave ceiling was nearly as lofty as that of Hogwarts' Great Hall. Lewis observed that his glowing wand could hardly illuminate the ceiling fully. I detest self-important individuals, and coincidentally, the Malfoy family embodies that trait perfectly. Catherine paused to glance at Lewis. I know what you're thinking. How could a self-important person dislike someone like her, right? I have never held such a notion, senior. Lewis halted, gazing intently at Catherine's visage. I have always believed that your prowess befits your temperament. Then why have you stopped? Without uttering a word, Lewis merely pointed upward. Catherine looked up to see a massive, grotesque spider crawling on the cave's ceiling, its multitude of compound eyes fixated on them, its large mandibles opening and closing with an insatiable hunger. Confringo. Lewis cast the newly learned spell. You have gained 100 points in Blasting Curse proficiency. Blasting Curse level increased by 1. The fiery spell erupted in a flash of red, shattering the wall before the spider. The creature shrieked, and before it could react, another explosive blast sent it teetering precariously. Sometimes I think I'm quite impressive. Look, this spider is about to fall. Lewis exclaimed with excitement. You do realize we are directly beneath it, do you not? Catherine retorted coolly, unleashing a wave of green flames that reduced the spider to mere ashes. You truly waste your abilities. The eight-eyed giant spider has much to offer. Lewis lamented. But this is not an eight-eyed giant spider. It is a giant widow spider. Catherine stated with disdain. If your eyesight were sharper, you would have noticed the large red spots on its back. Oh, now I remember. It's the type of giant spider Ron faced against the boggart. The widow spider's silk is indeed valuable. However, this one has lost its ability to weave webs. Catherine added with a hint of regret. How do you know that? Lewis inquired, adopting a curious tone. This is knowledge, as the great reservoir of wisdom once said. Learning is boundless and profound. Otherwise, we would be met with sticky webs, foolish junior. Lewis had grown accustomed to Catherine's scornful gaze. The cave was home to various magical creatures. Not far behind the spider, a nest of Cornish pixies resided, and they even encountered 2 grindylows. Lewis marveled at the presence of aquatic creatures within a terrestrial cave. After dispatching the grindylows, he pressed onward, scrutinizing the surroundings, intrigued by the dark entity that lay ahead. Lacarnum inflammatory. A faint voice echoed from the depths of the cave. Lewis halted, whispering, "Did you hear that?" Quietus disillusionment. Catherine intoned, "It seems there is something indeed." After completing her incantation, she uncertainly gestured forward. "It appears to be coming from ahead. Let us investigate." With the silencing spells in effect, their movements produced minimal noise. After advancing several paces, a distinct cacophony emerged from around the corner, accompanied by a flickering light seeping through the gap. As they approached, a vivid orange campfire came into view, above which simmered a large cauldron, likely filled with some concoction. Beside the fire danced a group of small red-skinned fairies. These diminutive creatures sported short horns atop their heads, wielding chipped iron knives in one hand and shields in the other, as they engaged in a bizarre dance. Chanting nonsensical lyrics. "What a potent scent of sulfur," Catherine remarked, her brows furrowed. Lewis felt an unsettling sense of familiarity. And suddenly a realization struck him. Isn't that the abyssal demon, a specialty of the Rog camp? What brings it here? This creature was a monster from the game Diablo 2, due to the initial prevalence of the traditional version. Many players mistakenly referred to the abyssal demon as due to the shared character in Chinese. Well, considering that even the water elemental spell from World of Warcraft has made its way into this realm, I wouldn't be surprised by anything else. It is indeed an abyssal demon, a diminutive fiend from the depths of hell, Lewis whispered to Catherine. A cowardly demon. Once you slay one, the rest will flee in terror. Demons can be cowardly? Catherine queried, astonished. It was a perspective she had never encountered before. The common perception of demons remained rooted in cunning, cruelty, and treachery, rarely considering that they could be timid. Indeed, I once came across information regarding such demons in my family's records. To bolster his credibility, Lewis opted to invoke authority. Do you see that demon holding a bone totem? That is the shaman leading this group of abyssal demons. It can cast spells to resurrect them unless you destroy the remains of the slain demons or ensure their complete obliteration. I know what you're thinking, Lewis interrupted Catherine, who seemed eager to engage the foe. If the records are accurate, abyssal demons are immune to all fire damage. Chapter 19. Leaves, did you think I could only conjure flames? Catherine cast a sidelong glance at Lewis. Have you ever seen flames that burn in green? Lewis posed the most piercing question. Catherine paused, lifting her delicate chin, haughtily snorting in response. You handle the abyssal warlock. These 5 abyssal creatures are mine. As Lewis assigned the targets, he reminded Catherine, be cautious. The fireball spell of the abyssal warlock comes swiftly. Catherine, the senior, nodded, and the two moved forward together. Lewis retrieved a glittering crystal sword from his storage space, skillfully twirling it, and, under Catherine's astonished gaze, he held the wand in his left hand and the sword in his right, exuding a certain charm of a dual-practice mage. Expelliarmus. The spell struck the nearest abyssal creature, sending its sword and shield soaring into the air. The creature, bewildered, stared at its empty hands, scratching its head in confusion, uttering, Rakanish? Its final view was of a brilliant white light swirling in the air, and it never comprehended why it could see its own body transformed into a fountain before closing its eyes, witnessing the swift demise of their companion. The remaining abyssal creatures scattered like birds, heedless of the warlock's futile calls. Furious, the warlock brandished his totem, launching a searing orange fireball toward Lewis. Protego. You have gained 5 points in shield charm proficiency. What a pity, only 5 points. Lewis had expected at least 100. Shortly thereafter, the abyssal warlock was obliterated by Catherine's spell. The notification of mission completion chimed with the fall of the last abyssal creature. Lewis contemplated and chose the largest tier rune. Rune of Tier. Embedding this into an item will yield unexpected effects. Unlocks new options in the wish fulfillment chamber. Alternate dimension. Alternate dimension. After clearing the target map, you can solidify the reward target map into the alternate dimension, allowing for infinite challenges. In the alternate dimension, you will not truly die nor receive any real damage. Adventures in the alternate dimension may yield unforeseen gains. Currently unlocked. Forbidden Forest Cave, Level 1. Lewis immediately thought of Harry, Ron, and Draco. This recently cleared Forbidden Forest Cave seemed particularly suitable for young wizards to embark on adventures. What are you dawdling for? Catherine's voice jolted Lewis from his reverie. So, where's the treasure? Her slender eyes narrowed dangerously. Lewis stammered, glancing around until he spotted a chest-like object and pointed. Isn't that it? Let us open it. Catherine shot him a disapproving look, stepping forward with her wand raised, ready for action, but Lewis quickly intervened. Wait. With a puzzled expression. Catherine watched as Lewis struck the chest with his crystal sword. It's safe now. Go ahead. Catherine looked at him as if questioning his sanity. But Lewis was not without reason. What if a treasure guardian from the Dark Realm emerged to ensnare them in a tight embrace? That would be rather awkward. The haul proved satisfactory. 20 gold galleons, a large diamond, and a towel rune, alongside a 2-socket wand that granted a 30 increase in casting speed. Catherine showed little interest in the wand and rune, choosing instead the diamond that appeared to weigh around 20 carats, leaving the rest for Lewis. Holding the wand, a flash of inspiration struck Lewis. He first embedded the newly acquired tier rune, then inserted the Ral rune from his novice gift pack. Indeed, the moment the Ral rune was inserted, the wand seemed to accelerate its growth, sprouting tender green shoots that rapidly transformed into a vibrant green leaf. Leaf, leaves, wand, tier Ral durability, 50-50-30 casting speed, 3 fire skills, 3 flame conjuration, 3 thunderous explosion, 3 warmth, gain 1 mana after each kill. 33 cold resistance, 20 shield charm, defense strength sockets. 2. Lewis gazed at the wand in his hand, a look of relief washing over his face. Indeed, it is you. The rune word, leaf. The achievement notification chimed simultaneously. Forbidden Forest Cave, normal difficulty. 10. Clear the Forbidden Forest Cave, normal difficulty. You know that runes are a form of language. Glorious deed. Successfully created a rune word. Achievement reward, 2 mysterious pet eggs. What is this? Catherine inquired, intrigued by the wand's transformation. It's crafted from runic text. I found the inspiration in our family records. Why not give it a try? Lewis deflected the matter back to his family, knowing no one would delve deeply into it. What if your grandfather asks? That's simple. Just pass it off to Dumbledore. Catherine took the wand Lewis offered, and as soon as she grasped it, a warm current flowed from the wand through her arm, dispelling the chill of the night. Fascinating, she remarked, raising an eyebrow. It seems it also accelerates my mana recovery, though not as quickly as your birch sap. Not just that, Lewis chuckled, elaborating. This wand significantly enhances fire spells, particularly the flame conjuration and thunderous explosion, and it also provides an additional 20 strength to your shield charm. A flicker of disbelief crossed Catherine's eyes as she exclaimed, impossible. How could a wand possess such powers? Why not test it? Lewis replied with a smirk. Catherine waved the wand, unleashing a ghostly green fire dragon. Stop. Stop. You must cease. Lewis urgently interrupted, the dragon turning its gaze toward them, the searing heat causing him to tremble. Catherine flicked the wand, and the fire dragon dissipated into thin air. Seeing her lingering desire for more, Lewis seized her wrist and firmly warned, if you dare cast thunderous explosion in here, I will ensure we both perish. Chapter 20. The weekend in my office, what a foolish dear. The older student gazed at me with a hint of pity. Do you believe my intellect matches yours? I am still young and have no desire to experience the sensation of being buried alive. With that, she reluctantly returned the wand to Lewis. An excellent wand. Dear little dear, she unexpectedly praised, despite her usual sharp tongue. You should keep it. It seems you need this wand more than I do. Lewis pushed the wand back towards the older student. The system rated the wand with a 20 enhancement, and since Lewis had little interest in fire spells, he intended to do her a favor. Establishing good rapport would allow him to make more audacious requests in the future, perhaps. Hehehe. The older student stared at him, momentarily taken aback, incredulity written on her face. Are you saying you wish to give it to me? Have you lost your mind, Mountbatten? You may not fully comprehend the value of this wand. Even the little deer ceased her protests. Fear not. No one understands the worth of this wand better than I, Lewis replied, spreading his arms in a classic gesture. I may trouble you for nighttime excursions again. Consider it a reward. He spoke with a light-hearted tone. Catherine regarded Lewis intently for a moment before softly saying, Thank you. I must admit, I find it a bit unsettling when you are not being sharp-tongued. I rather prefer your Haughty demeanor. Please return to that. The cold tip of the wand pressed against his chin. Tonight, we feast on venison. The older student's eyes glimmered with a dangerous light. Lewis wisely fell silent. The instructions indicated that it would still be 2 days before hatching. Good things come to those who wait, he thought, drifting into a pleasant slumber. The damp room, reeking of mildew, constituted the first impression of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class for the young students. Heavy curtains completely obstructed the midday sun. And coupled with the bizarre array of potted plants, the entire space exuded a peculiar aura, leaving the bewildered young wizards feeling as if they had traversed into another realm. When Professor Quirrell, swathed in a large turban, entered, the atmosphere worsened. The overwhelming scent of garlic permeated the air, causing the students to roll their eyes in dismay. Professor Quirrell appeared harmless, exuding a certain naivety and a hint of shyness, even when faced with far younger wizards, making him seem quite nervous. He stammered through greetings while adjusting his turban. Draco, seated beside Lewis, whispered disdainfully, "Can you believe they appointed someone like this to teach defense against the dark arts? If my father found out, he would demand the board dismiss him." "Indeed," Lewis replied, nodding in agreement, though his discontent differed entirely from Draco's. If Professor Quirrell were merely incompetent, that would be tolerable. After all, one could simply self-study. After a lengthy self-introduction, Professor Quirrell stammered, "Students, who knows what defense against the dark arts is?" Silence enveloped the classroom, save for Hermione, who eagerly raised her hand. Lewis, however, preferred not to draw attention to himself, particularly not in front of Professor Quirrell. After all, one could never be too cautious with Voldemort lurking about. The spells used to protect oneself from dark magic and some offensive spells with counter curses are collectively known as defense against the dark arts. Who knows? Knows what spells fall under defense against the dark arts? Protego, Draco proudly interjected, glancing at Lewis with a sense of pride. Lewis felt a pang of alarm. "Shut your mouth, you fool." Anger surged within him, contemplating whether to cast a silencing charm on Draco, but Draco was quicker, boasting, "My roommate, Lewis, can cast the shield charm silently." His expression was clear. "My brother Lewis embodies the essence of a great wizard." Lewis felt darkness cloud his vision. Murphy's law rings true. "My friend, you truly are a wonderful ally, Draco." He clenched his teeth in frustration, but maintained a smile. He silently vowed to add a little spice to Draco's adventure in the Forbidden Forest. "Oh, Professor Quirrell is intrigued, Mr. Lewis. Would you be so kind as to demonstrate your remarkable talent?" Lewis sighed. There was no escaping this predicament, so he might as well take advantage of Professor Quirrell's interest. "Please cast a charm on me, Professor." "Very well." Professor Quirrell retrieved his wand. You must be prepared. I am about to begin." "Bring it on." Lewis readied himself for battle. "Disarm." A scarlet beam shot forth from Professor Quirrell's wand. Lewis, refusing to take chances, raised his arm and conjured a blue shield to deflect the disarming spell. "You have gained 1,000 points in proficiency for the shield charm." Lewis slowly dropped his jaw. After 11 years without uttering a curse word, he found himself inexplicably thinking, "What the hell?" This was undoubtedly Voldemort temporarily taking control. Professor Quirrell, or rather, Voldemort, cast a meaningful glance at Lewis. "Excellent performance," he remarked, no longer stuttering, a smile gracing his face as he looked at Lewis. "Please come to my office this Sunday evening, Mr. Mountbatten. I wish to guide you in your defense against the dark arts studies." The classroom erupted in murmurs. Hermione gazed at Lewis with a look of intense envy, seemingly wishing to take his place and seek private instruction from Professor Quirrell. If she only knew who was truly guiding the spells, her enthusiasm might wane. Could I possibly decline, Professor?" Lewis asked awkwardly. "Such a promising talent as yours deserves the utmost guidance and defense against the dark arts. To neglect your potential would be a grave injustice, Mr. Mountbatten." Professor Quirrell was unwavering in his conviction. Chapter 21. An extremely detrimental influence. Lewis meandered into the dining hall in a daze, utterly oblivious to the remaining content of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, which seemed to enter through one ear and exit through the other. As he sat at the table, absent-mindedly spearing at some leaves of vegetables, his thoughts had long drifted to the small feast on Sunday night. Hey, Lewis, brother. Wake up," came the concerned voices of Harry and Ron. "Oh, Lewis finally realized that it was mealtime. "What's wrong with you? You've been like this since you left class," Harry asked, his brow furrowed with concern. "It's just that I really don't want to attend Professor Quirrell's tutoring session." A dream had faded for Lewis. The notion of attending an after-class session with the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor was supposed to be thrilling. Ron's face lit up with enthusiasm as he exclaimed, "Just think about it. Professor Quirrell is a man who has battled vampires. His skills must be extraordinary. You should be excited, Lewis." Lewis shot Ron a disdainful glance. Cetacuosis, Philosophus Mansisis. Ron looked between Harry and Lewis. Confusion etched on his face. "What are you talking about?" A cute voice chimed in just then. "If you would be quiet, you might appear more intelligent." It was Hermione Granger. "It's you?" Ron grumbled, visibly annoyed. "Damn it, why are you so rude?" "That's a translation of something Lord Mountbatten said." Hermione rolled her eyes. He was speaking in Latin, an ancient language. Unbelievable. Ron resumed his habitual quip. "Lewis, you actually understand ancient languages?" Harry chuckled softly at the exchange. "What is so funny?" Ron asked, puzzled. "Nothing." Harry stifled a laugh, reflecting on Ron's contrasting attitudes towards Hermione and Lewis, and chuckled again. "It's just a language. Doesn't this Miss Granger understand it as well?" Lewis smiled and nodded towards Hermione. "Good afternoon, Miss Granger." "Why, hello, Your Highness," Hermione stammered, her earlier composure evaporating into nervousness. Coming from a middle-class Muggle background, she was acutely aware of Lewis's status. "I hope you won't hold it against me for being forward." "Of course not," Lewis replied warmly with a gentle smile. "Please, call me Lewis. We are all classmates here at Hogwarts." He extended his hand, and Hermione took it. Their hands touched briefly before parting, and Lewis spoke kindly. "I hope we can become friends, you clever Gryffindor girl." Lewis, Hermione felt somewhat awkward. "I'm honored to be your friend." What could she possibly contribute? Ron, clutching chicken legs, wore an expression of distaste. Hermione rolled her eyes and ignored him. "Ah, has your little animal circle welcomed a new companion?" Came a voice from behind Lewis. A beaver? Quite fitting for your little animal circle." The senior student still wore her perpetual white lace gloves. "I am not a beaver." Hermione exploded, standing up and indignantly retorting. Ron quickly tugged at her sleeve, whispering, "You don't want to anger her. She is the toughest senior in all of Hogwarts. Just let her call you a beaver. It won't cost you anything." He left unsaid the thought that her actions could eventually cost her something. Regardless of the teasing, Ron was still protective of Hermione when it mattered. "Look. The little beaver is actually angry." Catherine's emerald eyes gleamed coldly. "I am not a little beaver." Hermione was infuriated, biting her lips so hard it turned pale. Tears shimmering in her eyes, on the verge of spilling over. Lewis set down his utensils and earnestly intervened. "All right, Catherine, perhaps you should refrain from saying more. Follow me. I have something to discuss with you." "Oh, is our dear student reluctant to part with his beaver lady?" Catherine persisted. But she still trailed behind Lewis as they exited the hall. "Bullying. She is truly a bully." Hermione lamented to Ron and Harry, tears swirling in her eyes. "Levi Corpus. Protego." Catherine's spells were effortlessly countered by Lewis, who had been prepared, his indifferent gaze sweeping over Catherine with evident displeasure. "Enough, Miss Waller." Lewis frowned at the senior, genuinely astonished that Catherine would dare cast dark spells on a classmate in the Great Hall. Professor McGonagall stormed over, her fierce gaze fixed on Catherine, her lips moving in agitation. After a moment, she admonished sternly, "This influence is utterly detrimental. Miss Waller, due to your actions, Slytherin will lose 50 points. The Slytherins erupted in a frenzy, akin to disturbing a hornet's nest. Hermione collapsed into her seat, utterly terrified, her hands covering her face as she sobbed uncontrollably, tears streaming down freely. Ron gently patted her shoulder, offering quiet comfort. Catherine smirked coldly before turning to the opposite side of the hall, where the whispers of the little snakes fell silent at her approach. Lewis sat beside Hermione, pondering how to console her for a long while, finally managing to say, "I'm sorry, Hermione." "It's all right. This isn't your fault, Lewis," Hermione sniffled, turning to comfort him. "You are also a victim. There's no need to be so hard on yourself. My friend has a terrible temperament. It took courage for you to stand up to her. Many older students wouldn't dare." In his straightforward manner, Lewis reassured her, but in truth, she possesses a cold exterior yet a warm heart at this point. Lewis chuckled at his own words. To say that is rather absurd. Even if she has a warm heart, it is no excuse for treating others this way. He winked. "How about we practice some spells together? You might find the day when you can exact your revenge. Just imagine using Levi Corpus to hang that wicked woman upside down." Chapter 22. The self-cultivation of a cat. A serene and dreamy expression graced Hermione's delicate face, only for her to swiftly come to her senses. "Don't be like this, Lewis. Do you hold me in too high regard?" Hermione found it utterly unfathomable that she might one day vanquish the Dark Lord. Beside her, Harry and Ron nodded vigorously. affirming that even mortals have their moments of triumph. Lewis winked playfully, who knows? Perhaps one day you shall indeed overcome her. Encouraged by his words, Hermione perked up, forgoing her afternoon nap after lunch, and eagerly urged Lewis and the others to join her in practicing spells. Hermione Granger, with a golden dragon emblem beside her, talents, charms, 10, potions, 10, transfiguration, 10, dark arts, 10, defense against the dark arts, 10, flying, 1, herbology, 10, divination, 2. Indeed, she was a prodigy. Lewis marveled at Hermione's attributes, unable to contain his admiration. Although she might not possess Harry's exceptional gifts, she was undeniably a rare talent among many. While Harry, Ron, and Malfoy struggled to cast curses, providing Lewis with a mere proficiency of 1 in protective spells. Hermione's practice swiftly elevated her skill from 1 to 5, much to his astonishment. Before returning, Lewis made a special trip to the Hogwarts kitchen. After politely inquiring if they could assist him in delivering tea to the 8th floor, several jubilant house elves eagerly took up the task, not wishing to refuse their kindness. Lewis assigned them various tasks, such as brewing tea and preparing scones and cookies. With a graceful bow of thanks, he departed from the kitchen, leaving behind the excited gazes of the house elves. Master Lewis truly is. One house elf named Aslo wiped away tears as he gazed at Lewis's retreating figure. He even thanks us little elves. The other elves nodded in agreement, and at Aslo's command, they busily set to work. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, he found his senior waiting for him. However, tonight, her fair face was clouded, and she seemed disinclined to speak. Upon seeing Lewis enter, she stood up and walked out. Lewis quickly followed her. What's the matter? Not seeking your gentle and kind Miss Beaver, but instead coming here to seek reprimand? She asked icily in the room of requirement. The case was clear. The senior's snarky tone was undoubtedly a legacy of Lindayu. Why do you think I would seek out Hermione? Lewis raised an eyebrow. Who doesn't adore a gentle girl? Especially one with a fluffy head of hair? Catherine's tone was as sharp as ever. Like me, Lewis replied, settling comfortably into a chair. He gently tapped the table, and in an instant, house elves filled it with red tea and pastries. After quietly thanking the elves, he looked up and asked, May I inquire what your preference is, senior? Is red tea sufficient? Catherine pondered for a moment before gracefully sitting down on the other side of the tea table. This was the charm of the room of requirement, where one could acquire anything, provided it existed in this world. Truth be told, I do not favor gentle girls. Lewis sipped his tea, imparting the life wisdom his mentor had shared with him. Gentle girls tend to be gentle with everyone, leading me to mistakenly believe their kindness is exclusive to me, which then fills me with unwarranted pride, ultimately resulting in discord. This is why I cannot bring myself to admire gentle girls. Catherine pursed her lips, evidently unconvinced. Yet, the hand that had been clutching the hem of her skirt loosened, inadvertently revealing her inner thoughts. The school has regulations against casting curses on classmates, especially in the Great Hall. You intended to use the hanging charm on Miss Granger in front of so many teachers. Naturally, I must intervene. Lewis, devoid of moral scruples, continued to explain nonchalantly, Of course, I wouldn't say that as my friend. Please refrain from that, for I personally wouldn't mind if you hung her up, provided the teachers do not witness it. I know you are indifferent to your peers' opinions, but Lewis paused, fixing his sincere gaze upon Catherine's eyes. You are my best friend at Hogwarts, and I wish to prevent any prejudice against you from the teachers. A proud girl like Catherine was, without a doubt, a bit of a softie. You merely had to stroke her ego to see the results. The ice in her eyes showed signs of thawing as she sipped her tea, attempting to hide her slightly flushed cheeks behind the rising steam. Friends, huh? How corny. Lewis sighed in relief. This hurdle had been cleared. To be fair, both sides had their merits, yet Lewis was keenly aware that he needed to maintain his rapport with Catherine. He certainly did not wish to incite her ire, for losing her goodwill would mean losing both a valuable ally and a living map of the school. Lost in thought, Catherine stepped out of the small room, handing him an old notebook. This book belongs to the Half-Blood Prince. Lewis furrowed his brow. Who is so juvenile? Oh, he suddenly recalled. This was the notebook Harry had inadvertently discovered in the 6th book. It belonged to Snape. Well, that was a relief. I stumbled upon it by chance, and I am well acquainted with its contents. Now, it is yours, Catherine said, her tone bright and cheerful. Thank you, Lewis replied sincerely, grateful for the assistance. He opened the notebook, eager to locate the Sectum Semper spell. After a thorough search, he finally found it. It had to be said, Snape's adolescent self was quite the glitch. On the page containing the spell was a note declaring it a merciless, cold, and formidable curse, particularly suited for Potter's loathsome visage. It seemed he could not resist taking a jab at James. Lewis held no interest in the dynamics of their school years, nor did he wish to argue over it. After all, Rowling had already defined it. However, to Minnie, Rowling was merely an author. What did she understand about Harry Potter? Engaging in debates online about right and wrong meant you had already lost. He discarded the note, drew his wand, and pointed it at the training dummy, uttering the incantation, Sectum Sempra. There were no dazzling effects, nor were there any awe-inspiring lights. The dummy was instantaneously shredded into pieces. Congratulations, you have learned the spell, Sectum Sempra. Due to your dark arts proficiency, the spell has upgraded to level 8. Sectum Sempra, current level 8, 50,000, required mana, 6 casting range, 60 yards casting time, 0. 2 seconds skill description, a blade of magical energy that slices the target, causing irreversible harm, except to the caster. Achievements obtained, Transcendent Skill, 30, practiced a spell to level 5 or above, achieved. Practiced a spell to level 6 or above, achieved. Practiced a spell to level 7 or above, achieved. Practiced a spell to level 8 or above, achieved. Achievement reward, Binding Curse, level 1, Binding Curse, current level 1, 1000. Required mana, 200 casting range, 1 yard casting time, 10 seconds skill description, permanently weakens the target's skill level. Every 2 seconds of casting time reduces 1 skill level, can only be broken by the caster, and can only be used on extremely weakened targets. Lewis was left speechless. What a useless skill. Chapter 23. Dumbledore's Commission. However, the sudden surge of power was unexpected for Lewis, as he found himself wielding an 8th level spell. The Killing Curse. He had always known of his formidable talent in dark magic, but he had never anticipated it would manifest in such an extraordinary manner. A ruthless thought crossed his mind. Should he perhaps learn the unforgivable curses? Yet, this notion was swiftly dismissed. As the two completed their spell practice and stepped out of the room of requirement, they encountered Dumbledore, who stood at the entrance with his sleeves gathered, seemingly awaiting their arrival. Professor, they greeted in unison. Youth is indeed a wonderful thing, Dumbledore mused with a distant gaze. Though it seems rather premature for individuals of your age to be entangled in matters of romance. Catherine's cheeks flushed crimson as her eyes darted away. Lewis, however, remained unfazed and directly inquired, Professor, why are you still awake at this hour? If you weren't roused from slumber, then it must be due to some pressing matter. Dumbledore paused, momentarily taken aback, then cleared his throat before responding, It is rare to encounter such diligent young individuals as yourselves. If only more of your peers shared your fervor. You seem to have more than mere nostalgia on your mind, Lewis ventured, attempting to pierce through Dumbledore's enigmatic demeanor. With a leisurely motion, Dumbledore extracted a lemon drop from Lewis's pocket, unhurriedly unwrapping it and savoring the candy's sweet, citrus aroma. After a moment of indulgence, he gradually articulated, There is a matter that requires your assistance, Lewis, your inept headmaster, seek your counsel. Lewis raised an eyebrow. What is it? I have long wished for my students to engage passionately in their studies, yet the results have been rather lackluster. I seek your insights. Having experienced the Muggle educational system firsthand, Dumbledore blinked. I comprehend the importance of balancing work and rest, yet it appears our students have become excessively relaxed. Had you mentioned it sooner, I would not have assumed it to be a grave issue, Lewis chuckled. I possess numerous strategies. Having toiled extensively in his previous life, Lewis had evidently transformed into a skilled practitioner. Let us proceed with that arrangement then, Dumbledore replied, a playful smile gracing his features. Let us hope you do not come to regret this, Lewis remarked ominously. Dumbledore contemplated briefly, but was interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. Oh, it seems Mr. Filch is arriving. I suspect you may encounter some minor troubles. Good night. With that, Dumbledore made a hasty exit. Lewis patted the still-flushed Catherine on the shoulder, warning. Do not blame me for not forewarning you. Filch is on his way. Lewis resolved to enlighten the ungrateful old Dumbledore. Harry, as expected, was dutiful and obedient. He had adhered to Lewis's advice, diligently preparing for his potions class the previous night. During breakfast, Lewis even assessed his study progress, which yielded commendable results. Draco, on the other hand, appeared to be in a peculiar mood, his countenance contorted in displeasure, though it was unclear what had caused his discontent. As mealtime concluded, it was time for potions, a full hour of intense study. The students sat in the dimly lit classroom, awaiting the tardy arrival of Professor Snape. who eventually entered with an air of authority, his black cloak billowing behind him like a bat in flight. Standing at the front of the class, he surveyed the room before picking up the attendance sheet. When he reached Harry's name, he paused and spoke in a slow, measured tone. "Ah, yes, Harry Potter." The illustrious newcomer. Harry met Snape's gaze with quiet confidence, recalling Lewis's earlier counsel. Snape despised distractions. It was imperative to maintain focus. The professor continued. "This course does not require you to foolishly wave your wands. You are here to learn the intricate science and exacting craft of potion making." His voice was low, almost nasal. As he spoke deliberately, "I do not expect you to grasp the exquisite beauty of a cauldron simmering gently, exuding fragrant vapors that tantalize the senses. I can teach you how to enhance your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death." He shifted his tone. "But there is one condition. You must not be the kind of fools I often encounter." Upon completing his iconic introduction, an eerie silence enveloped the classroom. Lewis glanced sideways at Harry, who was also discreetly observing him. Lewis offered a subtle gesture of encouragement. "Potter," Snape suddenly called, causing Harry to flinch. "If I were to add powdered daffodil root to an infusion of mugwort, what would be the result?" "A powerful sleeping draught, Professor. It is a dose of the elixir of life." Such keen eyes. Yet why do they wear a countenance so perplexing? Harry failed to notice Snape's fleeting expression, fixated instead on the depths of the professor's dark eyes. "Now, Potter, if I were to task you with procuring a piece of cowbane, where would you seek it?" Grateful for Lewis's prior assistance, Harry pondered how best to repay his friend with a couple of chocolate frogs. Well, Potter. Enlighten me on the distinction between aconite and monkshood." Snape arched an eyebrow, his expression inscrutable. "Aconite and monkshood refer to the same plant, Professor," Harry replied, his confidence bolstered by Lewis's prior inquiries. A flicker of recognition crossed Snape's features as he recalled a similar pair of bright eyes, those of a youth who had once approached potions with the same ease and assurance, always casting a gentle smile in his direction. That was his lost youth. It seemed that fame was not without its merits. Snape managed a strained smile. 5 points to Gryffindor. The Gryffindor students erupted in jubilant cheers, while Harry's expression of gratitude towards Snape became genuine. In stark contrast, the Slytherins wore expressions of disbelief, with Draco quietly speculating whether Snape was being impersonated by someone else. "Silence," Snape commanded, his face devoid of emotion. "Disrupting class will result in a 5-point deduction for Gryffindor." It seemed that was not the case. Draco's brow arched once more, taking pleasure in Gryffindor's misfortune. After all, the rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin was as old as time, and Lewis was indeed a unique anomaly among them. After questioning Harry, Snape proceeded to elaborate twice on the method of brewing the Shivers potion before dividing the class into pairs for hands-on experimentation. Unfortunately, Harry's group was paired with Neville and Seamus, both of whom were rather inept in potion making. One was notorious for spilling cauldrons, while the other had a penchant for explosions. Yet Harry remained blissfully unaware, laughing heartily, and even if he were cognizant, his kind-hearted nature would never lead him to disdain his classmates. Lewis found himself paired with Crabbe, who appeared neither capable nor competent in potion making. Thus, Lewis opted to assign him the more menial tasks, such as grinding powdered venom. As Snape prowled the classroom, his long cloak trailing behind him like a shadow, he unleashed his venomous remarks. Armed with the Half-Blood Prince's notes, Lewis felt no trepidation and skillfully concocted a flawless batch of Shivers potion. Observing the cerulean potion simmering in Lewis's cauldron, Snape nodded in satisfaction. "A commendable potion. Slytherin earns 5 points." No sooner had the words left his lips than Potter's voice thundered through the classroom. "Neville." "No. Deny the hedgehog quills." All eyes turned to Harry as he swiftly snatched the quills from Neville's grasp, his expression reflecting a near escape from disaster. "Neville, you must remove the cauldron from the heat before adding the quills. Otherwise, the potion will corrode the cauldron." The process of concocting the scabies potion had been meticulously reviewed by Lewis during breakfast that morning. Potter was indeed correct. Snape's sinister voice echoed ominously behind Neville. "Mr. Longbottom, it seems you ought to invest a bit more of that brain of yours, which rivals that of a troll, into your studies. Even just a little would suffice. And as for you, Mississippi, Potter." Snape cast a glance at Harry, a fleeting glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. "Your timely reminder has spared a classmate from a trip to the infirmary. Gryffindor earns 3 points." Harry's mother, before marrying James, bore the surname Evans. Chapter 24. Your flower has died. It should be noted that in the original text, Severus Snape's demeanor towards Harry is not solely attributed to the latter's appearance. Rather, In Snape's eyes, Harry has inherited none of Lily's aptitude for potions, but instead possesses the flying talent of his late father, which understandably vexes Snape. Of course, this is not entirely Harry's fault. Snape's own villainous demeanor has fostered a complete lack of affection from Harry, leading to a disinterest in potions class. One must wonder what a grown man is so proud about. In truth, Harry's talent for potions is not insignificant. It merely lacks the guidance of a mentor. After class, Lewis lingered behind. He was not particularly eager to converse with Snape, as he had already endured enough of a sharp tongue from a senior. However, at the behest of Headmaster Dumbledore, he steeled himself to face the challenge. Pray tell, what brings the illustrious Mr. Mountbatten to seek the busy professor's attention? Snape inquired with a sardonic tone. Professor, this is not the most suitable place for discussion. Might we converse in your office? Lewis suggested with a shrug. Snape scrutinized him for a moment before slowly responding, Follow me. Snape's office was perpetually shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. Lewis endeavored to avert his gaze from the grotesque specimens and peculiar innards of strange creatures. As he glanced around, he noticed a wilted lily resting on Snape's desk. Speak. Mr. Mountbatten, what is it you wish to discuss? Professor, as your student and a member of Slytherin, I feel it is necessary to propose some suggestions for the future of our house, Lewis articulated with graceful politeness. What could you possibly have to offer? Snape began, only to be struck by the realization of Lewis's prestigious lineage. Even Snape, who typically turns a blind eye to Muggle affairs, was aware of the infamous Mountbatten plan devised by Lewis's grandfather. Perhaps the young man had genuine potential. Perhaps Slytherin had stumbled upon a rare gem. With this thought, Snape shifted his tone. Well then, do elaborate. I shall consider any reasonable suggestions. Professor, you sometimes exhibit excessive protection over our Slytherin peers. Some may even misconstrue your nurturing of fledgling talents, Lewis remarked. Umph. Snape grunted coldly, his expression clearly conveying that he felt no obligation to explain his actions to anyone. Allow me, Lewis interjected, producing a notebook containing his plans. As your most favored student, and one who greatly admires you, I have taken the liberty of drafting some proposals concerning the House Cup. Proceed. Snape's gaze deepened with intrigue. My suggestion is to initiate monthly assessments in midterms and potions class, implementing a percentage grading system. When grades are released, you might consider sending them to the students' parents. Lewis spoke rapidly yet clearly. This way, if students receive low marks, it would seem justifiable to deduct points. Even if their parents were to raise concerns, they would have little ground to stand on. Furthermore, even if you are too kind-hearted to impose penalties on underperforming students, surely you could justify awarding extra points to high achievers? Lewis glanced at Snape before continuing. You could average the scores of each house for every academic year, granting points to the house with the highest average and deducting points from the one with the lowest. An intriguing plan, however. Snape's penetrating gaze fixed on Lewis's face. What if Slytherin is not in first place? I cannot fathom a scenario where a Slytherin fails to excel in potions, Lewis shrugged. I suspect they simply do not regard your authority with the respect it deserves. Your idea holds merit, Mr. Mountbatten, Snape conceded, his lips curling slightly. Yet not every individual harbors an interest in potion making. As the head of the house, your authority is undoubtedly vast, Lewis confidently reassured Snape. We could implement a policy for evening study hours from 19 to 2100 hours for Slytherins. Should you find the time, you could supervise personally. If not, you could appoint a respected student from each year to oversee their peers' studies. What do you think? I have no time to supervise you lot of miscreants, Mr. Mountbatten. Snape replied with his habitual sardonic tone. If you lack the time, I could take charge of the arrangements, Lewis boldly offered. Then, what is your true intention behind this proposal, Mr. Mountbatten? Snape's tone and gaze took on a scrutinizing quality. Born from adversity, perishing in comfort. This is an ancient saying from my mother's homeland, Lewis smiled, choosing to keep Dumbledore's name from surfacing. The magical world is far from peaceful. Countless dark wizards, especially the mysterious one, continue to roam free. Dedicating more effort in school may spare us some bloodshed should we encounter a dark wizard in the future. I would hate to receive news one day of my dear friends, like Ron, Draco, or Harry, falling victim to dark magic. Lewis shrugged. Imagine Mr. Potter's striking green eyes in their final moments. Enough, Snape interjected, cutting Lewis off. I understand your good intentions. You may leave now. Very well, Professor, Lewis nodded. Unable to resist glancing at the wilted lily on Snape's desk, he gently reminded, Professor, your lily seems to have perished. The moment the words left his lips, he regretted it. Snape's wand flicked, and the door swung open with a crash. "Get out." Snape's frigid expression delivered each word with chilling precision. Lewis hastily fled the office, suddenly recalling a notorious dark joke from his previous life. Why did Severus Snape not apply for the herbology professor position? Because his lily had died. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, Lewis found Marcus Flint and Samir Lestrange engaged in idle chatter. Upon noticing his arrival, the two quickly rose and reverently presented him with a stack of papers. "What is this?" Lewis asked, having forgotten the purpose of their gathering as he settled comfortably into the sofa. "These are our reflections and critiques from class, Your Highness," they replied, their expressions tinged with eagerness and humility. Lewis recalled the assignment and briefly skimmed through the papers. Though somewhat verbose, the sincerity was evident. Marcus's reflection was particularly poignant, especially the line, "The sky bears no two suns. In my heart, there exists only you, Your Highness," which was simply moving. Alas, it seemed he had become the subject of their admiration. Maintaining a nonchalant demeanor amidst their anxious yet hopeful gazes, he stated plainly, "In a few days, Professor Snape will introduce several policies within the house. You two should prepare a list of students from each year who are capable of taking on supervisory responsibilities to assist in implementing these policies." Chapter 25, The So-Called Genius. "Very well, Your Highness." The two responded without hesitation. Lewis lightly tapped the armrest of the sofa with his fingers. "First, draft a list and submit it to me by tonight at the latest. Indeed, the affairs from yesterday must be addressed." "What is it, Lewis?" Draco inquired, a hint of unease creeping into his voice as he observed the rather peculiar smile on his roommate's face. "Such a grand event transpired yesterday." Lewis mimicked Snape's slow, deliberate tone, and the effect was immediate. Draco's expression soured in an instant. "Ah?" Draco gasped in shock. "You were quite lively during yesterday's defense against the dark arts class," Lewis remarked, extracting his wand with a light-hearted chuckle. "Let me think. Would you prefer the toothy bat, the fiery inferno, or the gaping howl? Which shall it be?" "If possible." Draco swallowed hard. "I do not wish to choose any." "Then you must provide me with a reasonable justification." Lewis settled comfortably across from Draco, toying with his wand. Draco, akin to a timid mouse, gulped nervously. "Then, whatever you wish me to do, just spare me from any dark curses. I implore you." Draco was exceedingly timid. "Truly anything?" Lewis raised an eyebrow. "Anything," Draco declared, a brave expression adorning his countenance. "Me?" Draco paused, then erupted in joy. I see now, it's regarding that matter." "Rest assured, Lewis. This task appears rather simple, but do not falter." Lewis stood, patting him on the shoulder. "Do not disappoint me. Let us proceed to dine." "Very well," Draco replied, beaming with delight. Today, Lewis was as disciplined as ever. Tapping on his plate, the house elves promptly delivered a specially prepared nutritious meal, an exclusive privilege for Master Mountbatten, as Aslow had explained to Professor McGonagall. Today's dining hall was devoid of Harry and Ron. It was unclear where the two mischief-makers had wandered off, presumably celebrating their bonus points from potions class. Lewis observed only Hermione, with her voluminous hair, nibbling delicately on a slice of toast, her eating manner akin to that of a small beaver. To be fair, while Catherine's words could be rather biting, her descriptions were undeniably incisive. "Good afternoon, Lewis." Miss Beaver set her plate down beside him, a flicker of distaste crossing Draco's face, yet he dared not voice his irritation. After all, she was Lewis's friend. He could harbor disdain for Hermione but must uphold Lewis's honor. "Good afternoon, Hermione." Lewis greeted warmly, folding his napkin neatly and placing it on his lap. Once he had elegantly arranged his appearance, he noticed Hermione's face contorted in worry, prompting him to inquire with a smile, "What troubles you?" "Oh, I apologize. I was merely—" Hermione's cheeks flushed as she waved her hands anxiously. "I was contemplating how to ask you." To alleviate her tension, Lewis smiled gently. "Is there anything I can assist you with, madam? I simply wish to seek your counsel on how you have honed your magical skills to such a remarkable level." Hermione's face was still red. In truth, Lewis's talent was not a product of the system, but rather a reflection of his innate abilities. Hermione was momentarily taken aback, shaking her head. What people refer to as genius is merely 1% talent. They fail to see the 99% of hard work that lies beneath. Lewis paused, swallowing his food before continuing. "Sometimes, talent is not of utmost importance. If you aspire to be a wizard, even the most bumbling and foolish of wizards, that is sufficient. Many possess talent yet lack diligence, while others, though average in ability, work tirelessly. In ancient Eastern wisdom, there is a saying, 'The clumsy bird starts flying early.' You only see my spellcasting prowess, but remain oblivious to the sweat I have shed in mastering those spells. Effort will never betray you. While it may not guarantee the attainment of your goals, the mere fact that you have strived will leave you with no regrets. Lewis's words of encouragement flowed effortlessly, for he truly believed in this notion, both in his past life and this one. I understand now. Hermione's eyes sparked with determination as she clenched her fists, resolutely stating, "Thank you, Lewis. I comprehend what I must do." With newfound enthusiasm, she exited the hall. I do not comprehend, Lewis. Once Hermione departed, Draco could no longer contain himself. Why do you engage in such lengthy conversations with that mudblood? I mean, Muggleborn? Of course, she is filthy and lowly. Draco instinctively remarked. What then? Do you believe a pureblood family ought to embody? Certainly, they should be noble, born aristocrats. Draco opened his mouth to retort, but soon realized Lewis's words left him without a counterargument. Draco, you must grasp one fundamental truth. Lewis set his napkin down, patiently explaining. In terms of character, we are all equal. Do not rush to dispute. Even pureblood families are not inherently elegant. Take your Aunt Bellatrix, for instance. Do you genuinely consider her a normal person? Chapter 26. The French tabloid indeed. To discern a person's virtue or vice, one must first examine their character rather than their lineage. Lewis sat upright, speaking softly to Draco. Thus, I assert that all individuals are equal in character among pure-blooded wizards. There exist both the malevolent and the righteous, and the same holds true for wizards of Muggle descent. Yet, we must also acknowledge that in terms of status, equality is an unattainable ideal. However, this perspective is merely that of an ordinary person, a simplistic viewpoint. Lewis paused, then continued, what I shall impart to you is an alternative perspective that aligns with your identity and status. My heavens! I wonder what your father has been teaching you. My father is quite strict. He speaks only of the glory of pure blood and has never shared such insights with me, Draco replied, somewhat aggrieved. As a member of a pureblood family, if you consider yourself noble, then your actions cannot be dictated by mere whim. Lewis smiled and said, we must look beyond appearances to grasp the essence of things, to recognize their fundamental characteristics. Tell me, what do you believe is most important for the Malfoy family? Is it glory? Draco inquired uncertainly. No, it is profit. Seeing his confusion, Lewis patiently elaborated. To put it more simply, the sweets your mother sends you are but a conversion of the profits your family acquires through various channels. When evaluating people or objects, we must not allow transient preferences to dictate our attitudes. Consider this. If Miss Granger could bring your family an annual income of 1,000 galleons, how would you regard her? And if Miss Granger could bring in 10,000 galleons? She would be my good friend. What if she could generate 100,000 galleons? Then, if it were 1,000,000 galleons? Draco did not hesitate, declaring, the clever and charming Miss Granger would be a permanent guest of the Malfoy family. I never imagined you possessed the blood of a French tabloid. This is precisely it. In pursuit of your trivial notion of blood, you would forsake a goose that lays golden eggs. Think about it. How would your family, which has always been at odds with yours, perceive this? Understanding who our friends and enemies are is what truly warrants our contemplation. Every individual possesses their own value, Draco. In closing, Lewis profoundly challenged Draco's worldview with a single statement. If your Aunt Bella could become my loyal right hand, then I would leverage all my connections to redeem her as a sweet and innocent good witch. For individuals like us, the simplistic dichotomy of good and evil holds no significance. What we require is the value they can create for us. This should be your criterion for determining whether someone is worthy of your engagement. Reflect upon this. Draco, if you persist in your arrogant demeanor, I might reconsider whether you are deserving of my friendship. Yet, this was not what occupied his thoughts. In the Slytherin common room after dinner, the latest policies of their house were posted. Snape's efficiency was commendable, especially concerning the House Cup, which he evidently took very seriously. Meanwhile, Samir and Marcus promptly presented Lewis with the list of appointed leaders for each academic year. Let us call them class monitors. As Lewis perused the list of candidates from the 7 years, he finalized their new titles. Noticing Samir hesitating, Lewis furrowed his brow and urged, speak your mind. Yes. Samir nodded, somewhat stammering. About the third-year student, Catherine Waller, she. I understand your implication, Lewis interjected, nodding. She is not your concern. Indeed, Samir continued. And then there's Patrick from the 6th year. He is rather difficult to manage. Well, how did you come to be chief? Lewis asked, momentarily at a loss for words. Samir pondered, then added, his character is quite arrogant, and his abilities rival those of Miss Waller. In short, He is quite a challenging individual. Very well, my lord. Yet the condition remained that Lewis would be the one to approach him. Anyone else might face a severe rebuke or even a curse. As the house bully, he enjoyed a certain freedom, studying alongside his peers merely to set an example. He sat next to Catherine, and as he read, he couldn't help but be captivated by the fragrant aroma reminiscent of orchids and musk that emanated from her, creating a delightful atmosphere akin to the poetic imagery of a night spent reading beside a cherished companion. However, the tranquility of the study was abruptly disrupted by a commotion at the entrance of the house. Frowning, he looked up to see a crowd gathering outside, and Catherine, equally disturbed by the disruption of her studies, exchanged a glance with him before both rose and made their way toward the noise. It was Patrick Black, accompanied by his friend Caesar. The older studentess meticulously arched brows furrowed slightly, revealing her distaste for his presence. "Do you know him?" Lewis inquired, intrigued. "Sort of," Catherine replied, her tone laced with palpable disdain. "That person is insufferably arrogant, and I find him quite unlikable. However, his prowess is undeniable." "Oh, how does he measure up against you?" Chapter 27 Tian Wenjing. "What is your name?" "It seems that this individual is rather troublesome." Lewis chuckled. "This must be the last thorn hidden away in Slytherin, right?" "Indeed," Catherine grasped his arm. "Try not to provoke him. You are not his match." "Am I just to watch this thorn stir up trouble and disrupt the plans of the headmaster and the dean?" Lewis raised an eyebrow in retort. Catherine opened her mouth to respond, but Lewis patted her shoulder, signaling her to observe the situation first. Outside the academy, 2 rows of students stood along the corridor, their expressions grim as they murmured about the new Slytherin regulations. "Patrick, Caesar, we are all from pure-blood families. Let us not lose face." An apparent 7th-year senior incited the group. "Yes, stay sharp, stay alert," chimed in a senior girl beside him, cheering them on. Patrick nodded, his demeanor exceedingly arrogant as he shook his black robe and strode confidently towards the Slytherin common room. "Good. Let us see how they react." The seniors around him discussed eagerly, craning their necks to glimpse into the common room. As Patrick approached the 6th-year study area, he eyed a slender young man. Lewis recognized him as Caius Brown, the 6th-year class president appointed by Samir and Marcus. "Caius, you bloody squid." Patrick spat a classic British curse. "What right do you have to act all high and mighty here, you half-blooded?" deposed class president. Caesar beside him widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at his friend. "Aren't you also half-blood? Did you forget that after being adopted by the Black family? Huh? Aren't you supposed to enforce some ridiculous regulations? Come on. I'm right here. If you have the guts, enforce them." Patrick stood there like a quintessential delinquent, reminiscent of the ruffians from Lewis's past school days. "The new regulations are not set by me. They were just drafted by Professor Snape today," Caius explained in a calm, steady voice. "Don't you dare use Professor Snape to intimidate me," Patrick sneered. "I refuse to attend this nonsense of a study session." "What can you do about it? With your mediocre spells? Who in Slytherin can touch me?" Patrick's expression was outrageous. He indeed had the audacity to be so. As Lewis's discerning eye swiftly assessed him. Patrick Black, Golden Dragon Emblem, level, Wizard Talents, Charms 10, Potions 7, Transfiguration 8, Dark Arts 10, Defense Against the Dark Arts 9, Flying 8, Herbology 4, Divination 9, Learn Spells, Shield Charm, level 8, Disarm, level 6. "I despise you professor's lackeys," Patrick scoffed, drawing his wand. "Reducto, reducing curse." Caius was taken aback. He never expected Patrick would dare to strike within the common room. He hastily dodged the curse, drawing his wand and preparing to counter Patrick's aggression. His desk shattered, showcasing the spell's formidable power. Patrick unleashed spells recklessly, driving Caius to flee in all directions, the shattered furniture injuring several younger wizards. His intent was clear. He deliberately avoided hitting Caius. "Enough." Caius finally stood firm. "If you're capable, direct your attack at me. What merit is there in harming younger students?" "Oh." Patrick purposefully miscast another spell, sending a 2nd-year student flying, the poor fellow collapsing without even a scream. Another curse flew toward a student beside Lewis, and in the midst of the terrified gazes, Lewis elegantly waved his wand. "Protego. Shield Charm. Look at that. Someone is actually trying to intervene." Patrick's laughter was sharp. "A shield charm? From a 1st-year little brat? It seems Slytherin has brought forth another talent this year." "Lewis," Draco whispered, attempting to caution him against provoking trouble, for the Black family's lunacy was a trait inherited from Aunt Bella. Lewis responded with a graceful smile. "If you cease this behavior now, I shall overlook the entire incident. Who gave you the audacity to speak to me like that? Patrick was enraged, scrutinizing Lewis as if he were an audacious young calf challenging a fierce tiger. Then his gaze fell upon Catherine. No wonder. TSK. You've latched onto a girl from the Worrell family. Patrick's gaze roamed over Catherine shamelessly. I remember when I went to Durmstrang. The Worrell girl was just a little shrimp. Now she has finally grown up. Lewis raised a hand to silence Catherine, narrowing his eyes as he spoke slowly. I feel it necessary to inform you that should you fail to apologize to Catherine, our relationship will become quite unpleasant. Well now? Patrick glanced back at the stifled laughter from Caesar, then looked at Lewis with an expression that mirrored a young calf challenging a fierce tiger. What do you imply will happen between us? I hope you will do your utmost to avoid me in the future, otherwise. You may find your legs broken too often for Madame Pomfrey to manage. Lewis pointed at Patrick, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Hey, little brat. It's truly the first time someone has threatened me. Patrick chuckled coldly. Draw your wand. Ah. A scream pierced the air, shocking everyone. No one witnessed precisely what transpired, except for Catherine, who understood the spell Lewis had unleashed. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Lewis, who was pointing at Patrick. She could hardly fathom that just the night before, having entrusted him with the notes of the Half-Blood Prince, Lewis not only mastered the silent and wandless casting but could execute it flawlessly. For the first time in 15 years, she began to doubt her own talents. Instantly, the tendons in Patrick's limbs were severed, rendering him unable to stand, collapsing helplessly to the ground as crimson blood flowed freely. He paid no heed to the intense pain coursing through his limbs and neck, fearfully shouting, "Damn it, that damned little beast. What have you done to me?" Chapter 28. Tom and Jerry. As a noble of the British lineage, Lewis naturally possessed a flexible moral compass. When faced with overwhelming odds, stealth became the most prudent course of action. He cast a spell to render Caesar unconscious and approached, a look of pity evident on his face as he gazed at Patrick Draco on the ground. "Draco," he called softly. A Draco responded, brushing off the dust from his clothes. "I just saw a table leg over there. Yes, that one. Please bring it to me." Lewis spoke in a gentle tone. Draco glanced around and soon found the table leg. He hurried to Lewis, handing it over as Lewis patted his shoulder. "Take your time. There's no need to rush, just step aside for now." "Oh," Draco replied, somewhat bewildered. Lewis weighed the table leg in his hand, his demeanor softening as he regarded Patrick on the ground. "It appears the moment has arrived to fulfill our agreement, Senior." What do you intend to do?" Patrick asked, fear evident in his voice. "Please, don't come any closer." With a warm smile, Lewis swung the table leg and struck Patrick's left calf with force, the sound echoing sharply as Patrick let out a horrific scream. The onlooking Slytherin students shuddered in unison. It was brutal, far more so than any assailant they had encountered. Lewis wore a serene expression, yet his actions were merciless. "I will kill you. I will kill you," Patrick screamed. Lewis maintained his gentle smile, his hands continuing their relentless assault as he struck Patrick's thigh. By the time he shattered Patrick's right thigh, the previously arrogant boy had succumbed to pain and blood loss, reduced to pleading for mercy. Lewis's technique was commendable, despite the chaos. Not a single drop of blood splattered on him. He surveyed his handiwork with satisfaction, nodding in approval before casting a silencing spell and stepping on Patrick's right arm. He stood there for a moment, until the binding spell he had cast in the shadows was complete, after which he released Patrick's arm. At this point, Patrick lacked even the strength to moan, likely due to Lewis's earlier silencing spell. Lewis, pleased, drew his wand and reversed the spell affecting Patrick's limbs. "I hope you will remember what I said today. It would be wise to steer clear of me in the future," he remarked, his gaze profound. "Now, Senior Caius?" He directed his attention to Caius. Caius involuntarily shivered, apprehensively stepping forward to ask, "Your Highness? Why are you trembling?" "I am not a villain now. Please take Senior Patrick to the infirmary." "Poor fellow, he has certainly suffered tonight," Lewis said, a look of compassion crossing his face. Caius shivered again and quickly called for others to carry Patrick and Caesar away. Yes, Marcus swiftly instructed students from various years to begin repairing the damaged furniture. He felt fortunate for not having offended Lewis too severely. It seemed the worst he had endured was the loss of 2 teeth, a stroke of luck and misfortune. Consider it cosmetic surgery, he thought, as his pace quickened. Sometimes, a lighter mindset alleviated worries. It appeared that their study session was beyond salvaging. Lewis, carrying a large and a small pet egg, decided to head to the room of requirement to hatch them. Along the way, Senior Catherine remained silent, walking ahead until they entered the room of requirement. When she finally asked in a soft tone, "Have you studied the disarming charm before?" The notes indicate it was created by the half-blood prince. Lewis shrugged. "Perhaps it's a matter of talent. I feel a connection with this spell." Catherine paused, slightly hesitant. "This half-blood prince, he wouldn't he happen to be your father, would he?" "My father is a true prince, not a half-blood," Lewis replied with a smirk. There was no way that greasy-haired Snape could be his father. Although they shared the same dark hair, he certainly lacked any greasiness. "Then, that is curious." Catherine finally accepted this reality. "Another possibility is that you are a prodigy endowed with exceptional dark magic talent." "You're quite astute," Lewis mused. Though he thought to himself that he was the pinnacle, that title belonged to his uncle, the man who brought baldness to the British royal lineage. "Let us not divert the topic, Catherine." His gaze sharpened. "I recall someone mentioning that once I mastered wandless magic, we would practice spells together. Rest assured, I shall not go back on my word." Catherine nodded. "If you are willing, we can commence right away." "Not just yet." Amid Catherine's surprised gaze, he produced the 2 pet eggs. Lewis couldn't shake the feeling that he heard a familiar tune playing in the background. Did you hear that too?" He thought it might be his imagination. "Yes," Catherine nodded in response. "As the saying goes, there are 3 great illusions in life: winning team battles, someone liking you, and being able to turn the tables." Drifting off topic, Lewis finally recognized the melody. It was the theme song from Tom and Jerry. At the moment he identified it, the 2 pet eggs cracked open simultaneously, revealing 2 remarkably familiar figures. Isn't that Tom and Jerry? The reason he could recognize them at first glance was due to their likenesses, reminiscent of their animated counterparts. Tom appeared in the classic second version, boasting blue-gray fur with a slightly lighter belly, for white paws, and a tuft of white fur at the tip of his tail. Jerry, too, had a brown body and a light brown belly, both standing upright, their 4 eyes fixed on Lewis. Although the sight was somewhat eerie, it was still somewhat acceptable. He wondered if MGM would seek royalties from him. After all, the act of tormenting the British was not solely favored by the Diamond Comrades. Others also enjoyed it. However, considering the British had never acted humanely, they would likely demand payment from MGM. First, Tom extended his right paw. Whether to call it a paw or a hand was uncertain. The anthropomorphic cat wore a classic smile. Lewis grasped Tom's right paw, the sensation delightful, and when he shook it, it emitted that iconic handshake sound effect. Jerry climbed onto Tom's smooth fur and extended his right paw to shake hands with Lewis. Lewis racked his brain, unable to comprehend where the accompanying music was emanating from. Chapter 29. The desire to taste Lewis's senior yet. This musical accompaniment did not seem incongruous for the 2 of them. Perhaps it served as compensation for their inability to converse. A wise saying goes, when God closes a door, he opens a window. Ah, no, he opens a window. What are they? Catherine's voice carried a hint of surprise, for it was her first encounter with Tom and Jerry, primarily because her family did not own a television. They are 2 magical creatures. Lewis did not lie this time. They were indeed extraordinary, astonishingly so. Just observe how they can transform into a pancake cat and a mouse slice, yet remain lively. The true invincibility belongs to the protagonists of humorous animated series. While Lewis engaged in conversation with Catherine, Jerry, noticing that neither paid him any mind, stealthily retrieved a firecracker from behind and stuffed it into Tom's embrace. Tom remained oblivious to the unfolding events, fixated on his new master. Jerry, seeing that Tom had not noticed his actions, felt a surge of anger and delivered a swift kick to Tom's rear. "Oh, ho, ugh, ugh, ugh," Tom yelped in pain, leaping 3 feet into the air, howling in protest. He turned to glare at Jerry, ready to unleash his wrath when Jerry pointed at his own embrace. Accompanied by Jerry's gesture was a comical sound effect of ringing fingers. Tom followed Jerry's finger to his own belly, and upon seeing it, the cat was so frightened that he leaped into the air, his fur standing on end, his eyes bulging comically. "Quick, throw it away." Lewis urged Tom to discard the intimidating firecracker. Upon hearing Lewis's command, Tom finally came to his senses, raising his hand to toss it away just as the fuse ignited to its very end. With a loud bang, the large firecracker split in 2, revealing a smaller, still burning firecracker within. To Lewis and Catherine's astonishment, it was akin to Russian nesting dolls, continuously splitting open to unveil progressively smaller firecrackers until the last one, no larger than a fingernail, emerged. Tom picked up the tiny firecracker, pointed at it with his other paw, and displayed a classic, nonchalant grin towards Lewis. He then placed the firecracker atop his nose. Lewis swiftly wrapped his arm around Catherine's waist and retreated, his wand pointing forward. Protego. Shield charm. No sooner had he spoken than a tremendous explosion echoed, and as the smoke cleared, Tom's pitch-black feline face emerged unscathed. The shockwave from the blast nearly sent Lewis tumbling. It was baffling how Tom had withstood such a violent explosion. Perhaps this was the prowess of an animated protagonist. Jerry swooped in, attempting to flee. Jerry was drawn into Lewis's grasp by an invisible force. Recognizing the futility of resistance, he flashed a gleaming smile, revealing his bright, white teeth. "You too, sigh." Lewis was at a loss for words. Jesting was one thing, but such destructive antics were intolerable. This school could scarcely endure the havoc wrought by the two of them. "Do you understand?" Lewis looked earnestly at both of them. Tom's dark visage had returned to normal. He wanted to confront Jerry, but feared Lewis's ire. Settling instead for a nod. Jerry, too, nodded vigorously, accompanied by a comical sound effect. "You both shall accompany me." Lewis patted Tom's head and ruffled Jerry's forehead with his thumb, proclaiming, "From now on, we are family." The duo bobbed their heads enthusiastically, especially Tom, who dreaded the thought of being cast out by his master and becoming a stray cat. Now that Lewis had taken him in, he could hardly contain his joy. As for Jerry, he was indifferent, his nod stemming primarily from his fondness for Lewis. Of course, part of it was also due to Tom. He recognized that incessantly teasing Tom was inappropriate, yet he could not resist the temptation. Having acknowledged their newfound kinship, Jerry tugged at Lewis's sleeve, gesturing with his finger towards his gaping mouth, licking his lips and patting his belly, a look of eager anticipation on his face. "I'm hungry." Lewis patted Jerry's head and asked Catherine, "Catherine, shall we sneak some food from the kitchen?" Catherine nodded, her fondness for the adorable Jerry evident. Though Jerry seemed fearful of her, refusing to let her touch him at all. "Why is he so afraid of me?" Catherine inquired, puzzled. "Eat me? How so? Where?" Observing her little gestures, Lewis suddenly realized he must marry Catherine. "No, that is unacceptable." Lewis firmly rejected the notion. This time, their journey was unimpeded by the likes of Dumbledore or the patrolling Filch. The trio, one cat and one mouse, made their way to Hogwarts' kitchen with ease. Primarily because it was still before curfew. Generally, few young wizards ventured to the kitchen for sustenance, even those as mischievous as the Weasley twins. Oh, they had just emerged from the kitchen, clutching a paper bag, and upon spotting Lewis, they greeted him before hastily fleeing upon seeing Catherine. Their infamous reputation remained. The twins would never forget the hour spent dangling from the chandelier at the hands of Miss Weasley. The pain. Oh, the pain. Upon Lewis's arrival, the house elves were overjoyed. Particularly Aslo, who wiped away tears of happiness. Lewis could not fathom why the house elves were so fond of him. It felt somewhat overwhelming. If mere acts of kindness could elicit such fervent affection from the house elves, it seemed far-fetched. He certainly did not believe it. Nevertheless, Lewis had no intention of delving deeper. Some matters need not be scrutinized too closely, lest something unexpected arise. As anticipated, Tom and Jerry proved to be adept at using utensils. Tom ordered a plethora of meats, while Jerry exhibited a proclivity for cheese, particularly the kind with holes. The house elves swiftly delivered the food, and the cat and mouse devoured it with such rapidity that the elves struggled to keep pace with their voracious appetites. Interestingly, when the cheese first arrived, Jerry, in his haste, swallowed a piece whole, transforming his entire body into a triangle identical to the cheese. If one were to speak of the absurd, Tom and Jerry were the epitome of it. All magic and transformation paled in comparison. Chapter 30. Senior sisters waste. The indulgence of nighttime feasting felt almost sinful, as Lewis watched the two lively characters devour their food with delight, causing him to also partake in a couple of additional oranges. He casually glanced at their status panels. Tom, level 1 cat, combat abilities to be unlocked. Skill tree to be unlocked. Jerry, level 1 mouse, combat abilities to be unlocked, skill tree to be unlocked. Goodness, Lewis exclaimed in astonishment. System, are you serious? Combat abilities to be unlocked? One cannot remain perpetually tense. It is essential to relax occasionally. Perhaps influenced by the two lively characters, Lewis, who had just relaxed, suddenly realized he had seemingly wrapped his arms around senior sister's delicate waist. However, she appeared to have forgotten the incident. And Lewis could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, thankful that she was not upset. Catherine, of course, had not forgotten. She sat there, distractedly observing Jerry's voracious eating, her mind already in turmoil. Lewis assumed her flushed complexion was merely due to the heat and did not dwell on it. Particularly Draco, who had scarcely seen Lewis during the first half of the week. The dormitory was spacious enough. Lewis had simply constructed a small nest for Tom. And for Jerry, he fashioned a small bed out of an empty sardine can that he had procured from a house elf. Just as he intended to lie down and rest for a while, he noticed Draco's hesitant expression. "What is it, Draco?" Draco bit his lip, steeling himself, and handed a letter to Lewis that he had taken from the nearby desk. "Lewis, this is a letter from my father." Lewis acknowledged with a hum, taking the letter and opening it. Contrary to his expectations, it bore a humble tone. Essentially, it expressed gratitude from Draco's mother for Lewis's care and education of Draco, acknowledging his father's neglect in parenting. The letter concluded with an invitation for Lewis to visit Malfoy Manor when time permitted. "It seems your parents do not object to our friendship?" Lewis carefully placed the letter in a small safe within his drawer, designated for such correspondence. Regrettably, his satellite phone was inoperable at Hogwarts, as it was said that no Muggle electronic devices could be used within the school. Ultimately, it was a misfortune. Draco nodded and said, "I mentioned what you told me this morning to my father. He believes I should learn more from you." "Indeed," Lewis chuckled lightly. "Your father's intentions are noble, but remember, Draco, you need not emulate me. You should strive to be yourself." With that, Lewis patted Draco's shoulder earnestly, saying, "In Slytherin House, you are the one I value most, you know. I have always believed you could become an exceptional individual." Draco's eyes glistened with unshed tears upon hearing this, moved deeply. Throughout his life, apart from his mother, no one had ever spoken to him in such a manner, not even his father. Ultimately, all his emotions coalesced into a profound affirmation. "Well, it is time to rest. It is getting late. Good night." Saturdays at Hogwarts were pleasantly relaxed. Students who had finished their meals in the Great Hall engaged in conversation or play, while Harry and Ron occupied a corner, engrossed in a game of wizard's chess. Tom, being a slothful sleeper, could not be roused no matter how loudly Lewis called. Thus, Lewis had no choice but to send Draco to fetch some milk to wake him. As for the fervent cat lovers from his previous life who insisted that felines should never consume milk, Lewis could only chuckle. His 4 tabby cats had never suffered from such a restriction. While it is true that some cats are lactose intolerant, not all share this condition. Interestingly, some humans also experience lactose intolerance. Yet, no one stops children from drinking milk in public, fearing it might be fatal. It is merely a manifestation of excessive compassion vented online. Digressing, Lewis walked over to Harry, with Jerry perched on his shoulder, and took an interest in their game. In truth, the wizard's chess he witnessed was far more animated than he had perceived in films during his previous life. However, it was merely lively, devoid of any special effects. As Lewis pondered the possibility of transferring some of his previous card games into this world, he found himself yearning to play Hearthstone. Yet, given the current state of computer technology, he doubted whether they could even run a simple game of Happy Landlords. "Good morning, Lewis," Ron greeted, lifting his head momentarily before returning his focus to the chessboard. "Morning, Lewis." Harry chimed in, only to notice Jerry on Lewis's shoulder. "Hey, why does that look so familiar?" he inquired, pointing at Jerry. "Oh, this is Jerry. Jerry, say hello to Harry." Upon hearing this, Jerry politely bowed from Lewis's shoulder. "Ah, I remember now." Hermione's voice chimed in at the perfect moment. It's Jerry, the one from the cartoon." As a Muggle, how could Hermione not recognize such a well-known character? She had adored that show since childhood, even persuading her father to buy the videotapes, which she watched repeatedly whenever she had the chance. "It is he, not it," Lewis corrected. "Our Jerry is a gentleman." "Oh, my apologies." The bushy-haired girl, shaking her hair free, settled beside Lewis with a motherly smile. "He is simply adorable, isn't he?" Lewis offered Jerry a piece of cheese, laughing as Jerry transformed into a triangular shape, nodding in agreement. However, how could a cartoon character possibly appear in reality? Hermione furrowed her brow, posing the crucial question, "I don't understand." Oh dear, the young girl's comprehension was evidently crumbling. If magic could manifest in one's life, what else could be deemed impossible? Lewis snapped his fingers, causing the cheese to fly from Jerry's mouth, tracing a graceful parabolic arc before landing with a soft thud on Hermione's head. Chapter 31. Chameleon indeed, however. Hermione clearly could not accept this notion. She was feeling somewhat emo. It was difficult to articulate her feelings. There was simply a sense of dissonance. At times, the absence of thought could be a form of happiness. Lewis raised an eyebrow and jotted down the dishes he wished to eat. At this point, Harry had completely lost interest in the chess game. After a swift defeat to Ron, he began to inquire of Jerry, asking numerous questions. During countless trying days, the only solace he found was in secretly watching his cousin Dudley play Tom and Jerry on a VHS tape through the crack of the door. Jerry did not shy away from this inherently kind savior, Besides, he belonged to that type of audacious social butterfly, unbothered by social anxiety, only that blonde, wicked woman could induce a twinge of danger in him. I must say, you, little mouse, look quite different from my pet, Spot, Ron remarked, chewing on an apple as he scrutinized Jerry. Goodness, although he is not like an ordinary mouse, I still can't help but think of mice when I see him. With that, he pulled Spot from his pocket. Spot, go and meet a new friend. I should caution you, Jerry bears a striking resemblance to your two brothers in personality. Lewis noted as he observed Jerry suddenly produce a pair of roller skates, swiftly placing Spot inside and gliding him from one end of the table to the other. Had it not been for Percy's quick reflexes, Spot would have undoubtedly performed a daring stunt. He was indeed as mischievous as George and Fred. Ron accepted the mouse from Percy, gazing at it with concern. Oh, my poor Spot. He has aged so much. He should not be treated this way. How old is he? Lewis inquired deliberately. 11, Ron replied, still reeling from his concern. Lewis fully understood. After 11 years of companionship, Spot was akin to family. Even if he had originally belonged to Percy and had formed a bond with Ron, he wondered how Ron would react if he discovered that this mouse was a metaphor for a lecherous, rotund man. Would he feel nauseous? 11 years? Hermione interjected, can a mouse really live for 11 years? I have heard that cats can live that long. I don't know. Perhaps it is exceptionally long-lived, Ron sighed. Jerry, nearby, laughed heartily, his laughter reminiscent of a classic violin score. The group ceased to ponder the longevity of Spot and turned their curious gazes toward Jerry. Intrigued by how a mouse could produce such a sound, he hurriedly tucked Jerry into his pocket and approached. Professor, did you summon me? It is Professor Dumbledore seeking you. He is in the headmaster's office on the 8th floor, Professor McGonagall said with a serious expression. The password is Lemon Snowball, remember it well. What? I don't recognize that. Lewis replied innocently. Very well, follow me. Inside the headmaster's office, Dumbledore was engaged in conversation with a portrait adorned with a large headscarf. I do not understand, Dumbledore, why you extend such favoritism towards him. It is unacceptable for a student to openly break another's legs. He should be dealt with accordingly. The portrait exclaimed with great indignation. Dumbledore clicked his tongue and spoke slowly. Do not be hasty, Phineas. He is a Slytherin. A pure-blood wizard. He should be considered a subject of special attention. Damned. Phineas Black's tone shifted dramatically. If he was not compelled by desperation, how could he resort to violence against his peers? It must be so, Dumbledore. A genius from Slytherin. Phineas appeared quite pleased with himself. Basking in the glory of his house's reputation. The injured student is from your esteemed Black family, Dumbledore kindly reminded him. Sirius is in Azkaban, and Regulus is dead. How could there be any descendants of the Black family? Phineas scoffed. Are you referring to Patrick? That filthy mudblood adopted into the Black family, begging for scraps? His expression radiated disdain. As they conversed, the door to the headmaster's office swung open, and Professor McGonagall entered with Lewis. Oh, look who has arrived. Our genius from Slytherin. Phineas said, genuinely delighted. Elegant, truly elegant. He is indeed a credit to our house. McGonagall's lips twitched as she suppressed the urge to reprimand him and exited the office. Enough, Phineas, spoke another portrait, depicting a kind-faced lady. How can you commend a first-year student for such cruelty? You do not condemn him, yet you praise him? Rest assured. Delirus, Phineas replied nonchalantly. A Slytherin has finally emerged as a genius. Let us not frighten our young student. You, Delirus, obviously infuriated, struggled to respond. Rendered speechless by Phineas's remarks. In her lifetime, she had been an exceptionally skilled healer. Her compassionate heart could not bear to witness others suffer. All right, Delirus and Phineas. Cease your quarrel, Dumbledore intervened, turning to Lewis. Would you care for some lemon juice? Certainly, Professor. I happen to have indulged in too much salt this morning. Lewis readily replied. Low sugar, please. It would be wise to limit sugar intake in the morning. Too much could transform one into a water-gun-toting child, Dumbledore jested. Indulging in sweets is indeed a delightful experience. With a flick of his wrist, a glass of chilled lemon juice appeared before them. He gestured for Lewis to sit. Could you share with me why you treated the Black student in such a manner? He does not bear the Black name, that wretched. Filthy half-blood sullies the noble spirit of the Black family. Phineas shouted indignantly. Moments later, he was bound to a chair by Delirus and several others, his mouth tightly gagged. Struggling in vain, making for an amusing spectacle. Chapter 32. With great embarrassment, I have only made a modest contribution. Oh? Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, non-committal. Have you devised a solution so swiftly? It seemed he was rather indifferent to the fate of Patrick Black. In truth, he was well aware of Patrick's misdeeds within the school. Otherwise, he would not have sent him to Durmstrang as an exchange student. Were it not for Phineas's influence, he would have expelled him long ago. A more malevolent force could have dealt with him suitably. However, he was quite concerned about Lewis's psychological state. Should he become the next Tom, it would be dire indeed. Ah, you are correct. Dumbledore nodded, then asked, how did you manage that? In light of the current circumstances, I have resolved to utilize Professor Snape's position as the potions master to implement a policy of monthly assessments, as well as midterm and final examinations, awarding points based on academic performance to both individuals and houses. Consequently, the Swift Slytherin house is likely to excel in the first monthly test, compelling the other house hence to adopt this initiative if they wish to retain the House Cup, at the very least ensuring Slytherin does not gain too significant a lead. Thus, our plan would be preliminarily successful. Lewis summarized, with great embarrassment, I have only made a modest contribution. Dumbledore gazed at Lewis, suddenly struck by a startling realization. It is well known that the most politically adept individuals in the world are the Cerisians from the Far East and the British. Sooner or later, he would have ample opportunity to develop his skills. Dumbledore felt it was necessary to engage him in a serious conversation. Have you heard of Voldemort? Dumbledore's tone seemed to inquire rather innocently. How could I not know, Professor? Lewis replied with a gaze reminiscent of one witnessing the onset of dementia. Professor, you really ought to consume less sugar. Your thoughts seem to be dulling. Oh, is that so? Dumbledore, belatedly realizing, pondered how it was conceivable for a wizard to be unaware of Voldemort. Even without reading, one would have surely heard classmates speak of him. Lewis smacked his lips distastefully. Voldemort's magical prowess is beyond question. However, do you not think he possesses rather low taste? I feel he might be suffering from some grave illness. What normal person behaves like that unbeknownst to Lewis? Jerry had stealthily emerged from his pocket, sliding down his robes like a slide, peering curiously at the Sorting Hat. Professor, if you are worried I might become like him, I can understand, especially since I may have been a bit harsh with Senior Black yesterday. But Lewis set down his lemonade, speaking earnestly, Professor, you are overthinking. I have my beloved grandfather, my uncles and aunts, and so many good friends. We are not lacking in wealth. Do you think I am so idle as to engage in such nefarious activities? You make a valid point, Dumbledore chuckled, his braided white beard quivering. Do not blame me for not warning you. Your mouse is climbing towards the Sorting Hat. Indeed, why should he be anxious? The Sorting Hat was not his Gryffindor. The old hat, roused from its slumber, bellowed, startling Jerry, who tumbled to the ground, accompanied by the crisp sound of cymbals. Leaving him flattened, Lewis approached, gripping Jerry by the tail and giving it a couple of shakes, restoring him. Dumbledore watched Jerry with keen interest, inquiring, This must be the mouse from that animated series. If I recall correctly, he is named Jerry? Indeed, Professor. Lewis patted Jerry's head, signaling him to stay put, when suddenly a rather mischievous thought crossed his mind. Since they are both named Tom, should I let Jerry stir some trouble for Professor Quirrell? After all, I am scheduled to visit Professor Quirrell's office tomorrow. It would be fitting to give him a grand surprise, wouldn't it? What a remarkable mouse, Dumbledore remarked, shaking his beard. I never expected the Sorting Hat would place him in Gryffindor. I would argue he belongs to another house. Where? Both Lewis and Jerry trembled in curiosity, looking at Dumbledore. Azkaban. Dumbledore laughed, of course, if one were to be sent to Azkaban for pranks. I believe the Weasley twins would have been there for 2 years by now. At this point, a hint of nostalgia crossed Dumbledore's expression. Ah, truly. I used to encounter those two at night. I do not know why, but suddenly one day, I could no longer find them. Dumbledore's tone brimmed with regret. So you happened to encounter me in the senior? Lewis mused internally, maintaining a smile on his face. In the past, having read fanfiction, the notion that Dumbledore employed legitimacy on students seemed rather far-fetched. A 100-year-old man, a reputed wizard of light, who has held a high office for years, would surely not fail to perceive the emotions etched upon the faces of adolescents. If he were truly so shameless, would Voldemort have even existed? Speaking of others, even his grandfather, old Lewis, with his vast experiences from 2 lives, could be effortlessly read by him. As the elder would say, I have consumed more salt than you have eaten rice. How could I not know what is in your heart? He cast a glance toward the portrait. Phineas was still bound to his chair, flailing his legs in a most undignified manner. Chapter 33. Do you even deserve to be called the Dark Lord? While the other 3 houses vibrantly celebrated the weekend, only Slytherin languished in despair. This was not due to any external circumstances, rather. Professor Snape had insisted on maintaining regular study hours from 3 to 4 in the afternoon and 7 to 9 in the evening. Lewis clicked his tongue, pondering how this could be intolerable. Hadn't he once endured all-day tutoring every weekend? The weekend passed leisurely. With Catherine by his side, the time was far from dull, as he could engage her in discussions regarding his uncertainties and potions. Tom and Jerry were wise enough not to intrude and irritate Catherine. The cat and mouse amused themselves playing wizard chess, teasing Ron's pet rat when he wasn't paying attention, careful to avoid provoking Ron's ire. Lewis often wondered why Ron's rat seemed perpetually fatigued and listless. Whenever Draco attempted to approach, he was deterred by the dangerous glare of the older student. Poor Draco was on the verge of developing post-traumatic stress from the experience. Yet, joyful moments are fleeting. As Sunday evening approached, Lewis, with Jerry tucked safely in his pocket, ventured apprehensively towards Professor Quirrell's office. At the entrance, he happened upon Patrick, who had just exited Quirrell's lair. Patrick's face betrayed his sudden alarm upon spotting Lewis. "Oh, isn't the senior Black?" Lewis remarked disdainfully. "Haven't seen you in a few days. You seem to have let yourself go. This is Professor Quirrell's office. Please don't do anything reckless." Patrick stuttered, as though Quirrell's own affliction had transferred to him. "I seem to have reminded you, dear senior," Lewis replied, drawing his wand with a gentle demeanor. "I hope you don't cross my path while walking, or else Madame Pomfrey might have to attend to your legs. Given the absence of witnesses here, perhaps I could offer you a choice. Will you come willingly, or shall I take action?" He added with a foreboding hint, "Be advised. Should I intervene, it may not be particularly amicable." Gritting his teeth, Patrick brandished his wand. Expelliarmus! He attempted to strike first, yet, weakened by the binding curse. He was no match for Lewis. The spell was effortlessly deflected, and a subsequent bone-breaking curse struck him squarely in the knee. Patrick emitted a pained cry, drawing the attention of several onlookers. Spotting a fellow Slytherin among them, Lewis gestured. "You there, senior? Yes, you Slytherin? Please escort this unfortunate senior Black to the hospital wing. He has been rather careless and seems to have broken his leg merely by walking." The senior dared not refuse, summoning a friend to assist in carrying Patrick away, their legs moving swiftly as if propelled by the wind. With a resigned sigh, Lewis rapped on Quirrell's office door. "Enter," came Quirrell's voice in response. Upon entering, Lewis found the office to be as he had imagined, eerie and dimly lit, with green walls adorned by 2 enormous lizards crawling about, leading one to wonder if the subject taught here was indeed dark arts. It was perplexing why Quirrell, a Ravenclaw, would be so enamored with the color green, perhaps a reflection of past romantic misadventures. As he stepped inside, Lewis felt a chilling presence fixate upon him, as if an unseen, frigid hand were clutching his heart, rendering him breathless. "I must concede, Mr. Mountbatten, you are indeed quite remarkable," Quirrell stuttered. "I have heard of the incident involving Black. It is astonishing that one of pure blood could descend to such a state. Isn't he half-blood?" Lewis inquired, puzzled. "Oh, yes. I must have been mistaken," Quirrell said with a faint smile. "I always presumed the Black family to be staunch supporters of pure blood, never anticipating they might adopt a half-blood into their fold." He ceased stuttering, continuing, "In this regard, pure-blood families often possess a flexible moral compass." Lewis chuckled lightly. "Indeed, Professor." Quirrell laughed, genuinely amused. "You are correct, Mr. Mountbatten. It is quite true." Lewis found it odd that Quirrell, or rather, Voldemort, seemed to feign ignorance of Patrick. "Professor, are you well acquainted with Patrick? I noticed he just left your office." Lewis ventured to probe Quirrell's reaction. One might say. Not particularly well acquainted," Quirrell hesitated, an unnatural flicker crossing his face. "Black merely sought my counsel regarding vampires." "Strange that you would stutter again," Lewis remarked, feigning realization. "So that's why he sought you, Professor. You didn't summon me merely to criticize pureblood families, did you?" At this juncture, he discreetly employed his eye of recognition upon Quirrell's imposing turban. Tom Riddle, Golden Dragon Emblem level. Wizard talents. Charms, 13. Potions, 8. Transfiguration, 11. Dark Arts, 15. Defense against the Dark Arts, 11. Flying, 10. Herbology, 3. Known spells. Avada Kedavra, level 10. Cruciatus Curse, level 10. Soul Extraction, level 10. Disarm, level 9. Indeed, a prodigy of his caliber. Lewis mused at the remarkable aptitude for dark arts, momentarily entertained by a peculiar thought. With your mastery of dark arts, do you truly believe yourself worthy to declare yourself the Dark Lord before me? Unbeknownst to Voldemort, he would surely roar in indignation, questioning whether it was he, Voldemort, who was incapable of wielding a blade, or if it was Lewis who had become overly arrogant. However, the Eye of Recognition provided a small note beneath the assessment. A talent of level 10 signifies the upper limit for an ordinary person. Should an individual's aptitude in a particular area fail to surpass 10, they are destined to achieve no extraordinary feats therein. Hermione, please do not interrupt. Of course, Quirrell, or Voldemort, was oblivious to Lewis's inner musings. It is remarkable, Mr. Mountbatten, that at your age, most young wizards struggle to cast even the simplest spells, let alone perform advanced incantations like a silent shield charm. It surprises me that someone of such talent and power like yourself continues to diligently practice your spells. That is truly commendable. Throughout history, it has been evident that those who achieve greatness are not solely defined by their extraordinary gifts but also possess an unwavering determination. This has always been my guiding principle. Lewis delivered his motivational speech as effortlessly as one might sip water. Chapter 34, Professor Lockhart. Professor Voldemort gazed at Lewis with an increasingly profound admiration. I must remind you that this world is not a stable one. His eyes flickered. The dark arts defense cannot address every circumstance. As your instructor, it is imperative that I inform you that when confronting certain dark wizards, the most effective approach may involve some unconventional magic. Lewis harbored profound doubts, suspecting that the Dark Lord before him had once dabbled in child abduction, resembling a predatory uncle luring children to gaze at goldfish. I do not comprehend, Professor, Lewis remarked, perplexed. Take werewolves, for instance. They possess a natural resistance to magic that exceeds that of ordinary beings, Voldemort replied, his gaze pure, reminiscent of innocence. Typically, a mere stunning spell or disarming charm proves insufficient to inflict real harm upon them. So, do you intend to teach me some extracurricular magic? Lewis inferred. I understand your inner turmoil. To alleviate this unnecessary doubt, I believe it is essential for you to experience it firsthand. Voldemort's tone was empathetic, perhaps to placate Lewis. How shall I practice? Lewis inquired with interest. By chance, I have captured a werewolf. You may attempt to engage it in combat, Voldemort declared, waving his wand to unveil a foreboding cabinet, revealing a sleeping werewolf within. Professor, I am merely a first-year student, Lewis exclaimed, feigning terror as he gazed at the werewolf inside. What if it injures me? Do not worry, Mr. Montalban, Voldemort reassured him nonchalantly. With me by your side, this werewolf will not harm you. With a flick of his wand, Voldemort splashed clear water upon the werewolf, rousing it from slumber. The creature shook its head, bewildered by the circumstances. Nicholas Adelaide, Voldemort recalled with a hint of nostalgia, once a Death Eater, imprisoned in Azkaban following my downfall. Recently escaped and inadvertently captured by me in the Forbidden Forest. Goodness, are you setting a trap for your own kind? Lewis mused internally, curious about Voldemort's emotions when he referred to his own failure. Imagining a 1-year-old being struck down by his own spell was indeed indescribable. I shall remain vigilant for your safety. You need only to attack this werewolf, Voldemort insisted with certainty. You must grasp that relying solely on disarming and stunning spells will not suffice in every situation. I believe this werewolf will illustrate the necessity of mastering new incantations. Then, Professor, Lewis said innocently, regarding Voldemort, if I were to inadvertently slay your werewolf, you would not hold it against me, would you? Voldemort looked at Lewis as if beholding a naive child, bursting into laughter. Ha ha. Mr. Montalban, I never anticipated you possessed such humor. Rest assured, I do not believe a young wizard like yourself could independently vanquish a werewolf. I recognize your brilliance, but some matters cannot be resolved merely through talent. Just tell me what you would do if I succeeded. If you manage to slay this werewolf, I shall henceforth be known as Lockhart, Voldemort asserted confidently. Professor Lockhart? Lewis exclaimed. With a flick of his wrist, a slender crystal sword appeared in his hand, much to Voldemort's astonishment. Lumos Maxima. The blinding light flashed like a strobe, stunning the werewolf momentarily, allowing Lewis to swiftly decapitate it before it could utter a sound. Voldemort gaped, his mouth agape in disbelief, resembling a startled frog. Professor Lockhart. It seems this werewolf was not a challenge beyond a wizard of my caliber. Look, Lewis waved the bloodless crystal sword. Physical magic appears remarkably effective. Having spent considerable time with Catherine, he had also adopted a rather peculiar demeanor. Professor, what troubles you? Lewis inquired, waving his hand before Voldemort's astonished gaze. What do you think of this surprise I have presented you? Voldemort replied, how the devil should I know? You explain to me, what exactly is this surprise? What do you mean? Lewis retorted, "Very well, Professor, I shall take my leave. Good night." He waved cheerily, suppressing the urge to unleash the animated Jerry upon Voldemort, and swiftly exited the dark arts defense classroom. Once Lewis departed, the sinister Professor Quirrell finally regained his composure. He glanced around furtively, nervously inquiring, "Master, you fool! You nearly thwarted my plans." A shrill voice echoed in Quirrell's mind. "Why did you allow that imbecile Black to come at this moment? Damned! Lower the hood. I need some air." Quirrell complied, lifting the hood to reveal a grotesque visage behind him, a face contorted with displeasure. "Mr. Montalban seems to have begun questioning your relationship with Patrick," Quirrell stammered hesitantly. "You fool. You are now the defense against the dark arts professor. Why would a student suspect you without reason?" Voldemort's demeanor frayed. "Think before you act. Never mind. Find a time to lift Black's soul-binding curse and dispose of him. The longer he remains, the more suspicion Dumbledore will harbor," Voldemort commanded. "Yes, Master," Quirrell replied humbly. The face affixed to Quirrell's head contorted in frustration, ultimately releasing a long sigh. "I am weary. Let it be destroyed." Thus, Voldemort's grand scheme teetered on the brink of collapse, having lost both a werewolf and a valuable ally. Chapter 35. If you cannot win, rally the troops. The 7th graders have been rather occupied. Thus I have not taken them out for leisure activities. Furthermore, they have already solidified their personalities, rendering any attempts to alter their mindsets unnecessary. Upon the announcement, the entire school erupted in astonishment, save for Slytherin House. They were incredulous that Severus Snape, their esteemed professor and headmaster, would deceive and manipulate these impressionable young wizards. Was this acceptable? It was not. The young wizards fervently wished to counsel Professor Snape to reflect deeply upon his actions, yet none dared voice their dissent, paralyzed by the fear of his venomous retorts. Aside from a few complaints from Professor Sprout of Hufflepuff, even Professor McGonagall seemed to acquiesce to Snape's midterm examination plans. When she inadvertently overheard Lewis discussing Slytherin's study schedule with Catherine in the corridor, Professor McGonagall feigned interest in the scenery. Her ears perked up. That evening, she forcefully implemented an identical plan for Gryffindor. Ron was in a state of distress, having repeatedly vented to Harry about their frustrations with the instigator, longing for him to face dire consequences. Lewis, suppressing the urge to reprimand the two, continuously reminded himself, "I shall lead you into battle." With Catherine's assistance, Lewis's magical prowess surged remarkably, most of his spells surpassing level 5, with his protective enchantment achieving an impressive level 8. Nonetheless, he remained unable to surpass Catherine, unless he were to risk everything. Yet, given her kindness, it hardly seemed necessary to engage in such a perilous contest. Their bond only deepened with time. During flying lessons, in an effort to conceal his lack of skill, he opted to skip class. This decision led to him being caught red-handed by Professor Dumbledore, who insisted he partake in a rather unsavory delicacy consisting of a heap of cockroaches. After a cordial exchange, Dumbledore ultimately consented to Lewis's request to forego flying lessons. For he was, after all, quite amenable. Seated in the headmaster's office, Lewis pondered the ease with which Hogwarts had provided him with a staggering £30 million in food expenses over the decades. Meanwhile, Professor Quirrell appeared to be intentionally cultivating a connection with him, imparting numerous dark spells, including the infamous soul-sucking curse just yesterday. He understood the adage that there is no such thing as a free lunch. It seemed that Voldemort was subtly luring him into a treacherous abyss. One might wonder, is this your justification for reporting Professor Quirrell? Dumbledore shrugged. Lewis, with an expression of righteous indignation, nodded resolutely. Yes, Professor. He dares to teach students the unforgivable curses. Such behavior is utterly. Dumbledore said nothing, merely observing Lewis's performance with a serene demeanor. I shall quietly watch you display your bravado, never intruding upon your theatrics. It was indeed a frenzied affair. Noticing Lewis's expectant gaze upon him, Dumbledore, ever the astute observer, commented, Yes, a frenzied affair. Lewis wholeheartedly agreed with the headmaster's assessment. I often feel that Professor Quirrell harbors ulterior motives, as if he were deliberately attempting to lead me astray. Such a serious accusation, Lewis. Dumbledore straightened himself, pouring Lewis a glass of unsweetened lemonade. It is truly perplexing that at your tender age, you have already forsaken joy. Oh. I simply cannot fathom a life devoid of sweetness. Thus, others privately refer to you as the old bee. Lewis rolled his eyes in jest. A rather endearing moniker. Would you not agree? Dumbledore chuckled mischievously, retrieving his own glass of lemonade. Given your aversion to sugar, I have appropriated the portion that was meant for you. Alas, too sweet. His white beard quivered as he extracted a handful of cockroaches from his drawer, tearing one off and popping it into his mouth. Sometimes, I perceive you more as a white-kneed spider. Lewis fought to suppress a grimace. In lower latitudes, there exists a spider of considerable size, quite timid in nature. Yet they delight in feasting on cockroaches. In that moment, Lewis forgot how to articulate this in English, having inadvertently used the spider's Latin name. However, referring to it as the old white-kneed spider was somewhat convoluted. Dumbledore showed no offense at being dubbed with such a title. Rather, he engaged in a spirited discussion about it. So, Professor, let us not digress. You are aware that Professor Quirrell is rather suspect, are you not? Lewis attempted to steer the conversation back to the point. Dumbledore remained non-committal, continuing to munch on his cockroaches. Lewis retrieved a card from his pocket, mindful of the numerous portraits lining the walls of the headmaster's office, and inscribed upon it, "Are you not concerned that allowing Voldemort access to Hogwarts might provoke him into desperate actions?" Dumbledore took the card, glanced at its contents, then suddenly lifted his gaze, two sparks of insight glimmering behind his crescent-shaped glasses, as if attempting to peer into Lewis's very soul. Soon, he reverted to his familiar, genial demeanor. "I must concede, your intuition is quite astute. When did you come to this realization?" "At the sorting ceremony, Professor," Lewis lied, although he had known for years. Nonetheless, he continued to weave his tale without betraying a hint of guilt. Harry mentioned that his scar ached intensely when he gazed upon Professor Snape. Yet how could Snape and his family's tumultuous history possibly intertwine with Voldemort's machinations? As he spoke, he produced Jerry, who had been struggling in his pocket, and placed him upon the table. "An excellent deduction, Lewis." Dumbledore offered Jerry a cockroach candy. Jerry, with a look of disdain, sniffed it, detecting the sweetness. He squinted at the elderly man before him, and after a thorough examination, discerned no malice. Thus, he opened his mouth wide and devoured the still writhing cockroach, chewing a few times before swallowing. Regarding Voldemort, Dumbledore mused before letting out a sigh. "Well, now that you are one of us, there is no need for secrecy." My intention was to allow him to challenge Harry, hoping he would emerge from the experience transformed. Chapter 36, The Appointed Mister. My time is limited, and I am in need of a successor. However, your presence leads me to believe that nurturing you may be more appropriate, Dumbledore said, mischievously winking. "I am not particularly eager to witness you becoming a dark wizard. So would you be interested in taking over the duties of an old man in the future?" I replied, "Professor, doesn't this carry a sense of being appointed?" Lewis was tempted to recite a few lines of poetry at that moment, but restrained himself. "Given time, your achievements in magic will surpass mine, as will your political acumen." Dumbledore then handed Jerry a piece of sizzling honey candy, watching him enjoy it with delight, and continued, "I have grown old, and the intrigues of the fame game no longer suit me. Rather than chasing power at the Ministry of Magic or in Wisengamot, I would prefer to bask in the sun at Hogwarts Castle." "Indeed, you seem rather idle." Lewis genuinely believed his words. If Dumbledore were truly enamored with power, he likely would not have subdued Grindelwald and Ermengarde. "But have you considered that I might also be quite idle?" Lewis shot Dumbledore a sidelong glance, his expression far from gentlemanly. Dumbledore chuckled, unable to contain his amusement. "If you are idle, then I fear there is no one left who dares to call themselves diligent. I see you sneaking into the room of requirement with Miss Wally at night, only emerging at dawn. You truly are a peeping Tom." Lewis said with a frown, "Such behavior is unbecoming of a gentleman." I am old. Dumbledore replied with a pallid expression, "In your mother's homeland. There is a saying, at 70, one follows their heart's desires. I am over 100 years old. You seem to know my mother?" Lewis grasped the crux of the matter. How could I not know her? She was the finest graduate of Slytherin. The voice of Phineas echoed timely behind him. Then he was once again bound to the chair by Principal Delilah in collusion with the other heads. "Your mother had a good relationship with Severus back in the day." A flicker of nostalgia crossed Dumbledore's eyes, swiftly replaced by surprise. "To be honest, it felt somewhat awkward when I saw you and Harry getting along so well. After all, Harry's father, James, was often humiliated by your mother. Truth be told, her talent is the most remarkable I have ever witnessed. James and his trio could not hold a candle to her. You certainly take after your mother." Lewis nodded, realizing he did not know much about his mother. "In fact, I thought you would resolve the issues with Quirrell or Voldemort on your own." Dumbledore stroked his beard. "It is quite unexpected that you would seek my assistance." Lewis chuckled. "Then you may not understand me well. I am quite adaptable. I have always believed in winning when possible and retreating when not. Cunningly developing, without getting reckless. Very clever, Dumbledore replied with a laugh, though it lacks chivalry. Let chivalry go to the devil. I know that once life is lost, nothing remains. Lewis shrugged. Ha ha. Dumbledore laughed heartily, and after a while, with a hint of satisfaction, he looked at Lewis. You have done well with the tasks entrusted to you. Gryffindor has already taken action. Now we await when Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff will follow suit. I suspect it was after Professor Snape deducted points. Professor. Lewis scratched his arm. People tend to be content with the status quo. Beliefs and thoughts are hard to change. Only when direct interests are threatened do they seek alternatives. You are right, Lewis. As for Professor Quirrell's matter, there is no rush to resolve it for now, Dumbledore stated. Why? Lewis asked in confusion. Haven't you decided against using Quirrell to provide Harry with experience? I believe no one understands the true face of a politician better than you. Dumbledore's expression revealed neither joy nor anger. Unfortunately, our current Minister of Magic is indeed a politician. That is true. Expecting him to acknowledge Voldemort's return is as futile as hoping the Weasley twins will cease their nightly escapades. Lewis shrugged, entirely oblivious to his own fondness for nocturnal adventures. He made an astute remark about Fudge. He cares more about his position than doing any actual work. At the first sign of trouble, he runs away. Dumbledore erupted into laughter at Lewis's commentary, and after a moment, he inquired, Isn't that an assessment of your Muggle Prime Minister, Mr. Hack? Indeed. The current Muggle Prime Minister is Jim Hack, who ousted the formidable Thatcher, who was driving Britain downhill, to become the Prime Minister of the realm. The ballast of the civil service has managed to hold firm, largely thanks to old Lewis's subtle machinations at the urging of young Lewis. In my past life, when I saw Americans mocking the British accent, I found it merely amusing, and I laughed heartily. But now, with full immersion in this life, every time I recall that scene, I feel like cursing. Those colonial bumpkins, begging in London? That feeling of anger is akin to monkeys and devils ridiculing the accent of the celestial beings. Enough of that. My fists have hardened, one way or another. We must ensure the eagle sauce follows the elder brother, mustn't we? At least Mr. Hack is more honorable. Lewis wore a look of disdain. Mr. Hack indeed wishes to accomplish something, whereas what about Fudge? What I find most incomprehensible is that he would doubt you. Those in power are often blind to the truth, while outsiders see clearly. Dumbledore maintained a nonchalant attitude. I merely hope that the children of Hogwarts can grow up happily. I care little for other matters. You seem quite open-minded. Lewis thought to himself, when Fudge joins forces with Lucius to conspire against you in the future, let us see how indifferent you remain. I am over 100 years old, Lewis. I have long since passed the age of squabbling over frivolous matters. Dumbledore chuckled, picking up Jerry, who had been climbing along his beard, and handing him to Lewis. As for Quirrell, do you not think his continued presence at Hogwarts will provide ample amusement? I shall not interfere with his teaching of you. Consider it a small test. Oh, it is almost time for Charms class, if you are late. I suspect Phileas will be quite displeased. Chapter 37 Halloween in the Charms class. Lewis observed as Seamus Finnegan detonated a feather with a levitation charm, igniting his curiosity to probe into Seamus's innate talent, only to discover that his aptitude for explosive spells was astonishingly high, reaching a score of 15. However, Harry appeared distinctly displeased, with half of his face smudged black from Seamus's mishap. Ron was no better off. After enduring several jabs from Hermione during class, he trudged towards the Great Hall, his expression clouded with gloom. Did you know? It's Leviosa, not Leviosar. Ron mimicked Hermione with exaggerated gestures, vividly embodying her demeanor. No wonder she has no friends. Honestly, with her temper, it's a wonder she has any at all. Just then, he felt a gentle jostle on his shoulder as Hermione dashed past him, faint sobs barely audible. Ron shrugged, feeling a twinge of regret for his words, wishing he hadn't spoken where Hermione could hear. I think she might have heard you, Harry whispered beside him. Yet, pride often keeps one from admitting fault. And despite his unease, Ron pressed on toward the hall. Lewis scanned the room but failed to spot Catherine. He resigned himself to taking a seat in a corner with Draco. Behind them sat some Gryffindor students, presumably Hermione's roommates. Did you know that odd girl, Hermione, is still crying in the restroom? I've tried to console her multiple times, but she just chased me away, remarked a classmate resembling a yam. She was likely one of the Indian sisters. Draco, observing Lewis's demeanor, meticulously folded his napkin diagonally before laying it across his lap. That Muggle-born girl seems to be in a rather poor state of mind, he noted quietly. He hesitated to call her a Muggle, knowing Lewis wouldn't appreciate it. So he settled for referring to her by her nickname. "When did you start caring about Granger?" Lewis replied nonchalantly as he arranged his napkin. "Let's eat. Tonight's feast appears quite bountiful." Indeed, it was lavish enough that everyone seemed to have forgotten about Hermione. Lewis glanced over to see Ron once again indulging in a feast, each hand clutching a Yorkshire pudding filled with roast beef, reveling in his meal. Inspired by Ron's gluttony, Lewis clapped his hands, retrieving Jerry from his pocket and placing him on the table, then inviting Tom to sit beside him, handing him a fork and knife to help care for Jerry. After all, what could be more important than enjoying a meal? As they dined merrily, the doors burst open with a bang, and Professor Quirrell stumbled in, exclaiming in a distressed tone, "A troll! A troll in the dungeons! I thought you all should know." With that, he rolled his eyes back and fainted. "Look at you! What a mess!" Lewis scolded, frowning. "Why are you in such a panic? The professors are here. Surely a troll won't cause an uproar." Draco finally quieted, panting heavily, his eyes darting around the hall, which was in utter chaos. Dumbledore had to cast several loud fireworks with his wand before the din subsided. "Prefects," he spoke in a low voice, "immediately escort your students back to the dormitories." "What is going on?" Lewis continued to eat his fries leisurely, utterly unfazed by the pandemonium enveloping the hall, embodying timeless elegance. "Hermione is still in the dungeons," the two of them exclaimed anxiously. "I understand. But this is something you ought to report to the professors," Lewis said, wiping his mouth and offering them a clear path. But the professors will dock us points." Harry fretted. Lewis couldn't help but chuckle softly behind his napkin. "Do you really think Gryffindor cares about losing points?" Harry's realization dawned on him, yet he still insisted, "It might be too late to find a teacher. Ron and I should go check." Unbeknownst to him, the dungeon was far more eventful than he could imagine. While the hall descended into chaos, Catherine was absent, intending to resolve a personal matter in the restroom before seeking out Lewis for some charm practice. As she stood to leave, the faint sound of sobbing from a nearby stall caught her attention. Initially dismissive, Catherine felt a shiver of unease creep over her. Unlike her usual aloof and proud demeanor, she harbored a deep-seated fear of ghosts, a vulnerability unknown even to her parents, let alone her classmates. The students of Hogwarts only knew Catherine by 3 words: "Do not provoke." Some might wonder why she wasn't afraid of the ghosts at Hogwarts. But one must understand that Hogwarts ghosts were entirely different from malevolent spirits. After all, the ghosts of Hogwarts were familiar to everyone, so fear was hardly a factor. Resolutely, Catherine feigned calmness and stealthily stepped out of the stall, grasping the adjacent door and pulling it open with force. She beheld the source of the sobs and recognized the owner of the voice. Catherine discreetly exhaled a sigh of relief, her tension easing, and a mischievous smirk danced across her face. "Oh my, is that not the little badger from Gryffindor? Why are you not in the Great Hall, but here, shedding tears?" "Let me think." She feigned surprise, her right hand covering her rosy lips. "Could it be that the little red-haired squirrel has spurned you?" Chapter 38. The Troll Mind Your Own Business. Hermione shrieked, her voice echoing with indignation. "You are the real little beaver. Look at you, so fragile." Cowering in the restroom and crying at the slightest provocation, Catherine wrinkled her delicate nose in contemplation. "I'm beginning to believe you. You are certainly not a little beaver." Hermione shot her a disdainful glare. "You can't possibly be a skunk, can you? How revolting." Catherine feigned enlightenment, then looked at Hermione with distaste. "In an environment that reeks like this, how can you possibly endure it?" Hermione was at her breaking point. "Ah, I am not a skunk. You insufferable woman. I have no time for your tedious debate." Catherine's eyes flashed with derision. "Whether you are a beaver or a skunk, you must understand that sulking does not resolve issues, it only invites further contempt." Hermione opened her mouth to retort but was interrupted by a series of dull thuds. She wiped her eyes, stood up from the toilet, and peered out cautiously. "W. Woolry, did you hear that noise?" Catherine nodded, turning to face the source of the sound. A dark shadow, elongated by the light, was steadily approaching the restroom door. What kind of lunatic designed a door this large? Both Catherine and Hermione shared the same thought. A towering troll loomed at the entrance, clutching a hefty wooden club and gazing at the door with an expression of profound wisdom. A foul stench, reminiscent of socks that hadn't been washed in months, wafted through the air, causing Hermione to retch violently. She swore she would rather endure the garlic scent from Professor Quirrell's defense against the dark arts classroom than suffer this inhumane torment. It's a troll." Hermione's expression soured, uncertain whether her pallor was due to nausea, the foul odor, or sheer terror. The troll turned its gaze towards her voice, and her heart raced. Oh no, it has spotted us. Oh dear. Hermione felt her throat dry up as if all her strength had been siphoned away, leaving her to lean against the partition for support. I read that trolls have a high resistance to magic. At our age, it's challenging to cast a spell that could effectively harm it. No, I cannot allow you to stand behind me alone. Catherine seized Hermione's wrist, swiftly tossing her to a safer distance. With you beside me, you will only be a hindrance. As she spoke, another thunderous noise echoed, heralding the arrival of yet another troll. I fear we are doomed. Hermione's voice emerged as if from the depths of her throat, imbued with a sense of resigned clarity. I doubt it will be today, Catherine replied, her wand dancing as emerald flames surged forth, consuming the first troll in a breathtaking spectacle. The intensity of the flames was terrifying. In that moment, Hermione's eyes reflected an inexplicable element she herself could not comprehend. Stupefy! Catherine exclaimed, her wand sending a pale blue spell that struck the second troll squarely on its forehead. The creature swayed, appearing drunken as it stumbled before collapsing with a resounding crash. Hermione! Hermione! Harry and Ron's voices echoed from the other side, their heads popping into view. Upon seeing Catherine, the boys paused, their previously jubilant expressions collapsing into dismay. Worry? They stuttered in greeting. Harry, Ron. Hermione was elated to see her friends, rushing to embrace Harry, and after a moment's thought, she also hugged Ron. I never expected you two would come looking for me. Oh my goodness. Childhood grievances faded as quickly as they arose. Hermione had already forgotten Ron's unkind words from earlier that afternoon. Hey, I thought you were going to say something profound. Ron chuckled, scratching the back of his head. That's what friends are for, right? Harry wore a goofy grin, while Catherine regarded the budding trio with disdain. Well, if the little beaver and her squirrel boyfriend, along with their froggy companion, have no further business, I shall take my leave. At this, all three turned crimson, especially Ron, whose head seemed to emit steam. He glanced at Harry, then covertly at Hermione, whose cheeks also flushed, prompting him to hastily avert his gaze. Harry stood there grinning foolishly, appearing no more intelligent than the troll. The sound of hurried footsteps jolted the trio from their awkwardness and interrupted Catherine's intended departure. The first to emerge was Professor McGonagall, who surveyed the unconscious troll at their feet, her hand clasped over her chest as she inhaled sharply. Can someone explain to me what on earth has transpired here? Her stern gaze swept over the group, leaving the three children feeling rather uncomfortable. Catherine, however, felt indifferent. It wasn't her fault. It was my fault, Professor, Hermione volunteered, stepping forward. I thought I could handle the troll. You know, I've read about them in books. It was Worry who saved me by stunning this troll. She intentionally omitted the fact that it had been two trolls, considering the implications of such dark magic. She wished to spare Harry and Ron any trouble, as well as to protect Catherine, who had come to her aid. Harry and Ron were merely concerned for my well-being and came to rescue me, Hermione added. Professor McGonagall fixed her stern gaze upon Harry and Ron, who nodded vigorously, apprehensive of her reprimand, revealing their lack of brilliance. Chapter 39. Miss Worley desires my confession. Oh. If that is the case, Professor McGonagall turned her gaze towards Hermione and mused, Miss Granger, you foolish girl. How could you ever think you could face a mountain-like giant on your own? Hermione bit her lip and lowered her head, unable to meet Professor McGonagall's gaze. Due to your recklessness and arrogance, Gryffindor will lose 5 points. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips as she issued the penalty. The elderly lady was particularly stern when it came to her own house. I must say, Miss Granger, I am somewhat disappointed in you. Her gaze shifted to Catherine. I must admit, Miss Worley, at your age, to handle a giant so effortlessly is a feat that transcends mere talent. Slytherin would gain 20 points for your actions. A softness crept into Professor McGonagall's eyes. For the first time, she realized that Miss Worley's heart might not be as proud and indifferent as she had imagined. Indeed, over the past 2 or 3 years since Catherine enrolled, every encounter had been marked by her tormenting classmates with the hanging bell, such as the Weasley twins, who were hung from the ceiling for an hour merely for giving her a poker-faced nickname. Or she would take on multiple opponents, leaving them sprawled on the floor. Who would have thought she would ever assist a classmate? Harry glanced at Professor McGonagall, then at Snape. Suddenly, he noticed a tear in Snape's robe, revealing a leg stained with blood. Professor Snape, sensing Harry's gaze, frowned and concealed his injured leg. Harry stared at the scar on Snape's leg, feeling as if he were on the brink of a revelation, something right in front of him, yet elusive. Well then, we shall take our leave, Professor. The trio politely bid farewell. Catherine performed a ladylike curtsy to the 3 professors and followed them out of the underground washroom. Very well. Allow me to handle this giant. It is precisely my area of expertise. Professor Quirrell's smile was strained. No sooner had he spoken than the giant on the ground sneezed, startling him. Snape scoffed derisively and followed Professor McGonagall out of the underground washroom. The following morning, Lewis inquired at the breakfast table, "So, I hear you saved Hermione?" This information had come from Harry and Ron, but as soon as they saw Catherine approaching, they scurried away alongside Draco. Although Draco had never been on good terms with them, he chose to avoid them in light of Catherine's imposing presence. Opting for the lesser evil, Draco was always astute in assessing situations, a trait undoubtedly inherited from his father. Indeed, like father, like son. "It seems you harbor exceptional feelings for Miss Beaver." Catherine nearly broke her fork in half, struggling to contain her displeasure. "Look at that endearing title. It makes me want to retch." The senior's words carried a subtle bitterness. Generally speaking, unless one had an exceptionally close relationship, Lewis should have referred to Hermione as Granger or Miss Granger. However, his relationship with Hermione was merely that of casual friends, and according to logic, it had not developed to the point of using her first name, although he had indeed done so before. He spoke in this manner before the senior simply to provoke her. Lewis detected the acidity in her tone but was merely teasing. "Indeed, I do have rather extraordinary feelings for her. Have you noticed? She is quite adorable." Catherine glanced up indifferently at Hermione, who was joyfully chatting with Ron, and coolly remarked, "You truly have an eye for finding gold in the muck." Suddenly, Lewis was reminded of the bottle of aged vinegar he had purchased during a trip to Shangxi. "Why not? Have Miss Beaver accompany you to the requesting room daily for spell practice? It would save me some time, as I have no inclination to indulge in childish games with you." The senior's pride was evidently rising. "Are you unaware that Sundra has gone out of style, senior? Or are you the blonde version of it? With pigtails, you'd be nothing but a defeated foe." As she spoke, her hand tightened around the fork, which began to bend under the pressure. Her mind was a whirlwind. She did not wish to utter such words, yet they escaped her lips instinctively. She regretted it deeply, fearing that she might indeed push Lewis toward Miss Beaver. It felt as if a bone lodged in her throat, causing her great pain. What if I confessed to her? Lewis rested his chin on his hand, his fingers idly rubbing together, asking nonchalantly. Catherine slowly turned her head, her icy gaze fixed on Lewis, suggesting in an unfathomably cold tone, "Perhaps Mr. Mountbatten should declare his feelings here, in front of the entire school?" "What a splendid idea!" Lewis exclaimed, slapping his thigh. He then looked at the senior, patting her shoulder with a smile. "Perfect, Worley, you can bear witness for me." Catherine's pupils constricted sharply before returning to normal, her body trembling as she replied shakily, "Fine, I shall observe. I shall not lend this detestable scoundrel my wand." Was this not akin to a declaration of independence? She felt as if her heart were being twisted painfully, draining her of strength. Waves of heat and cold surging uncontrollably to her head, leaving her dizzy. She bore it, her gaze fixed intently on the standing Lewis. Should I use the Fiendfire curse? Or the Cruciatus curse? A dangerous glint flickered in Catherine's eyes. Chapter 40. Why are you so skilled? Lewis cast a glance down at Catherine, observing her awkwardness and ire, accompanied by a strong scent of lemon. He truly wished to confess his feelings to her in front of everyone. But the sudden flash of a task on the system panel interrupted his thoughts. Task: ensure that Catherine confesses her feelings before you do. Description: as a favored child of destiny, how can you take the initiative to confess? Maintain the pride of being a dimensional traveler, perhaps one day. A meteorite will assist you in achieving victory. Reward: the crown of the Eye of the Storm, lightning skill tree. Failure penalty: none. In truth, he was reluctant to undertake this task, yet the rewards were simply too enticing. Who wouldn't he want to become a dashing and formidable lightning mage? Most importantly, the challenge it presented was exhilarating. Just the thought of the aloof senior blushingly confessing to him sent tingles through Lewis's heart. "Are you playing with me? Were? Why the rush?" Catherine's breath hitched. To be honest, Lewis harbored no excessive thoughts regarding Miss Granger. He donned a serious expression. "You may not know this, but I do not fancy younger girls." Diana interjected. "Ah, yes, exactly right. So, what kind do you prefer?" Catherine asked coldly, though her heart had softened, contemplating whether to cast a few hexes on him later, perhaps a bat bogey hex or a searing fire-making spell. At that moment, she had ceased to dwell on the more sinister curses, feeling less irate than before. "I prefer someone 3 years my senior," Lewis replied, leaning sideways on the table, propping his chin on his hand while gazing at Catherine. She should have golden hair, a lovely face, and a tall figure. Ah, long legs would be a bonus. Indeed. At a height of 172 meters, Catherine possessed long legs. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she shot a glare at Lewis before turning away in silence. Yet, her heart felt as if the world had opened up before her. However, recalling Lewis's earlier teasing, she couldn't resist extending her long leg and stepping on his foot with considerable force. Lewis suffered a silent indignity, interpreting it as a penance for his previous mischief. Only a senior could exhibit such grace. Had it been anyone else, they might have severed ties with him. Yet, he pondered, would that golden-haired senior truly harbor feelings for him? Lewis smirked mischievously. So, what do you think, Catherine? May I call you that? The mouth is on your face. I cannot control it, Catherine retorted icily, though the blush on her cheeks betrayed her true feelings. Ah, then help me guess. Does that girl hold any feelings for me? Lewis continued to tease Catherine, maintaining his composure, fully embodying the role of a charming rogue. Why are you so adept at this? How many times have you flirted with others? The senior thought bitterly, crunching the sugar cubes in her mouth. Leave. Once the match concluded, he resolved to surprise Catherine, his mind racing with ideas. At the periphery of his vision, a limping Snape approached Harry. Good luck today, Potter, Snape managed a strained smile. Since you possess the courage to face a troll, a mere Quidditch match should be effortless, even against Slytherin. Immediately regretting his words, he had genuinely intended to check on Potter. Seeing those eyes had initially brought him some joy, but recalling that the boy was a Gryffindor seeker, coupled with that infuriating face, his words turned sardonic. What was even more vexing were the three little miscreants before him. One was a brilliant muggle witch, another a redhead, and the last with green eyes. Was this not a haphazard assembly of Lily? He waved his cloak, creating a gust of wind, disappearing from their sight like an old bat. I know why, Harry whispered to his companions, feeling rather clever. Don't ask. Snape is about to take the fall again. Why does he always wear that black cloak? The two small heads leaned closer to Harry as he whispered, Did you notice Professor Snape's leg? He was limping. I saw his scar in the underground lavatory. I think he must have tried to pass by that three-headed dog. I bet my Nimbus 2000 that he let the troll in to divert attention. Hermione's beaver-like eyes widened in disbelief. No, that's impossible. He may have issues with Gryffindor, but he would never betray Dumbledore. In a sense, Snape had indeed never betrayed Dumbledore since he began teaching. Hermione, you always idealized the professors, Ron shrugged. But what could his motive be? What is that giant dog guarding? Let us not dwell on that, Hermione said, breaking off a piece of bread. Have some toast. You have an hour before you play. And you need to eat something, or you'll regret it later. But I'm really not hungry. Harry, preoccupied with thoughts of Snape, emotionally struggled to believe that the professor, who favored him, would act against Dumbledore, yet his clever mind insisted that Snape was hiding something. He turned to Malfoy. What is wrong, Malfoy? Seeker targets are meant to be closely guarded, Potter. Draco feigned indifference. I wouldn't want you to be defeated by Slytherin due to hunger. That would be quite embarrassing for me. Thanks, Malfoy, Harry replied, immediately regretting it. How could Malfoy ever say something kind? Draco, grinning while holding a sausage, suggested. How about I treat you to a sausage and 2 fried eggs then? Shut up, Malfoy. Harry rolled his eyes, thinking that if it weren't for the upcoming Quidditch match, he would gladly give Malfoy a piece of his mind. Delighted, Draco planned to share this humorous encounter with Lewis when Catherine was absent. Of course, if Catherine were present, he wouldn't dare. Chapter 41. The counterattack begins now. Ultimately, just before the match, Professor McGonagall insisted that Harry consume 2 pieces of chocolate. As the official commentator for Hogwarts Quidditch, Lee Jordan's professionalism was indisputable, and his wit was unmatched. Especially when Slytherin managed to tie the score at 20-20, Lee's proclamation, "The counterattack begins now," nearly led Lewis to believe he had crossed over from another realm. Unfortunately, Slytherin failed to mount a successful counterattack. For the savior, Potter's talent for seeking the snitch was truly remarkable. With the agility of a toad, Potter from Gryffindor swallowed the golden snitch whole, securing 150 points for Gryffindor. And thus the match concluded with the resounding declaration, "The victor is Gryffindor." This exaggerated statement marked the end of the match, and ever since, Hogwarts has employed imported golden snitches. During the match, an amusing incident occurred when Harry's broomstick went haywire, tossing him left and right as if trying to rattle his brains. Fortunately, it soon returned to normal. Lewis glanced over at Snape, and indeed, it was Hermione, that audacious beaver, who had set the professor's robes ablaze. Poor Snape, with only this one black coat, a gift from Lily, felt a pang of sorrow as he inhaled sharply. Immediately after the match, the trio of clever minds rushed over to Lewis, glancing at Catherine beside him, hesitating as if they were about to speak, but then refraining. It seemed that his little animal companions had something personal to discuss. Catherine raised an eyebrow. I also have matters to attend to. See you in the Slytherin common room tonight. All right, Lewis replied, pleased with the respect shown by the senior student. He recalled his previous life, where his ex-girlfriend had been far less understanding and respectful, unlike the charmingly proud queen who, beneath her sharp tongue, was quite endearing. As Catherine walked away, Hermione eagerly peered around, and upon seeing no one, exclaimed, during the match, Professor Snape placed a curse on Harry's broom. Lewis suppressed a laugh, deciding not to expose Snape's misdeeds. Let the trio remain in their misunderstanding. After all, Snape already bore enough burdens. As the saying goes, too many debts do not cause worry, and too many lice do not require care. It was better for him to remain in the shadows, quietly bearing his accolades. He led the trio to a secluded spot, where the crisp autumn wind of the Scottish Highlands swept through, rustling the fallen leaves around them. Lewis tightened his coat and wrapped his scarf several times around his neck in an attempt to ward off the chill. Snape, it was Professor Snape. We saw him cursing Harry's broom, and when I set his robes on fire, Harry's broom regained control, Hermione reported, her words tumbling forth like a rapid-fire machine gun, fast yet articulate enough to warrant a Grammy for her rapping prowess. However, she might not win it, for she was a true Englishwoman, not a transracial female green evangelical. How could one stack buffs in such times when Big Brother still reigned? As Lewis had anticipated, after hearing his convoluted explanation, the trio's eyes glazed over in confusion. In a culture that seldom encouraged scholarly pursuits, it was indeed an overreach to expect Harry and Ron to decipher complex sentences. This was thanks, in part, to the excellent matching mechanism of the British magical community. Although Hermione could comprehend each word, she realized a terrifying truth. Even though she recognized every word Lewis spoke, the combined meanings eluded her entirely. So, do you believe Professor Snape truly intends to harm Harry? Hermione questioned, her own judgment wavering. In response to the trio's expectant gazes, Lewis nodded slowly. Yes and no. He shrugged, smiling at them. Sometimes, matters are not as simple as they seem. The so-called villains are not merely those who appear fierce. True malefactors may lurk like venomous serpents, waiting for the opportune moment to strike when one is most vulnerable. The trio pondered his words thoughtfully, and Lewis continued, of course, I do not dismiss your opinions. I believe you should maintain your perspectives. Do not let my influence cloud your judgment. That is the best advice I can offer you. Goodness, Rory. You've rambled on for so long that asking was almost pointless. Ron exclaimed, a look of epiphany dawning upon him. I know who the true culprit is, he declared, a triumphant expression on his face. Oh, who is it? Hermione leaned in, intrigued to hear Ron's insight. It's Dumbledore. Before Ron could finish the word Dumbledore, Hermione swiftly delivered a chop to his head. What was that for? He groaned, cradling his head and imitating a crowing chicken. Do you realize you just revealed your ignorance? Well, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave, Lewis said, turning to depart but then paused. Oh, by the way, you must help me find George and Fred. Today is Catherine's birthday, and I wish to surprise her. Indeed, Catherine's birthday fell on November 2nd. A detail Dumbledore had discreetly shared with him as a bonus for that check. Lewis mused, if I hadn't received that check, would you have allowed me to miss this occasion? After all, I have exerted myself for Hogwarts. Ultimately, it was a case of misplaced effort. Chapter 42. Your cat prepared 4 dishes and a soup overnight. The Weasley twins readily acquiesced to Lewis's request, not for any particular reason, but simply because Lewis offered far too much. 100 galleons merely for setting off some fireworks. With the cost of the fireworks also covered by Lewis, such extravagant generosity is indeed a rare find. The twins resolved to earn that 100 galleons, even if it meant facing the poker-faced queen for another hour. Lewis spent a considerable amount of time trying to teach the house elves how to prepare a bowl of longevity noodles. Just as he contemplated switching to a cake instead, Tom, who had been observing for a while, pushed aside the house elf Aslo and skillfully picked up a rolling pin, creating a beautiful flower pattern. With dazzling speed, he combined kneading and rolling, and in no time, he produced a bowl of authentic longevity noodles. The mere prospect of tasting such genuine noodles was enough to bring a sense of satisfaction. He was not so bored as to insist on incorporating elements from Sirius. Rather, he was simply curious to see how the senior student managed to consume a whole bowl of noodles in one go. Watching Tom's busy silhouette, Lewis was reminded of a classic meme. After seeing what you cooked, your cat prepared 4 dishes and a soup overnight. naturally excluding such culinary dark arts as blue-veined cheese, which is still too avant-garde for human appreciation. As Tom successfully crafted the noodle soup, an achievement notification chimed. Your cooking is inedible to cats. 10. Achievement reward. Recipe. Pandarin 8 treasure noodles. Pandarin 8 treasure noodles. Consuming this will enhance energy recovery speed for 1 day. Lewis decided to leave this cooking recipe for Tom to learn, alongside the crispy spider legs. As for the venue, it was simple enough. The auditorium would be empty after 9 o'clock, so they could use it freely. He even borrowed a piano and a saxophone from Professor Flitwick, preparing them for Tom and Jerry, who were both natural music maestros. Failing to utilize their talents would be a missed opportunity. Tom and Jerry were well-versed in numerous musical scores, requiring no assistance from him. After some consideration, Lewis sent out invitations to the professors, rather audaciously disregarding school rules. When Professor McGonagall received her invitation while discussing new ideas and transfiguration with Dumbledore, she was so incensed that she struggled to articulate her thoughts. The impact is exceedingly detrimental. Dumbledore, however, took a more relaxed stance, dismissing her concerns with a mere mention of £30 million, thus quelling any thoughts she had of confronting Lewis. This dreary school could certainly use some lively spirits like Lewis to invigorate the atmosphere, Dumbledore mused with a touch of nostalgia. Indulge him, he added, noticing McGonagall's exasperation. Her expression conveyed a deep sense of resignation, with the Weasley twins and Mr. Potter among them. I fear I shall lose a decade of my life, at least. I can hardly fathom the chaos if Mr. Mountbatten joins their ranks. At least Lewis is a sensible child, Dumbledore remarked with a smile. I believe he can serve as a positive role model for his peers. I truly must thank him. McGonagall recalled overhearing Lewis's policies. Had I not eavesdropped on his discussion with Miss Worrell, I might still be in the dark. To think Severus would secretly keep things from me in his own house. I always believed him to be an honest man. It is a pity for Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. They remain oblivious to the situation. Dumbledore shrugged. Perhaps Severus's midterm assessments will prompt a revelation for them. We can only hope. After some contemplation, McGonagall concluded, Mr. Mountbatten is a good child. On the other hand, Filch was easily appeased. Lewis had gifted him an assortment of intriguing cat food from the Muggle world, along with various cat supplies and toys, which delighted Filch, who readily promised to turn a blind eye, especially with the professors present. I hope this pet from France provides you with a semblance of familial comfort at school. Indeed. He was a true, blue-blooded naval commander, embodying the essence of old London. Yet, as pure as he was, he also had a distinct preference. If one were to speak of personal inclinations, it would be the Japanese, who seemed to embody the spirit of his true affinity. The old man harbored a far more intense animosity towards Japan than most serious folk. His last will explicitly forbade any Japanese from attending his funeral. Lewis did not intend to invite many people. From Slytherin, he summoned only Draco and Marcus, along with the 3 Gryffindors and Neville. The twins, being the pyrotechnicians, did not count as guests. The half-hour buffer was merely a precaution for the directionally challenged. She didn't even need to look up to know it was Lewis entering. This. Lewis noticed the newspaper in her hands and curiously inquired, Didn't you despise Rita Skeeter? Why are you reading her Daily Prophet? Because I'm bored waiting for a certain directionally challenged deer, Catherine replied, setting down the paper, her expression revealing a hint of indignation. I hope you have a reasonable explanation. Let us walk and talk, Lewis said, grasping her wrist and lifting her effortlessly. Let go of me, Catherine retorted, shaking off Lewis's hand, her cheeks tinged with pink. I can manage the route myself. I truly doubt you could find the 8th floor before dawn. Lewis was quite eager to show Catherine a good time. First, let's head to the auditorium on the 1st floor. I have something planned. What do you need to do in the auditorium? Just a little something, Lewis replied, intending to surprise her. He certainly couldn't reveal the truth yet. You must be hungry. At your age, it's quite common for a family to be drained by your appetite, Catherine mused but quickly dismissed her thought. My apologies. I forgot you come from an exploiting class. It's unlikely your family would be impoverished by a child like you. The term exploiting class was one she and Lewis had learned together. Catherine, being quite understanding, believed that if one was hungry, one ought to eat. Enduring hunger would not be conducive to one's growth. So despite her verbal jabs, her body honestly led her to the auditorium with Lewis. Chapter 43. Birthday celebration. What's with that mysterious expression on your face? On the way, Catherine gazed at Lewis, murmuring to herself, You aren't harboring some wicked scheme, are you, dear fawn? Not at all, Lewis chuckled as he swung open the grand doors of the hall, gesturing with an air of invitation. "Dear Miss Catherine, please, do enter." She cast a deep gaze at Lewis before striding into the hall with her long legs. Bang! Pop! The moment she stepped inside, ribbons erupted in a shower of color, while the twins blew their party horns and launched laboriously crafted fireworks into the sky. A melodious piano tune filled the air as Tom played the birthday song. Simultaneously, everyone in the hall rose in unison, singing happy birthday to Catherine, showering her with well wishes. Catherine stood at the entrance, momentarily stunned, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She looked at each person in the hall, astonishingly refraining from her usual sharp tongue, and softly uttered, "Thank you, thank you." For the first time in 14 years, someone had gone to great lengths to celebrate her birthday, and in that moment, a gentle warmth blossomed within her heart. To be honest, she had completely forgotten that today was her birthday. "Happy birthday, Catherine," whispered Lewis, rising onto his toes to convey his wishes in her ear. Why on tiptoes, you ask? Well, at just over 1.40 meters, he was quite a bit shorter than Catherine, who towered above him. How could he reach her ear without standing on tiptoe? It was a bit of a stretch for him, just as Catherine was feeling touched. The voice of Professor Dumbledore broke the moment with a rather out-of-place exclamation. "When do we eat?" I can hardly contain my drool. Professor McGonagall discreetly nudged him under the table, shooting him an admonishing glance. All right, with a smile. Lewis linked arms with Catherine and led her to the center of the hall, softly calling out, "Aslo, we may begin." With eager anticipation, bowls of vibrantly colored noodle soup appeared before everyone. "What is this?" Dumbledore pondered, lifting a strand of noodles with his fork, struggling to figure out how to take a bite. "This is a special 8-treasure noodle soup from another world, said to be a delicacy of the panda people," Lewis explained. Of course, Catherine's bowl is unique. It contains an exceptionally long noodle. According to my mother's tradition, the birthday person must eat the entire noodle in one go without breaking it. Indeed. He was indulging in a bit of mischief, hoping to tease Catherine as well. The capricious nature of a boy in his adolescence, who often feels compelled to playfully torment the girl he has feelings for. Catherine, seated on the stool, felt the weight of all those gazes upon her, an uncomfortable sensation. Usually the center of attention as the Queen of Slytherin, today was different. It was her first time eating noodles under such scrutiny. Moreover, the challenge of consuming the entire noodle in one go was daunting. Fortunately, Lewis was considerate enough not to let Tom roll the noodle too long. At that moment, the music shifted and Lewis recognized the tune. It was familiar. The sound of a saxophone filled the air, and he finally discerned the melody. Wasn't he this from White Album? "Go ahead, Catherine," Lewis encouraged, his voice coaxing, reminiscent of Gul'dan, as he feared he might unwittingly proclaim, "This is the fate of Slytherin. You shall all be kings." Catherine was aware of his mischief. She shot him a charming glare before deftly lifting the noodle to her mouth, elegantly and swiftly finishing the long life noodle. Lewis was the first to applaud, prompting others to join in, while the Weasley twins promptly set off more fireworks around them, creating a delightful commotion. "I must say, this noodle soup from another realm. It's quite delicious," concluded Professor Dumbledore, slurping the noodles. If only it were a tad sweeter. The trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione needed no further persuasion, particularly Ron, who held a bowl far larger than his head, devouring it with an insatiable appetite. The twins simultaneously turned their heads away, signaling their disavowal of such a brother. How embarrassing. Draco's table manners were hardly better, his fork moving at a frenetic pace. Lewis picked up a strand of noodles and daintily took a bite. Indeed, the culinary reputation of the panda people was well-deserved. He had never tasted anything so delectable in his 2 lifetimes. No wonder even Snape was so engrossed in slurping noodles. It seemed these magical noodles might aid in our swift recovery of energy. The esteemed headmaster, ever observant, immediately recognized the noodle's remarkable properties. "Indeed, Professor," Lewis replied with a gentle smile. "However, only Tom can conjure such miraculous effects with this dish. I propose that each top student from every house be granted a serving of this culinary delight to enhance their academic progress. Of course, tomorrow I shall have Tom prepare a bowl of Panda 8-treasure noodle soup for every student and faculty member. After all, how could one develop an interest without first tasting the flavor?" Tom remarked, "It seems the burden is not yours alone." Even amidst the festivities of Catherine's birthday, he had not forgotten to stir things up. Lewis was certainly true to his nature. "An excellent suggestion," Professor Dumbledore said, winking in agreement. While Professors Sprout and Flitwick exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of the riddle they were entangled in, They were aware of the month-end exams orchestrated by Snape, initially believing his talk of points, deductions, and additions to be mere bluster. Yet, it seemed that Dumbledore was in on it too. The two heads began to take this matter seriously. Slytherin must not seize the House Cup again. The two heads and Professor McGonagall exchanged a knowing glance, flames of determination igniting in their eyes. Naturally, it would not be feasible for all the professors to indulge in noodles after the main course. Delightful desserts were presented to everyone's plates by the house elves. "Thank you." In Lewis's gaze, Catherine smiled radiantly, like spring flowers blooming. "To be honest, I feel a bit melancholy." Lewis remained lazily propped on the table, offering a piece of cake to Catherine's lips. After she took a bite, he shrugged and chuckled. "I thought you would be so moved that you'd pledge yourself to me." Catherine, who had been somewhat touched, instantly contemplated appending the plate of cake onto Lewis's head. Chapter 44. The walls of Lothric. As a senior 3 years older than Lewis, Catherine had always felt it necessary to show some leniency towards him. Despite her often harsh and acerbic demeanor, she was, in truth, quite indulgent of the boy. However, she was taken aback by his audacity, as he seemed to take advantage of her kindness. "Very well, young man, you have successfully provoked my ire." A fierce determination ignited in Catherine's eyes as she regarded Lewis. At this point, her expression momentarily faltered, forcing herself to overcome the heat of embarrassment that flushed her cheeks. She attempted to adopt a look of mild surprise. "You harbor such feelings towards me, but are too shy to voice them?" Lewis's handsome face flushed slightly, not from shame, but from a growing urgency. Was it possible to complete the task at hand without further complications? "Very well, you have indeed succeeded in angering me." Sparks of defiance flickered in Lewis's gaze as he glared back at Catherine. What had begun as a business matter had now escalated into a personal vendetta. This was merely a small token of gratitude for Catherine's unwavering support in practicing magic with him since the start of the term. There was no need for such theatrics. Lewis's mind raced. "Ah, I am truly slippery. It must infuriate you." The sheet music had also changed, now featuring the classic piece Unattainable Love. The onlookers and the two protagonists felt a twinge of discomfort. "After all, are we not the best of friends?" Lewis added. Their clash ultimately concluded in a stalemate. The following day, Headmaster Dumbledore personally deducted 50 points from Slytherin House, citing Lewis's calculated and organized planning of a nocturnal escapade. Snape's face was a picture of dismay, as though he had seen the ghost of James Potter rise from the grave. In the room of requirement, Lewis and his senior discussed Dumbledore. "That old rascal is truly insidious. I even treated him to a bowl of 8 treasure soup. You really ought to be more careful. You've given him ammunition." Catherine sighed, gazing at the foolish boy before her as she languidly stretched. Today, she wore a rather thin outfit. Although the outside air was chilly, the room of requirement maintained a comfortable warmth, and she was clad in nothing more than a delicate white shirt. This stretch revealed her well-proportioned figure. Her slender waist would surely incite envy and anxiety in the modern age. Lewis even caught sight of her faint waist indentations. Truly, Catherine's waist was a lethal allure. Under the moonlight, her porcelain skin appeared even more radiant and translucent, momentarily captivating Lewis's attention. "Not too bad," Lewis shrugged nonchalantly, proclaiming, "I haven't reviewed either. Who knows what I might score?" His thoughts were consumed by the image of Catherine's waist. Regret washed over him had he known. Would he have forsaken his electric skills and the Eye of Gryffindor? Could anything compare to the fragrance of her waist? Alas, he was now entrenched in a predicament. Left to lament his choices. Clearing the Lothric Walls mission objective. Eliminate the threats within the Lothric Walls and slay the elite knight, Bordeaux of the Frosty Vale. Mission rewards. Rune AMN, Darksword X1. Spell, Kalia's Swift Blade, Resilience Sphere X1. To Lewis's astonishment, there was even an option for an empty reward. However, this task was to be undertaken solely by him, which was rather awkward. Even Tom and Jerry could not accompany him this time. There would be no senior to back him up. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lewis found Draco still fast asleep and accepted the teleportation. The departure was somewhat extravagant. A blinding light jolted Draco from his slumber, yet when he opened his eyes, he found nothing amiss. Who am I? Where am I? What was I supposed to do? Draco's mind raced with confusion before he promptly returned to deep sleep. Cold and damp. This was Lewis's immediate impression. He opened the small door atop the castle gate, and a wave of sunlight mixed with the stench of decaying mud assaulted his senses. Before him lay a desolate and dilapidated city, stripped of its former glory. Since the turmoil within Lothric, it had devolved into a wasteland. Along the edges of the walls stood numerous towering tree-like beings. Their arms had nearly entirely morphed into branches, their heads reaching skyward, seemingly yearning for something. Lewis drew his crystal sword and cautiously advanced. Descending the steps, he arrived at a more open section of the wall, flanked by the tree beings and encircled by kneeling humanoid figures. These were likely animated corpses, lacking any aggressive tendencies. Lewis approached, observing their grotesque features, which made even Marcus appear handsome by comparison. At the foot of the steps, a lantern-bearing corpse approached him. Their eyes met for a brief moment before the creature raised its lantern high and opened its mouth to scream. Lewis swiftly silenced it with a well-aimed spell, rendering it incapable of sound. The creature flailed helplessly, eventually drawing a broken sword to charge at Lewis. The crystal sword proved effective, easily dispatching the animated corpse. Continuing forward, he spotted another corpse sulking against the wall, lost in its melancholy. A righteous backstab for 150 damage. Before he could lower his sword, a chest in the room was abruptly pushed open, revealing a creature wielding a sword and shield. Expelliarmus. The disarming charm, glowing red, sent the weapon flying. The creature stood there, bewildered, scratching its head, perplexed by the sudden disappearance of its armaments. Lewis would not allow it a moment's respite. He swiftly dispatched the creature in one fluid motion. The room held no treasures, and after a thorough search, he descended the staircase. Upon exiting the small chamber, he faced two paths, one leading up the steps and the other continuing forward. Lewis recalled the map indicating a great dragon perched atop the castle, yet after searching extensively, he had found no sign of the beast. To err on the side of caution, Lewis resolved to avoid seeking out misfortune. Chapter 45. Above the high wall, the animated corpses atop the walls of Lothric possess a notable characteristic. They are exceedingly fragile. A mere bump sends their brittle bones cracking with a crisp snap. Yet, one should not underestimate them due to their frailty and truth. Countless ashes lie testament to those who have perished at their hands. As Lewis traversed a path littered with the remnants of shattered corpses, he arrived at a door. Thud, thud, thud. A muffled sound resonated, and following its source, he beheld a fully armored knight. The weighty armor, the keen blade, and the steadfast gait all bespoke the knight's formidable presence. This was indeed a fully armed Lothric knight. Upon noticing Lewis, the knight appeared momentarily taken aback. Lowering his head to scrutinize the diminutive figure before him, he even scratched his head with the hand that bore his shield. Seemingly puzzled by the presence of such a diminutive ash, Lewis felt a slight offense, a momentary breach of his composure. For a child barely over 1.40 meters, the knight towering at over 1.90 meters exuded an overwhelming aura. In Lewis's view, the knight, resembling a great mountain, unfurled his crimson cloak and advanced toward him with a measured stride. Expelliarmus. The disarming spell struck the knight, causing him to pause momentarily. Yet he continued his approach with unwavering determination. Not even the slightest motion to raise his shield in defense was made. You have gained 50 points in disarming spell proficiency. Impedimenta. You have gained 50 points in impediment spell proficiency. As the incantation impacted the knight, his movements gradually became sluggish, as if an invisible force were tearing at him. Lewis had no intention of employing the more lethal spells. He even sheathed his crystal sword. After all, this high wall could still be of use after clearing, serving as a means to test the knight's resilience. Thus far, no extraordinarily formidable creatures had emerged from this high wall. For a young wizard, even the lowliest of foes could be vanquished with a shattering spell, provided one could land a hit. Stupefy. You have gained 150 points in stunning spell proficiency. The spell struck the knight's helmet with a resounding clang, merely causing his head to tilt slightly, without inflicting any significant damage. Perhaps it was due to his level 1 status. The potency of the spells was minimal, yet proficiency soared rapidly. After casting a series of spells, the stunning spell finally ascended to level 2, but still, it failed to deliver substantial harm. It merely dented the area of the armor upon impact. Lewis continued to practice his combination of impediment and stunning spells, alternating between the two as he adopted a kite-flying strategy, a tactic honed through years of experience in gaming. Ultimately, upon reaching level 3 in the stunning spell, he was finally able to make the knight stagger back a few steps. Among the fifth-year students at school, a considerable number employed the stunning spell quite effectively. One could not deny that this knight was far more manageable than his senior. Lewis mused to himself, reveling in the thought that he need not hold back, free to unleash any spell without concern for excessive force. It dawned on him that perhaps his senior shared a similar mindset, a thought that he irresponsibly entertained as he speculated on her intentions. Meanwhile, far away at Hogwarts, Catherine sneezed twice in her sleep. After leveling the shattering spell to 3, the Lothric knight, unwilling to endure further humiliation, knelt, and ended his fragile existence with his own sword. Lewis stood in astonishment, pondering why such an intelligent being had not simply used his sword against him. Across from the room where the knight had emerged lay a more concealed chamber. Lewis cleared the space and, at its center, discovered a treasure chest. A long, chain-like object protruded from within, trailing behind it. With a smirk, Lewis cast an impediment spell, swiftly followed by a shattering spell. "Fool, you shall not deceive me," he thought to himself. The treasure chest emitted a guttural sound, rising ominously before him. With elongated arms and legs, its gaunt body left a striking impression, the chest-like head revealing jagged teeth, while a drooling tongue dangled grotesquely outside, evoking both terror and revulsion. The impediment spell had little effect on the treasure guardian, which whipped up a whirlwind, charging toward Lewis with wild abandon. Whirlwind charge. Lewis hastily unleashed a shattering spell. You have gained 100 points in shattering spell proficiency. It appeared that the treasure guardian was far more formidable than the Lothric knight. The guardian, however, was not slow to react. Its form barely hesitated before it lunged at Lewis, attempting to embrace him in a ludicrous hug. Lewis deftly dodged, and the guardian stumbled humorously, nearly toppling had it not been for its quick reflexes to brace itself on the ground. Observing its awkward physique, an idea suddenly struck Lewis. Levi corpus. As anticipated. The moment the spell struck, the treasure guardian became top-heavy, suspended upside down. It flailed futilely, its tongue whipping around, splattering foul saliva everywhere. Truly a grotesque sight. It emitted a bizarre, gleeful cackle, leaving Lewis bewildered as to what could possibly be amusing about being hung upside down, yet its optimistic spirit was commendable. Clearly, each creature here bore its own weakness. Without a doubt, the frail bones of the animated corpses would shatter under pressure. An upside-down treasure guardian allowed him to elevate both the shattering and stunning spells to level 5. Lewis mused about what misadventures awaited his classmates who ventured into the high wall for training. Would Miss Know-It-All eagerly open a treasure chest only to be devoured? Her little legs flailing helplessly? The thought ignited a peculiar sense of delight within him. After dispatching the treasure guardian, he turned his attention to the items that had fallen to the ground. One was a small stone rune, and the other a mysterious gray-green battle axe. Runestone, Ort. When embedded in an item, it will yield unexpected effects. Shadow Battle Axe. A battle axe of shadowy transformation, it inflicts dark damage, proving unexpectedly effective against certain foes. The haul was promising. The axe seemed of little immediate use, but the rune was a most welcome find. With his treasure secured, Lewis continued on his journey in search of the frigid valley of Bordeaux. Chapter 46. If nothing unexpected happens, something unexpected will occur. Emerging from the confines of the room, Lewis observed a congregation of animated corpses encircling a tree-like figure atop a distant rooftop. This gathering stood squarely in his path. If his memory served him correctly, one among them was a creature of human filth. As he approached, one particularly conspicuous corpse staggered to its feet, lurching toward him. Before it could take more than a few steps, a guttural roar, uncharacteristic of any human sound, erupted from its being. Immediately afterward, Lewis witnessed a massive black substance burst forth from its back, swelling ominously until it coiled into a monstrous black form resembling a serpent. Its blood-red eyes fixed intently on Lewis, and its gaping maw roared with a menacing ferocity. The creature's immense mass thrashed about violently, sending bricks and stones flying, inadvertently wreaking havoc upon the surrounding animated corpses, which were obliterated into minuscule fragments. Lewis, however, remained unperturbed by the filth of humanity. He calmly aimed his wand at the creature. Incendio. Your fire spell has gained 1,000 proficiency points, increasing the skill level. The filth, ignited as if it were oil meeting flame, erupted into a fierce blaze, shrieking and struggling, until it ultimately succumbed to ash. Indeed, this formidable entity was remarkably vulnerable to fire. Below the dwelling where this filth resided, a great bonfire blazed, patrolled by a rotund knight clad in heavy, cumbersome armor. The aftermath of a fierce battle was evident. Countless knightly corpses lay scattered about, swords, shields, and severed heads strewn indiscriminately in a ghastly display. Now, as a sorcerer, Lewis possessed the advantage of terrain, standing atop the roof. He cast a spell, drawing the attention of the portly knight. The winged knight looked up at Lewis and leaped to a nearby balcony. Foolishness, he could fly. Lewis, not daring to delay, swiftly conjured barriers to impede the knight's approach. As the knight leaped once more, a shatter spell struck him squarely in the chest. You have gained 200 points in shatter spell proficiency, increasing the skill level. The portly knight proved to be a formidable opponent. Fortunately, the knight, struck by the shatter spell, plummeted to the ground, and Lewis exhaled in relief. Ah, the winged knight has perished. Quite unexpected. Could he be as feeble as some demon hunter? Lewis shrugged and descended the ladder. Beside the fallen knight lay a small orb of light. Caution prevailed. After casting 2 incapacitating spells without gaining proficiency, he approached the corpse with trepidation. Runic symbol, Thul. When embedded in an item, it produces unforeseen effects. Ah, the Thul rune. A delightful surprise, indeed. It was precisely what he needed. He secured the rune and departed from the bonfire's vicinity. Beyond this courtyard, a grand staircase ascended towards a majestic structure reminiscent of a cathedral. At the far end of the staircase lay what appeared to be an open square. Below must be the Bordeaux of the Chilling Valley, barring any unforeseen circumstances. In his recollection, 5 knights of Lothric were scattered before the cathedral, distanced from one another, allowing for individual elimination. Lewis targeted the nearest knight. Armed with a spear and shield, and unleashed a shatter spell. The knight staggered, nearly toppling over. He glanced at Lewis, retrieving a small horn from his pocket. A discordant blast echoed, sending a shiver down Lewis's spine. How careless of him. He hastily cast several shatter spells, dispatching the spear-wielding knight. As expected, the remaining 4 knights charged toward him, the thunderous clatter of iron boots resounding ominously. Among them was a knight clad in blue robes and a cape. With a pair of glowing red eyes, an unmistakable elite foe. Lewis recognized the red eyes as a symbol of will corrupted by the abyss. He turned and fled, ascending the staircase with remarkable swiftness, as if borne by the wind. The knights, displaying intelligence, remained at a distance, observing rather than pursuing. Perched atop the roof, an impulsive thought crossed Lewis's mind. He propped his left hand under his right elbow, beckoning the knights with his right index finger, gathering his resolve. Come hither. The leading blue-clad knight extended his right hand, gesturing disdainfully with a thumbs down. In essence, it conveyed the message, please, you are weak. Regrettably, he had surpassed the range of his spells. Repeated attempts to harm them proved futile. Slowly, he descended the stairs, cautiously advancing as the knights appeared unhurried. Watching him test the waters alone. After swiftly dispatching another knight with a shatter spell, Lewis sprinted away, scaling the ladder and ensnaring 2 lower-tier knights with barriers. Hanging from the ladder, he effortlessly eliminated the 2 lesser knights. Suddenly, an icy chill enveloped him, prompting immediate caution. He quickly cast an iron armor spell. With a resonating thud, a flying sword was deflected by the iron armor spell. You have gained 200 points in iron armor spell proficiency. The blue-eyed knight displayed unexpected cunning, circling the bonfire to gather discarded swords to hurl at Lewis, even seizing the long spear dropped by the portly knight. Unfortunately, the blue knight's agility rendered ordinary spells ineffective. Sectum Sempra. Lewis opted for a more cunning approach. You have gained 20 points in Sectum Sempra proficiency. The red-eyed knight fell, defeated, the crimson glow in his eyes slowly fading. Due to the high skill level of Sectum Sempra, receiving 20 proficiency points was a testament to its potency. Lewis approached, delivering a couple of kicks, spitting in disdain. Such a large knight, and yet, nothing to loot? After cursing the knight, he stood at the center of the grand staircase, contemplating his next move. Perhaps a visit to the cathedral was in order, Lewis mused. Having dealt with Bordeaux, it made sense to stop by now and save himself the trouble later. As he walked, an unsettling feeling nagged at him, as if he had forgotten something significant. Pushing open the doors of the cathedral, the dim chamber was instantly illuminated. Rows of neatly arranged pews lined both sides, seemingly for worshippers. At the forefront stood a statue, before which sat a frail, withered old woman. Lewis considered greeting her, dismissing his apprehensions as he approached. To his astonishment, the old woman suddenly lifted her gaze, her eyes piercing into him. Outsider, you do not belong here. Her voice, as desiccated as her form, sent chills down Lewis's spine. Vile outsider, relish in your final moments of life. As she spoke, her head drooped as if bereft of life. Alarm bells rang in Lewis's mind. Without a second thought, he bolted toward the exit, only to find the door slamming shut with a thunderous crash. Let me out, damn it, Lewis exclaimed, his frustration boiling over as he realized the nature of this place. This wretched place, indeed, lies within the realm of Dark Souls 3, concealing a mid to late game boss known as the Dancer of the Boreal Valley, whom one would typically encounter only after traversing 9 maps and defeating over 10 formidable bosses to amass a considerable wealth of experience. He leaned helplessly against the door, a tumult of thoughts swirling in his mind like a herd of alpacas. As he gazed upward, he beheld the gradual emergence of swirling black mist upon the ceiling, from which extended a slender arm clad in silver and azure armor. Chapter 47. the dancer of Cold Valley in his previous life. As the leader of the Black Soul group, Lewis had caused considerable harm to newcomers, often recommending they confront the elderly woman behind the high walls. Observing the new recruits lamenting helplessly at the sight of the dancer, their anguished cries echoed in the group chat as they criticized him for his treachery. Lewis could not help but wear a malicious and satisfying grin. After all, witnessing others' suffering was a part of his amusement. "You will face retribution," the newcomers would often exclaim. Yet Lewis had never believed in fate. Who truly believes in retribution these days? However, now, gazing at the dancer who was struggling to free herself from the dark mist before him, Lewis felt a moisture welling in his eyes. Perhaps this was indeed retribution. He swallowed hard. Today's events could not simply be brushed aside. In his line of sight, the dancer strained against the black mist, breaking free from an inexplicable restraint, and then gracefully descended to the ground. Much like the battle knights dispatched by Pope Charlemagne, the dancer's form had nearly become beast-like. Her proportions were grotesquely unbalanced. Her slender body hunched, with arms and legs excessively elongated. The mask she wore completely obscured her features. Perhaps this was a blessing, as her beastly transformation surely marred her beauty, thus preserving a final shred of dignity. In her left hand, she wielded a flame-licked curved sword, approximately the length of her arm. Sunlight streamed from the dome above, reflecting coldly off her blade, sending a chill down one's spine. There was a tuneful hum in the air, signaling that it was time to act. Lewis shook his head, dispelling any inappropriate thoughts, and focused intently on the dancer, bracing himself for a sudden assault. The dancer moved with a light and elegant grace, lacking the fierce desire to attack that others possessed. After emerging from the dark mist, she circled the church, seemingly relishing the long-awaited taste of unrestrained freedom. The entire cathedral was enveloped in a deathly silence, punctuated only by the crisp sound of her footsteps echoing through the hall. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in from outside the church, propelling the dancer into action. Her curved sword raised high, she lunged at Lewis with a fierce downward strike. Lewis, unwilling to be careless, quickly recited a protective incantation. Protego, shielding charm. A tremendous force emanated from his wand, sending a jolt of pain through his arm. It was the first time he felt slightly overwhelmed. He knew well that he could only withstand such an assault twice at most, after which his protective charm would shatter. You have gained 2,000 points in shielding charm proficiency. In a desperate roll, he evaded, feeling the frigid wind slice through him like a knife. With a resounding crash, the dancer's curved sword struck the ground, producing a deep thud. Truly, she embodied the title of the Dancer of Cold Valley, twisting her body at an astonishing angle, extending her unarmed right hand. Attempting to seize Lewis, he rolled away once more, narrowly escaping her grasp. It must be said that while evasion may be shameful, it was undeniably effective. If caught, the next move would undoubtedly be a sword through the heart. No need to elaborate. He had experienced that in the game countless times. Sectum Sempra, the severing charm. The sharp incantation glimmered ominously as it sliced toward the dancer's head. You have gained 1,000 points in severing charm proficiency. This was the real world. Devoid of the health bars found in the game, Lewis could not ascertain what damage his spell inflicted upon the dancer. The dancer, struck by Lewis's attack, bore a fine cut upon her mask, and she seemed to wince in pain. Her curved sword swept horizontally, but Lewis dodged swiftly, the blade crashing into a pillar, shattering the stone structure with a thunderous sound. Lewis shuddered at the sight of the broken column. If that sword had struck him, he would be preparing to restart. Determined to hold nothing back, Lewis distanced himself, unleashing a barrage of 7 or 8 spells aimed at the dancer's head, devoid of any compassion. The dancer, enduring his spells, slashed at the chair where Lewis had just stood. Lewis was fleeing, while the dancer pursued him, each strike more perilous than the last. Every swing of her sword almost ghostly, leaving him no room to cast spells, the pressure mounting to an unbearable extent. Never before had he longed to master apparition as he did in that moment. Without the ability to teleport, what sort of wizard was he? His robe was torn. He discarded it in frustration, unencumbered by its weight. As the dancer sprinted alongside him, she knelt, her right hand grasping the ground, pulling forth a swirling mass of orange-red flames and squeezing tightly. The explosion sent Lewis tumbling, and the dancer seized the opportunity to thrust her curved sword downward. Lewis pulled back just in time, the blade slicing into the ground mere inches from him. Damn it, just 10 centimeters, just 10 centimeters. His senior sister was destined to remain a widow. Do you know the harm a downward thrust can inflict on an 11-year-old child? The dancer ceased her pursuit, instead kneeling once more, black mist swirling around her, absorbing the spells aimed at her. She pressed her right hand to the ground, gradually pulling from the mist a sword that bore an almost identical appearance to her original weapon. Her veil swayed like a phantom behind her, arms raised. Her body contorting into a grotesque arc. Lewis exerted every ounce of strength he possessed, believing that even Usain Bolt could not outrun him now. After all, Bolt had no vengeful maiden-wielding twin swords chasing after him. The winds generated by the dancer's blades shattered every table and pillar in her path. Lewis was left with no choice but to flee. At that moment, his legs felt as heavy as lead, refusing to obey him, and a coarse, rusty taste began to rise in his throat. After all, unlike the ashes in the game, he had no health bar. Without sufficient rest, his stamina would not replenish. The dancer, too, seemed to grow dizzy, lowering her head, her movements stalling. Seizing this opportunity, Lewis unleashed several more severing charms, striking her mask and severing her veils. In the blink of an eye, the dancer, struck, lifted her head abruptly, leaping high at a twisted angle. Her curved sword aimed directly at Lewis's throat. At this moment, Lewis had nowhere to evade. The dancer's movement was too rapid, leaving him no space to escape as he leaned against the last remaining pillar. He could only watch as her twin swords, gleaming with cold light, lunged toward his throat. A flicker of inexplicable regret flashed through her heart, long frozen by the Pope's seal. How unfortunate. Chapter 48. Abundant harvest in the final moments of life. The dancer beheld a dazzling green light beyond compare. Avada Kedavra. Lewis had never felt such unwavering resolve. At this moment, he was utterly absorbed, dismissing the very notion of life and death. His gaze was fixed on the dancer lunging towards him. In the face of imminent peril, a tempest of murderous intent surged within him. The dancer's strength drained rapidly, her twin curved swords clattering to the ground. She collapsed weakly to her knees, her body trembling before crashing to the earth. In her last moments, she found a sense of liberation and release. You have gained 20,000 proficiency points in the Killing Curse. Due to your affinity for dark magic, the spell has upgraded to level 8. As this is your first successful use of the spell against a superior foe, it has ascended an additional 2 levels, now standing at level 10. Killing Curse. Current level 10, max, required sanity, 25 casting range, 100 yards casting time, 0.01 seconds skill description, unleashes intense murderous intent, siphoning the target's life force. Note, due to your young age, repeated use of this skill may inflict irreversible damage to your psyche. Current sanity, 4950 yet, at this moment. Lewis was oblivious to the system's notifications as an overwhelming, almost tangible murderous intent clawed at his sanity. Deep within, a primal voice howled, urging him to unleash chaos. Lewis screamed in anguish, striving to dispel the piercing urge to kill. Before him lay a blood-red haze. Anyone witnessing him would surely notice the crimson light emanating from his eyes. Accept us. A whisper rose from the depths of his soul. Embrace us, and you shall acquire unimaginable power. The voice seductively coaxed, like a multitude whispering in his ear, never pausing. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. Countless violet black eyes opened from the darkness of his thoughts, and Lewis felt their venomous scrutiny. Hey, friend, what troubles you? A knight clad in peculiar armor resembling an onion squatted beside him, sweat soaking Lewis's black hair, droplets falling to the ground. Though his face was obscured, Lewis sensed the knight's genuine concern. You seem unwell, the onion knight remarked, retrieving a small wooden barrel from within his armor. Oh, drink this. You'll feel better. Lewis nodded, lacking the strength to speak. Upon tasting it, he sensed something amiss. Was this not alcohol? Yet warmth spread from his mouth to his stomach, gradually dissolving the chilling sensation that had gripped him. It seemed the abyss had retreated. He gulped down the drink and wiped his mouth, patting the onion knight's armored belly. Thank you, friend. I do not yet know your name. Me? Ah, I am Jack Bardo from Catalina. The onion knight mimicked Lewis's gesture, patting his own belly. And you, my friend? Lewis Mountbatten. He had no intention of concealing his name. Well met, friend. Jack Bardo pondered for a moment. Do you know the way to the Undying Settlement? Alas, I have wandered for ages without finding the exit. What is your purpose in the Undying Settlement? Lewis, a speedrunner at heart, was only vaguely aware of the Onion Knight's storyline. There lies a demon I must confront. Jack's earnest tone was endearing. Lewis then recalled the spoils from the dancer. He felt 2 runes, a small flag, a glowing miniature figure, and a peculiar mask. Without haste to identify them, he held up the flag and said, Go to the cliff over there, raise this flag high, and someone will come to escort you to the Undying Settlement. What about you? Jack countered. Lewis contemplated. The system did not require him to take the small flag, suggesting there must be another way. Moreover, Jack had saved him from peril. It was only right he part with the flag. Rest assured, we shall meet again one day, he declared cheerfully. Good. Jack readily accepted the flag. Additionally, Lewis added, there is a beastly ice knight in the square over there. We must deal with him first before proceeding to the Undying Settlement. The icy Valley S. Bordeaux fell easily at the feet of the duo, drawn in by the Onion Knight's formidable presence. Bordeaux dropped a blue translucent object and a rune. Take care, friend. Jack Bordeaux did not underestimate Lewis due to his youth. He bid farewell with sincerity. Take care, friend. As Lewis watched, Jack Bordeaux was escorted away toward the Undying Settlement. Soon after, the sound of task completion and achievement echoed. Task completed. Rewards dispersing. You have acquired the rune. Amen. You have obtained the weapon, Dark Sword. You have received the item, Resilience Orb. You have learned the spell, Carrion Quick Blade. Rune, Amen. Inlaying it onto an item may yield unexpected effects. Dark Sword, a one-handed weapon with rapid attack speed, damage 12 to 45, durability 50-50. Resilience Orb, enhances stamina and mana recovery rates. Carrion Quick Blade, a form of magic from the Carrion royal family that conjures a magical sword for swift slashing, easily combinable with other actions in combat. He then examined the items that had dropped, starting with Bordeaux's. Bordeaux's Soul, effect unknown. Rune, Co. Inlaying it onto an item may yield unexpected effects. Upon seeing the dancer, Lewis was nearly blinded by the extravagant loot, his excitement causing him to leap 3 feet high. Chapter 49. I haven't reviewed Runes of Inai. Pool. When embedded in an item, it produces unexpected effects. Runes of Inai. Mao. When embedded in an item, it produces unexpected effects. Dancer's Soul, effect unknown. The golden mask before him was truly astonishing. Death Mask 2 transformative skill steal stamina on hit steal mana on hit iron armor spell immunity. 20 elemental damage iron armor spell defense boost. 30-15 maximum mana significantly enhances stamina. He gazed at the golden mask, his mind buzzing. The attributes were impressive, yet wearing it would be excessively ostentatious, wouldn't it? Indeed. It was a mistake to be so striking as to attract the attention of royal courts, but could one truly don a mask like the King of Zaazwang? As if hearing Lewis's thoughts, the mask melted in his hands, transforming into a slender, golden headband. This was remarkable. He looked at the headband in his hands, muttering to himself. The headband emitted a soft hum, seemingly pleased by his praise. Upon viewing the final set of robes for a mage, Lewis always felt a sense of unreality. Unlike the trivial tower heads in Diablo 2, the tower head he possessed boasted attributes worthy of its reputation. Particularly, the 2 to transformative skill was a timely boon. With this, Professor McGonagall should no longer sigh in disappointment. In contrast, the other 2 runes appeared rather lackluster. Lewis retrieved his crystal sword, extracted the runes, and embedded them in the order of Tau, Thul, Ort, and Amen. A flash of brilliance coursed through the sword, as if something was flowing within its blade. He examined the attributes of the sword. Spirit, Tau Thul Ort Amen 2 to all skills 35 faster casting spells additional lightning, cold, and poison damage 10 magical absorption for armor 55 casting speed after breakage for armor 40 defense strength increase for armor significantly enhances stamina 112 mana can substitute for a wand as a casting medium. The rune word, Spirit, an everlasting artifact for newcomers, continued to shine brightly in the realm of reality. However, due to the casting of the killing curse, Lewis's unicorn hair wand core had completely withered. The wand, made from unicorn tail hair, was highly resistant to dark magic, particularly unforgivable curses. Hence, the last attribute was what Lewis desperately needed. Recalling the consequences of using the killing curse sent a shiver down Lewis's spine, the sensation of having one's soul torn apart. The abyss gazing back at him was an experience he wished never to endure again. It was time to consider a new wand, he pondered, though for now, the spirit sword could serve as a substitute for casting spells. Upon returning to his dormitory, the sky remained unchanged from the moment he had departed the previous day. Lewis surmised that perhaps the flow of time differed across the 2 worlds. Exhausted from his struggles, he turned over and fell into a deep sleep. He slept soundly until past 11 in the morning, fortunate that it was Saturday. He resolved to head to the Great Hall, as his prolonged slumber had left him quite hungry. As he approached the common room door, 2 classmates standing guard immediately straightened, shouting in unison, loyalty, integrity. Lewis nearly jumped at the sudden exclamation. He regarded the spirited upperclassmen, hesitated to pat them on the shoulder, and opted instead to tap their arms, smiling as he complimented. Well done, very spirited. Loyalty, integrity. The two upperclassmen maintained their gaze ahead, exuding energy. Lewis nodded in satisfaction and stepped out of the Slytherin common room. Inside the Great Hall, Harry was anxiously poring over the potions textbook with Hermione, while Ron fiddled with a chocolate frog card. Lewis surveyed the scene until he spotted the three familiar faces. "Good morning," he greeted them. "Good morning. Oh my, you look rather pale," they exclaimed in surprise upon noticing Lewis's complexion. "It's nothing. I just didn't sleep well last night," he waved dismissively, taking a seat beside Ron. "Ronald," Hermione whispered urgently. "If you don't study, your exam results will be dreadful. What's there to fear?" Ron replied nonchalantly. "But Professor Snape said he would send the report cards to our parents." Hermione reminded him kindly. "You wouldn't want to receive a howling letter, would you?" Ron's demeanor shifted as he felt a chill. He attempted to defend himself. "It's fine. George and Fred surely won't do well either. They'll be accompanying me. I think you should take a look over there," Lewis suggested, tapping Ron's shoulder and pointing to the twins, who were deeply engrossed in their studies. "It seems George and Fred do not wish to share your plight. And you?" Ron cast a pleading glance at Lewis, genuinely seeking comfort. "I haven't reviewed either, so don't worry," Lewis chuckled, entirely ignoring the fact that he had been diligently studying potions with his senior in the room of requirement for the past few days. This method of learning had proven remarkably effective. "You haven't reviewed? Goodness." Hermione slapped her forehead in disbelief. "How could you fall into the same trap, Lewis?" She felt a sense of despair that even her esteemed peer had abandoned his studies. Good brothers must escape the burden of revision together, Lewis grinned, high-fiving Ron. Upon hearing this, Harry, too, ceased his studies, casually tossing his book to Hermione and grinning foolishly at Ron and Lewis. With Harry's infectious attitude, the first-year Gryffindor students, who had been studying with furrowed brows, quickly set their books aside, calling upon their friends to engage in various games, their faces brightening with joy long forgotten. "TSK, TSK." Lewis shook his head, clicking his tongue in sympathy. "Look at how Professor McGonagall has driven these children to such extremes." The Gryffindor's carefree demeanor was contagious, as it spread like wildfire to Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, creating a delightful chaos. The Slytherin students, however, remained poised, each one sitting upright, diligently memorizing the key points in their texts under the watchful eyes of their respective year representatives. Indeed, you read that correctly. Snape had provided them with highlighted notes. Such privileges were unique to Slytherin, and Lewis couldn't help but marvel at this. Indeed, quite generous of him. If Snape were any less generous, he would have assigned the Slytherins actual exam questions. Such generosity is something Professor McGonagall could never replicate. Chapter 50. Poor exam performance that evening at the wish-granting house. Lewis was dragged by his senior to study until dawn. Catherine was concerned that he might perform poorly on the exam and embarrass himself in front of his classmates. Unaware of her intentions and reluctant to refuse her, Lewis persevered through familiar knowledge points, diligently studying alongside his senior. The next day, during the potions exam, Lewis was the first to submit his paper, prompting a flustered Ron to follow suit shortly after. Upon seeing Lewis' paper, Snape nodded in satisfaction. However, when Ron handed in his paper, Snape glared at him for an extended moment before impatiently waving him away, sending the shivering Ron out of the exam room like a duck being herded. Ron stumbled out, resembling a marionette, and spotted Lewis leaning against the windowsill, gazing into the distance. "Sigh, I messed up the exam," Ron lamented. "Oh, I didn't do too well either," Lewis sighed in response. Ron's eyes lit up as if he had found a savior. "Really, Lewis? You're such a good friend. If my mom finds out I failed, she will surely scold me. But having you here makes a difference. Mom thinks highly of you and always tells me to learn from you." Lewis struggled to contain a laugh. It felt disloyal to smile, yet not laughing was equally uncomfortable. He listened with a peculiar expression as Ron rambled on until Harry and Hermione emerged from the examination room. Harry, with a silly grin plastered on his face, seemed oblivious, his eyes unfocused as he chuckled incessantly, clearly having aced the exam. Hermione, on the other hand, wore a distressed expression, tugging at her hair, which had become even more disheveled from her frantic grasping. "Damn it. I forgot the precise steps for brewing the forgetfulness potion during the exam. I should have chosen B," Hermione lamented, pulling at her hair in self-recrimination. "It's fine. I didn't know either, and I'm here with you." Ron attempted to comfort her with his own misfortunes. "Who asked for your company?" Hermione exclaimed, delivering a firm thump to Ron's chest with her hefty book, 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, which produced a dull thud. You're so rude. Ron exaggeratedly rubbed his chest, though the impact was more sound than pain. I wonder who would marry you. Oh, I should start mourning for him in advance. If looks could kill, Hermione's glare would have been lethal. Lewis nearly burst into laughter. Did she really just say she would mourn for herself? Well, both Lewis and I didn't perform well, Ron pouted, muttering, unlike you two, who betrayed us. Potter, Potter. Draco's voice rang out from behind. What kind of happy potion did you consume to be acting like such a fool? For some reason, Draco only produced that exaggerated tone when addressing Potter. Shut up, Malfoy. Harry snapped, his previously cheerful demeanor soured by Draco's interruption. I bet you didn't brush your teeth this morning, you wretched creature. Haha, you're flustered, Draco chuckled. First greeting Lewis before circling Harry with his hands in his pockets like a little rogue. Let me see. Oh, you're blushing, Potter? You really ought to see a psychiatrist, Malfoy, Hermione retorted, shaking her head in disapproval. Harry, still inexperienced in arguments, was left flustered, his chest puffing up as he shot daggers at Draco. Lewis, unable to watch any longer, decided to intervene. Typically, boys can't resist teasing someone they like. Could it be? Lewis mimicked Catherine's exaggerated expression, one hand covering his mouth while the other pointed at Draco in feigned astonishment. Do you fancy Potter? Draco's face turned crimson, resembling a boiled lobster, as he stammered for a moment before finally exclaiming, who would ever fancy Potter? He then dashed away, flustered. Lewis turned to find Ron and Hermione staring at Harry as if they had stumbled upon a new continent, given Draco's revealing display. Ron said nothing, merely patting Harry on the shoulder. Hermione, after much contemplation, raised an eyebrow and said, Oh, it's not like 50 years ago. You should have to worry about a Turing situation. But, don't care what others think. I will always support you. After which, she gave Harry a heartfelt hug. Sister. Hermione's tone was slightly awkward. Enough, Harry exclaimed in exasperation. Lewis, how could you? Oh my goodness. Well, it's a good thing, Lewis shrugged. At least you can look on the bright side. Draco won't be bothering you any longer. Harry pondered this, his silly mindset allowing him to feel relieved. Thanks, Lewis. I didn't expect your thoughtful intentions. Hermione and Ron slapped their foreheads in disbelief. Harry was beyond saving. The next day, rumors about Slytherin's Malfoy harboring a secret crush on Gryffindor's savior, Mr. Potter, spread like wildfire throughout the school. This all began when Ron relayed the news over dinner to Percy, who, annoyed by the twins, seized the opportunity to share the gossip as a major headline to provoke them into bothering others. Once the twins were aware, the entire world soon knew. Several Gryffindor girls stared at Harry during their leisure time, as if they had discovered a new land, and the same continued during mealtime. Harry squirmed uncomfortably, fidgeting in his seat, nearly wearing a groove into the bench. Slytherin was no different. Countless upperclassmen flocked to Draco, expressing their unwavering support. Their faces donned with the guise of sympathetic friends, but their eyes brimming with gossip. Draco was at his wit's end. He wanted to confront Lewis for starting this mess, yet feared offending him, nearly bursting from the pressure. Finally, unable to contain himself, he stood abruptly, striding over to Harry's seat at the Gryffindor table, and declared loudly, Potter, come with me. The hall fell silent, then erupted with applause and whistles, the atmosphere lively and electric. The two boys paused momentarily, blushing as they bolted out, each silently cursing the other. Ah, to be young is truly wonderful, Professor Dumbledore mused, the crescent-shaped lenses of his glasses glinting with a nostalgic light. Chapter 51. The release of results, however, this did not dampen the fervor of the fanfiction enthusiasts, who busily penned their narratives. Snape even confiscated a rather risk piece during potions class, authored by a Ravenclaw upperclassman, who was subsequently docked 50 points by Snape with an air of justified authority. One must be grateful that the wizarding world lacks political correctness. Finally, Friday arrived, marking the day of results in potions class. Professor Snape, as per usual, burst through the door with a resounding bang. The students had long since grown accustomed to this spectacle. In fact, if he did not make such an entrance, they would feel quite unsettled. Recently, it seemed two individuals had become the focus of attention. Snape drawled in his oily voice, Let me see. Ah, Mr. Malfoy, who dares to challenge societal norms by openly professing his affection for Mr. Potter in public. I dare say your father would be proud of your bravery. Draco wished to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, he lacked the courage to counter Snape's remarks. I wish you could apply the same zeal for uncovering gossip to your studies, but but it appears you are no different from mosquitoes drawn to the scent of blood. Snape scorned, eyeing the grades in his hand with disdain. At times, I truly wonder if I am teaching a group of ogres. Louis Mountbatten, he suddenly called out. Upon seeing Louis rise, a trace of a smile flickered across Snape's ghastly visage. The student whose name I have called need not stand. Sit down, Mr. Mountbatten. A perfect score of 100. 3 ellipses crossed Louis's mind. Professor Snape, you must be doing this on purpose. Ron, who had been waiting for some amusement, was utterly shattered by the announcement of 100. What? Did we not agree to study together? Were we not to perform poorly? How did you manage to secretly score 100? Harry Potter, our savior, also the recent subject of attention, 99. Because you misspelled a word in your short answer. Hermione Granger, Snape's expression turned grim, overshadowed by an ominous air. Miss Know-It-All, 98. Draco Malfoy, 98. Daphne Greengrass, 98. Millicent Bulstrode, 98. Pansy Parkinson, 96. Blaise Zabini, 95. Lavender Brown, 95. Theodore Knott, 94. Eloise Midgen, 93. Vincent Crabbe, 90. Gregory Goyle, 88. And now, the 3 ogres of Gryffindor. Ronald Weasley. Snape's piercing gaze bore down on Ron's face, and after a moment, he coldly declared, 62. Not bad. Passed. Ron sighed in relief. As long as he wasn't last, he could deal with that insufferable Louis later. Seamus Finnegan. Snape's eyes darted up and down the roll. 54. I hope you can apply your rather noisy talents to potions class in the future, Mr. Finnegan. Well. Snape elongated his tone, and in the terrified gaze of Neville, he drawled, the great genius of Gryffindor, Neville Longbottom, 5 points. All present, including the Gryffindors, regarded Neville with a newfound respect. To be fair, Snape was somewhat lenient with the first-year students. 40 multiple-choice questions made up 80 points, while the remaining 4 short-answer questions were worth 5 points each. I must say, while grading, I questioned whether you were aware of the correct options for any of the answers. Snape displayed his contempt. 40 questions, and you failed to answer a single one correctly. Might I ask, are you a creature sent by Merlin to torment professors? Neville sat on his chair, dizzy and overwhelmed, unable to comprehend Snape's words. As his mind was consumed by thoughts of the impending wrath from his grandmother, it was over. He was doomed. As Neville's anxiety peaked, he fainted, prompting a round of laughter from his classmates. Silence. Snape coldly commanded, surveying the classroom before stating, Mr. Mountbatten earns 10 points for Slytherin. Furthermore, Mr. Potter and Miss Know-It-All each earned 5 points for Gryffindor. At this point, Snape's face visibly twitched. Awarding points to Gryffindor was clearly not something he relished. For the 2 failing ogres, Gryffindor will lose 5 points each due to your scores. Well, points added here, points deducted there. Indeed a hallmark of Snape's style. Gryffindors collectively sighed in relief. This was far better than a deduction. Additionally, Slytherin scored an average of 92, placing first, earning 10 points. Unfortunately, Gryffindor only ranked third and thus received no bonus. Snape shrugged, feigning regret. Will you deduct points from us, then? Inquired the ever-so-clever Seamus. If you wish. I can personally deduct 5 points from Gryffindor because of your inquiry. Snape narrowed his eyes into slits. Percy could not save him now. The Gryffindors now hoped simply for no-point deductions. Anything else felt like a victory. If there are no objections to the scores, the report cards will be distributed to your parents tomorrow morning. Snape elongated his tone. I wish you all a pleasant weekend. After class, Louis found himself outside the door, confronted by an irate Ron awaiting him. Honestly, I must admit the upperclassman was right. Ron does resemble a little red squirrel. Louis, did you not claim you hadn't studied? How could you deceive me? Ron lamented, feeling a tad pitiful. We agreed to enjoy ourselves together, yet you secretly studied. How untrustworthy. Squirrel goes berserk. Ah, you mean that? Louis scratched his head. I truly did not study. You can ask Catherine. I've been practicing spells with her every night. In truth, he had not practiced spells with Ron and the others for nearly half a month. Ultimately, it was a misplaced trust. Ron dared not inquire of Catherine, hesitantly asking, You aren't deceiving me? Oh, you certainly wouldn't. He found himself defending Louis, after all. We are good friends. How could you lie to me? Speaking of which, I ought to study properly as well. Sigh. My mother will surely be upset when she sees the report card. Chapter 52. Serpent Spirit in a moment of deep reflection. Ron ultimately decided to join Harry and Hermione in their investigations into the enigmatic Severus Snape. Indeed, their suspicions about him had not dissipated. Rather, they had intensified. Following Professor Snape's lead, Professor McGonagall made a significant announcement. There would be a formative examination in Transfiguration at the end of January, deliberately avoiding December to allow students to enjoy the holiday season. It seemed that Snape had exhausted every last bamboo shoot within a 10-mile radius of Hogwarts, reminiscent of a giant panda in his previous life. With the inclusion of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students, study sessions were relocated from the common rooms to the Great Hall, under the supervision of faculty members. Mondays were overseen by Professor Sprout, Tuesdays by Professor McGonagall, Wednesdays by Professor Flitwick, Thursdays by Professor Snape, and Fridays saw a collective oversight by all 4 professors. On Lewis's suggestion, Hogwarts adopted a silent study mode akin to that of Hungzhong, which resonated well with Professor McGonagall. When Lewis proposed this idea, Professor Sprout's round face displayed a mixture of reluctance and concern, as she hesitated several times to dissuade Lewis from pursuing this challenging course of action, not wanting to disrupt McGonagall's enjoyment. Professor McGonagall had grown increasingly fond of Lewis, contemplating whether to discuss with Snape the possibility of replacing the charming Mr. Mountbatten with Potter and his companions. Additionally, nearly headless Nick volunteered to oversee the students, floating above the hall like a watchful camera. Peeves, eager to join in, was met with a stern refusal from McGonagall, who specifically enlisted the help of the Bloody Baron to maintain order in the hall and prevent Peeves from disturbing the young wizard's studies. Peeves, incensed by this, resorted to tormenting the students for a few days, but soon lost interest and moved on. While waiting for Catherine, Lewis was engrossed in his studies in the common room when he caught sight of Draco approaching him with a piece of paper in hand. "Lewis," he greeted, extending the paper towards him. Lewis took the paper, revealing a list adorned with 2 ominous serpentine designs at the top. "What is this?" he inquired with curiosity. "I've recently formed a small team within Slytherin with Senior Lestrange and Senior Flint, and you are, of course, the leader," Draco replied, his expression a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Lewis mused, glancing over the list. In response to Draco's apprehensive gaze, he remarked with mild satisfaction, "The serpent drawing is quite impressive. Surely your little team must have a name. What do you call yourselves?" "The acronym is rather sinister," Lewis quipped, leaving Draco puzzled yet uneasy. Why does this sound so familiar? He pondered, a sudden realization striking him. Wait, if translated into Chinese, doesn't this mean serpent spirit? Oh. Draco replied, belatedly grasping the situation. Senior Lestrange suggested using code names. He has chosen Demon Spirit, abbreviated as Demon. Demon? Lewis mused, tapping his lips thoughtfully. To be honest, with his rugged exterior, Demon Spirit seems quite fitting. And what should I be called? If all goes well, perhaps Spirit of the Hanging. What about you? I haven't decided yet, Draco admitted. Scratching his head, I'm unsure what cool title would highlight my essence. How about Viper? Lewis suggested with a smile. Like the legendary dragon from the underworld. I just need a toxic sorcerer to complete the ensemble, Draco responded, elated by the suggestion. What are you two scheming so mysteriously? Catherine's voice interrupted, her expression tinged with disdain as she approached. Isn't that the silly weasel? Shouldn't you be pursuing your frog prince instead of bothering my little dear? Lewis, taken aback, replied. Your little dear? Since when do I belong to you? I'm clearly the property of all enchanting girls, all the beautiful ones. Humph. As she glanced at Draco's retreating figure, Catherine scoffed before turning her attention back to Lewis. So, is this a love letter from the weasel? Lewis handed her the list. Quite juvenile, isn't it? Serpent spirit, she remarked, her stunning face betraying her disapproval. As if they still consider me their leader. So, you two engage in such childish games? She queried, taking a seat beside him. Every towering tree begins as a humble seedling, Lewis replied instinctively, patting Catherine's soft thigh. You see, Catherine, this can be viewed as a form of investment. Catherine's cold demeanor belied a tumultuous heart as she processed his words. Catherine was often shortened to Cathy among close friends, akin to how Ron is to Ronald or Charlie to Charles. Lewis had unintentionally bridged a deeper connection. Catherine's frosty gaze pierced through Lewis, her lips parting as she spoke. Her voice laced with an icy chill. Are you discarding your deer-like qualities? Would you be interested in walking alongside me? Lewis maintained his earnest gaze, unperturbed by her frosty demeanor. Generally, the skin of Caucasian girls is scrutinized closely, revealing common flaws. However, Catherine was an exception, her complexion flawless even under scrutiny. Under Lewis's unwavering gaze, a slight blush crept onto her alabaster cheeks. Is he confessing to me? Catherine's thoughts spiraled into chaos, her previously composed demeanor beginning to fray. Though Lewis was merely 11, Catherine had just turned 14, and the age gap did not seem vast. Moreover, Lewis's mature disposition often obscured his youthfulness. The proud beauty sat on the sofa, her expression serene, yet her mind was in disarray. "Kathy?" Lewis called, waving his hand before her face, trying to pull her from her swirling thoughts. Chapter 53. Embracing diversity, what can be accommodated? Lewis shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, "You may interpret it however you wish. The path to the summit is invariably solitary. As one ascends, the number of companions diminishes." Lewis shifted into a more comfortable position on the sofa, resting his elbow on the armrest while gazing at Catherine. "I do not wish to reach the pinnacle devoid of friends." Due to the chill of autumn, Catherine donned knee-high cotton socks today. As she sat, a sliver of her thigh peeked out between her skirt and socks, her skin appearing all the more radiant against the black fabric. "Friends?" Catherine's voice escalated in pitch, her tumultuous thoughts miraculously vanishing, replaced by an inexplicable fury. "Indeed. Are we not friends at this moment?" Lewis was bewildered, uncertain which of his words had provoked her ire. Suddenly, Catherine sprang to her feet, delivering a sharp kick to Lewis, and stormed out of the lounge, leaving him bewildered. Women are truly complicated, he muttered to himself, pondering where he might have erred. On their way to the all-answering room that evening, Catherine remained silent. During their practice of magic, she spoke not a word, her incantations flowing with the rapidity of an MG42, her eyes glimmering with a cold light, as if intending to unleash a fierce gale upon Lewis. Why not practice Ice Decay instead of wasting those eyes? You have gained 50 points in Iron Armor spell proficiency, skill level increased, current level, LV 102. When Catherine paused, her Iron Armor spell had reached its maximum level. With the enhancement from the Spirit Sword, it had surpassed the maximum of LV 10, achieving level 12. The achievement notification chimed. Peak Mastery, 10, practice a spell to maximum level. Lewis speculated that the Avada Kedavra curse did not trigger the achievement because it was instantly boosted to level 10 and did not count as practice. The system was quite meticulous with its definitions. The achievement rewarded him with a wand, not the typical chopstick-like wand, but a genuine staff. Approximately 1 meter long and retractable, reminiscent of a civilized cane, adorned with a dark golden lion's head at its tip, capable of conjuring an 11-inch wand replica. Akin to Lucius Malfoy's serpent-headed staff in the films. This must be intended for a Gryffindor student, Lewis mused, contemplating whether the Sorting Hat had mistakenly placed him in the wrong house. Lion's Head Wand, common. Indestructible damage. 21 to 45 30 casting speed increase 3 transfiguration talents has 4 slots. Given these 3 transfiguration talents, Lewis reluctantly pardoned its appearance. Yet, what could those 4 slots accommodate in terms of runes? It seemed the wand could not be utilized for mental spells. Your wand is quite unique, Catherine finally spoke, eyeing the wand in Lewis's hand with a huff. Humph. I've always sensed you were no good. Do you think Slytherin too small to contain you? Yearning instead for Miss Beaver's embrace? Why bring Hermione into this? Did she provoke you? Meanwhile, far away in the Gryffindor dormitory, Hermione sneezed 7 times. What does this have to do with Granger? Lewis discreetly tucked the wand away, clearing his throat. Why would I go to Gryffindor? They have no Catherine Waller. Humph. Let's take a break and continue, Catherine replied, her face stern, yet the smile at the corner of her eyes betrayed her true emotions, joyful. Lewis took a moment to check his Iron Armor spell. Armor Protection. Current level 102, max, mana cost. Varies based on resistance to attacks or spell strength. Lower spell levels consume less mana and stamina. Casting time, 0.01 seconds. Skill description. Summons magical energy to form a shield, defending against spells or physical attacks. Damage immunity. 20 elemental damage immunity. Magic absorption. Absorbs 10 of spell strength, converting it to shield strength. How to describe it? When he first encountered the senior, a single armor protection could withstand only 2 or 3 of her spells before shattering. However, now, a single armor protection could endure a minute of her magical bombardment. If she refrained from using the Fiendfire spell, it seemed defeating her was entirely feasible. Regardless, at present, with a level 12 armor protection against a delicate senior, what could this be termed? An advantage for him. As Lewis contemplated this, he found himself suspended in midair by the senior's spell. Indeed, strength and speed were both rated S. He struggled to comprehend who was truly at a disadvantage. Yet, it appeared that the one who was truly cheating was the senior. Having been careless, he recalled her level 16 Thunder Explosion could easily obliterate his defenses. Could you possibly set me down? Lewis asked, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Do you enjoy dangling me like this? This is merely a small punishment for you, the senior said, bending down to align her head with Lewis's. A mischievous little dear must face my retribution. As the all-answering room grew slightly warm, the senior unbuttoned her shirt collar. This slight bend revealed a stunning sight before Lewis's eyes. He swore to Melina he had not intended to gaze. The mystery was solved. The senior was indeed the type to glance down rather than at her feet. If she were to be given a name akin to Sirius, he mused it would undoubtedly fit her well. Catherine, you're exposed, he kindly warned, pointing at her collar. Catherine swiftly buttoned her collar, lowering her wand to release Lewis, and fiercely demanded, speak, what did you see? I witnessed something inappropriate, Lewis replied candidly, offering a reasonable suggestion. If you wish for me to take responsibility, I have no objections. Indeed, he was at fault in this matter. As an honest man, Lewis felt it was prudent to retreat to advance, attempting to unsettle the senior's composure, hoping she might forget the incident. Most importantly, if she agreed, his task would be accomplished. If she diverted the topic, the matter of witnessing something inappropriate would fade away. It was a win-win scenario. Sure enough, a blush graced the senior's cheeks as she turned her face away, flustered yet indignant. Who said I wanted you to take responsibility, you shameless little dear? I truly misjudged you. I thought you were an honest child. Chapter 54. She must hit hard. You accuse me of being dishonest yet refuse to take responsibility. This places me in a rather precarious position, Lewis expressed, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Frustrated, Catherine turned her back to him, wishing to ignore his presence. They were truly adversaries. Had it been anyone else, she would have unleashed her fiery wrath upon them long ago. Now, she understood that Lewis was her destined nemesis. She found herself reluctant to retaliate, and the sharp tongue she usually wielded seemed dulled in his presence. He always had a way of cornering her with just a few words. Are you angry? Lewis chuckled, leaning closer to inquire. Catherine chose to remain silent, resolutely avoiding eye contact, thinking to herself that acknowledging him would be akin to admitting defeat. Unexpectedly, she felt herself being pulled back into a slender embrace, two frail arms encircling her delicate waist. Lewis had wrapped his arms around Catherine, resting his chin on her shoulder. I'm standing on a makeshift stool, he admitted sheepishly, for without it, one could easily mistake him for a child seeking affection from his mother. What are you doing? Have you grown taller? Catherine questioned, sensing something amiss, momentarily setting aside her shyness. I'm standing on a stool, Lewis replied, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Catherine gazed at his earnest expression and burst into laughter, her mirth illuminating the room as she covered her mouth, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Go ahead and laugh. It's your turn to be vulnerable, Lewis retorted, standing atop the stool with mock irritation. Disdain me if you wish. I'm simply younger. Just wait a couple of years, and you won't be laughing then. Per little dear, Catherine mused, observing him with a fondness that made her heart flutter. She pondered whether he resented being perceived as a child. To test her hypothesis, she hesitated briefly before mustering the courage to envelop Lewis in her arms, a bold exchange of roles. Lewis felt a surge of delight. Could it be that he had succeeded in winning her over? However, her next actions and words made him acutely aware of his youth. Catherine gently lowered him to the ground, her gaze condescending yet filled with sympathy. At least for now. You are better suited to serving Snow White than waking her with a kiss. Lewis felt a pang of indignation. So you think I'm a dwarf, do you? Good little dear, Catherine teased, playfully ruffling his hair. Her earlier suspicions were confirmed. The softness of his hair was surprisingly addictive. Now, it was Lewis who found himself at a disadvantage. Never had he wished more fervently to grow up. One day, he would ensure that Catherine recognized him as a true gentleman. Catherine had discovered the most effective way to deal with Lewis, treat him like a child. As they walked together, the scene resembled that of an older sister taking her younger brother out for a stroll. Lewis seethed internally. Catherine had cracked the code to his heart. The following morning at breakfast, Lewis sat expressionless, chewing his food in silence, his anger simmering within. Even the delightful 8-treasure soup made by Tom could not soothe his troubled spirit. He set a personal goal, to enhance his skills swiftly, aiming to easily subdue Catherine before the second year began, and to bring her to her knees in playful retribution. That's your family matter, Lewis. It wouldn't be right for us to get involved, George remarked awkwardly, casting a glance at Catherine as he prepared to leave with his twin brother, Fred. No, I meant to join you, Lewis replied nonchalantly, discreetly placing a note on Catherine's back and patting her gently. George, Fred, we have something to discuss. So we'll take our leave for now. We can catch up later in the common room. Catherine smiled softly, responding, all right. Lewis glanced at the note affixed to her back with satisfaction before slipping away with the Weasley twins. Catherine chuckled, retrieving the note with a flick of her fingers, contemplating how to make him pay for this. Honestly, I'm quite curious. With your fearless demeanor, why do you act like mice in front of Catherine? Lewis inquired of the twins as they walked. That's not the most frightening part, George interjected. There was a classmate who confessed his feelings to her and ended up transformed into a dog. He transferred to Buck's batons afterward. Fred chimed in, adding to the tale. Is that so? Lewis laughed heartily. What did he say again? George began, but Fred quickly continued, Lady Waller. I wish to be your dog. Too bad Catherine isn't fond of dogs, right? Fred quipped. Indeed, the Weasley twins replied in unison, draping their arms around Lewis's shoulders. Actually, we envy you. You have the chance to conquer a queen like Waller. Lewis was momentarily taken aback, as he had forgotten that he was the one in the inferior position and still in the early stages of his quest. I think the girls from Slytherin are quite remarkable. They surpass those from Gryffindor, the twins continued in chorus. Why do you say that? Lewis questioned, puzzled by their perspective. Well, Slytherin girls possess an intriguing edge, and they tend to wear revealing outfits, Fred said, gesturing towards a passing Slytherin girl. The trio hastily made their exit. You're courting danger, George, Fred whispered. That's Tonks. Goodness, you're bold. Lewis observed the retreating figures of the twins and mused. I can tell that the one called Tonks probably has quite a painful punch. Indeed, Gryffindor women can hit hard. I'm not exaggerating. Tonks has fists of iron. George began, but was abruptly interrupted by a sharp slap on his shoulder. It was the short-haired Tonks, standing behind them with a mischievous grin. Who are you calling out, boys? Chapter 55, Christmas, Part 1. George and Weasley suffered quite the bruising encounter, necessitating a visit to Madame Pomfrey in the hospital wing for treatment. You could at least run away. Catastrophic. The phrase echoed ominously. Lewis swallowed hard. Truly. The women of the Pruitt family were formidable, with Aunt Molly tearing through the madwoman above and Hestia delivering a punch below. With such an apocalyptic fist, it seemed capable of subduing even the most obstinate of giants. Hestia cast a lingering gaze at Lewis, but due to their differing houses and her own relative youth, she refrained from unleashing her wrath upon him. The primary reason was that Lewis was simply too endearing. Hestia, the lioness of the East, felt somewhat hesitant to trample such a delicate flower. Poor twins. Lewis silently mourned for his red-haired comrades. Be a good lad, and don't let this pair lead you astray. With that, Hestia departed with an air of casual elegance, leaving no trace behind. It seemed that Gryffindor's girls were indeed quite adept at delivering painful blows. Hermione was also skilled in silencing Malfoy with her fists. Angelina, known for her prowess in sports, was certainly not to be underestimated. Diana was absent as well. According to her letter, she had ventured to Africa for a charitable mission, intending to traverse minefields in opposition to landmines. Quite the audacious endeavor. However, with the Hogwarts Express already departed, Lewis regrettably acknowledged that he would have to wait until summer to visit her. Seated at the table, Lewis nibbled on gingerbread absent-mindedly, his thoughts muddled with concern for Diana. It was distressing. At 30, why would one wander heedlessly into a minefield? Lewis! Lewis! Ron's voice called out from behind. Turning around, he spotted Harry and Ron. The two foolish boys, one clad in a blue sweater emblazoned with an H, the other in a dark red one marked with an R. Plans have changed. Mom and Dad had to make an unexpected trip to Romania to see Charlie. Ron shrugged and plopped down beside Lewis. My brother Charlie raises dragons in Romania. Pretty cool, right? Quite impressive. Lewis nodded in agreement. By the way, Mom asked me to give this to you. Ron said somewhat bashfully, producing a parcel. Lewis accepted it, swiftly unwrapping it to reveal a navy blue sweater. This exemplifies the cultural differences. In his homeland, opening a gift in front of the giver would be considered impolite. Yet in Britain, doing so brings joy to the gift giver. Embracing the local customs, Lewis thought as he unfolded the sweater to reveal the letter emblazoned on the front. Thank you. Thank you, Aunt Molly. I absolutely adore it. Lewis genuinely appreciated the sweater, having envied Harry's gift in the film during his previous life. Lewis. Ron's eyes glistened with emotion. He truly hadn't expected someone from such a privileged background to cherish his mother-esque gift, even wearing it joyfully at first glance. It's warm. Haha, do I look handsome? Lewis twirled around. Like a big fool. The voice of an older student chimed in from behind. Today, she donned a heavy robe, with a standard Slytherin gray-green scarf wrapped around her neck. Tall and striking, she stood there without her usual icy demeanor, appearing approachable like a friendly neighbor. Of course, This was Lewis's perspective. From Harry and Ron's viewpoint, Catherine's smile resembled that of the most terrifying fallen angel from hell, instilling a primal fear. Lewis was momentarily taken aback. Harry and Ron regarded him with newfound respect, leaning back slightly, gazing at him in awe. Enraged, Lewis charged forward, propelled by a surge of mischief, and leapt into Catherine's embrace, tightly wrapping his arms around her slender waist, rubbing against her. "Sister." His voice brimmed with fondness and emotion. Such a good actor. Not to mention, this face wash is quite, well, certainly better than Diana's. "Diana, so love will disappear, right?" Catherine pressed down on his still nuzzling head, her cheeks flushed. She truly could not fathom why the typically gentlemanly Lewis behaved so brazenly in her presence. If this continued, her newly established sister persona would be jeopardized. Lewis himself felt somewhat trapped in this playful predicament. At that crucial moment, Ron came to his rescue. "By the way, Lewis, Harry mentioned he encountered a peculiar mirror. I have my doubts about it, yet Harry seems utterly captivated. Could you accompany me to take a look and perhaps dissuade him?" Concern etched on Ron's face. He genuinely feared that his dear friend might fall into a state of obsession with that peculiar mirror. "Oh, what mirror?" Lewis pulled his head from the warmth of Catherine's embrace, belatedly inquiring. He had not quite grasped what had been said, merely catching the mention of a mirror. "Well, Harry encountered a mirror in the corridor where he could see his parents, while I saw myself as the student council president and Quidditch champion." "That sounds utterly absurd, doesn't it?" Ron mused. "I suspect that mirror must be an illusion. We cannot allow Harry to become entranced by it." Lewis understood. Ron was likely referring to the Mirror of Erised, which, in the original tale, Dumbledore used to test Harry. Do you think Dumbledore is simply idle with nothing better to do? At least, that was Lewis's impression. He turned to Ron and the reluctant Harry, saying, "Let us go. We should investigate together." Chapter 56, Christmas, Part 2. "Have you seen your parents?" Lewis inquired of Harry, standing before the peculiar mirror known as the Mirror of Erised. This odd floor-length mirror bore an indistinct bronze frame, inscribed with cryptic words resembling riddles. "Eris stra eru oit ube kafra oit onwosi." When read backwards and rephrased, it revealed, "I show not your face, but your heart's desire." Harry's emerald eyes brimmed with sorrow as he gently traced the mirror's edge, filled with longing. Although Lewis could not perceive what Harry beheld, he empathized with his yearning. He placed a comforting hand on Harry's shoulder. "What do you see?" Harry turned to ask. "Me?" Lewis glanced at the mirror. After a moment, Harry's concern deepened. "What is it, Lewis? Did you also see your parents?" "No." Lewis wiped his tears and averted his gaze from the mirror. "What did you see then?" Catherine asked curiously from the side, a hint of teasing in her tone. Lewis sighed inwardly, burying the vision from the mirror deep within his memories. Let this dream be carried away by the winds. "Nothing much," he replied, shaking his head. "Just some reflections. So, Catherine, would you like to take a look?" Catherine nodded and approached the mirror. Before her stood an adult Lewis, clad in a pristine white military uniform with a flower adorning his chest, smiling as he linked arms with her. The words on this mirror must be read backwards. Lewis remarked, "I show not your face, but your heart's desire." A suspicious blush crept across Catherine's fair cheeks. Who would desire this silly dear? She mused, yet found the grown-up Lewis undeniably handsome. Yes, so dashing. Just one more glance. Her eyes sparkled with pink stars. "Truly, he is my dear." She murmured aloud, "Oh no, could this mirror possibly reflect my desires?" Lewis nearly choked on his bold thought. How could that be? A woman like her should aspire to reach the pinnacle, not be consumed by romantic notions. Before meeting you, that was indeed the case. Now I find myself gravitating closer to the charming figures of ice and sand. Of course, he had no intention of exposing Catherine's heart, nor would he dare to reveal anything to Harry and Ron, who lacked the audacity to tread such dangerous waters. Among the gifts he prepared was a record left by his mother, a token from his grandfather. For his uncle and aunt, he had simply gifted a shock absorber, as his uncle loved to speed, and a beauty potion, which was quite useful for women. He hoped next year to persuade Ron's father to procure a flying car for his uncle. To his cousin Charlie, he sent a pair of mind-controlled gloves, suitable even for muggles, to spare him from calling the servants to draw the curtains from the 4th floor. Charlie was lazy, a true mama's boy. Yet he treated Lewis well. His cousin and 2 aunts received the same beauty potion, and Lewis mused how easily women could be pleased. The gifts for the trio were simple as well. He gifted Harry a pair of black-framed glasses and racing goggles, Ron a brand-new outfit ordered from Madame Malkin's for 30 galleons, and Hermione a large-faced cat named Crookshanks. Draco's gift was a platinum signet ring with a serpent entwined upon it, unmistakably Slytherin in design. Having prepared so many gifts, Lewis felt a sense of fatigue and settled in the Slytherin common room to listen to his mother's record before continuing to prepare presents for his professors. Though Hogwarts prohibited electronic devices, a phonograph was permissible. He nestled into a comfortable position on the sofa, sipping a cup of red tea while the phonograph whirred to life. The sound of a Sansien filled the air, which felt oddly out of place. Perhaps he should have opted for a stronger brew, one that the house elves might concoct, to pair with this music. As the melody played, he recognized it as trekking to Clearwater River. To his surprise, his mother possessed such talent. The song began with a soft voice reminiscent of a nightingale, evoking the essence of southern waters, yet the lyrics were in a Beijing dialect. The wand is sharp. The broomsticks soar across the vast sky. Wizards in their places, heed my words. This tale begins in Godric's Hollow, where Albus Dumbledore, a graceful youth, resides. Reflecting on Dumbledore's often somber demeanor, Lewis began to understand the complexity of emotions that surfaced when his mother was mentioned. It seemed that tormenting professors was a family legacy. As the saying goes, like mother, like son. It's one thing for me to playfully tease Professor Snape, but must you persistently poke at Dumbledore's heart? The song continued, depicting a rendezvous at midnight, where Dumbledore, bashful and silent, found himself entangled in a romantic plot. Is this something I can listen to without cost? Lewis thought, hastily turning off the phonograph to avoid any more inappropriate themes for his age. Taking out the record, he decided it would serve as a Christmas gift for Professor Dumbledore, knowing he could appreciate it in serious tongue. To avoid any potential trouble, Lewis also prepared 2 pairs of thick woolen socks stuffed with the latest confections from Honeydukes. Chapter 57, Christmas, Part 2. The gifts for Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall were meticulously crafted by Lewis. He prepared a music box for Professor Snape, but not the ordinary kind that plays hi hi hi. Instead, it was a modified version of the Peace Answer, transformed by Tom. It was the infamous execution song associated with Yakina, a fitting choice for Snape, as both are considered underdogs in that renowned love triangle game. This background music played 4 times, each time during moments of confession or when the protagonist revealed feelings for others, serving as Yakina's execution soundtrack. One could imagine that if Snape were familiar with this story, he would certainly resonate with it. As Lewis played the music box, a mischievous grin spread across his face, indicating his delight in tormenting Snape. If his mother were aware, she would undoubtedly exclaim, "That's my boy." For Professor McGonagall, Lewis had carefully organized and magically altered the legendary management system of Hungzhong, which he believed she would appreciate. He thought to start with dolls and hoped that the Gryffindor cubs would find joy as he chuckled while distributing gifts. Catherine, initially in good spirits, instantly soured upon seeing Lewis. This was due to the rather excessive gift he had prepared for her, who gives dozens of stockings as Christmas gifts. The note read, "Or more, I love to see." Consequently, when she encountered Lewis, she glared at him, contemplating which part of him to bite. "Hey, Kesh," Lewis greeted. Catherine, who occupied a dormitory alone, remained silent and cold, seated on her chair, surveying him. "This place is quite spacious. Don't you feel lonely living here?" Lewis inquired as he sat on her bed, rolling around a few times. To his surprise, the bed of the senior sister was quite inviting, and he enjoyed the rolling. "Mind your own business." Catherine's irritation was palpable. "How about I move in?" Draco snores, "And it keeps me awake," Lewis casually fabricated, showing no regard for Draco's feelings. "Draco, so love will vanish, right? Lewis, aren't you in love with Potter?" Catherine stood up and briskly walked over, lifting Lewis and placing him back on the bed, scolding, "Sit properly. Don't move around. You've messed up the blankets. Honestly, you might want to consider my suggestion." Lewis shrugged. "Get to the point. I have things to do," Catherine said, her face suddenly flushing for no apparent reason. "Where are you off to? Not seeking the Mirror of Erist, are you?" Lewis jested, but upon hearing his words, Catherine's neck and ears turned a deep shade of pink, her expression a mix of embarrassment and anger. Catherine grabbed a pillow and knocked him back onto the bed, exclaiming, Shut up, you annoying brat. All right. I hate you, so I'll leave." Lewis shrugged and stood up, preparing to exit. Catherine threw the pillow at him, nearly causing him to stumble. "Hold on, you think I'm annoying but won't let me leave? You're putting me in a difficult position, Kesh." Lewis's expression and tone were infuriatingly playful. "Why do you keep saying not? This jerk is doing it on purpose," Catherine thought to herself, gritting her teeth as she pushed him back onto the bed, launching an angry but playful assault. though her punches lacked real force, merely serving as an emotional release. Lewis refused to back down, tickling her at the waist, and they remained locked in this playful stalemate until the ticklish Catherine finally conceded. Ha, little dear. No, stop. Ha. Lewis, please stop. Say it. Do you surrender? Lewis continued his playful assault, determined to elicit a confession of defeat from her. And no, I don't surrender. Lewis intensified his efforts. Ha. All right, I concede. Just let go. Ha. Finally, Lewis released his hold on her slender waist, secretly delighted to have discovered her Achilles heel. Catherine propped herself up on her arms, her eyes shimmering with a glimmer of something deeper, reflecting the innermost dreams of many a boy. So, what did you come to see me about? She asked, still slightly flustered, as she reached over to play with the collar of Lewis's sweater, occasionally teasingly scratching his neck with her delicate fingers. I received a pile of gifts and am a bit overwhelmed. I was hoping you could help me sort through them. Lewis replied candidly. Catherine's little gestures stirred something within him, but considering his current state, he could only suppress it. Grow up quickly. Merlin, help me. Are you trying to irritate me? Catherine narrowed her eyes, her tone sharp. If you want, I can share half with you, Lewis said nonchalantly. Do we really need to stand on ceremony with our relationship? Those gifts are meant for you. How could you pass them to someone else? You scoundrel. Catherine stood, huffing. Come on, let's go sort through your gifts, you scoundrel. I must remind you, it snowed outside yesterday. It's quite cold today, Lewis said, pulling out a pair of approximately 80D velvet tights and handing them to Catherine. Put these on so you don't freeze. Thanks to the diligent house elves ensuring warmth within the castle, the temperature in Hogwarts was not overly frigid, hovering around 20 degrees, making the 80D thickness just right. You're just eager to see, aren't you? You shameless creature. Catherine blushed as she took the tights, her cheeks reddening. I see you are not a little deer. You are more like a lustful dragon cloaked in deerskin. You are correct. I do wish to see, Lewis admitted without shame. What's wrong with a man being lecherous? Get out, Catherine insisted, tugging him toward the door. Am I an outsider? Do you even guard against a gentleman? Lewis retorted with mock seriousness. You truly are impossible. Catherine sighed as she released him, sitting on the edge of her bed, rolling up the tights. She then slipped her delicate foot into one side, gradually pulling them up to her knee before repeating the motion with the other leg. Lewis leaned back in the chair, hands clasped behind his head, thoroughly enjoying the sight of Catherine's actions. Shouldn't you turn around now, you shameless dragon? Catherine asked, having pulled the tights up to her knees, her expression a mix of embarrassment and indignation as she glanced at Lewis. Chapter 58. The virtuous gentleman. Lewis gestured an okay with his hand, turning away with lingering thoughts. His mind was filled with images of his senior's long, exquisite legs and her delicate, fair feet. He chastised himself internally, reminding himself to take things slowly, step by step, ensuring not to rush her, for it would be unwise to provoke her anger. Resorting to the old tricks of flirting, he mused, as the saying goes. Deep affection is hard to retain. Only the clever strategies can win the heart. I merely sought to lighten the atmosphere, Lewis stated. Enough, you little rascal, came the senior's voice, tinged with embarrassment and annoyance. If you won't give it, then don't be so fierce about it. Lewis mumbled, feeling quite aggrieved. Let us go. And stop your wild thoughts, Catherine said sternly. Aren't you still waiting to sort your gifts? Oh, let us go then, Lewis replied, feeling a twinge of regret. There's always tomorrow. Upon arriving at Lewis's dormitory, Catherine was taken aback by the mountain of gifts within. So many, she remarked, her tone somewhat envious, despite her claims of indifference. What can I say? Everyone seems to adore me, Lewis shrugged, adding, sometimes, being so likable can indeed be quite a burden. You are quite narcissistic, Catherine retorted disdainfully. Do you not find me appealing? Lewis shot back. I do. I quite like you, Catherine replied, wrinkling her nose sarcastically. Lewis glanced at his tasks, noting they remained incomplete. Hey, are you not going to fix this bug, system? Would it truly harm you to resolve it? System, it would drive me mad. Do not disturb. Sorting through gifts from morning until noon, Lewis felt a sense of accomplishment as he surveyed the array of presents. Everyone loves Lewis. Season 2, Glorious Deeds. Task Reward, Advanced Divine Art, Mass Dispel. Mass Dispel, one of the most profound arcane secrets from the Holy Light Association of Azeroth. It is said that only the most devout followers of the light are deemed worthy to wield it, earning high praise from soldiers in their battles against the Scourge, the Burning Legion, and the minions of the old gods. This ability dispels all curses, hexes, poisons, and diseases within a 30-yard radius. Out of the over 100 gifts, the majority were contributions from Slytherins, as Lewis was currently regarded as the most amiable among them. Given that he was easily accessible to them, it was only natural they would endeavor to please him. The gift from his senior was a necklace, appearing quite opulent, with a multitude of dazzling, colorful gems embedded in a golden pendant, exuding luxury without the ostentation of a nouveau riche. Feeling slightly out of sorts, Lewis took the necklace and, without much thought, activated an eye for identification. Catherine's kaleidoscope required age, 18 all skills, provides 30 immunity to all damage while worn as armor 5 to all attributes. Such splendid attributes left Lewis utterly astonished. He had not anticipated such generosity from his senior. This gift was beyond his means. It even bore her family name. However, the required age left him dumbfounded. Calculating in his mind, he realized he would need 6 years before he could don this artifact. 6 years. Do you know how many 6-year spans exist in a lifetime? Do you have any inkling how I am to spend these years? Certainly not playing that ridiculous game. And what are this 5 to all attributes? What significance will it hold after I turn 18, you scoundrel? Do you like it? Catherine asked, her eyes flickering with a hint of worry that he might not appreciate it. This, well, it is a family heirloom from the Vor family. I thought it would suit you beautifully. So you casually pilfer your family's cherished heirloom to gift it to someone? I truly like it, Lewis responded, patting the necklace. But it is, after all, a treasure of your family. Is it truly appropriate to give it to me? Catherine grew irate, picking up a gift box as if to strike him, but at the last moment, she softened her blow, saying, even the most precious treasures of the Vor family. At this point, she abruptly fell silent, turning her face away. What other treasures of the Vor family have I taken? Lewis, bewildered, stared at her. Catherine merely glared out the door, silent as if she were a captive in her own thoughts. Do not be upset, Lewis chuckled awkwardly, aware he had misspoken, and attempted to placate her. I did not have so many words when you gifted me the leaves. No, that is not it, he replied with a grin, leaning closer to her ear and whispering, so, could this be a token of our affection? In a moment of embarrassment, Catherine tackled Lewis onto the bed. Help! Lewis cried out in a panic. Catherine straddled him, gripping his wrist with one hand while pressing down on his chest with the other, smirking coldly. Go ahead. Call for help. Poor little dear. Not even if you scream for your life will anyone come to your rescue. Just as she was preparing to deal with him, the door swung open unexpectedly. What an inappropriate scene. It was Professor McGonagall, her lips twitching in fury at the sight of a boy and girl engaged in such antics in broad daylight, especially with the girl seemingly bullying a child. Look at how frightened young Mountbatten is, crying for help. The usually stern Professor McGonagall was on the verge of igniting a firestorm within Hogwarts Castle. Professor, Catherine, unexpectedly, felt a wave of guilt wash over her. Miss Vor, Mr. Mountbatten, what on earth are you doing? McGonagall's glasses nearly slipped from her nose, her mind racing with confusion over the situation at hand. Would you believe we were merely playing, Professor? Lewis replied awkwardly, with Catherine nodding vigorously beside him in an attempt to convince her. Headmaster Dumbledore has summoned you to his office, Mr. Mountbatten. McGonagall paused, her gaze shifting to Catherine. But it seems, Miss Vor, you too must accompany him. My goodness, I cannot believe you would engage in such behavior with someone so young. Is that so? McGonagall queried sternly. Indeed, Professor. Catherine regained her composure. I believe you understand that if I were to do anything inappropriate, would we still be dressed? Chapter 59. Secrets, Part 1. Professor McGonagall was still inclined to trust the two students before her, mainly because they had no prior misdeeds. If it had been the Weasley twins, she would have believed nothing they said. It was akin to how a diligent student might occasionally make a mistake, and the teacher would gently overlook it. In contrast, an unruly student might not escape unscathed. For instance, back in high school, both Lewis and his desk mate made an error, and when the teacher called them out, she merely patted Lewis's shoulder lightly, while his desk mate faced a veritable storm of reprimands. The teacher unleashed a barrage of punishment upon him, reminiscent of a martial artist executing a flawless technique. Of course, Professor McGonagall would only resort to her own form of discipline, likely far less severe than the tumultuous reprimand that the other teacher had delivered. She hoped such incidents would not recur. Professor McGonagall issued a stern warning. Hogwarts does not prohibit young love, yet certain excessive behaviors are entirely unacceptable. Understood, Professor, Lewis replied, his head bowed in acknowledgement, displaying an admirable attitude of contrition. He tugged at Catherine's sleeve, urging her to join him in taking responsibility. The task of sorting gifts could have easily been entrusted to Tom and Jerry, yet Lewis wished to seize the opportunity for a moment alone with his senior. So he directed them to the Great Hall for some snacks. He also intended to tease the house elf, and Lewis was unbothered by the elf's playful antics. He had given Tom strict orders to play, but to ensure that the elf did not escape. Tom's capabilities were indeed commendable, as evidenced by numerous instances where he had successfully captured Jerry whenever he set his mind to it. He retained Jerry out of concern that, should Jerry vanish, he too would be deemed useless and cast aside by his master. Once the misunderstanding was cleared, Professor McGonagall's ire dissipated. She turned to Lewis, her expression softening into a smile. "Mr. Mountbatten, I have received your Christmas gift, and I must say, I am quite fond of it." The two shared a mutual interest. One was brimming with innovative ideas while the other was known for her stern demeanor. Professor McGonagall found herself increasingly fond of Lewis. Such a splendid young man, how had he ended up in Slytherin? The more she pondered, the more frustrated she became. Alas, as the international school rankings continued to slip, Professor McGonagall felt a persistent anxiety, particularly regarding the students' lackadaisical attitudes towards their studies, which was utterly infuriating. How could one expect to achieve commendable grades while indulging in such behaviors? Fortunately, the distinctive hoot of an owl heralded the arrival of Mr. Mountbatten at Hogwarts. "If you appreciate it, it was merely a small contribution, hardly worth mentioning," Lewis humbly replied. "Is that so?" Professor McGonagall's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Indeed. Yet considering the current state of the students, I believe we should proceed gradually to avoid overwhelming them and provoking a rebellious reaction," Lewis suggested. "Your reasoning is quite sound." Professor McGonagall nodded, contemplating for a moment. "Very well, Mr. Mountbatten, we shall continue this discussion another time. For now, you must proceed to the headmaster's office. Professor Dumbledore is likely awaiting your arrival with great anticipation." "Understood, Professor." The password is Cockroach Cluster. One wonders why Professor Dumbledore has such a peculiar fondness for it. Professor McGonagall thought with a hint of disdain. Upon entering the headmaster's office, Lewis was greeted by Phineas's exuberant shout. "Ah, the genius of Slytherin has arrived. Good day." "Headmaster Black," Lewis said, bowing slightly while smiling uprightly. "Greetings, young man. I would prefer if you call me Phineas." Before Phineas could finish, he was once again bound to his chair by Headmistress Delilah and her accomplices, a rag stuffed in his mouth. Lewis took a deep breath, silently lamenting for Phineas for half a moment. "Do you think you are Onyxia? A woman is not to be trifled with," he mused as he observed the scene, lowering his gaze in sympathy for Phineas. "Lewis," Professor Dumbledore called from behind his desk, his face marked by creases from his clothing. "I must apologize for my drowsiness. I hope you are not offended." "Not at all," Headmaster Lewis replied. "Please, have a seat." Dumbledore gestured, pulling a chair closer for him. "Thank you." Lewis sat down without hesitation. "Lemon juice? Low sugar, please. You are always so disciplined, just like your mother." Dumbledore chuckled as he poured Lewis a glass of lemon juice. "I truly appreciate your gift." A fleeting shadow of regret and nostalgia crossed his eyes. "Your mother was one of the most exceptional students Hogwarts has ever seen in Slytherin. Shouldn't that title belong to Voldemort?" Lewis retorted, feeling somewhat incredulous. No, Dumbledore shook his head. "Voldemort cannot compare to your mother." "Keep on boasting," Lewis replied skeptically. "If my mother were truly as remarkable as you claim, how could she have died so young? Surely, Voldemort was the culprit?" "Why do you say was?" "No, at that time, the world was facing far graver threats," Dumbledore continued, refilling Lewis's glass as he noticed it was empty. "Did your grandfather not mention anything regarding the magical community?" "My grandfather?" Lewis hesitated. "He never spoke to me about anything concerning the magical world. It seems he wished to protect you from harm. You know, I also arranged for Professor McGonagall to visit during his absence." Dumbledore winked. "Had he been home, he would likely have forbidden you from attending Hogwarts." "Why?" Lewis asked, puzzled. "However, since he sent you that record, it indicates that he now desires you to step out from under his protection. A fledgling will never become an eagle if it remains sheltered beneath its elder's wings." "But I am not a Ravenclaw," Lewis interjected, catching Dumbledore off guard. "I am a Slytherin. Logically, I should be a serpent." Dumbledore gazed at him, momentarily speechless. This lad, so reminiscent of his mother. He couldn't help but recall the past. Emma had once occupied the very chair Lewis now sat in, teasing him with playful banter while frequently making jests about Gellert. Truth be told, upon hearing that record, he was not as angered as Lewis might have imagined. Rather, he felt an ache in his heart. Chapter 60, Secrets, Part 2. Wait a moment. Didn't T. Ollivander mention that my mother was a chi master? How did she end up as a student of Slytherin? Lewis, with the keen perception of a blind man, discerned the nuances of the conversation. Dumbledore appeared momentarily flustered before he took a moment to clarify for Lewis. Your mother was rather, well, eccentric. She enjoyed telling others that she was a chi master, claiming it sounded more sophisticated and prestigious. To be honest, I still do not quite grasp the concepts of sophistication, grandeur, and prestige. Eccentric is certainly fitting. So my mother is like Huang Rong? Speaking of which, your mother has always had a knack for reading people accurately. After a lengthy pause, Dumbledore continued. However, there was one instance that left me perplexed. She once advised Lily never to trust Peter Pettigrew. Yet, as you are aware, James and your mother never got along well. And he was quite irate at that time. Did they have a quarrel? Lewis raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Not exactly, Dumbledore replied, a hint of awkwardness creeping into his expression. James was hoisted upside down by her and his mouth was sealed by a spell. Lewis found himself momentarily speechless. But it later proved to be the only time your mother misjudged someone. She always believed that Sirius was the most trustworthy. Dumbledore shrugged. Then why didn't she intervene with Sirius? Lewis pondered, thinking that it was not his mother who had made the error, but rather those around her. Alas, Dumbledore sighed. A month before the Potters met their tragic fate, your mother underwent the trials of the Hellstone, sealing the gates of hell at the cost of her own life. Lewis felt as if he had stepped into a surreal realm. What does hell have to do with this? Why not mention heaven? The stone tablet recorded 3 trials, slaying a hellhound amidst bloodshed, rescuing an innocent soul from the depths of hell, and the final trial, purifying a demon, in the presence of wizards from various magical communities. Your mother completed the final and most arduous trial, the purification of a malevolent demon. The purification in the trial was not merely a physical cleansing, but a restoration of humanity. The cost of the final trial was the sacrifice of the trial-taker's life. Your mother was acutely aware of this heavy price. Yet she proceeded without hesitation. One could say the entire world owes her a great debt. Dumbledore recounted this with a somber tone. And what of my father? Lewis inquired further. During the last trial, a demon from hell ambushed the location of the ongoing ceremony. Your father sacrificed himself in battle to protect your mother while covering the retreat of the wizards. Goodness, the Mountbatten family is indeed filled with loyal heroes. It makes sense, considering my grandfather was also an exceptional warrior in his youth, fighting valiantly in Southeast Asia against the Japanese, albeit not in the most hardcore sense. After all, my grandfather was stationed at the rear. When it comes to the truly hardcore fighters against the Sushi Devils, that title belongs to Li Mei, who had many acquaintances in Tokyo. The demon that led the charge still roams the world, biding its time for a resurgence. Dumbledore's half-moon spectacles glimmered. And you, Lewis, as the son of the one who sealed the gates of hell, are undoubtedly their primary target for revenge. Lewis involuntarily shivered. I do not know the true name of that demon, but it is certainly not a simple existence. Noticing the child's unease, Dumbledore thoughtfully offered him a chocolate bar. Generally, low-level demons have pure black eyes, while slightly higher ones may have blood red or dark golden hues. However, I encountered a demon with striking blue eyes for the first time. Demons are typically perceived as malevolent and cunning. Dumbledore popped a licorice wand into his mouth, savoring it before continuing. Yet, this demon exuded an oddly contradictory first impression, appearing rather upright at first glance, but upon closer inspection, one would sense something amiss. Akin to a wolf in sheep's clothing. Why are you suddenly divulging all this to me? Lewis asked, voicing the question that had been hidden in his heart. This world is vast and intricate, Lewis, Dumbledore replied, nonchalantly finishing the licorice wand while licking his fingers. Perhaps you believe that with a semblance of foresight, you can navigate this world with ease. However, many matters do not unfold as you might wish or expect. Lewis felt a chill run up his spine, a sense of dread washing over him as he glanced cautiously at Dumbledore. You are not playing fair, Professor. I am still just a child. You actually used legitimacy on me. You rascal, how could you not spare my adorable self? Rest assured, Lewis, Dumbledore smiled reassuringly, I have not sunk that low. Consider your actions, they raise quite a few eyebrows. What new student rushes to the room of requirement on their very first day? I quite admire something your mother once said to James. Those who have it too easy in their youth are prone to stumble later on. Unfortunately, it seems her son has not inherited her caution. Lewis found himself at a loss for words, yearning to defend himself, yet Dumbledore's observations left him with no retort. A wave of apprehension washed over him. Had Voldemort truly attempted to possess him, he may have been utterly defenseless, possibly already ensnared. Patrick is dead. Dumbledore's keen eyes sparkled with wisdom behind his half-moon spectacles. Professor, it truly wasn't me. It was Voldemort. Dumbledore chuckled lightly. After using Patrick to test you, he confirmed your terrifying talent in dark magic and decided to eliminate him to silence him. And you just stood by and watched? Lewis retorted. This statement bore two additional layers of meaning. The first being, as the headmaster, you merely stood idly by. Chapter 61. Heeding life's lessons. When Lewis first began to engage with Dumbledore, he held a contemptuous view towards those conspiracy theories. After all, the headmaster was merely an amusing old gentleman in his eyes. To think one family might not recognize another. Lewis never anticipated that old Dumbledore possessed such acumen. Today, I merely wish to share some life experiences with you as an elder, Dumbledore reassured the somewhat irate Lewis, uttering a phrase laden with significance. I am not Dumbledore. Nor am I the Dumbledore you perceive. The true Dumbledore exists in the eyes of everyone else in this world. Lewis nodded, partially comprehending. You seem quite fascinated by the art of divination. Emma's talent for it is remarkable. Perhaps your prophetic abilities stem from her lineage. You might consider studying divination systematically under Professor Trelawney. If you desire, I would be more than willing to arrange it for you, Dumbledore mused, stroking his beard. Resembling Santa Claus even more if he donned a Christmas hat. Lewis reflected on his singular talent for divination and mused that it did not seem to be inherited from his mother. I quite admire a philosopher who once said, the uncertainty of the future is the driving force behind our progress, Lewis interjected, implying his disinterest in the mystical arts. Quite philosophical. Who uttered such words? A philosopher from Emma's homeland? Dumbledore inquired with interest. Sort of, Lewis chuckled. His name is Richard. Indeed, a natural soul singer named Richard Shocklew, Dumbledore added, causing Lewis to feel a pang in his heart. Sharing this with you is simply an attempt to keep you occupied. Lest you become a daily source of distress like your mother. At my age, relying on quick-fix remedies for the heart is quite a burden. As he spoke, a look of exasperation crossed Dumbledore's face, recalling the fervor with which Lewis's mother had engaged in fanfiction during her time at Hogwarts. She had even sent numerous fan art and stories to Grindelwald, far away in Nurmengard. How did Dumbledore know? Surely, he had to inspect what Grindelwald sent. One could never be too careful about dark magic. However, it was evident that Grindelwald held a fondness for Emma, a sentiment reflected in his diligent guidance and casual conversations. She became a beloved figure in his eyes. Of course, Severus is still young, and I believe he will not cause you too much trouble, considering Emma's connections. Lewis left the headmaster's office, puzzled, realizing that Dumbledore was merely concerned he might pierce his heart with words. So love truly can fade, can it not, Headmaster Dumbledore? He thought, while he could only scoff internally at the notion of demons. How fortuitous. Frostmourne, I am famished, pardon my digression. Even if they did not come, Lewis intended to confront them proactively. However, first, he should investigate what this blue-eyed demon truly was, lest he remain oblivious to the nature of his target. Why the solemn expression? Did Headmaster Dumbledore reprimand you? Catherine inquired with concern. Nothing much, just a warning against early romance. Lewis feigned a heartbroken expression, only to receive a swift kick from Catherine. Stop your nonsense, you silly dear, she retorted with a playful glare. So, were you genuinely concerned for me? Lewis asked, seating himself beside her with a grin. You are indeed quite self-assured, Catherine observed, standing tall as if she had discovered a new continent, gazing down at Lewis. Or perhaps you yearn for my concern. The shy little dear, she teased, her emerald eyes narrowing slightly, a playful smile gracing her lips. Lewis felt a crack in his defenses. I must correct your choice of words. Adorable cannot be used to describe a man. Lewis protested, though his arguments seemed feeble. Little boy, Catherine pressed on mercilessly. You must realize that your petite stature cannot be labeled as manly, especially since someone is not taller than me. Just wait, you will regret this day, Lewis vowed, teeth gritted, issuing a challenge. I fear you may be lacking in strength, little darling, Catherine taunted, her slender fingers teasing Lewis's cheek, her tone infuriatingly playful. Lewis struggled to assert himself, feeling powerless. Tears threatened to spill, yet none came. Why? Catherine's tone suddenly turned icy. Lewis understood that if he did not provide a reasonable explanation, she would surely demonstrate what a magical machine gun could do. If it were due to some girl, those two shameless beings would certainly pay the price. Catherine silently seethed, her teeth clenched. Meanwhile, in London, Miss Beaver sneezed 4 times in succession. I'm going to investigate a blue-eyed demon, Lewis stated honestly. Blue-eyed demon? Oh, He recounted every detail he had heard from Dumbledore to Catherine. She shot upright, her eyes flashing with determination. Let us head to the library. Wait, hold on, Lewis grasped her arm. Even a regular demon possesses powers comparable to the professor's. Think. Can you truly contend with them? Catherine hesitated, shaking her head. Precisely. Moreover, that is an advanced demon. Even if we uncover its true identity, we cannot locate it. And even if we do find it, we cannot defeat it, Lewis said pragmatically. Let us take our time to search gradually. It's more crucial to enrich ourselves right now. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I shall endeavor to provide updates thrice daily from today onward. Your support is immensely significant. I cherish you all. Chapter 62. The end of the holiday. Lewis spent the entire day in a gloomy state, languishing in the auditorium. However, this matter did not significantly concern him, as he was the one who made others toil endlessly. A year prior to his reincarnation, during Christmas, various groups circulated the meme about turning on the television to listen to the Maphead speech. Now, he could truly turn on the television and watch it. And it was a live broadcast. Feeling despondent, Lewis uncharacteristically ordered a calorific butterbeer, sipping it intermittently in the auditorium. It is worth noting that butterbeer contains no alcohol. It is merely a beverage with a flavor reminiscent of beer, akin to a sweetened tea. In the original story, Harry was able to drink it at a pub during his 3rd year, attesting to its non-alcoholic nature. The drink had a delightful sweetness that reminded him of buttery popcorn, and he relished its rich and creamy flavor, contemplating whether to order another. Oh, you're here, Catherine said as she settled beside Lewis. Observing the forlorn demeanor of the castle's sorrowful little dear, Lewis glanced at her, thinking, women say they dislike something, yet they still wear it for me to see. He had to admit, the senior's legs were indeed worth a fortune. Jerry sat cross-legged at the table, happily munching on cheese. He had not played with the spots for 3 days. The senior looked at him with disdain and quipped, "Oh, could it be that you are actually a girl? Well, considering your age, it's about time." Lewis was at a loss for how to respond to her comment. He gazed deeply ahead, concealing his thoughts from all. Catherine shook her head and placed a stack of books on the table, choosing not to disturb Lewis further, and instead began to peruse her readings. The aroma of the butterbeer ignited her appetite, prompting her to scribble a note requesting a glass, which the house elves promptly delivered. Noticing Lewis's melancholic expression tugged at her heartstrings, and she, determined, bit her lip and pressed her leg against his. Yet, Lewis remained oblivious to her subtle gesture, inciting her frustration as she silently seethed. She was unsure how to cheer Lewis up, but recalled his yearning query from the previous day, "Can I touch it?" If it could bring him joy. A mere touch couldn't be too inappropriate, she mused. Yet, Lewis was entirely unaware of Catherine's actions. His thoughts were consumed by the impending collapse of an era. The most glorious epic in human history had come to an end. Although the story of the catfish effect is fictional, one cannot deny that Big Brother is undoubtedly the mightiest catfish in history. Did you think the generous welfare in Scandinavia came from the goodwill of others? Child, how naive you are. Thus, we have entered a dismal age. What's wrong? You seem as if you're casting off caviar like a sturgeon, Lewis remarked with his sharp tongue, rivaling Catherine's wit. What made you suddenly take up reading? He asked as he tapped on the table for another glass from the house elf. Turning his gaze to Catherine, "Some lazy little dear is slacking off, leaving me to gather information on the blue-eyed demon all alone," Catherine replied, flipping through the pages of her books. "Any progress?" Lewis inquired, leaning in closer. Catherine shot him a pair of exaggerated eye rolls. As if it could be that quick. "Do you think I'm KGB or something?" "Oh, you're familiar with the KGB?" Lewis expressed interest, surprised that this native of the magical realm knew about the infamous Lubyanka Hotel. "I also know that the Kremlin receives intelligence much faster than 10 Downing Street," she retorted sharply. "Look at that. The Muggle world is truly a bunch of incompetents." Lewis found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. "The Worrell family is not isolated from the world. My father was your aunt's chief court wizard," she continued, still engrossed in her book without looking up. "And now?" Lewis asked foolishly. "Dead," Catherine replied matter-of-factly, as if discussing an unrelated individual. "When I was 2. Sorry. I didn't mean to pry," Lewis stammered awkwardly. "No worries. It's not your fault," Catherine continued to examine her book. "I have my suspicions about whether what Professor Dumbledore said was merely a diversion. All records regarding demons in the restricted section assert that demons possess only 3 eye colors: black, red, and dark gold." She produced a small notebook, its elegant handwriting documenting the information Catherine had gathered. "It is said that Beelzebub, the Lord of Gluttony, has dark golden eyes." She indicated a passage in A Journey Through Hell. He is one of the 6 demon lords under Satan. And the author of this travelogue also mentioned the Hell Knight Abaddon, whose eyes are pitch black. As for the demons with red eyes, the book notes that they are the demons responsible for transactions in hell. Catherine tapped her fingers on the table. These demons, due to their specific roles, were uniquely designed by Satan with crimson eyes to distinguish them from ordinary demons. So, there is no mention of blue-eyed demons? Lewis queried, perplexed. No. There are no demons with blue eyes, she affirmed confidently. Not only this book mentions it, but even Merlin's manuscripts address this issue. Could it be Satan himself? Lewis posed the pivotal question. Do not forget, Satan is sealed in the infernal prison by archangels Michael, Gabriel, and Raphael. Catherine's eyes held a glimmer of pity. Many legends suggest that Satan is Lucifer, but what convinces me to believe this is? Catherine paused, producing Merlin's manuscript. Look, compared to countless speculations, I prefer to trust Merlin's accounts. Chapter 63. I fear Lewis may misunderstand. Lewis accepted the senior's perspective, for certainly, Catherine's extensive research surpassed his wild conjectures. The mystery was unraveled. Lewis finally comprehended that the house elf's kindness towards him was not a result of his personal charm, but rather due to his mother. It seemed he had been rather self-deluded. The affairs of the wishful room were to continue, as Catherine resolved to accompany him to the library each evening after dinner for an hour of study, though she claimed it was out of pity for the little dear. Alone and forlorn in the library, in truth, she wished to prevent Lewis from practicing magic in solitude at the wishful room. What a contradictory and proud demeanor she possessed. In the past fortnight, they had scoured nearly every book in the restricted section, yet to no avail. Lewis. Following the call, Lewis turned to see Miss Beaver, cradling a large ginger cat, waving at him. It was merely a hefty orange tabby. Lewis feared that the cat might topple her over. Miss Beaver approached, the weighty feline nearly toppling her small frame. Thank you, Lewis. I really like Crookshanks. The large cat, she said. Thanks. She playfully pawed at Crookshank's front paws, her face alight with joy. I'm glad you like it, Lewis replied warmly. I was just about to head to the Great Hall for dinner. Would you like to join me? Absolutely. Miss Beaver responded with enthusiasm. During their meal, a beautiful Ravenclaw senior with long, flowing brown curls hurried over to Lewis. She glanced at him shyly and fumbled in her pocket, producing a pink letter. Mr. Mountbatten. I. The senior struggled to articulate her thoughts. Take your time, Lewis said gently, his demeanor as soothing as spring sunshine. I don't even know your name yet. My name is Penelope Clearwater, she replied, suppressing her bashfulness with commendable poise. Just call me Lewis, Miss Clearwater. He prepared to open the letter. As you wish, my lady, he smiled, tucking the letter away. Penelope hurried out, only to be intercepted at the door by Percy, the Gryffindor prefect. What were you doing just now, Penelope? Percy inquired, his gaze darting between her and Lewis, who was engaged in conversation with Hermione. Penelope elegantly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and, with a chilling finality, uttered words that froze Percy in place. In the future, please do not seek me out. Just call me Miss Clearwater, Mr. Weasley. After a moment's pause, she added a despondent statement. I fear Lewis may misunderstand. With that, she dashed away. Percy stood frozen for a moment, his legs buckling beneath him as he knelt in the swirling snow. No, he did not simply howl in despair. He attracted the attention of the entire student body. Goodness, you Anwar. It was as if, despite being in Hogwarts in the West, Lewis momentarily heard the notes of a cut plum blossom. Snowflakes danced in the air, and the northern wind whispered. Lewis rubbed his ears and sighed with a smile. Perhaps he had truly been too busy lately, leading to such illusions. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found Catherine, her expression icy, before he had even opened the letter. Tom and Jerry sat at the desk, eagerly observing the unfolding scene. Draco entered behind them, and upon catching Catherine's steely gaze, he promptly declared, My apologies. I've entered the wrong room, before making a swift exit. What do you mean you walked into the wrong room in your own dorm? Lewis internally lamented. Don't leave me here alone. Catherine sat on his bed, arms crossed. Her long, elegant legs crossed in a manner that suggested interrogation. Lewis's words had evidently irked Catherine. You're jealous, he stated with certainty, sealing his own fate. And thus, he found himself suspended mid-air. Put me down, you wicked woman, Lewis exclaimed, flustered. How was it that the senior could now cast silent spells with such ease? Was this some form of manipulation aimed at this 12-year-old, who had just aged a year during the festivities? Where's the letter? Catherine pressed, her lips tightly pursed. Lewis raised his hands defensively. Could you please respect my privacy? Catherine's gaze bore into him, her heart pounding as if struck by a hammer. Exactly. That's how it should be, Lewis thought, fearing she might misinterpret his actions. He hastily produced the letter. This matter is personal. You cannot take it from me. Catherine's mood shifted, a realization dawning upon her regarding her earlier behavior. Instead of reaching for the letter, she released Lewis, and to his astonishment, she offered an unprecedented apology. I'm sorry, little dear. I don't know why I was so angry. Please forgive me. Lewis sat on the bed, bemused, and after a long moment of contemplation, asked, Have you taken something? Catherine, now furious, hesitated briefly before removing her shoes and placing her foot on the edge of Lewis's bed. She lunged at him, pinning him down in a rather dramatic fashion. How do you wish to perish? Catherine's eyes sparkled with a dangerous glint. If possible, I would choose to serve you with utmost devotion until my last breath. Lewis replied, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Catherine, hearing this, felt her mind boil with embarrassment. She straddled him, playfully striking his shoulders and chest. How can you be so shameless? You scoundrel. My heavens, I truly misjudged you. Who asked you to? Well? At her core, Catherine was still an innocent girl, unaccustomed to such advances, unlike Lewis, who was unflinchingly bold. Such shameful words were difficult for her to utter, and in a moment of frustration, tears welled in her eyes. Tom, meanwhile, munched on potato chips, casually shielding Jerry from view with his hand. Chapter 64. Mad Thursday. Jerry stealthily pried apart a small gap between Tom's fingers, his beady eyes fixated on the couple inside. The unfortunate duo, Tom and Jerry, were unceremoniously expelled one after another by the older student's enchantment. When Tom was thrust out, he crashed into Jerry with a resounding thud, and upon rising, he discovered that Jerry had been flattened like a pancake. He tugged at Jerry's tail, shaking him back to his original form. The two little heads leaned against the door, peering through the crack to witness the unfolding events. Below, the atmosphere was decidedly unsuitable for children, with dire implications. Professor McGonagall had once again caught the two of them in the act. Her left cheek bore the mark of feudalism, while the right proclaimed arranged marriage. Resembling a lioness with her eyes ablaze with fury, utterly displeased with the couple's clandestine commitment. What do you have to say for yourselves now, Miss Whaler? It was understandable that young lovers, in their first taste of forbidden fruit, might lose themselves in the moment. At least they had managed to chase Malfoy and his pet away, hadn't they? Snape's expression was ominous, his tone equally so. On the surface, it appeared as though he was advocating for them, yet Lewis couldn't shake the feeling that Snape was merely adding fuel to the fire. I am the head of Slytherin, after all. Let us ask Mr. Mountbatten for his defense regarding this matter. I believe he should provide a reasonable explanation for enticing the older student, Snape declared in one breath. How brazen. To suggest that Lewis was the one who had taken the initiative. There was undoubtedly a personal grudge involved. You must believe that we are innocent, Lewis asserted. Yet his defense sounded utterly feeble, especially with Catherine still perched upon him. Just as McGonagall was about to interject, Snape quickly seized the opportunity. I imagine this is merely a playful exchange between the young couple. After all, Mr. Mountbatten is quite youthful, and his tools have yet to fully develop, wouldn't you agree? A small frown appeared on Lewis's forehead. He endured. What else could he do? Why don't you dare confront the colonel, or the professor? You two must be mindful of the consequences. McGonagall ultimately set the tone, feeling reluctant to reprimand the charming and well-behaved Mr. Mountbatten. Understood, Professor, Lewis replied, feigning innocence as he subtly patted Catherine's thigh, gritting his teeth to remind her. You should really get up, oh. Only then did Catherine, blushing, realize her position and climb off Lewis. So what exactly is happening between you two? Lewis inquired cautiously, perplexed as to how the two professors had intruded upon their Slytherin common room. Professor Quirrell conspired with the Dark Lord and trespassed into forbidden territory. He has been dealt with by our savior, Snape replied with evident displeasure, knowing full well that Dumbledore would likely grant Potter extra credit. How many points will be deducted from Gryffindor? Snape pondered, calculating the necessary penalties to counterbalance Dumbledore's favoritism. Let us deduct them all, then, he decided with a grim satisfaction. Professor McGonagall praised Lewis for his exceptional performance in defense against the dark arts and suggested he serve as a teaching assistant to help her with the course, as she was still the potions master and lacked the time to manage it fully. Having finished, Snape added with a hint of smugness, by the way, I will temporarily take on the role of defense against the dark arts professor, all right? We get it. You fulfilled your dream, Lewis thought to himself, feeling a wave of disdain. Mr. Mountbatten, Will you assist your head of house as his teaching assistant? McGonagall asked. Of course, no problem at all, Lewis replied cheerfully. We must provide some engaging activities for the students of Hogwarts. That's good to hear, Snape remarked with a thinly veiled smile. Then you will be responsible for preparing the examination questions for defense against the dark arts. Remember, it will be for 7 years. Certainly, Professor, no problem at all. Lewis felt confident, thinking, why even prepare questions? He could simply conduct a practical exam, perhaps a day trip to the towering walls of Rosier. Ding. The system issued a new task. After the 2 professors departed, Lewis opened the task. Provide a valid reason for transforming the alternate dimension into an official testing ground for Hogwarts students. Task reward: Hogwarts Control Progress 25, ownership of the wish-granting chamber, Rune, Thul. It seemed quite promising. However, what exactly was this Hogwarts Control Progress? Was it necessary to pilfer sweets from the elderly Dumbledore? Not entirely out of the question. Yet, Professor Quirrell, or rather Voldemort's swift exit, was rather abrupt. Lewis hadn't even had the chance to extract more advantage from Voldemort before he was suddenly dispatched by Potter. How utterly unexpected. Nonetheless, this was beneficial. He couldn't allow Voldemort to be aware of the upcoming defense against the dark arts exam. He needed to ensure he had the opportunity to give him a taste of the Green Dragon Crescent Blade during the Hogwarts battle. In regard to this matter, Dumbledore explained that upon realizing Lily's spell still affected Voldemort, there was no longer a need for him to linger at Hogwarts and cause trouble. What a revelation, Lewis exclaimed. However, you and Miss Weyler must still be somewhat cautious of your actions while in the dormitory, Dumbledore added as an afterthought. Who says so? Catherine and I are entirely innocent, Lewis bristled, taking a deep breath before stating, Professor, you know me well. If I truly intended to do something, Catherine would have been showing by now. Given your age, it seems Dumbledore hesitated, uncertain how to gauge Lewis, this prodigy. As long as I have the house elf prepare a feast of delicacies, she'll have no trouble, Lewis confidently asserted. After all, today is Thursday. What does that have to do with anything? Dumbledore queried, perplexed by Lewis's insinuation. What I mean, Professor, is that we could initiate a weekly Thursday event, providing unlimited fried chicken meals to reward students for their diligence in studies and to commemorate Potter's courageous spirit in the face of evil. After all, one cannot remain under constant strain, can they, Professor? Excellent idea. Let us call it Mad Thursday, Dumbledore approved. Indeed, Headmaster. Chapter 65. Merely an assistant in the defense against the dark arts, Lewis resolutely rejected the headmaster's peculiar suggestion to include a mound of cockroaches in the crazy Thursday fried chicken meal, asserting that such an addition would not be a reward, but rather a fright. Who, he wondered, would find delight in consuming such bizarre concoctions? The headmaster truly needed to reflect on his choices. The underlying motive behind this eccentric proposal was to create a situation where Dumbledore would feel disinclined to award Harry any extra points. In addition, Lewis proposed that each wizarding family could order a serving of fried chicken from Hogwarts' kitchen for merely 50 nuts. This initiative would not only generate revenue for Hogwarts, but also extend a measure of compassion to those less fortunate. Dumbledore, of course, welcomed this idea with open arms, crediting Lewis for the suggestion, thereby enhancing his reputation. As anticipated, within 3 days, it captured the attention of Rita Skeeter, who brazenly declared on the front page of the Daily Prophet that Louis Mountbatten might be the illegitimate grandson of Dumbledore. Lewis, unaware of this scandalous claim, would certainly have unleashed his beloved pink flagship cannon upon her if he had known. Nevertheless, he was cognizant of Rita's penchant for sensationalism and chose to bide his time, waiting for the right moment to provide her with an irresistible reason to sing his praises. Soon enough, the following Thursday arrived, marking the occasion of Lewis's inaugural class in defense against the dark arts, which he would teach independently. He had communicated with the system to grant him the authority to summon creatures from alternate dimensions. After much contemplation, he finally recalled the Erased Mirror. When he borrowed it from Dumbledore, the headmaster, ever curious, requested a demonstration. Lewis, not one to refuse, led Dumbledore to the Quidditch pitch and summoned a dancer from the Valley of Cold Winds, determined to showcase Dumbledore's prowess as a transfiguration master. Dumbledore effortlessly transformed weeds into entwined vines, wielded a metal hammer, and forcibly slammed the dancer into the ground. Watching as the dancer disintegrated into ashes that were drawn into the Erased Mirror, Lewis's understanding of Dumbledore's capabilities deepened. Initially, he believed that with his unique advantages, surpassing Dumbledore within a few years would be a trivial pursuit. However, the current reality made him realize that his aspirations were, perhaps, rather naive. He discreetly assessed Dumbledore's status. Albus Dumbledore, level. Wizard, with talents and charms, 15, potions 8, transfiguration, 20, dark arts, 10, defense against the dark arts, 17. Flying, 10, herbology, 5, and divination, 4. Upon concluding this evaluation, he felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Yet, recalling the pendant gifted by Catherine reignited his determination. Thus, Snape, akin to a fly swatter, hurried him off to class. Lewis was unsettled and decidedly displeased. In his dissatisfaction, he implored the house elves to craft a cloak reminiscent of Snape's and instructed Amoris to procure a black wig for him. Yes, he was indeed engaging in a Snape cosplay. Standing at the classroom door, he inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly before dramatically flinging the door open. Amidst the astonished and incredulous gazes of his classmates, interspersed with suppressed laughter, he waved his wand to theatrically shut all the classroom windows. Like a little bat, he strode confidently to the podium, executing a precise Snape-like turn. Flipping his greasy hair into a side parting, in a voice mimicking Snape's oily tone, he declared, "But there must be one condition. You are not to be the kind of foolish dolts I often encounter." At this juncture, the students, who had been stifling their laughter, erupted into a cacophony of amusement. Lewis narrowed his eyes, prolonging his tone as he vividly emulated Snape, prompting even greater laughter, particularly from Harry, Ron, and Neville. Who were the loudest? Hermione, however, regarded Lewis with concern, contemplating what might happen if Snape decided to challenge him. Ahem, Lewis interjected, attempting to restore order to the classroom. This time, his classmates obliged, stifling their smiles and wondering what antics he would conjure next. Suddenly, he darted like a gust of wind before Harry. "Potter," he exclaimed, "if I wish to disarm a wizard, what spell should I use?" "Expelliarmus, Professor," Harry replied, struggling to contain his laughter. Well, Potter," Lewis continued. "If I aim to incapacitate a dark wizard, which spell would I select?" "The stunning spell, Professor," Harry answered, fluidly and with great enthusiasm. "Let us try once more, Potter." "If I wish to obliterate an obstacle before me, which spell would be required?" "The Reductor Curse. The incantation is Reducto." Harry smiled at the diminutive professor before him. Sometimes, notoriety is not without merit. Lewis chuckled as he turned away. "Well answered, Gryffindor, but no points will be awarded." A collective gasp erupted. The Slytherins, who had grimaced at the mention of Gryffindor, now beamed with delight, filling the classroom with a buoyant atmosphere. "Why, Professor?" inquired the explosive genius, Seamus Finnegan, his tone and sarcasm reminiscent of Snape. After a moment of laughter, Lewis set aside his wig and batcloak. He clapped his hands, and Tom and Jerry swiftly approached to help him remove his costume. Of course, just as British civil servants have secretaries, Lewis, bearing the Union Jack, could not possibly neglect to arrange for 2 assistants of his own, albeit Tom and Jerry's roles were more akin to that of attendants, serving tea and delivering water. Chapter 66. The first lesson today, we shall delve into the intricacies of the Reductor Curse. Lewis, regaining his usual tone, was somewhat exasperated by Snape's manner of speaking, so greasy and drawn out, it was quite taxing on the throat. "Everyone, repeat after me," he instructed, embodying the essence of a past English teacher. "Reducto. Reducto." The students echoed him. A sudden wave of nostalgia washed over Lewis, reminiscent of his own primary school English lessons. The students before him, though differing in skin color, mirrored the same eager faces he once knew. However, a minor incident caught his attention. "Mr. Finnegan," he called out to the explosive talent, "would you kindly repeat the incantation?" "Reduo," came the response. But the pronunciation was noticeably flawed, tinged with a heavy Cockney accent, as if he had swallowed an additional K. "Perhaps it's time to refine your accent." In the early stages of spellcasting, a slight mispronunciation could lead to disastrous outcomes. Lewis sighed regretfully. "I believe I understand why you consistently miscast the spell. Now, let us try once more together, Reducto." He gently guided Finnegan back on track. "Good. Excellent progress, Mr. Finnegan," Lewis reiterated patiently. "Pay attention to the shape and manner of your mouth. Both explosive sounds must be articulated. Reducto. Reducto." Although it still sounded a bit off, Simon had successfully released the swallowed consonants. "Well done, Mr. Finnegan," Lewis praised, clapping his hands. "Keep it up. Now, practice a few more times at your seat. The most thrilling part of our defense against the dark arts lesson is about to commence." Excitement rippled through the students, particularly Harry and Ron, who leaned back in anticipation, nearly colliding with those behind them. Surprisingly, even Draco, known for his usual composure, regarded Lewis with eyes full of expectation. Lewis clapped his hands, and Tom and Jerry entered, carrying an odd and antiquated floor mirror. "The mirror of Erist," Harry exclaimed. "No wonder I couldn't find it. You've taken it." With a flourish of his wand, Lewis waved like an elegant conductor. "Now, you shall face a creature from the abyss." The students gasped, their curiosity piqued. The abyss? Who has ever heard of such a thing? Hermione, living up to her namesake, inquired, "Professor, what is the abyss?" "You may interpret it as hell or purgatory," Lewis shrugged. "A place I prefer to avoid discussing. Now, as you were the first to ask, Miss Granger, you shall be the first to face the trial." A hint of personal vendetta lingered in his words. Such is the cost of verbosity. "Everyone, line up, with Miss Granger at the forefront." Yes, just like that. Under Lewis's direction, the class formed a long queue. He approached Hermione, tilting his head towards the mirror of Erist. "Do you remember the incantation, Miss Granger?" I remember," she stammered, swallowing hard, feeling somewhat apprehensive, especially since she hadn't yet endured Lockhart's trials. The other students had no inkling of what antics the teaching assistant might conjure. 3, 2, 1. Lewis waved his wand towards the mirror. He then gracefully covered his ears, in full view of the perplexed students. A peculiar phenomenon occurred. The mirror's surface rippled like water, and gradually, a gaunt arm emerged, grasping the frame, followed by the ghastly head of its owner peering out from the mirror of Erist. "Ah!" Hermione shrieked, her voice piercing the air, nearly rivaling Vita's. The creature emerging was a living corpse from the walls of Rosier. Its name alone suggested its ghastly appearance. Far from alluring, it resembled a grotesque amalgamation of a zombie, emaciated to the point of being little more than skin and bones. "Ah, Miss Granger, I believe you might be better suited for a soprano audition than remaining at Hogwarts. Perhaps you should consider studying at an opera academy?" Lewis remarked dryly. "If you're observant, the living corpse is about to emerge." Hermione's face flushed crimson, instinctively preparing to flee. It was not surprising. For a 13-year-old witch, this scenario was undeniably terrifying. Hermione, born in September, was a year behind Harry and the others, having entered school at 12, with her 13th birthday coinciding with the second semester of her first year. Similarly, Catherine was in the same year as the twins but was 14. Imagine being in the first year of middle school and encountering such a creature. What would your reaction be? "It's coming out," Lewis continued to remind Hermione, his tone unchanging. Trembling, Hermione raised her wand, stuttering, "Professor, it." "Fear not, I am here," Lewis assured her, gently patting her shoulder. Encouraged, Hermione felt a wave of calm wash over her, inhaling deeply as she awaited the living corpse to stabilize. She lifted her wand and declared resolutely, "Reducto." The spell shot forth from the tip of her wand, striking the living corpse, which shattered into a cloud of ashes that dissolved into the mirror. To avoid instilling psychological trauma in the young witches and wizards, Lewis's version of the Rosier living corpse was quite eco-friendly. The Gryffindor students erupted in applause, even if Hermione was not always the most popular among them. She had set a commendable precedent. "Professor, aren't we getting any points?" Ron inquired foolishly. "Look at how splendid Hermione performed. Surely we should be awarded a point." Lewis chuckled. "I lack the authority to grant points. However, I can deduct them. What do you think, Mr. Weasley? Would you like to experience the taste of losing points?" A paper crane fluttered past him, landing in Harry's hand. Following the direction of the crane, he spotted Draco making faces at him. He opened the crane to reveal a magical animated image, a gif depicting a bespectacled figure, unmistakably him, alongside a Rosier living corpse, which was comically attempting to kiss the terrified figure. Chapter 67. The paper cranes of Slytherin only fly towards the beloved Mr. Malfoy. "Mr. Potter, what are you two up to?" Lewis observed the subtle interactions between them and approached, confiscating the small note in Harry's hand. "You, The two boys' faces flushed crimson. Unable to contain himself, Harry exclaimed, "No, it's not like that." Lewis remained silent, waving his wand to transform the note back into a paper crane. Shaking his head, he teasingly remarked, "I recall a saying, the paper cranes of Slytherin only fly towards the beloved." "How romantic." "You." The entire class erupted in laughter. Joining Lewis in a synchronized "you," even Hermione couldn't suppress her amusement, her broad grin almost blinding. Several girls, particularly Pansy, stared wide-eyed, as if they had already pinned thousands of words in their minds about Draco and Harry. One could only hope their fantasies would not be as saccharine as butterbeer. It appeared that Mr. Malfoy was quite eager to become the living corpse that faced Potter. Otherwise, would you two care to duel? The two shook their heads vigorously. A rapid no that was almost comical. What a charming relationship. It seems neither of you can bear to inflict harm upon the other. Lewis chuckled mischievously. Well, expressing affection is not a daunting task. He smiled as he returned the paper crane to Harry, patting his shoulder. Do not disappoint Mr. Malfoy's earnest feelings. All right, class. Let us proceed. Amidst the cheers, Lewis gestured for the next student to continue. The living corpses were indeed exemplary models. But the poor creatures could hardly withstand a single spell from the young wizards, which was precisely why Lewis had chosen them. Their fragility made them ideal for first-year students. Outside, Dumbledore nodded with satisfaction, deeming Lewis a trustworthy child. He mused on how convincingly Severus had pretended, a sly smile gracing his lips as he discreetly extracted a fragment of memory with his wand, placing it into a crystal vial, intending to show it to Snape later. He was curious to observe the reaction of his proud disciple, the esteemed elder's cherished son, the foremost seed of Slytherin, to the spectacle presented in class. Unbeknownst to Lewis, Dumbledore had subtly maneuvered against him. Otherwise, he would have certainly sent Jerry to the headmaster's office to pilfer all of Dumbledore's sweets. Do not underestimate Jerry's capabilities. He had a small hole in the headmaster's office. One could only imagine what expression Snape would wear upon learning of the day's events. Alas, Dumbledore sighed, shaking his head while humming a tune he had learned from who knows where, and strolled away contentedly. Overall, the students performed admirably, except for Hermione, who was unprepared and startled during her turn. However, one could hardly blame her. After all, she was still quite young, and her resilience was understandably limited, especially given the ghastly appearance of the living corpse. It must be said that Lewis's teaching methods were indeed effective, as he tailored his approach to suit each student. For instance, he stood beside Neville, diligently correcting his gestures, accent, and intonation. Do not be nervous, Neville. Lewis reassured him, patting his shoulder and waving his wand. See? Simply wave your wand while envisioning shattering your target. There you go. He snapped his fingers. Just like Bob is your uncle. Bob's your uncle is a well-known British saying that emerged at the turn of the 20th century, referencing Robert Cecil, a prime minister who frequently appointed his nephew Arthur to significant government positions and later entrusted his political legacy to him. Arthur did not disappoint, becoming the next prime minister of the United Kingdom. This phrase implies that something is as easy as pie. In any case, magic is rather subjective. After several failures, Neville finally earned Lewis's approval. He confidently aimed at the living corpse bound by Lewis's spell and successfully released the shattering spell with a whoosh. Through this exercise, Lewis recognized the importance of proper guidance. Had Snape taught this lesson, it would have been questionable whether Neville could even lift his wand, let alone perform the shattering spell. Thinking of this, Lewis could only smack his forehead. If he could maintain an equitable approach, he would indeed be a commendable teacher. However, one cannot expect too much from those who are not public educators, nor can one hold excessively high standards regarding their teaching qualities. Notably, Seamus's shattering spell seemed to possess explosive elements, resulting in the living corpse generating a cloud of dust throughout the classroom. Lewis had to summon a gust of wind to clear away the remnants, unsure if they were ashes or mere dust. Seamus beamed at Lewis, a look of expectation on his face, as if urging for praise. At that moment, Lewis contemplated making him perform the Tarantella dance, but as a figure of authority, he refrained from acting on his impulse. All right, Gryffindor loses a point, Lewis declared, eliciting dismay among the young lions, particularly Harry and Ron, whose expressions fell dramatically. Truly, a commendable student of Snape. Observe how adeptly he wields his feather as a command. Such talent is not easily replicated. Next time, remember to control the spell's power, for inhaling these ashes is not conducive to anyone's health, Lewis stated matter-of-factly, showing no sign of embarrassment. At that moment, a paper crane fluttered gently through the door, landing gracefully in his hand. Chapter 68. How to deal with Tsundere in the eager gaze of his classmates. Lewis unfolded the origami note, which bore the signature of a senior. The gist of the message was that she was waiting for him at the classroom door and had something to discuss after class. He tucked the note away, met with the inquisitive stares of his peers. Professor, who is it? Draco, who had just been playfully teased by Lewis, suddenly donned an expression of curiosity and mockery. Let me guess, it must be Miss Waller, right? What does it say? Is she asking her beloved little dear to wait for her after school? I remember what you just said, Draco continued, oblivious to the consequences. He turned to his fellow Slytherin classmates. Isn't it true that a Slytherin S origami crane only flies to the one they love? I think, Professor, You should stand tall and boldly express your feelings. Rather than, Slytherin loses 5 points for your insolence, Lewis interrupted, maintaining a stoic demeanor as he issued a stern command. Additionally, report to Professor Snape's office every evening for a month of detention. Lastly, I must remind you that Miss Waller is just outside. A chill ran down Draco's spine as he slowly turned to look out the door, only to see Catherine's impassive face. He silently condemned himself to a grim fate, feeling as if even his father could not save him from this predicament. Now seated at his desk, his legs trembled uncontrollably, and his heart raced as if it might leap from his throat to escape the chaos he had unwittingly created. Had I known this would happen, I wouldn't have acted so foolishly. Upon catching sight of Catherine at the entrance, the classmates began to shrink back in fear, careful not to display any excess emotion for fear of her scrutiny. They would rather endure detention with Snape than face the wrath of Catherine, who had a reputation for her merciless punishments. Surprisingly, after class, Catherine did not seek trouble with Draco. Instead, she appreciated that he had inadvertently voiced what she had long wanted to say. This foolish ferret could be quite clever at times, and she found herself silently commending him. Regrettably, if only the trio of red-haired squirrels could be as considerate as Draco, all the effort little dear had invested in them would not have gone to waste. The mere thought of Harry and his friends made Catherine grit her teeth in frustration. And that beaver, with its fluffy hair, must be kept at bay. She could not allow it to steal little dear's heart. As for Lewis, he harbored no particular feelings for Hermione. He was neither a wolf nor a bear, so how could he be concerned about the beaver? Thus, after class, Lewis found himself being pulled away by Catherine in full view of their peers. Hey, I haven't assigned any homework yet, Lewis protested weakly. But he was already ushered into the hall, where it was too late to consider assignments. Catherine fixed her gaze on him, and, after a moment, inquired, "This afternoon is the third-year defense against the dark arts class. Have you thought about how to conduct your first lesson?" Realizing her slip, she chastised herself for speaking so openly in front of this rogue. What if he misconstrued her concern as genuine care? "Don't misunderstand. I'm not worried about you. I'm merely concerned that your teaching might mislead the students," she asserted, though her tone betrayed a hint of insecurity. How could Lewis not comprehend the underlying sentiment in her words? In his mind, he had already translated her statement. "You must understand, I'm not worried about you. I am worried about you." To deal with Tsundere, one merely needs to stroke the fur the right way, yet Lewis was not one to follow the usual playbook. "Is it true that I am so insignificant in Kay's eyes?" Lewis's expression shifted to one of astonishment before his face fell, his voice tinged with melancholy. "I never imagined you wouldn't believe in me. It's always been this way. No matter how prepared I am, my grandfather would." At this point, Lewis pinched himself hard, concealed from Catherine's view, and felt a sharp sting that reddened his eyes. "Grandfather, don't cue me. I have merely allowed you to roam freely." Regardless of whether this tactic worked on others, it seemed to awaken a maternal instinct within Catherine. Suddenly, a wave of guilt surged within her as she watched Lewis's reddened eyes. She reached out and grasped his hand. "I'm sorry," she murmured, her concern evident. "Of course. I believe in you. In my eyes, you will always be the best." She fought to suppress her embarrassment, wanting nothing more than to alleviate his sorrow. "Really?" Lewis's eyes shimmered like a puppy's, full of hope. "Is that truly how you feel?" "Of course," Catherine affirmed with a firm nod. "Then, do you like me?" Lewis ventured further. Realizing his intent, she angrily kicked him. "I can't believe I misjudged you. You scoundrel. How shameless. Despicable little dear." With that, she stormed out of the hall, leaving Lewis in a state of regret. "Ah, so close," Lewis lamented, muttering words that the trio could not comprehend. Pondering if he had only maintained his composure, the task might have been accomplished. Just as he wallowed in regret, a sinister voice interrupted his thoughts. "Mr. Mountbatten seems quite pleased." Upon turning, he was met with Snape's dark glare, his prominent nose accentuating his merciless demeanor. As Harry, who had been whispering with his companions, caught sight of Snape, he recalled Quirrell's ominous words. "If not for Snape's constant recitation of counter-curses to protect your life, I would have long since seen you dead. Why do you think he is officiating your second competition? He wants to ensure I do not harm you again." Chapter 69. I have long desired to do this. If you wish to punish me. Lewis swallowed hard. Please just say it outright. Don't keep me in suspense. It's truly frightening, you know? He chuckled softly. Snape's smile was perpetually sinister as he stepped aside, revealing the stern visage of Professor McGonagall. With a smirk reminiscent of a smug dragon, he proclaimed, "I have been rather busy of late, So I have entrusted Professor McGonagall with the task of addressing your disrespectful behavior towards her. I hope you enjoy your day. Farewell." With that, he vanished in a gust of wind. Lewis turned to Professor McGonagall, apprehensively asking, "Professor, you..." Cats were agitated. Lewis, Harry, Hermione, and Ron stood frozen, gazing at Professor McGonagall, questioning whether someone had consumed Polyjuice potion to assume her form. As the four exchanged bewildered glances, Professor McGonagall cheerfully exited their line of sight. "Is that really Professor McGonagall?" Ron inquired uncertainly. "By my blood, is this truly Professor McGonagall? I have heard of a potion called Polyjuice potion that can temporarily transform one into another's likeness," Hermione pondered aloud. "Do you think someone might have transformed into Professor McGonagall?" "I actually have a question," Lewis began. "Given that Professor McGonagall is an animagus, what would happen if someone were to take her cat fur in her feline form to transform into her?" "Goodness, Snape certainly has his clever tricks up his sleeve for you," Hermione remarked, contemplating the peculiar inquiry, resolved to pose it to Professor Snape the following day. To not inquire is contrary to the nature of Miss Know-It-All, even in the presence of a bat-like figure such as Snape. In the Great Hall, the young wizards who had just attended Lewis's class were animatedly discussing the recent defense against the dark arts lesson, recounting how immensely entertaining Professor Mountbatten was. The girls formed a circle, engaging in lively conversation, a feat that countless Hogwarts headmasters and professors, even the founding four, had never accomplished. As Draco and Harry had managed to do, they gathered together, momentarily setting aside their house rivalries, fervently discussing how well Draco and Harry complemented each other. And so, afternoon arrived. This time, his attire was relatively normal, a neatly tailored suit, albeit he appeared somewhat diminutive. Even his demeanor could not compensate for his lack of height. "Have you grown taller?" he mused. He consumed ample meat, eggs, and milk daily, paying little heed to the Brazilian rainforest. The third-year defense against the dark arts class comprised both Slytherin and Gryffindor students. He recognized quite a few familiar faces, including the Weasley twins from Gryffindor and Catherine from Slytherin. The upperclassmen, already familiar with Professor Mountbatten's innovative teaching methods, watched Lewis with eager eyes, save for Catherine. Her gaze was a blend of 3 parts embarrassment, 3 parts concern, 3 parts affection, and 1 part indulgence. Human emotions are intricate, and attitudes towards others continually evolve in a spiraling ascent. He approached the podium without hesitation, turning to face the class and confidently declared, "All right, let us begin. Good afternoon, Professor." The students elongated their tones, mimicking a classroom in Professor Sirius's English class. "Professor, not teacher," he corrected, for a teaching assistant is indeed a professor. Just as one would not refer to the deputy headmaster as simply the headmaster. Such is the nature of social etiquette, not a matter for pedantry. "I believe you may have heard from other classmates about some slight modifications to the defense against the dark arts curriculum." As he spoke, Lewis clapped his hands, prompting Tom and Jerry to bring in the eerie mirror. "Indeed, this is a cursed subject, and I have spoken with other professors regarding your learning progress. To be frank, I am not entirely satisfied." He boldly criticized Dumbledore, declaring, "Forgive me for saying this, but the magical world is unsafe. Do not think I am being alarmist. Just look around. Dark wizards are rampant, Death Eaters are stirring, and Voldemort may return. Do you genuinely believe you are safe? Do you truly think that the rotating professors of Hogwarts Defense Against the Dark Arts course can impart anything of real value to you? No, you are gravely mistaken. They do not even fully grasp each of your learning trajectories before unforeseen incidents arise. Tell me, how can you possibly master the art of self-preservation under such circumstances?" Clenching his fists, his tone became fervent. "Classmates, I wish more than anything for a day when you will no longer need to study this course on combating dark wizards. As fellow students, do you think I enjoy learning?" Laughter erupted from the audience. "Let me tell you, the answer is no, I do not relish studying. But why must I toil diligently in this subject? Because the world is perilous, and I desire to survive, that is all." Lewis patted his chest, surveying the room. "I fervently hope that you will never have to study this cursed course, that the wizarding world is not filled with betrayal, murder, suffering, and torment. I wish to establish a true order in this wizarding realm, one that can wholly deter dark wizards from preying upon innocent and law-abiding witches and wizards." "I know some of you may say, Mr. Mountbatten, you are merely daydreaming." Yes, you are correct. I am indeed daydreaming." At this point, he chuckled, and the young wizards joined in laughter. After a moment, his expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. "But what if we took action? Some may argue that we are too young, that dark wizards would not even cast a glance at us. Yet, in my mother's homeland, an immortal philosopher once said, a tiny spark can ignite an entire prairie. Though we may be young, we are like that spark, destined to one day eradicate the poisonous weeds of dark wizards from this vast expanse known as the magical realm. Chapter 70. Indulge him. The applause resonated like thunder, echoing endlessly. The young wizards had never encountered a speech like this before, especially one as fervent as Lewis's. They clapped with such fervor that their hands turned red and stung, yet they were reluctant to cease. Lewis raised his hand to quell the applause. Perhaps some may argue that I lack the ideals to transform the wizarding world or to establish a new order. I understand, for each person has their own way of life. However, I must convey that your pursuit of defense against the dark arts extends far beyond this. Lewis recognized that merely speaking of distant ideals was insufficient. He needed them to grasp the fragility of their current existence, akin to reeds swaying in the wind. Consider this. When your parents, your siblings, your family fall victim to dark wizards due to your lack of diligence in your studies, will you not regret not investing more effort in your defense against the dark arts classes? Expressions of contemplation appeared on the faces of his classmates, and several clenched their fists. Even those who were previously unmoved by Lewis's grand vision found their emotions stirred. After all, who does not have family or friends? Orphans are a rarity in the wizarding community. Of course, there was no intention to allude to the boy who lived. Lewis sensed that the moment to seize the opportunity had arrived. He clasped his fist and shouted, "For the sake of our families and friends, we must study earnestly. Study, study, study." The atmosphere among the students became electrified. Outside, Dumbledore remained unperturbed, even as Lewis dragged him out for scrutiny, sporting a cheerful demeanor while savoring a lemon sherbet. In truth, Lewis had misjudged him. The situation at Hogwarts was intricate and multifaceted, entangled with the Ministry of Magic, former Death Eaters, the Order of the Phoenix, and 4 other neutral factions. Some might question why someone of Dumbledore's formidable prowess could not assert dominance from a position of strength. Such a revelation would shatter his carefully crafted persona. Setting this aside, just as Lewis intended to commence his lesson, he heard the Weasley twins call out in unison, "Professor Mountbatten, can you defeat Miswer? I doubt you can." This. Lewis glanced at Catherine, uncertain of his ability to prevail. Even with the enhancement of his runic gear, victory seemed elusive. Why not have a duel? Let us witness the prowess of our new professor. The Weasley twins, truly a blend of mischief and charm, were relentless in their provocations. Seeing the expectant gazes of his classmates, Lewis, albeit reluctantly, turned to Catherine. "What say you, Miswer?" Catherine gracefully rose, smiling softly as she replied, "It would be my honor, Professor." The students arranged themselves by house, creating a wide aisle in the center, for no one wished to be inadvertently caught in the crossfire of a magical duel. While only the Slytherins were privy to Lewis's true strength, everyone was familiar with Catherine's formidable spells. None desired to be the unfortunate recipient of an unintended AoE. The two approached one another, raising their wands to their chests in a salute of wizarding duel etiquette before smoothly turning away and distancing themselves. After bowing, Lewis elegantly gestured for Catherine to proceed. "Ladies first, Miswer." Channeling the spirit of an old English gentleman, he yielded the stage. Catherine, not one to hold back, unleashed a flurry of spells. It was evident that she was not holding back at all. Even third-year students had never witnessed such an intense magical duel. Their understanding of wizarding combat was still rooted in simplistic exchanges of fiery spells. Even the Weasley twins, the most skilled among their peers, were accustomed to minor jinxes. This duel was a visual feast, as both combatants exhibited prowess rivaling that of adult wizards. Their spells flew back and forth, creating an exhilarating spectacle. Occasionally, spells ricocheted off nearby armor, leaving the ground pockmarked and eliciting shrieks from the surrounding young wizards. As for the repairs needed on the floor, it would be prudent to wait for Dumbledore to send someone. It could be considered a public expense, after all. Dumbledore, munching on a lollipop, declared, "I'm not responsible. I have no money, so don't come to me." The politeness was palpable. After 4 or 5 minutes of fierce exchange, Lewis seized an opening, casting a red spell that successfully struck Catherine's wrist. Her wand slipped from her grasp, spinning through the air into Lewis's hand. The entire class gasped in unison, their expressions frozen in disbelief. No one dared to cheer. They all understood the precariousness of their situation. Lewis's triumph over the Queen of Slytherin, the nightmare of third years, was a shocking revelation. No one was willing to be the first to celebrate, aware that Lewis's delight might not extend to them. Nor was it certain how Catherine would react in her humiliation. "I concede, Professor," Catherine huffed, her cheeks puffed adorably in mock indignation. "You may indulge him. It was merely fortune, Miss Were." Lewis approached her, returning her wand. He discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced at his classmates, relieved that no one had discerned his readiness for ridicule. To his surprise, Catherine had granted him such grace. The spells mastered by third years were still potent, facing off against formidable creatures. In terms of defensive spells against dark magic, they were not significantly more advanced than first-year students. In Lewis's plan, the only difference between the 2 years was a slightly accelerated pace. Later that evening, in the room of requirement, Lewis found himself hoisted 5 times by Catherine. All right. Casey, thank you for today." Before he could finish, he was lifted once more, greeted by Catherine's icy gaze. "No need for thanks," she replied curtly. Lewis clicked his tongue. "Given our relationship, I understand. Saying thank you feels distant." Catherine's expression softened slightly. "See, you're calming down now. Perhaps you could let me down?" Lewis raised his hands in surrender. Finally, she relented. She recalled her mother's advice. Always give your man face in public. It seemed to have worked rather well. Catherine had always possessed a strong desire to win. "Foolish little dear," she mused, her gaze like a clear spring's, gently washing over Lewis's heart. Amidst attending others' weddings and tidying up wedding venues, he felt utterly exhausted, with a myriad of tasks still ahead. Perhaps he would check back later to see if he could manage to get tipsy. Although, if he did, it might all be for naught. Chapter 71. The Diadem of Ravenclaw. Lewis's dark arts defense class was immensely popular. Who could resist a captivating course involving malevolent creatures? As a result, numerous upperclassmen attended as auditors, much to Severus Snape's chagrin, who cast a long, deathly glare at Lewis. Ultimately, however, he begrudgingly entrusted the course to Lewis, as the majority of his own classes did not conflict with it. Snape continued to teach the 6th and 7th year students, unable to relinquish his hold on the subject, thus subjecting those 2 cohorts to his customary torment. The students celebrated, for no one relished the oppressive theoretical lectures that Snape delivered with such grim intensity, except for the 6th and 7th years, who still endured Snape's torturous lessons. The students in the Great Hall and their house common rooms animatedly discussed the new material presented by Professor Mountbatten, their expressions a blend of envy and suffering. Indeed, Lewis had now ascended to the position of associate professor, a title personally conferred by Dumbledore, justified by Mr. Mountbatten's proven capabilities. With the backing and clandestine maneuvering of Draco's father, Lucius Malfoy, this decision passed through the Board of Governors with overwhelming support, leaving no one to question why a 12-year-old was appointed as a professor. In the eyes of the governors, the distinction between associate professor and professor was negligible. Their primary concern lay in their own interests. The syllabus for defense against the dark arts up to the 4th year remained largely consistent, but after that, the curriculum expanded significantly in preparation for the OWLS. Lewis contemplated the possibility of consolidating the 5 grades into a single class in the Great Hall, selecting a specific time for this endeavor. In truth, the practical skills of the 5th-year students were rather lacking, with only a handful of exceptional individuals standing out. Through his assessments of the various grades, Lewis discovered that there were indeed many students with considerable talent. However, few devoted themselves to diligent practice. The primary obstacle was the absence of suitable guidance to steer them toward the right path. It would be a mistake to assume that the 5th-year students were particularly formidable. Prior to the formation of Dumbledore's army, they might have stood an even chance against a large goose. Of course, this was an exaggerated statement. Yet the exaggeration could not conceal the reality of their ineptitude. Individuals like Ginny, who could master the art of shattering bones upon first attempt, were certainly rare, if not entirely unique. Dumbledore did not oppose Lewis's plan, but the challenge lay in finding a time suitable for all 5 grades. The overlapping schedules and free periods made it exceedingly difficult to identify a time when everyone was available, not to mention weekends, which were utterly unfeasible. While Lewis was willing to put in the effort, he had no desire to be the target of any underhanded schemes. He would not engage in weekend activities that would burden others. He had his limits. Moreover, Lewis had completed his task and acquired the rights to the Room of Requirement. He now found himself gazing at a beautiful and ornate diadem. The Diadem of Ravenclaw, corrupted, crown of the corona, female only. All talents 2, all skills 130, increased casting speed, enhances mental agility. After pondering for a moment, Lewis chanted for 2 seconds and cast a group dispel on the diadem. The powerful dispel worked its magic, causing the diadem to emanate a thick cloud of black smoke, accompanied by faint, sorrowful wails, as the corruption inscribed upon it vanished completely. Lewis knew that this Horcrux of Voldemort had been thoroughly purified. "What are you doing?" Catherine inquired with keen interest. "A gift for you," Lewis replied with a gentle smile as he handed her the diadem. "It's so beautiful," Catherine exclaimed, unable to resist the allure of exquisite adornments, even as a strong woman like herself was not immune to their charm. "Try it on," Lewis suggested. Catherine examined the diadem for a moment before handing it back to Lewis. "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" Lewis raised an eyebrow. Catherine turned her head away, pouting. When giving a gift, one should wear it for the other as a matter of courtesy. Her implication was clear. He should place it upon her head to add a touch of ceremony. Lewis, of course, could not refuse. He took the diadem back, and Catherine knelt down slightly to facilitate him placing it atop her head. He carefully set the diadem upon her, playfully lifting her delicate chin with his finger. Catherine's gaze grew dreamy. One could not deny that the splendid adornment enhanced the beauty of the lovely woman. Catherine's already exquisite features, paired with the diadem, radiated an air of nobility, further accentuating the intellectual beauty characteristic of Ravenclaw. "Stunning," Lewis praised, setting down his hand just in time before Catherine could fully regain her composure. "What?" she asked. "Everything looks good. Both you and the diadem," Lewis chuckled, "but you look the best." Catherine's cheeks flushed slightly. "Where did you acquire such a magnificent piece?" she asked, belatedly intrigued. "Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure," Lewis quoted the inscription on the diadem without directly answering her. "Is that Ravenclaw's motto?" Catherine began to grasp the significance, but was soon astonished as she covered her mouth, inspecting the diadem closely. Upon noticing the small inscription, she gasped, "Is this Ravenclaw's diadem?" "Indeed, this artifact once belonged to Lady Rowena Ravenclaw," Lewis replied with a smile, "but now it belongs to Miss Catherine Worrell." Catherine gazed at the diadem for a moment, waves of happiness washing over her. After a brief pause, she lifted her head, biting her lip, and embraced Lewis tightly. "I shall become the enemy of Ravenclaw, dear fawn," she whispered in his ear, her breath warm and inviting, sending delightful shivers through him. Lewis held her soft form, finding himself momentarily enraptured. The treasure he valued far more than mere wisdom enveloped him comfortably. However, at his age, he felt somewhat constrained. "No, the most precious treasure I already possess," Catherine declared, whispering the most enchanting words as her embrace tightened. All right. Your affection is rather overwhelming, dear senior," Lewis protested, gently tapping her back. "I can hardly breathe." "Oh," Catherine finally realized and released her hold. Lewis gasped for fresh air, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped a near-fatal encounter. The feats that the Icy Valley's dancer and the blue-eyed demon could not achieve, she was almost able to accomplish. "So, you acknowledge that you are indeed my spouse, correct?" Chapter 72. Does this thing bite? The road to survival after the calamity left Lewis lying in his dormitory, having dreamt a peculiar dream throughout the night. Upon awakening the following morning, he was astonished to discover that he was indeed functioning normally. Considering his age, if this continued, a visit to the doctor would be imperative. This thought brought a wave of moisture to his eyes. The normally composed Lewis unexpectedly performed a backflip on his bed, startling Draco in the process. Adhering to the principle of not asking questions that ought not to be asked, Draco wisely opted for silence. Even as they sat in the great hall enjoying afternoon tea, Lewis maintained a cheerful demeanor. However, amidst their relaxed moments, a visibly troubled Harry and Ron approached him. Lewis, what's wrong? You both look so downcast," Lewis inquired jovially while picking up a scone. Hermione, Harry stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Ron, sensing Harry's hesitation, urgently interjected, "Hermione, she's gone mad." "What?" Lewis exclaimed, dropping his scone onto the table. The notion of Hermione losing her sanity was utterly bewildering. A vivid image of Miss Watson's bewildering antics flashed before him. At that moment, not even the effects of X could explain such a transformation. "You must come and see for yourself," they urged. In the Gryffindor common room, which typically exuded a pleasant atmosphere, an eerie tension hung in the air, sending shivers down their spines even in the afternoon. The room was conspicuously empty, the whereabouts of its inhabitants a mystery. Suddenly, an ominous laughter echoed from a nearby room. Startling the trio, curious, they approached to find Hermione reclining on her bed, cradling Crookshanks and showering him with an overwhelming display of affection. The cat, clearly overwhelmed by this heavy burden of love, wore an expression of resignation, as if it had seen the futility of resistance. Hee hee. What can a little kitty like you do? Can you escape my grasp? You cannot. Ha ha. Hermione cooed, punctuating her affectionate chaos with wild laughter. A kitty like you is destined to be devoured by your mother. Resistance is futile. Wahaha. Crookshanks appeared utterly resigned to this display of affection. Does this thing bite? Lewis hesitantly pointed at Hermione, then quickly clarified, I'm not referring to the cat. Well, beavers do bite when cornered, he added. Crookshanks chimed in. So, love can indeed vanish, can it? Harry, Ron. Lewis, what are you all doing here? Hermione stammered, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment, longing to vanish into the floor. Though I believe, people have the freedom to act as they wish, Lewis hesitated, I still recommend seeing a psychologist. Feeding Crookshanks is quite a task, Ron quipped, adding a touch of humor to the situation. Unable to contain himself, Lewis burst into laughter, causing the trio to join in. Even Hermione, whose laughter was infectious. After a moment, Hermione inquired, What brings you all here? Ron was worried about you, so he asked me to come along, Harry explained. Ron, suddenly awkward, shuffled his feet and confessed, Well, I also wanted to check on you myself, but I feared you might bite. Goodness. Truly a master of remaining single, Lewis remarked, leading to a light-hearted scuffle between Ron and him, while Harry looked on amused. Yet, it was evident that Ron was not the only one courting danger. Weekends were always a time of leisure, particularly at the semester's end. Rarely did anyone, aside from Hermione, a miniature academic, voluntarily engage in study. Clearly, the competition had not intensified sufficiently. After seeing Lewis's exam paper, Professor McGonagall was utterly astonished, primarily due to the neatness and elegance of his handwriting, which starkly contrasted with the scrawled attempts of Ron and Harry. The next day, she initiated a vigorous handwriting campaign within the college. After consulting with Lewis, she discovered the existence of handwriting practice books, leaving Lewis feeling somewhat embarrassed as she used his writing as a template. He casually mentioned this to Ron, and as a result, he had become one of the least popular individuals in Gryffindor. Now, it was common to see students in the Great Hall diligently practicing their writing, striving to perfect their penmanship. In the room of requirement, the two had wrapped up their practice early, for final exams loomed the next day. Reflecting on the plight of their Gryffindor peers, Catherine asked with a bemused expression, So, the handwriting initiative is your doing? Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a silvery glow on Catherine's already fair complexion. That has nothing to do with me, Lewis replied, unwilling to accept credit. Truth be told, I wasn't the instigator. It was merely that Professor McGonagall noticed my handwriting while grading. You merely played a minuscule role in this, didn't you? Catherine was all too familiar with Lewis, able to predict his next words. Ah, you caught me, Lewis admitted, a shy smile gracing his face. He inhaled deeply, detecting a delightful aroma, his favorite blueberry scent. You smell like blueberries, Lewis remarked, leaning closer to Catherine. It's my lip gloss. I chose a blueberry flavor today. Do you like it? Oh, it's lovely. Lewis pondered for a moment before asking, Does it taste as good as it smells? Would you like to try? May I? Lewis hesitated briefly. Catherine slightly closed her eyes and tilted her head, her luscious lips looking incredibly tempting. Lewis delicately traced his finger across Catherine's lips and tasted it, confirming it was indeed blueberry flavored. It truly is, he said with a smile. Chapter 73. The end of the semester. Catherine's cherry lips felt delightful, akin to the tenderness of jelly and pudding. Suddenly, Lewis became acutely aware of his earlier actions. What a missed opportunity. It was evident that he had misinterpreted Catherine's intentions. She had clearly indicated her willingness. He glanced at her again, only to find her rising in a huff, stamping on his foot before storming away. If the Weasley twins sold regret potions, Lewis would gladly deplete his entire fortune to acquire one. Alas, such a remedy does not exist in this world. Following that incident, Catherine ignored him for several days. Indeed, who could withstand such a slight? The girl had made her feelings clear, while he remained oblivious, perhaps somewhat willfully so. How infuriating the obliviousness of a straight male can be. The final examinations proceeded relatively smoothly. For someone like Lewis, a natural scholar, they posed no challenge whatsoever. Fortunately, there was no examination for the flying class. Otherwise, Lewis would certainly have failed. The defense against the dark arts comprised only a written exam, with Professor Snape personally crafting the questions, as he did not trust Lewis enough to permit him a practical assessment. It was necessary to deliver Snape a resounding blow. As anticipated, the top 10 positions across all grades were completely dominated by Slytherin, with the exceptions of first and fifth years. The second place in the first year went to Miss Granger, while the first place in the fifth year was claimed by Percy Weasley. It appeared that Percy had channeled his frustration into academic prowess. However, there was a subsequent episode. Penelope was left dangling for a full 2 hours by Catherine's hanging bell spell, recovering in Madame Pomfrey's care for 2 to 3 days thereafter. She could only silently compete in her heart, awaiting a more opportune moment, one when Catherine was absent, to seize the tower. In the Great Hall, students from all grades congregated, celebrating the upcoming holidays, or at least that was how they perceived it. The hall was splendidly adorned in the green and silver of Slytherin, in honor of their 7th consecutive victory in the House Cup. Behind the head table, a massive banner depicting the Slytherin serpent hung prominently. The atmosphere was lively, filled with animated conversations about amusing anecdotes. Professor Sprout sat at the head table, observing the joyous students below, contemplating that as long as the children were happy, slightly poorer grades were of little consequence. Before long, Dumbledore entered the hall, and the clamor gradually subsided as he approached the head table. Another year had passed. With great enthusiasm, Dumbledore proclaimed, "Before we indulge in these delectable delights, I must trouble you all to listen to the cliché musings of an old man. What a splendid year it has been. Your minds have surely expanded beyond the past, and ahead lies a joyful summer break. A time to digest all that you have learned and create space in your minds." In the Gryffindor section, Ron whispered to Harry, "Learning? What a load of rubbish." Only to be promptly chastised by Hermione. "Be quiet, Ronald, and pay attention to the headmaster." She glared at him, fierce as a lion. Scattered applause erupted, though it was evident no one genuinely felt that Snape had performed admirably. Only Snape himself applauded fervently, his hands clapping at a rapid pace. Of course, this enthusiasm was also due to the contributions of Mr. Louis Mountbatten. Dumbledore called out Louis's name, prompting a particularly spirited round of applause from the Slytherins, who were eager to ensure their enthusiasm was palpable. "If you feel pressured, just blink." Dumbledore continued, "Now, as I understand, we must first proceed to the awarding of the House Cup. The scores for each house are as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor, with 334 points. 3rd place, Hufflepuff, with 368 points. 2nd place, Ravenclaw, with 437 points. And 1st place, Slytherin, with 689 points. As Dumbledore's words echoed, the Slytherin table erupted in thunderous cheers, applause, and the sounds of table thumping and foot stomping. Louis, however, remained composed beside Catherine, quietly clapping. Dumbledore had indeed awarded some points to the Gryffindor trio, but even those bonuses could not bridge the gap of over 300 points. In retrospect, Snape was rather ungracious. Yet, Louis bore no animosity towards him for being Slytherin. Snape's partiality held no bearing on him. I ask you, what influence could it possibly wield? Furthermore, due to Mr. Mountbatten's patronage of Hogwarts, the top 10 students of each academic year would receive a scholarship, 50 galleons for the 1st place, 40 for the 2nd, 30 for the 3rd, and 10 for those ranked 4th to 10th. A hushed silence fell over the hall, quickly followed by a rousing cheer. Particularly delighted were the Weasley brothers, for 50 galleons represented a significant fortune to them. Thus, next year, little Ginny would not need to rely on her brother's hand-me-down books. Ron was also elated, contemplating that his new one should soon be within reach. Professor Sprout, seated at the head table, appeared astonished, having been unaware that Louis possessed such prowess. It was rather unexpected. Dumbledore continued, "The house with the highest average score in each year will receive 5,000 galleons for research funding. Of course, also thanks to the generous sponsorship of Mr. Mountbatten. Let us all pay tribute to his benevolence." All 4 houses erupted in enthusiastic cheers, for such generosity was indeed a rare sight. Professor Sprout's eyes glistened. As the herbology professor, she often found herself in need of funds. Unlike Snape, who profited greatly from potion sales, herbology required considerable time and stringent conditions, especially since her greenhouse had long been in disrepair. Her gaze towards the Hufflepuff table shifted. Happiness? How could one attain joy without academic success? She thought bitterly. The house elves moved swiftly, assisting the young wizards in tidying their rooms and packing their belongings. Louis's luggage was managed by Tom and Jerry, and he felt assured with their assistance. Warnings against using magic during the holidays were handed out to the students, and Louis glanced at his, crumpling it into a ball and tossing it into the trash. At platform 943, Ron invited everyone to spend the holidays at their home, promising to write to each of them. "Remember to write to me," he said. Catherine smoothed Louis's collar. "I will," Louis replied promptly. Chapter 74. Harry's Little Trouble. Lewis? A sweet and gentle voice floated in from outside the door. Get up quickly, or I shall come in. Lewis opened his bleary eyes and glanced sideways. The morning light poured through the gap in the curtains, illuminating the floor, suggesting it was around 7 or 8 o'clock. Grumbling that it was still early, he turned over, ready to continue his dreamlike chess game with Morpheus. However, the sound of the door creaking open interrupted him, and he felt a chill as someone pulled the covers away. Turning around, he found an unexpected visitor gazing at him with a calm demeanor. Sister Diana, please allow me to rest a little longer. Young ones are still growing, and insufficient sleep can hinder development. Diana remained unmoved, setting the blankets aside and gently urging him, rise and shine. You must not be as lazy as grandfather at such a young age. What shall we have for breakfast? Hugging his pillow, Lewis inquired with an adorably puzzled expression. What as for breakfast? Sausages, toast, baked beans, grilled tomatoes, and scrambled eggs, Diana replied, swiftly tidying his bed, clearly eager for him to get out of bed. Which kind of sausage? Salami or bratwurst? Lewis pressed on stubbornly. British sausage. Oh no, Lewis felt waves of nausea rising from his stomach. Burying his head in the pillow and weakly murmuring, I don't want to eat that emulsified high-fat awful tube, as his words trailed off. A line of maids streamed in, ushering him to wash up, and then, as per usual, assisted him in getting dressed. After this complex routine, Lewis felt utterly exhausted. Sitting at the dining table, Lewis stared at the traditional English breakfast before him, feeling an overwhelming reluctance to eat. The breakfast itself was not unpalatable. The challenge lay in the emulsified high-fat offal tube. Lewis had once had the misfortune of tasting it, and even the most authentic Cumberland sausage failed to pique his interest. Those familiar with English cuisine understood. As for the other fried delights, they were quite pleasant. Yet the Mountbatten family's tradition of not wasting food compelled him to adopt a grim determination to finish the sausage. Why do I often find tears in my eyes? Because my love for this emulsified high-fat offal tube runs deep, Lewis lamented quietly. At that moment, a maid promptly sliced the sausage into pieces and placed them before him. With his eyes closed, he speared a piece of sausage and shoved it into his mouth. To be fair, it had a somewhat foul taste. As long as it was clean and hygienic, that was sufficient. Years of conditioning had taught him that even a stone could develop flavor with his keen intellect. Lewis had mastered the art of noble etiquette completely. Even when forced to consume food he disliked, he managed to maintain a demeanor of impeccable grace and elegance. Coupled with his handsome features, his elegance was further accentuated. Flapping, it seemed something was fluttering outside. Lewis turned to investigate and found an owl persistently bumping against his window. The round-faced Scottish owl appeared rather dim-witted. How unusual to have an owl here. Oh, Susan, please fetch some food and go feed this poor little creature. It seems lost, Diana said, her gaze filled with compassion as she set down her newspaper. Previously, Lewis's letters had been collected and sent by the household servants, so Diana was unaware that owls could also deliver messages. Lewis called out to Susan, Miss Susan, please hold on a moment. Yes, Mr. Bill, could you kindly open the window first? I believe this little fellow has come to find me. Diana frowned slightly but did not oppose her brother's actions. She, too, felt a desire to approach the little creature. The footman, Bill, bobbed his head in acknowledgement, then stepped on a stool to open the upper window. The owl fluttered in, landing on the table, and casually dropped a letter in front of Lewis. He did not rush to open the envelope. Instead, he pushed the sliced emulsified high-fat offal tube towards the owl. The owl, not picky, hooted a few appreciative sounds and began to enjoy its rare delicacy. Remarkable, Diana remarked, setting aside her newspaper and walking over to stroke the owl's feathers, her eyes gleaming with curiosity as she glanced at the letter on the table. This little one isn't afraid of people. Is it here to deliver a message? Lewis nodded and began to open the letter. It read, Dear Lewis, I have learned that Harry has encountered a minor trouble at his uncle's home, and as his good friend, I am sure you will not stand by idly. Additionally, please convey my regards to old Lewis. Yours faithfully, Albus Dumbledore. He set the letter down, and Diana, concerned, asked, What has happened, Lewis? It's from my headmaster, but it's nothing serious, Lewis replied, handing the letter to Bill for safekeeping. The letter states that one of my classmates is in a bit of trouble and needs my assistance. However, Lewis hesitated briefly. It seems he informed me of his classmate's address. Just then, as if on cue, another owl landed outside the window. Dear Lewis, oh, I apologize. I forgot to tell you Harry's address. I hope you won't blame an old man's forgetfulness. It is 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Yours faithfully, Albus Dumbledore. A few ellipses crossed Lewis's mind. Very well, I shall need to visit Surrey shortly, Mr. Bill. Please inform Mr. Askins to prepare the carriage for me. Lewis handed the letter to Bill, giving instructions. I shall accompany you, Lewis, Diana said, a hint of worry knitting her brow. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Not to worry, Diana's nickname, Lewis replied with a smile. My classmate's family situation is rather complex. His parents passed away when he was very young, and he is now living with his aunt and uncle. Oh, they are both muggles, ordinary folks who cannot perform magic, and their treatment of him is quite poor. Oh, how unfortunate, Diana said, her heart swelling with sympathy for the unfamiliar child. Then I must accompany you to ensure he is brought home with us. Poor thing. As she spoke, she clasped her hands over her heart. Her large eyes filled with compassion and sorrow. Very well, if you don't mind the trouble, Lewis shrugged, indifferent. As for dealing with Harry's uncle, Lewis had his own means of handling Vernon. Chapter 75. The Dursleys. The Dursley residence was indeed quite spacious, reflecting Vernon's status as a company director. In this day and age, one could still find a modicum of prosperity among the middle class, unscathed by the harsh realities of economic turmoil. The houses of the neighbors mirrored that of the Dursleys, standing in orderly rows along Privet Drive. The windows on the second floor of the Dursley home were secured with heavy iron bars, and Lewis could easily surmise that Dobby had already caused quite a ruckus. Perhaps the timelines were slightly askew, as today happened to be Harry's birthday. As Diana searched the car for her misplaced glove, she decided to let Lewis knock on the door first. Lewis politely rapped on the door, and it swung open to reveal a tall, stout man, so corpulent that he appeared almost necklace. He had a shock of thick, dark hair atop a round, flushed face, and the bushy mustache beneath his nose was robust enough to rival that of a benevolent patriarch. This was undoubtedly Harry's uncle, Vernon Dursley. Mr. Dursley's small eyes darted about before settling on Lewis. Could this be one of Dudley's classmates? He pondered, noting that the boy's attire and demeanor were distinctly out of place for their social class. Good day. Is this the residence of Vernon Dursley? Lewis inquired, bowing slightly. I apologize for the intrusion at this hour. Oh, it's quite all right. Mr. Dursley waved dismissively, feeling surprisingly at ease with the boy's courteous demeanor. Are you here to see Dudley? He asked. Pardon me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a classmate of Harry Potter, Lewis began, but as soon as Mr. Dursley heard Harry's name, his already ruddy complexion turned a shade of deep purple. He flailed his hefty arms, clearly agitated. In his fury, Mr. Dursley forgot entirely his earlier assessment of Lewis. One of that freak's classmates, I see. You must be another one of those misfits, aren't you? His words were laced with venom as he squinted at Lewis, his expression akin to that of a furious hippopotamus. I shall not permit any little oddball to enter this house or engage with that wretched creature. Never. Not even if your lunatic headmaster comes in person. I will not allow that little beast a single step into this house, especially not you. I shall ensure you do not see him. Absolutely not. You would do well to leave at once, or I shall be forced to call the authorities. With that, Mr. Dursley slammed the door shut with a resounding bang. Inside, Aunt Petunia inquired, What is it, Vernon? Who was at the door? That little freak's classmate. Mr. Dursley huffed, resembling an enraged bull. Dad, I told you keeping him at home would be a problem. See, freaks always attract one another, Dudley chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. That little monster ruined my important order. How could Mrs. Mason's husband ever regard my business again after such an insult? It's all his fault. Curse him. Mr. Dursley, still seething, declared, Whatever that freak's classmate has to say, he shall not see that little beast. I mean it. Another knock echoed at the door. Ignore it. Mr. Dursley waved his hand dismissively, continuing to eat the grapefruit Aunt Petunia had prepared. I'll check, Aunt Petunia said, her unease evident. She knew that young wizards were forbidden from casting spells outside of school, but what if the boy took desperate measures? Rising, she approached the door and opened it. Before her stood not the little oddball Mr. Dursley had mentioned, but a tall, elegant woman. It took her but a moment to recognize the visitor. How could she not? She had seen her countless times on television. Your Highness, what brings you here? Aunt Petunia stammered, utterly taken aback, unable to fathom that such a distinguished figure would stand at her doorstep. In contemporary Britain, indeed, it was a constitutional monarchy, yet even without that title, one could only imagine the shock if a celebrity like Michael Jackson or Messi suddenly appeared at one's home. Good day, Mrs. Dursley. Diana extended her hand. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Diana Spencer. I apologize for my brother's lack of decorum, which has evidently upset your husband. I hope you will not hold it against him. Aunt Petunia trembled with excitement, her hands awkwardly wiping on her apron before grasping Diana's hand. "Oh, it is our honor that you would visit our home, Your Highness." At that moment, Mr. Dursley emerged from the kitchen, bellowing, "Petunia! Petunia! What on earth is happening? Is that little freak performing his tricks again? Blast it! They should expel him from that circus school." As he ran it, he looked up to see Aunt Petunia's face flushed with embarrassment and fear, and then his gaze fell upon Diana's graceful visage. He choked momentarily, nearly suffocating on his own words. "Your Highness." Truly, they were of a kind, as it was said, family share traits. Even his stuttering was reminiscent of Aunt Petunia's. "This must be Mr. Dursley." Diana's smile remained gentle, yet her words bore an edge. "I trust your description of the little freak does not pertain to my beloved brother." "Huh. You are mistaken. Entirely mistaken. Mr. Dursley wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "Please, come in, come in. What I meant to say was my wife's inept nephew." At that moment, Lewis reappeared before Mr. Dursley. "You seemed rather agitated earlier, Mr. Dursley." Lewis bowed gracefully. "I hadn't finished introducing myself. I am Lewis Mountbatten, a classmate of Harry." Mr. Dursley's heart skipped a beat. That name was renowned from Ireland to the far reaches of the world, and its bearer had passed it down to his most cherished grandson. Surely, it was that nobleman? Chapter 76, From Arrogance to Deference, a Thought That Provokes Laughter. Mr. Dursley was currently preoccupied with an absurd image of old Lewis navigating a battleship, cannon blazing. "My apologies, Your Highness, it was I who..." Mr. Dursley fumbled awkwardly, unsure where to place his hands. Even a middle-class individual like Mr. Dursley felt dwarfed in the presence of genuine Roman nobility, rendering him no better than a mere beast of burden. "Should you disagree, feel free to compose a piece titled My Grand Marshal Grandpa." Observing Mr. Dursley's nervous stance by the door, Lewis couldn't help but chuckle. The contrast between his former arrogance and current humility was indeed amusing. He did not intend to intimidate Mr. Dursley. Instead, he spoke gently. "Now, Mr. Dursley, may I visit Harry?" Of course, Mr. Dursley replied, his round head bobbing rapidly, the flesh beneath his chin quivering. He had long forgotten the earlier vow he had made. Mr. Dursley held no fear of Dumbledore, knowing full well that the esteemed wizard could do him no harm. Moreover, he was somewhat oblivious to Dumbledore's true nature. Lewis, however, was a different story. If he were to lose face today, he could easily ensure Mr. Dursley would feel the same tomorrow, quite literally. Mr. Dursley signaled to Aunt Petunia, who promptly ascended the stairs. Moments later, she descended with Harry in tow. Lewis! Lewis! Oh, my dear friend!" Harry exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes upon seeing Lewis. He rushed forward, enveloping Lewis in a tight embrace. Lewis awkwardly patted Harry's shoulder. All right, I've arrived now. If you continue like this, Draco might misunderstand." Harry quickly released Lewis, fully aware that the latter was not one for kind words. The jest alleviated some of the earlier melancholy. Harry began. But Lewis interrupted. "I know all about it. There's no need to rush." He comfortingly patted Harry's shoulder before turning to Mr. Dursley. "I sincerely apologize for Harry's situation, Mr. Dursley." Mr. Dursley waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was no trouble. "I regret it, but I assure you, Harry had no part in it." Lewis gently ruffled Harry's hair and continued. "However, he does bear some responsibility. As for the orders from Mr. Mason, you need not worry. I shall ensure he accommodates your needs." How does that sound? There had been much debate regarding the Dursleys' treatment of Harry, yet Lewis remained indifferent to such opinions, recognizing that others' attitudes were their own concerns. The world was not so empathetic, and he had no desire to pass judgment. Nevertheless, Harry did share some culpability, and Lewis wished to assist him. After all, until Sirius emerged, Harry would still be residing there. It was akin to forcing employees to adhere to a 996 work schedule. Under such pressure, they would merely find ways to slack off, ultimately diminishing productivity. Yet, most capitalists were more inclined to purchase luxury items, forgetting that employees were not mere beasts of burden but human beings. There was a saying, with a monthly income of $28,000, the company feels like home. With an income of $1,800, the boss can go to hell. This assistance proved invaluable. Even Harry, whom he had previously regarded with disdain, now appeared endearing. Such is human nature. Facilitating the completion of Mr. Mason's order was a means for Harry to repay the Dursleys for their years of care. Subsequently, the matter of child mistreatment would be addressed, but how to approach the Dursleys would ultimately depend on Harry's wishes, a mark of respect for a friend. He smiled gently at Mr. Dursley. "So, I hope Harry's life will be delightful from now on." "Absolutely." Mr. Dursley beamed. his eyes nearly disappearing in delight as he embraced Harry. From now on, Harry will be as our own son. That puts my mind at ease. Lewis replied with a noncommittal smile, extricating the reluctant Harry from Mr. Dursley's grasp. I would like to invite Harry to stay at my home for a short while. You wouldn't mind, would you, Mr. Dursley? Not at all. Not at all. The Dursleys chimed in unison. After all, the Dursleys remained Harry's guardians, so their consent was necessary for his departure. Harry had quite a bit of luggage, and Lewis assisted him with Hedwig while the driver fetched his belongings from upstairs. Amidst the envious gazes of the Dursley family, they departed in a flurry. After all, Bill and the others could not accompany him to Hogwarts. The two gentlemen, clad in impeccably tailored tailcoats, certainly exuded an air of sophistication. After bidding farewell to them, Harry gazed at the interior of the car with the wonder of discovering a new world. He had never ridden in such a luxurious vehicle before. Lewis sat opposite Harry, while Diana settled beside him. Initially nervous, Harry soon found his apprehension dissipating under Diana's gentle conversation, as though it had been whisked away to Hogwarts. Orange juice, is that acceptable? Lewis inquired. Sure, Harry replied, unsure of his own preferences but agreeing nonetheless. Tom elegantly dusted off his sleeves and retrieved a canister of freshly squeezed orange juice from the cabinet, pouring a glass for each of them. Lewis, still underage, abstained from alcohol for health reasons, so the cabinet was stocked with various fruit juices freshly prepared by servants prior to each outing. As Harry accepted the juice, he began recounting his experiences to Lewis. I thought you hadn't written to me at all, Lewis. Now enlightened, Harry appeared much more cheerful, his silly, carefree smile returning. He handed his empty glass to Tom for a refill. I was nearly frantic. You know, I even believed you all had abandoned me. Thankfully, Dobby mentioned he intercepted all my letters. You wrote to me too, didn't you? Harry looked expectantly at Lewis. Lewis chuckled. Oh, dear child. Why would I bother with that? Not even Miss Worrell? Harry asked, still blissfully oblivious. Upon hearing the mention of Miss Worrell, Diana's gaze turned playful. Lewis's glass of orange juice slipped from his hand, crashing onto the carpet. Chapter 77. How to withstand the Fiendfire curse since the holiday commenced. Lewis had the nagging feeling that he had forgotten something of great importance, yet he could not quite recall what it was. At last, the realization struck him. He had neglected to fulfill his promise to write to Catherine. It had been nearly a month. Alas, he was in quite the predicament. This was no trivial matter that could be resolved with a mere charm. He found himself wishing for a Quirrell-like platform, where he could seek advice on how to effectively withstand the Fiendfire curse. The urgency of the situation weighed heavily on him. Lewis could vividly imagine the seething wrath of Catherine. This was certainly not a matter to be resolved with a simple incantation. Scourgify. Oh, it dawned on Harry only now the gravity of the situation. However, unbeknownst to them, the Weasley brothers had already set off. Why have you never mentioned Miss Worrell? Diana inquired with a playful smile. Lewis, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, Well, I actually forgot. Indeed. He had spent his days at home indulging in slumber, neglecting even his spell practice. However, to forget Catherine entirely was rather excessive. My counsel is that you should hasten to apologize to her, Diana suggested with earnest sincerity. It would be best to do so in person. Perhaps you might invite her to your home for a visit. What do you think? That is not entirely out of the question. Lewis replied dryly, but, I fear she might incinerate me in her fury. How could that be? Diana chuckled lightly, offering him gentle reassurance. Why not consider it from a positive perspective? Perhaps she will grant you a swift end, akin to the French king of the same name who faced 300? At this juncture, Diana's gaze fell upon a flock of owls soaring towards the estate from outside the window. It seemed, even the coffin could be spared. A smirk of schadenfreude crept across her lips. A revelation struck Lewis. Diana was a subtle black-hearted schemer. He suddenly felt quite unwell. What troubles you? Diana inquired with concern as she observed him rise. Diana couldn't suppress her amusement. The last time she saw Lewis in such a state was when he was 7, having angered their grandfather. That day, the 87-year-old Lewis had chased young Lewis around the estate with a golf club for over 10 minutes, showcasing remarkable vigor for his age. Ultimately, he had captured his fleet-footed grandson and treated him to a meal of club-stewed meat. As soon as he stepped out of the car, he witnessed a veritable army of owls departing from his estate, a sight more impressive than any aerial display during Li Mei's Tokyo barbecue. Your little girlfriend is truly furious, Diana teased, leaning casually against the awning. Lewis's eyes brimmed with tears. He instructed Mr. Eskin, the butler, to arrange for Harry to stay in the guest room on the second floor while he, accompanied by Tom and Jerry, ascended to the study to ascertain just how many letters Catherine had sent him. Given the scale of the Owl Brigade, he was sure it would deplete the entire postal service of the British magical community. He opened the topmost letter and discovered it contained but a single word: Louis Runt. Louis slapped his forehead, realizing his worst fears had materialized. Each of the hundreds of letters bore a single word. He would have to piece them together in order. Even from a distance, Louis could feel the heat of Catherine's wrath. No, it was the intensity of her fiend fire. However, after reflecting on how long he had forgotten to write to her, he could only concede begrudgingly. "You scoundrel," he lamented. "Sister." He turned to Diana, his eyes filled with a pitiable plea. Diana leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, watching him with a gleeful expression, choosing not to respond. She understood her brother well. Unless he learned a lesson, he would not remember the sting of his actions. "Tom." "Jerry." After a moment's pause, she called out, "Do not assist this scoundrel. Do you hear me? You two little rascals, come join me for a grand feast." Upon hearing grand feast, Jerry's eyes sparkled with excitement as he dashed away like the wind. Tom glanced between Louis and Diana, pointed at the letters, then at Louis, shaking his head frantically. In mere moments, Diana had swayed Tom to betray Louis with just 4 words. "There are chicken legs." Louis toiled from noon until after 7 in the evening. During this time, Harry had offered to help, but Diana had intervened. She was determined to teach this scoundrel a lesson for trifling with a girl's heart. Louis understood the message Catherine wished to convey. It was essentially Louis Mountbatten. "You little rascal. Nearly a month without a letter is one thing. But to think of Harry Potter before me? I have truly misjudged you. And I never expected such a scoundrel. Now, I am beginning to question your inclinations." There were also a plethora of expletives laced with various colloquialisms, many of which he had to consult a dictionary to decipher. Ah well. He quickly composed a letter expressing his sincere contrition and dispatched it with Emmeline to Catherine, assuring her that he would set off to visit her at Worrell's the following day. Just as Emmeline took flight, there came a knock at the door. It was Bill, come to inform him that the birthday banquet was ready. Oh, only then did he remember that today was Harry's birthday. Fortunately, he had mentioned this to Diana before leaving. Otherwise, Harry's birthday would have slipped his mind entirely. In truth, he had been contemplating it during his journey. But the multitude of letters from Catherine had distracted him. Upon exiting the elevator, he was greeted by the familiar sound of laughter and merriment. As Louis approached the dining room, he was astonished to find Ron and his twin brothers in attendance. The trio, naturally sociable, had shed any initial awkwardness thanks to Diana's amiable demeanor and were now seated comfortably, engaging in lively conversation filled with laughter. He could hardly fathom how Diana managed to connect so effortlessly with a bunch of adolescents. Chapter 78. Even the Japanese isn't that our Louis? George was the first to spot Louis. "We have all heard of your glorious deeds. Do not worry," Fred quickly took over George's words. "The Queen of Slytherin should not treat you poorly. After all, you are her beloved fawn." After George finished speaking, the two exchanged a glance and simultaneously remarked, "She will only beat you half to death. Enough of this." Louis scowled as he took a seat beside Harry. Today was Harry's birthday. It was best not to discuss such gory topics. Ron chimed in, let Louis deceive himself just for this last night. Louis, unsure of what to say. The restaurant door swung open once more, and Louis turned to see his grandfather stride in with authority. The red-haired brothers and Harry immediately tensed up. Although they were unaware of the significance of old Louis's identity, the aura of someone who had long been in power and commanded troops was unmistakable. In an instant, the grandfather transformed from a seasoned elder into a warm and amiable neighbor. "What are you all so nervous about? You must be the Weasley brothers," he greeted them kindly. "I am friends with your grandfather. The last time I saw your father, he was no bigger than this little freckle." The little freckle referred to Ron. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he took his seat at the head of the table, glancing at Louis and then at Diana. "I heard from Mr. Bill that today is a birthday celebration. I assume we will not only have these 2 dishes?" As he spoke, the grandfather picked up a plate and knife. This surely cannot be the Mountbatten family's hospitality. Fred could not suppress his laughter, while George discreetly stepped on his foot beneath the table. "You're going to crush my shoes," George remarked. The grandfather noticed George's subtle action. "What is wrong with today's youth? Back in my day, when I was your age, I dared to flirt with noblewomen in front of the king." "Yes, but you should consider your own status. The entire royal family of Europe is somehow related to you, so it is understandable to feel nervous." Yet this did not hinder him from amusing the children. "Did she agree to you?" Harry was more relaxed than the others. The grandfather laughed heartily. "Before I even had the chance to speak, Her partner kicked me under the table. But it was worth it. In the booth upstairs, Diana suddenly coughed twice. The grandfather realized that Harry and Ron were still too young for such adult matters and should not be discussed carelessly. What's wrong? Do speak, Ron asked, bewildered. You're still too young, Ronald, George and Fred replied in unison, both having already guessed what had transpired. They held their grandfather in great respect. Initially, their reverence stemmed from a subconscious respect for someone in power, but now it was rooted in admiration for a seasoned romantic. The grandfather noticed their respect and praised them, declaring he would teach them the art of wooing. Why not teach Louis? Ron asked obliviously. The grandfather cast a disdainful glance at his grandson, his tone dripping with contempt. I have no grandson who is so easily controlled by a woman. The implication was clear. He was too inept to be worthy of being his grandson. Louis felt a lump in his throat. After all, his grandfather had navigated the world of romance for years, undefeated in the garden of love, only to discover that his grandson was under the thumb of a woman. The sensation was akin to how Judy must have felt regarding Baozone, a mix of disappointment and dismay. What a disgrace! Louis sulked, tapping his glass. Servants began to stream in, laying out an array of dishes before them. Considering that Ron and Harry were unfamiliar with dining etiquette, Diana had instructed Mr. Eskin in advance that this was merely a simple family dinner, requiring only a straightforward spread of several dishes to satisfy their appetites, without any complexities. There were no servants lingering in the dining room to attend to them. For those unversed in dining manners, having servants around could be more of a nuisance. The Weasley family, needless to say, and Harry were no exception. The grandfather was unconcerned, as he was accustomed to providing for himself. After all, he had once faced formidable crocodiles in the Southeast Asian war zones, unlike Charlie, who was used to living off honeypots. In his day, the grandfather had thrived in a clean and hygienic setting for many years. After eating a few bites, he set down his knife and fork and proposed, "Let us sing a birthday song. Our bespectacled little Harry is celebrating today. It feels rather lacking in atmosphere." This suggestion received unanimous approval, especially from Tom and Jerry. The two clowns rushed to the piano, with Jerry even balancing a tiny violin on his shoulder that he had miraculously produced from somewhere. Mr. Bill, accompanied by the servants, brought out a custom-made cake adorned with 12 candles, representing Harry's 12th birthday. Thank you. Tears welled in Harry's eyes. It was the first time anyone had celebrated his birthday since his birth. Make a wish, the grandfather said, patting his shoulder. Harry nodded vigorously, taking a deep breath before blowing out all the candles. The grandfather picked up the knife, cutting a large piece to hand to Harry, and then another piece. Glancing at Louis before passing it to him, Louis asked, "So love will fade, right?" The grandfather clearly had an issue with him, ultimately reserving the last piece for him. "Grandfather, so love will fade, right?" Louis said with a grimace. "Humph." The grandfather scooped some cream into his mouth and replied, "I currently cannot find a reason to like you." Louis began to argue. This is an era of healing. We should seek common ground while reserving differences, rather than nitpicking. We should explore the strengths of others instead of fixating on their faults. After all, everyone has their merits, grandfather, if only you were willing to look. The Weasley brothers and Harry looked on with newfound respect. No wonder he could win over the Queen of Slytherin while they remained single. Look at this mouth. Even the dead could be brought back to life with it. The grandfather burst into laughter, and after a moment, raised an eyebrow and pointed at Louis. All right. Well, except for the Japanese. My goodness, you never fail to include a jab at the Japanese, do you? Even the Japanese. Diana interjected, unaware that this even carried more weight than accept. Let us discuss something. It seemed that one could only wait until next week to see if there would be any developments. Once again, I implore my esteemed brothers to support the Dragon Lady's continued reading daily. Your support is the driving force behind my creativity. Of course, any suggestions can be left in comments or discussed in the group. I shall certainly consider reasonable ones. Chapter 79. Opening the door, singing a contrarian tune the following day. The trio of red-haired brothers departed the estate with Harry. After much contemplation, Louis decided to accompany them. Now, he stood before Catherine's home, his mind swirling with the words the twins had just imparted. If Catherine were to suspend you high above, remember not to use your hands to shield your head when she brings you down, George advised. Fred chimed in, that way, you might suffer less. Indeed. A swift demise would undoubtedly spare one from torment. Taking a deep breath, Louis recalled certain experiences shared between his grandfather and Ron. Honestly, Hermione can be quite unbearable at times, Ron remarked. gnawing on a chicken leg as he turned to his grandfather. "Grandpa, since you seem adept at dealing with women, could you offer me some advice?" "Oh my, Hermione often flies into a rage for no reason," he continued. "I can imagine you, young lad, are not particularly skilled at charming women," his grandfather retorted sharply, then questioned, "Flying into a rage for no reason?" "Yes, flying into a rage for no reason means." Ron attempted to explain, only to be interrupted by his grandfather. "I certainly know what that means, you foolish boy. No woman ever erupts in anger without cause. Do you understand?" His grandfather raised a solemn finger, emphasizing, "But that matters little. What you ought to do is apologize." "But I don't even know what I did wrong, nor do I believe I should apologize. I'm the one being picked on." Ron frowned, biting into the chicken leg with conviction. "Oh, my boy, you need not understand where you erred, nor feel compelled to apologize. Simply utter the words." His grandfather advised, "Look at those big, watery eyes of yours. Use them to feign sincerity when you gaze upon, Hermione." His grandfather felt no guilt in imparting such wisdom to a young lad, believing he was merely sharing life lessons. "But that is deceitful," Ron protested, bewildered. "That is the ideal moment for deceit, you foolish donkey." "Who prompted her ire?" his grandfather reprimanded. Ron remained perplexed, muttering, "I was merely speaking the truth." "Clearly, you do not grasp your predicament. Do you wish to endure Hermione's nagging for an entire afternoon?" his grandfather queried, without lifting his eyelids. Oh, Ron suddenly realized. Recalling his grandfather's earnest counsel, Lewis felt a surge of emotion. If only he could be a carefree scoundrel. With this thought, he knocked on Catherine's door. "Who is it?" Catherine inquired from behind the door. In contrarian style, delivering magazines, Lewis lowered his voice. He was uncertain whether the Worrell family had indeed subscribed to Contrarian, yet it surely seemed more reliable than the Daily Prophet. Identifying himself as the Daily Prophet would likely invite a barrage of hexes. The door swung open, revealing Catherine's initially expressionless face, which soon contorted into rage upon sighting him. She slammed the door shut, but Lewis, slippery as ever, slipped past her. Catherine's eyes blazed with fury, scorching Lewis's conscience. Her chest heaved, betraying her imminent explosion of wrath. Lewis observed her hand inching towards her wand in her pocket, and he promptly enveloped her in an embrace. Gazing into her eyes with feigned sincerity, "I'm sorry, Casey, truly sorry." Recognizing the potential for reconciliation, Lewis clung to her once more, only to be pushed away yet again. This cycle repeated several times until Catherine ceased her resistance and merely turned away. "No way will I forgive this little scoundrel," she thought vehemently. It was summer, and due to the heat, Catherine wore a sheer white blouse. Lewis's warm breath brushed against her skin, causing her unease. Several times, her hand grazed her wand, yet her heart hesitated, despite the fact that this fawn had failed to right her for nearly a month. In his absence, Catherine had vowed to punish him upon their reunion. She envisioned him suspended for an entire day, if not subjected to a fiery trial. Yet, now, she mournfully realized that upon meeting him, she was incapable of delivering the punishment she had so fervently envisioned, even knowing the insincerity of his words. "I'm sorry, Casey. Truly sorry," Lewis murmured, striving to make his voice sound sincere. "Do you think I would believe you? If any part of your words were genuine, you wouldn't have waited until the owls arrived to come to my door. Just grant me your forgiveness, and I shall do anything you desire." Lewis implored earnestly. Regret washed over him. How could he have forgotten to write to Catherine during the holiday? The magical world was perplexing, unlike Harry, who could chat endlessly on the phone while residing in a muggle household. Those from pure magical families like Catherine's were limited to owl correspondence. Catherine remained unmoved, merely responding with a cold huff. "Truthfully, I am uncertain how to face you. Each time I think of you, my heart is in turmoil," Lewis continued, speaking to himself. "In fact, I am fleeing from my true feelings." At this point, Lewis was moved, and he began to believe his own words. After all, how could one expect to sway others without first stirring their own emotions? He sensed Catherine's body tremble within his embrace. "However, during my journey here, I resolved not to be a coward any longer. I must confront my true self like a man." Disregarding the system's frantic warnings, Lewis now cared little for the lightning skill tree or the Eye of Jellified. All he desired was to prevent Catherine from drifting away from him, becoming a mere stranger in his life. Let this be an act of atonement, he thought, preparing to utter the words that would change everything. Chapter 80, Turning the Table's Eye. Just as Lewis was about to speak, he was abruptly pushed aside by Catherine. "Put away your foolish notions. Speaking in such a manner only serves to humiliate either yourself or me." Catherine's voice was icy, her gaze indifferent as she fixed her eyes on Lewis. "Draw your wand," she commanded coldly. "Kathy, Lewis attempted a last-ditch effort. "Draw your wand," she shouted softly, akin to a wounded lioness. Lewis sighed and withdrew his wand, fully aware that no amount of reasoning would placate Catherine's ire. During their usual duels, the first spell she cast was invariably the stunning spell. A blazing red light surged forth, sending Lewis hurtling through the air, crashing violently against the corner of a table, shattering it to splinters. Before his body collided with the wall, a searing pain erupted from his ribs, and with a slight movement, he felt a jolt of agony. His ribs were broken. This was the only thought that crossed his mind. In comparison, the long gash on his arm seemed trivial. Catherine hurried towards him, her fist clenched, her brows furrowed with concern. Just as she was about to utter words of comfort, she forced herself into an icy demeanor. "Do you think this will earn my forgiveness? Are you trying to elicit my sympathy?" The moment the words escaped her lips, she regretted them, realizing they were not what she had intended to say. Lewis, gritting his teeth against the pain, gently squinted his eyes and smiled softly. "Since you know me so well, you should understand that someone like me only seeks to be true to oneself." He swayed slightly as he stood, avoiding her gaze, and murmured, "At least for now. I believe I have atoned for my sins. We owe each other nothing henceforth. Now, may I leave?" As he spoke, a metallic taste filled his throat. And despite his efforts to suppress it, blood erupted from his lips, staining the floor beneath him. Catherine recognized his distress and wished to offer soothing words. Yet her proud nature held her back. The fury she once felt had dissipated, leaving her merely struggling to maintain her dignity. Observing Lewis stumble, she approached him, grasped his arm, and awkwardly expressed concern. "What are you doing in such a state? You should at least stay and take some healing potion." Lewis spoke truthfully. He had his own pride. Given that others had already spoken so, what was the point in further humiliating himself? Catherine remained silent and cast a petrification spell, intending to levitate him to bed, but reconsidered. Grabbing the healing potion from the cabinet, she poured it hastily into Lewis's mouth. "Finite," she declared, releasing the petrification spell. As the spell's effects faded, Lewis, choking on the potion, succumbed to a fit of violent coughing, which aggravated his rib injury, momentarily making him wish for an Avada Kedavra. Biting down on his pain, he shot a cold glance at Catherine. "You might want to try the Fiendfire Curse. That would alleviate some of my suffering. Or do you prefer to derive pleasure from humiliating me?" In this moral vacuum, Lewis found himself emotionally detached, a stark contrast to his earlier self. Having severed their ties, what did it matter if they became strangers? Catherine's heart felt as if it were being tightly squeezed. The coldness in Lewis's eyes sent shivers down her spine. She realized that if she continued to cling to her pride, she would inevitably lose him. She longed to say or do something, yet found herself at a loss. "I have 3 suggestions. The first is the Fiendfire Curse," Lewis spoke calmly, as if discussing matters unrelated to himself. "The second is oblivion, a mere wave of the wand. And our unpleasantness, poof." He snapped his fingers, it would vanish without a trace. "Personally, I would advocate for the third option, soul extraction. What do you think? Once that spell is cast, you could unleash your anger however you wish. By the way, if you're unaware, the incantation is Imperio." "Enough, Lewis." Catherine's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. "Do you truly wish to ruin our relationship?" At her words, Lewis chuckled softly, retorting, "Is it truly I who desires this?" Catherine fell silent. "All along, our relationship has been that of friends." The moment he uttered this, the potion's effects began to take hold. He bore the prickling pain with composure and continued, "In my mother's homeland, there is a saying, the friendships among gentlemen should be as pure and unadulterated as water, while those among scoundrels are as sweet as honey. This has always been my guiding principle. Even my meeting with Harry was merely at the behest of Professor Dumbledore. I would much prefer to bask in the sun at the estate than to travel dusty roads to address matters that do not concern me." Catherine interjected suddenly. "But you promised to write to me. You have broken your word. Why must I write to you before Dumbledore tasks me with handling Harry's affairs?" Lewis countered. "There are 30 days left in the holiday. Please provide me with a reason that proves I will not write to you in the coming 30 days. Upon seeing your owl, my first thought was to seek you out in person, which speaks volumes of my regard for you. And what of you? To this day, I cannot fathom what I have done to provoke such treatment from you, not even granting me the courtesy of calling me Lewis." Catherine opened her mouth to speak, but Lewis silenced her with a finger pressed to her lips. "There is also a saying, if the mountain does not come to Muhammad, then Muhammad must go to the mountain. Though I have not written to you these past days, have you ever considered writing to me? Since you have not even contemplated it, what right do you have to reproach me?" Lewis felt as though he stood upon a vantage point. Looking down at Catherine as he continued, I believe I have fulfilled my duties as a friend and have upheld my responsibilities as a gentleman. I have never treated anyone else this way. I would willingly lower myself to seek my best friend's forgiveness, yet it seems, well, perhaps my best friend does not regard me as her friend. Lewis was clearly not that type of person. While writing yesterday, he had been in such a good mood that he nearly wrote them apart. Now, having revised it, he realized that with his abilities, he could only make it thus. After much contemplation, he still felt the need to apologize here for being so inadequate. Chapter 81. The biting flies. It must be said that the efficacy of potions in the magical realm is truly formidable. Lewis's ribs have begun to ache less. However, the scars left behind from the wound on his arm remain quite pronounced. Perhaps it is also due to his remarkable healing abilities. Catherine gazed intently at Lewis, who now felt utterly unfamiliar to her. It was as though he had transformed into an entirely different person. No, it was not just Lewis. Even she herself seemed to have become somewhat unrecognizable. Many thoughts that she wished to express instead emerged in a different guise, as if trapped at the precipice of her lips. This contemplation lasted but a fleeting moment before another thought uncontrollably seized her mind. Since that's the case, Mountbatten. She paused momentarily, quickly regaining her composure and dismissively uttering her parting words. The Worrell family does not welcome you. Please take your leave. Lewis stood in stunned silence for a moment, saying nothing as he rose from the bed. The ribs that had previously begun to heal now caused him to break out in a cold sweat. He gritted his teeth against the pain, realizing that the words spoken by Catherine cut deeper than any physical injury. Farewell, K. Miss Worrell. With those words, Lewis departed from Catherine's home, a profound sense of desolation accompanying him. The instant Lewis stepped out of the door, Catherine could no longer maintain her composure. Her mind, overwhelmed by a tempest of sorrow, anger, and calmness, felt as if it might shatter. She knelt on the ground, experiencing a sensation akin to 1,000 needles piercing her, nearly driving her to madness. A voice echoed in her mind, urging her to pursue him and confront that scoundrel. As Catherine's vision began to darken, a flash of clarity erupted from the Ravenclaw diadem atop her head, and in an instant, her thoughts regained lucidity. What have I just said? Catherine murmured in disbelief, unable to fathom how she had uttered such hurtful words. The voice that had suddenly intruded upon her mind raised her alarm. Could it be that the same affliction had befallen Lewis as well? The more she pondered, the more she sensed something amiss. Lewis was still injured, and this predicament was far too perilous. No, I must follow him and see. She hastily stowed her wand away, disregarding the lingering dizziness in her head, and rushed outside. As Lewis left Catherine's home, feelings of dejection, regret, and inexplicable anger swirled within him, constricting his chest. His temples throbbed, and darkness clouded his vision. After a few steps, the pain in his ribs overwhelmed his frail nerves, and he could no longer endure it. He unceremoniously slumped onto a tree stump by the roadside, gasping for breath in an attempt to alleviate his suffering. Upon sitting down, the dizzying sensations flooded back. He could not discern how much time had passed when he thought he heard a melodious female voice nearby, the tone reminiscent of a song. You have many biting flies on your head. The girl spoke, her voice sweetly lilting, though the din of the flies made it difficult to hear her clearly. Struggling to focus his eyes, Lewis beheld a girl with peculiar glasses, who was gazing at him, at his head. What are you looking at? Lewis inquired with difficulty. Your head. There are many biting flies on it, wrapping you up like a headscarf. I'm quite surprised you can hear me. The girl said, her little head bobbing, her carrot-shaped earrings swaying with her movements. Biting flies? What are those? Lewis asked, momentarily bewildered. Biting flies. They are invisible, floating into your ears and muddling your mind, she explained. I can see them swarming around your head. Some are even buzzing. As she spoke, she extended her hand as if to swat away invisible flies. You can really see those biting flies? Lewis asked uncertainly, as he seemed to genuinely hear the buzzing around his head, heightening his agitation. The sensation was indescribable, as if something must be destroyed. Luna Lovegood. A pleasure to meet you, sir. Beset by biting flies. Luna extended her hand. Lewis took it, introducing himself in return. Lewis Mountbatten, a pleasure to meet you. I know you. I've seen you in the Daily Prophet, Luna said, her eyes lighting up as if she had discovered a new continent. If they are not mistaken, you must be a person of great talent, integrity, and courage. Is that so? My father told me that what the Daily Prophet claims should be taken with a grain of salt. Luna smiled gently. But just as she was about to say something more, she suddenly became alert. Oh no. There are even more biting flies. Is that Kay? It was Catherine, who had searched for quite some time and finally located Lewis sitting by the roadside. Is he your friend? He seems to be in a rather poor state. Luna did not abandon Lewis despite his disheveled appearance. Instead, she remained by his side, attempting to fend off the invisible biting flies. What are you doing? Catherine asked, perplexed by the sight of the young girl who appeared to be, a bit eccentric? Oh, right, judging by her age. This must be the eccentric Luna Lovegood that my classmates mentioned. I am driving away the biting flies for him. Oh no, there are simply too many. Biting flies? Catherine felt the term familiar yet could not recall where she had heard it before. He's about to lose control. After saying this, Luna quickly stood and rushed to Catherine's side. Catherine, observing Lewis's expressionless face, withdrew her wand from her pocket. I suggest you refrain from using your wand. It seems that the two of you are the source of the biting flies, Luna said earnestly. I believe your bond is quite strong, otherwise the mutual influence would not be so significant. Refrain from using my wand. Catherine looked at Lewis, who was preparing to cast a spell, feeling overwhelmed. You expect me to avoid using my wand in this situation? Who knows? Luna offered her wand to him. My wand's core is made from unicorn tail hair. The implication being that he should not resort to dark magic. My wand cannot withstand your mischief. Biting flies cannot be driven away, even if you defeat Mountbatten. It will not free him from their torment, and your presence may exacerbate the situation. Luna added, but I can assure you, your wands are not the true source of the biting flies. There must be a hidden mastermind releasing them nearby. I understand. Catherine nodded in realization. I recall a book at home mentioning who it is that harbors the biting flies. If I remember correctly, it should be a demon. In truth, when asked in the group chat, I was hesitant to disclose, as it involved spoilers. I apologize for this and hope for your understanding. I shall endeavor never to be a riddle maker again. Chapter 82. Redemption. Lewis found himself in a perplexing state when Catherine appeared. He felt a surge of malevolence crashing against his reason, enticing him to act against her. This dark sentiment seemed to have emerged from an indeterminate time. Perhaps during his moments at home, or perhaps during his encounters with Catherine, he could no longer recall. At present, he was nearly completely overtaken by this inexplicable negativity, causing him to perceive Catherine's once adorable visage as loathsome. He slowly raised his wand, intending to unleash a spell capable of tainting the soul. Come forth, embrace your fate. Lewis, a whisper echoed in his ear, akin to the seductive murmurs of lovers, luring forth the dark intent within him. Catherine, wielding Luna's wand, stood in a state of indecision. She found herself ensnared in a dilemma, fearing Lewis's potential loss of control while simultaneously worrying that her own magic might harm him. Regret loomed heavily over her. If only she had sensed something amiss upon Lewis's entrance and spoken a few gentle words. Perhaps their situation would not have reached this critical juncture. Her heart ached with the weight of her thoughts. Yet, dwelling on the past was futile. The die had been cast. The pressing concern now was finding a means to restrain Lewis before he succumbed to his fury, and later, they could address their relationship at a more opportune moment. What should I do? There was one final option. Luna, seemingly perceiving Catherine's inner turmoil, softly remarked, I can ensure Mr. Mountbatten's safety, but this method is exceedingly perilous. She hesitated, uncertain whether to divulge her thoughts. Do not keep me in suspense, Catherine urged, her anxiety palpable. Do you trust him? Luna's tone was somber, as if recounting an improbable tale. The gravity of their predicament was evident to all, rendering the question absurd. Anyone else would have questioned Luna's sanity, yet Catherine nodded without hesitation. The tormentor fly was a pet of the demon Shuzpath, serving as a harbinger of discord, exploiting human divisions to manipulate victims from an unfathomable dimension. This information was recorded in the Valray family's tome, a compendium titled The Kane Chronicles, which detailed countless accounts of demons. Alas, despite scouring this veritable encyclopedia of demons, no mention of the blue-eyed demon could be found. Not only was there no record of the blue-eyed demon, but no kind of demon within these pages bore such a description. Yet now, Catherine recalled the nature of the tormentor fly as documented in the book. She returned the wand to Luna and, meeting Lewis's gaze, approached him with unwavering determination. Catherine's eyes shone with purity and intensity, akin to the gentle warmth of spring sunshine. Her heart was devoid of any suspicion or wariness. She cast aside her pride and restraint, embracing the innocent fawn within her. She intended to approach Lewis with nothing but a sincere heart, believing that trust itself was the most potent magic. A heart full of faith is the finest spell, Luna murmured mysteriously. Lewis stood transfixed. In his current state of heightened sensitivity to negativity, he found no trace of such emotions emanating from Catherine. The once unyielding urge for destruction began to wane, softening into something more tender. Catherine's visage transformed from one of repulsion and distortion, gradually merging with the cherished image he held of her. With wand in hand, Lewis felt no desire to act further, standing like a statue as he watched her approach. His mind wrestled between conflicting thoughts, eventually yielding to a resolution. Catherine grasped his wand hand, and he was soon enveloped in her embrace. "Fawn, I am truly sorry," she whispered, her breath brushing against his ear as she continually murmured soft apologies. Lewis's expression shifted, his internal turmoil intensifying as the voices in his mind grew louder, attempting to impose a grand will upon him. Yet, they seemed to cower before the fervent and pure whispers of Catherine, gradually diminishing until they no longer swayed his emotions. Thus, they held each other for what felt like an eternity. Finally, amidst the anguished roar of the voice's owner, Lewis spoke. "I should be the one to apologize. Keish." He wrapped his arms tightly around Catherine's waist. In that moment, the world around them faded into insignificance. All that remained was each other. "No. Do not blame yourself. It is the demons who sow discord." Catherine sought to alleviate Lewis's guilt, quickly absolving him of responsibility. Recognizing the issue was the first step toward resolution. Avoidance would never truly remedy their plight. While evasion might offer temporary relief, it would not eradicate the problem. However, an ill-timed voice soon interrupted. "I must remind you both. The atmosphere appears somewhat ominous." It was Luna, tugging at their sleeves to draw their attention. Only then did they notice that the forest enveloping them had been tainted crimson. The surroundings seemed shrouded beneath an inverted, blood-red veil, and the once visible Valray estate had vanished, replaced by a curtain of sanguine light. The situation appeared dire. Catherine had just drawn her wand when Luna's warning rang out. "Are you truly prepared to proceed? The tormentor flies will surely be drawn to you." Having reconciled her misunderstandings with Lewis, Catherine felt a surge of confidence, regaining the proud demeanor of the Slytherin queen. With a haughty toss of her head, she declared, "I need no wand. I can cast spells regardless." "I believe it may be prudent to reconsider," Lewis cautioned. "This threat likely does not merely reside within the bounds of our wands." "What do you mean?" The astute Catherine quickly grasped Lewis's implication, her eyes widening in disbelief. "How could this be possible?" she murmured, struggling to accept the notion. "This could very well be an insidious plot, one that targets more than just me. Moreover, I hardly believe I possess any value worth targeting from the infernal realm." Lewis spoke with deep conviction. "Have you forgotten what your mother has done?" Catherine reminded him. "Hell harbors a profound hatred for her. I do not believe you lack worth as a target." Ah, indeed, it suddenly dawned on Lewis. He had nearly overlooked his mother's notorious actions. Was there truly a mother capable of such betrayal? Lewis lamented silently. He wished to remind the demons that the law does not hold children accountable for their parents' debts. A minor inconvenience, he thought. As he had been feeling somewhat melancholic lately, he would post one update today to alleviate his spirits. Tomorrow, alas, would not allow for a catch-up, thus. He would revert to the usual 2 updates. "All right, my friends, behold. I have an announcement to make. I am a fool. There is no denying it, my comrades. Thank you for your unwavering support." Chapter 83. The Invisible Sword. Indeed, a negative emotion had long been lurking in the shadows between the two. The so-called tracking thread is a spell implanted by the Ministry of Magic within young wizards, designed to detect magical activities of those under 17. It automatically dissipates upon reaching adulthood. Of course, such a mechanism is unstable and imprecise. Just a couple of days ago, when Dobby caused a commotion at Harry's home, the Ministry could only pinpoint a general location without determining who cast the spell. Unfortunately, it was well known that Harry was the only one in that house able to perform magic, so he naturally took the blame. It is akin to losing a mobile phone in daily life. Most phones have a tracking feature, yet one cannot ascertain the specific unit or apartment within a building. And one would have no justification to search door by door unless the lost item were of significant importance. Why did Catherine dare to use magic at home? Because her mother was a witch. The Ministry also could not ascertain whether it was her mother or she who cast the spell, thus in wizarding families. Such matters often go overlooked, especially when no unforgivable curses were involved. As for the reason behind implanting tracking threads, it likely pertains to the wizarding secrecy law. After all, children often struggle to suppress their urge to boast, should they engage in activities such as summoning the Dragon King or displaying their magic to former classmates. It could lead to serious consequences. Thus, even though both possessed the ability to perform wandless magic. They were hindered from doing so due to the potential emotional influences harbored within the tracking threads. We ought to devise a plan. Luna's voice conveyed an air of calmness. Lewis drew forth a crystal sword, skillfully twirling it. In truth, my swordsmanship is commendable. Not far off, a wailing sound, not typical of a human, echoed through the air. It was a wraith. Catherine recognized the shambling figure in the distance. How peculiar. How could such a malevolent creature be here? This evil undead being harbored in intense fear of fire and sunlight. She glanced upward, adding, "It seems we cannot rely on sunlight now." "Do you know the fire spell?" This question was directed at Luna. Luna stared at Catherine for a moment, then broke into a radiant smile that, despite lacking any hint of mockery, left Catherine feeling somewhat embarrassed. Observing Luna's cheerful demeanor, Lewis could not help but chuckle as well, deciphering the unspoken question of who the true madcap was. Enough with the laughter. Catherine's face flushed with embarrassment, as in her haste. She genuinely forgot that Luna was merely a little wizard yet to attend school. Then, she felt a tug on her arm, turning to see Lewis, who grasped something invisible in his hand. "What are you doing?" Catherine inquired, perplexed. "Taking the sword. Why are you just standing there?" Lewis responded, equally baffled. "How can you not see this magnificent treasure in my hand?" "You cannot see it? Now is not the time for jokes, dear fawn. This is odd." Lewis was utterly bewildered. He could clearly see the long sword in his grasp. Just as he struggled to articulate his thoughts, Luna spoke up. "I can see it. It is a black, broad-bladed sword." "Exactly, the dark sword." "You can see it?" Lewis exclaimed, as though he had found a kindred spirit, handing the dark sword to Luna. As she prepared to decline, she considered how a girl of her stature could possibly wield such a seemingly heavy weapon. However, upon grasping the dark sword, she discovered it was far lighter than she had imagined, almost as weightless as a feather. "I must remind you, Montgomery," Luna sang lightly, as Warren has already stated. "Only fire can harm wraiths." "Oh, right." Lewis retrieved a substance akin to pine tar from his pocket, actually drawn from a dimensional space gifted by the system, and coated the blade of Luna's dark sword. It was the specialty pitch from the walls of Roslick. The moment he released his grip, the dark sword ignited in a roaring flame. Only then did Catherine observe that a sword indeed existed, its transparent outline vividly visible amidst the flames. "How astonishing," she murmured. Luna gazed in fascination at the blazing dark sword in her hands, exclaiming with delight, "This is so cool. I have always wished for my own sword. But my father would not allow it." "I gift it to you," Lewis declared generously, adding, "provided the three of us can escape from here." As they spoke, the trio found themselves surrounded by wraiths. Lewis followed suit, applying the pine tar to his spirit sword before offering it to Catherine. "What about you?" Catherine inquired. Concern edged across her face as she declined the sword. Lewis grasped his lion-headed wand, smiling as he replied, "No worries. I have my means." "No, you mustn't." Catherine urgently interrupted, "You cannot cast spells right now." "Fear not." Lewis chuckled lightly, under Catherine's watchful gaze. The wand's tip gradually extended into a transparent sword radiating a blue aura. Secret technique, Kalia's swift sword. This magic, drawn from the borderlands, can also inflict harm upon dark creatures. It does not belong to this realm, hence, the tracking threads cannot detect it. "Trust me, Casey." Lewis cast a gentle gaze upon Catherine. She said nothing more, silently accepting the crystal sword. Unburdened by prior reservations, she now placed her utmost trust in Lewis. Wraiths appeared strikingly similar to ordinary humans, save for their pallid skin. Their most distinguishing feature was the murky white of their eyes. In the 6th book of the original series, the wraiths encountered by Harry and Dumbledore in the middle of the lake were predominantly homeless Muggle vagrants, with some being witches and wizards who had mysteriously vanished during their lifetimes. However, the wraiths they now faced, based on their attire, seemed to hail from a bygone medieval era. They howled and roared at the trio, yet quailed before the flickering flames of the swords wielded by Catherine and Luna. Hesitant to advance. Chapter 84. This is an illusion. What are you hiding? It must be said that flames are indeed the nemesis of the undead. The two long swords, exhaling orange-red flames, cleaved through the bodies of the undead with the ease of a hot knife slicing through butter. Their forms burned fiercely, ultimately reducing them to ashes. The undead seemed to be inexhaustible, surging towards them endlessly. The three continued their relentless assault, oblivious to the peculiarities surrounding them. Even Luna, a young witch of her age, who had not undergone any formal training, should have felt fatigued by now. Yet, even she, with her keen senses, remained unaware of the oddity in the air. At last, Lewis discerned that something was amiss. Wait, is anyone else noticing something unusual? As Catherine's words fell, the undead that had been advancing towards them suddenly vanished without a trace. It was an illusion. Lewis finally grasped the crux of the matter. As he spoke, the undead reappeared, staggering from all directions. Lewis, wary of the situation, applied some resin to his companion's swords and resumed the fight. Moments later, the illusion of the undead dissipated again. What is going on? Lewis remarked. If they keep sending this many undead, they'll exhaust us to death. I fear the situation may be more complex than it appears, Catherine responded gravely. For some reason, I have an unsettling premonition. What's the matter? Lewis inquired with concern. Be careful. Catherine's simple warning was enough as the seemingly endless illusion of the undead reemerged. This cycle repeated 5 times, and the trio began to feel the strain on their minds. As the undead appeared once more, they had to muster their resolve to engage yet again. However, upon contact, they quickly sensed something was wrong. Luna's sword was knocked aside by an undead creature, nearly causing her to stumble. Oh no, this time it's real, Catherine exclaimed, instinctively steadying Luna and attempting to alleviate her burden. Lewis began to regret not bringing Tom and Jerry along. Even he was beginning to feel fatigued, let alone Luna and Catherine, who were still but children. I'm sorry. I can't hold on much longer, Luna said, her voice tinged with frustration. Don't be disheartened, Luna, Catherine whispered. Though she herself felt far from optimistic about their current predicament, she drew her wand, intending to cast a powerful fire spell, only to be shocked to find she could no longer connect with her magic, as if an invisible web severed her ties to her power. Why can't I cast spells? Catherine asked incredulously. It must be due to the binding threads. The one behind this illusion has severed our connection to magic through them, Lewis surmised, testing his own abilities and finding that he could cast only the simplest of spells. As he pondered a way to break the deadlock, he heard Catherine murmur. Lewis, I have something to tell you. Whatever it is, let us discuss it later. I fear if we don't talk now, we may not have another chance. Catherine gazed at the throngs of undead in the distance, a sense of despair washing over her. A wizard deprived of their magic is akin to a bird stripped of its wings. As she blocked an undead's advance from Luna, she instinctively sighed. If only we could eliminate those bothersome binding threads. I wonder if they're the ministry's enchantment or a demon's curse. What did you say? Lewis suddenly realized. I said. If only we could clear the binding threads. Be careful, Catherine warned, driving her sword into the chest of an undead. No, the next part. Are the binding threads a ministry enchantment or a demon's curse? In an instant, Lewis grasped the implication. Catherine, buy me 10 seconds, just 10 seconds, will you? All right. Catherine felt the weight of the task increase dramatically as she and Luna positioned themselves to shield Lewis. Time was of the essence. At that moment, the flames on their swords flickered and vanished. The fire has gone out, Luna's ethereal voice echoed, laced with despair. An undead claw grasped her sword, threatening to wrest it from her grip. In a moment of crisis, Catherine pierced the undead's heart with her blade. The creature released its hold on the shadowy sword, staggering back as arcs of electricity began to dance from its wound, quickly enveloping its form in a blue-white blaze, reducing it to ash. The spirit sword bore an electrical charge, a force more potent than fire when it comes to vanquishing evil. Yet, 3 more undead staggered towards them. Catherine dealt with the one lunging at Luna, but the claws of the other 2 were already upon her. No, Luna cried out, summoning her last reserves of strength to strike one of the undead with her dark sword, but it only caused it to stumble slightly. Catherine felt a pang of regret as she realized she could not raise her sword in time to defend herself. She could only watch as the claws reached for her. Just as the moment of doom approached, a radiant light enveloped the 3 of them and the 2 undead. The creatures could not even utter a scream before they were consumed by the holy radiance. Tendrils of visible black mist began to emerge from Catherine and Lewis's bodies, dissolving into the divine light. Catherine drew her wand, unleashing a torrent of fire that swept away the remaining undead in her line of sight, reducing them to mere ashes. Did you know, Catherine, you look truly magnificent right now? Lewis remarked, his gaze somewhat dazed. It's time to learn a few area of effect spells. Single-target spells can be quite taxing, he mused. A wizard should never be confined to mere single-target attacks. He thought fiercely, determined not to tarnish his reputation. Is that so? Catherine smiled, reveling in the sensation of her magic surging within her. The fiery serpents coiled in the air, heralding her current exhilaration. Simultaneously, the bowl-like red barrier shattered completely. Gazing up at the clear blue sky and basking in the warm sunlight, the 3 survivors exhaled a collective sigh of relief. What an extraordinary adventure, Luna remarked, her tone suggestive. Indeed, Lewis echoed, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. What a lively little girl, Catherine mused fondly, observing Luna's retreating figure. None of them contemplated the origins of the illusion, its purpose, or why it had abruptly ceased. Perhaps this unusual behavior was a deliberate orchestration by unseen hands. Upon returning home, Catherine prepared to ascend the stairs in search of the Kane's diary. Lewis glanced around curiously and asked, Catherine, was that table broken by my sturdy ribcage? When did you manage to fix it? Your ribcage? Really? Catherine murmured under her breath, frowning as she replied. I don't remember tidying up. I was too busy with your affairs. A chill ran down Lewis's spine. He exclaimed urgently, oh no. We are still trapped in the illusion. This is bad. Luna is in danger. Chapter 85. My lord, I have a message for you, Lewis called out. However, as he rushed to the door, he discovered it was tightly shut, as though someone had locked it from the outside. He glanced out the window, only to find the world outside drenched in a blood-red hue, the dark, negative emotions surging back once again. Since this was an illusion, there had to be a way to break it. Lewis contemplated a breakthrough. Think of anything unusual in your home. Unusual? Catherine paused. For instance, this table. It should be in a state of disrepair. As Lewis spoke, he swung his sword and struck the table. To his astonishment, instead of shattering, the table gradually faded from their sight. Apparently not, Lewis muttered, feeling a twinge of frustration, but soon it was overshadowed. Flames erupted around Catherine, her golden hair dancing amidst the fiery waves. The emerald fire serpents coiled behind her, serving as the sole source of light in the dim space, enhancing the allure of her proud and striking visage. As the flames engulfed the entire house, the illusion could no longer withstand the intensity and shattered with a resounding collapse. The rustling of Catherine's dress echoed through the air, a smile gracing her lips, exuding the undeniable aura of a Slytherin queen. Indeed, the power of magic was impressive. Who would have thought you possessed the traits of a mischievous spirit? Lewis observed her with a mix of admiration and exasperation, marveling at her destructive efficiency. The fire serpent, previously wreaking havoc, now curled obediently around Catherine, its tail entwined around her slender legs, its body hugging her waist, leaving her chest exposed, accentuating her already captivating figure. The massive serpent's head brushed against her cheeks, prompting Catherine to reward it with a gentle stroke. Lewis stood, momentarily dumbfounded, unsure where to direct his gaze, enviously eyeing the flames, ultimately choosing to focus on them. Catherine, perhaps you should restrain your powers. He sensed a dangerous glint in the fiery serpent's gaze directed at him, and realizing the potential peril, he quickly called out to Catherine. Upon hearing this, Catherine scoffed lightly, dispersing the two fire serpents. Not far from them, Luna lay quietly beneath a tree. Gradually, a chilling aura began to spread. Cloaked figures drifted down from the sky, approaching Luna. Dementors. Lewis recognized the creatures immediately, panic setting in. What should we do? I haven't learned the Patronus charm. He felt utterly helpless. Meanwhile, Luna, still lying beneath the tree, stirred awake. As she noticed Lewis and Catherine approaching, she slowly lifted her head. Lewis, Catherine, what are you doing here? Her voice was laced with confusion, as if she had just awakened from a deep slumber. I don't know. I just woke up here, Luna replied, her gaze fixed intently on Lewis. Are you still selling the prophet? Lewis suddenly inquired. Luna, injured yet calm, regarded him with an air of curiosity. Can you tell me how you figured it out? Lewis chuckled lightly, a teasing yet regretful tone in his voice. Had it not been for your gaze, I might have been deceived. You should practice more. It's not easy for fools to learn. Politeness, Luna? He continued. You should say that you inherited your mother's intelligence. The demon appeared unperturbed, gazing up at Lewis with a composed demeanor. I believe your mother may not have warned you that while being clever is commendable, an over-reliance on one's wit can be detrimental. With that, she straightened herself, but unfortunately, nothing happened. What a pity. I consider intelligence a virtue. Unlike you, a parasite, I don't have a brother who specializes in collecting waste. Lewis retorted sharply. What have you done to me? The demon asked, seemingly unfazed. You've been in preparation for this moment for half a year. Lewis squatted down, looking at her with a mix of pity and mockery. Surprised? Unexpected? Since Dumbledore had spoken to him, he had kept an eye on relevant texts and learned about a spell from Merlin's notes, specifically one designed to weaken demons, rendering them nearly powerless. He had inscribed this spell onto his crystal sword, anticipating this very day, though his mother's interference had prevented her true form from leaving hell. The fact that she could not die was still a cause for celebration. You should understand that one cannot use their backside as an eye, Lewis said bluntly. noting that in English, the two words sounded alike. That you might relish your petty victories, young man, the demon maintained her calm demeanor. I neglected to mention that the fire surrounding your companion cannot harm me. Catherine huffed but offered no rebuttal. Playing with fire can lead to unfortunate accidents. I wouldn't want you to come crashing across the ocean. Before she could finish, Catherine kicked her. Now, tell me your true name, Lewis ordered, patting the demon's shoulder. You don't think I would tell you, do you? The demon's mocking expression was infuriating, especially with Luna's face. The blend of innocence and sarcasm was disarming. I still owe you for trying to sow discord today, Lewis said, his fists clenched in determination. I wouldn't mind giving you a good beating to release my frustrations. I wouldn't recommend using me as a punching bag, Mr. Mountbatten, the demon replied calmly. You see, if there are no grievances between you two, then no matter how much I try to sow discord, it would be futile. Perhaps right now, your female companion is speaking ill of you in her heart. This is merely a hypothesis, of course. Do you really think I'm foolish enough to fall for the same trick twice? Lewis scoffed. One must always try. What if it succeeds? He queried, raising an eyebrow. Tell me, what is the identity of the blue-eyed demon? Do you truly believe I would divulge that information? One must always try. What if it succeeds? Lewis shrugged, returning her words. Given your reluctance to speak, you have lost your last ounce of value. Do not be hasty. We were having such a pleasant conversation, the demon continued. I have believed since Chilo's death that you two are promising candidates. Have you considered pledging allegiance to the great Lord Satan? Lewis sneered. I have no interest in conversing with the likes of you, maggots of the gutter. The road to hell is fraught with peril. Please convey a message to your master. I don't care what kind of mutt those blue eyes belong to, just ensure he stays far from me. Otherwise, I will break every limb of his and submerge him in filth. Understand? With that, Lewis slammed his hand down onto the freshly drawn exorcism sigil. The demon, upon hearing its true name, began to wail under the influence of the sigil, eventually dissipating into specks of starlight. There must be a main storyline. You all are so loud and abrupt. Why the sudden tension in what was meant to be a light-hearted tale? Truth be told, I don't feel particularly tense. The plot from the past 2 years likely won't resurface. This may simply serve as a lubricant for the relationship between the leads. If you wish to see more with Senior Sister, please press 1. Chapter 86. Let me touch your leg as the illusion shattered once more with the expulsion of the demon to hell. This truly marked the final occurrence. After all, the instigator had been banished. Lewis saw Luna standing beneath a tree, gazing upwards. Luna, what brings you here? Lewis inquired. Oh, nothing much. Just pondering what to have for dinner tonight. What to eat? Why mention honey? Lewis looked up, noticing a beehive hanging from the tree. Luna's forehead was red, swollen from a bee sting. What do you think bees toil so hard for? Her voice was ethereal, like a spring. I cannot fathom the bee's intentions. But no one understands seagulls better than I, Lewis remarked, recalling a lifelong pain. Oh, Luna seemed intrigued. Can you tell me what seagulls fly back and forth for? For some fries at the dock later, Lewis asserted confidently, reminiscing about the seagulls that had stolen his fries last year, moisture gathering in his eyes. Is this their fate? Luna mused, sounding a bit eccentric. Have you ever considered studying divination under Sybil Trelawney? Catherine quipped, her high emotional intelligence evident. In less eloquent terms, she was essentially saying that Luna's erratic behavior bore a striking resemblance to Trelawney. Luna let out a charming hum and skipped away, resembling a little rabbit. The trio walked along the path, their composition reminiscent of a parent escorting a child out for a stroll, though this father seemed a bit youthful. Upon entering, the remnants of the table in the living room were particularly conspicuous. It doesn't hurt anymore. You were rather harsh, I must say, Lewis shrugged, striking a muscular pose to indicate his lack of pain. I'm sorry, little dear. Catherine's eyes were red-rimmed. It's not your fault. The enemy was too cunning. Lewis scoffed, gently pulling Catherine's hand to the sofa, soothingly advising, you needn't dwell on SCH Spafer's last words. In any relationship, it's impossible to maintain perfect harmony. As long as we coexist, there will inevitably be some friction. But, no buts, Kesh. Lewis held Catherine's delicate hand, softly reassuring her. To be influenced by a demon only demonstrates our lack of strength. Therefore, if we wish to prevent such occurrences in the future, we must not only enhance our power, but also cultivate a sufficiently robust spirit. Catherine nodded, staring blankly at Lewis for a moment before suddenly throwing herself into his embrace, holding him tightly. In her warm embrace, the fragrant scent of her hair wafted to Lewis. Yet he felt little enchantment. He simply wrapped his arms around Catherine, relishing this rare tranquility. Little dear, I truly, truly fear losing you." Catherine's voice trembled as she whispered into Lewis's ear. The once proud Slytherin queen now resembled an ordinary girl of her age, using her vulnerability to express her unease. All right, it's all in the past." Lewis gently caressed her back, offering comfort. Enough, Kesh." Lewis attempted to lighten the mood, hoping to help Catherine overcome her emotional hurdle. "If you truly feel remorseful, how about letting me touch your leg?" The words were brief, yet Lewis discerned her shyness. He was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. "No, I merely intended to lighten the atmosphere. I genuinely just wanted to ease the mood. How could you agree? Shouldn't you be angrily telling me to get lost and kicking me instead? Where is your pride? Your modesty?" Lewis felt a twinge of panic. Yet Catherine had already straightened herself, positioning her long legs atop the armrest of the sofa. "Come on. Wait. I'm really going to touch it. Don't hit me." Lewis hesitantly extended his hand, feeling a layer of sweat forming in his palms before he could even make contact with Catherine. "Maybe you should put on some socks first." "My palms are all sweaty." Catherine gave a noncommittal hum, unusually agreeable at that moment. She ascended the stairs, retrieving a pair of white knee-high socks from the wardrobe. Just as she was about to put them on, a thought flashed through her mind, causing her face to flush crimson. She clutched the socks and hurried back downstairs. "Never mind, consider it a little treat for him," Catherine thought, feeling a bit proud. Indeed, all that had transpired before had merely been an illusion, Lewis thought. "Kesh." Before Lewis could finish, Catherine interrupted him. "Ahem. If you want to touch my leg, I've consented. However, the condition is that you must obey me entirely from this moment on. Now, sit still on the sofa, and do not move or speak." "Very well, please commence your performance." Lewis had yet to finish his inner monologue when he was struck dumb by the scene before him. Catherine stood before Lewis, lifting one delicate foot and placing it upon the leather sofa cushion, her supple toes leaving delightful imprints on the luxurious leather. Her hands, which had been hidden behind her, now moved to the front, placing the socks aside. Catherine leisurely slipped on one sock, the white silk stretching to reveal a semi-transparent effect, the edge snugly encircling her thigh, leaving a mark of softness. The pleated skirt concealed the little rogue's eager gaze but ignited countless fantasies. "Is this something I can behold at my age?" Lewis felt a warmth in his nose and a dizziness in his head. He hurriedly inhaled deeply to steady himself. Meanwhile, Catherine had donned both socks, choosing not to wear shoes but instead sitting directly on the sofa. This time, she did not rest her legs on the armrest but placed them directly on Lewis's thigh. "Let us begin." Catherine crossed her arms and flexed her left leg to gently tap Lewis's arm, clearing her throat, maintaining an impassive expression. Yet, the ears concealed beneath her golden locks had turned crimson as blood. Chapter 87. Into the kitchen Lewis, with his claws poised, had his eyebrows resembling caterpillars in their cocoon phase. Taking a deep breath, he tentatively inquired, "Did I really touch it?" "Yes," Catherine nodded in response. At that moment, Lewis attempted to adopt a serious demeanor, sitting upright on the sofa, his gaze fixed on the blank wall in front of him. Reminiscent of Snape at a Death Eater gathering, Catherine, perceiving Lewis's nervousness and hesitance, allowed a playful smile to grace her lips as she leaned in closer, teasingly adding a hint of allure. "We agreed earlier. Why are you hesitating now?" This woman was undeniably skilled, and Lewis found himself flustered by her intoxicating presence, akin to a cat's scratch unsettling his heart. In a bid to mask his timid reality, he mustered his courage, clenched his right fist, and pointed his thumb at himself with a facade of confidence, declaring, "I'm incredibly brave, you know." As he said this, he placed his hands on Catherine's thighs. Initially, he felt the smooth fabric, followed by the warmth of her body, a temperature that, while comforting, made his palms feel as though they had been scorched. Lewis, in his awkwardness, failed to grasp the implications and stiffened his posture, maintaining an air of restrained gentlemanliness as he casually replied, "Anything is fine to eat." With Catherine's diversion, Lewis adjusted his mindset. He thought to himself that he might as well explore further, yet he soon realized he had underestimated the supple fabric. His hand slipped, and in a moment of panic, he inadvertently pressed down on Catherine's thigh. The soft flesh conformed intimately to his fingers, and the delightful sensation compelled him to instinctively grasp again. Catherine's body tensed slightly as a wave of ticklishness surged from where Lewis's palm rested, spreading through her limbs. She bit her lower lip, feeling an unbearable urge to squeeze her thighs together, her toes, encased in delicate silk, instinctively curling as they brushed against Lewis's leg. In a reflexive motion, Lewis glanced up at Catherine, only to find her reclining on the sofa, engrossed in an Italian cookbook. It appeared she remained oblivious to his subtle actions. With a sigh of relief, Lewis felt emboldened, yet was still cautious, fearing he might provoke Catherine's ire. Thus, he transitioned from mere touching to a gentle massage, caressing her perfectly shaped legs from top to bottom. Indeed, Catherine effortlessly carried the allure of her attire. While silk demands precision in leg shape and form, magnifying any flaws, on Catherine, it only served to enhance her already exquisite limbs, rendering them even more flawless. "I crave pudding, Casey," Lewis blurted out without thinking as he continued his ministrations. After a brief moment of contemplation, he wished to assist Catherine in the kitchen but was promptly shooed away by her, brandishing a cooking spoon with exasperation. The wait was excruciating, particularly as he had only nibbled on a croissant earlier that morning before departing with his red-haired companions. Lewis sat idly on the sofa, observing the bustling Catherine in the kitchen, his stomach growling in protest. The prior stimulation had only intensified his hunger. "Hopefully, everything is fine," he mused, feeling slightly lightheaded from hunger when, at last, he heard Catherine's melodious call to dinner. Lewis sprang from the sofa like a startled fish, darting into the kitchen in a flurry of excitement. Upon seeing the bountiful dinner spread out on the table, he realized he had misjudged. Catherine's culinary creations were not only exquisite but visually appealing, the enticing aroma nearly causing his mouth to water. Lewis was reassured. Catherine was not the type to ruin even a simple fried egg. "Do not cue me," he thought as he once again felt compelled to acknowledge Catherine's culinary prowess. Given his modest yet comfortable living conditions, there was little reason for Catherine to take on kitchen duties. He plopped down on a chair, only to be met with a light smack from Catherine. "Go wash your hands," she reminded him. "Try it. I might not have cooked well, so bear with me." Catherine huffed proudly, yet her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Her hands clasped tightly behind her back. Lewis picked up a piece of braised beef tripe and placed it in his mouth, the tender meat yielding under his chewing. A medley of flavors exploding in his mouth. "Delicious," he declared, recalling the last time he had such exquisite tripe was at his aunt's home. Catherine's culinary skills were undoubtedly at a master level. Lewis marveled at how this woman seemed to excel in everything, a true favorite of the heavens, blessed with the finest talents. Fortunate indeed, he thought, giving himself a mental pat on the back. He raised his thumb to Catherine, proclaiming, "This is fantastic, Casey. You surpass even the royal chefs." Lewis's heartfelt praise was genuine, and he mused that whoever wed her would be immensely lucky. "Sweet talker," Catherine retorted, though inwardly she felt a surge of happiness from his admiration. For those who cook, recognition from a beloved is paramount. After indulging to the point of fullness, Lewis leaned back in his chair, breathlessly saying, "Casey, you really shouldn't cook anymore." "Why not?" Catherine's tone turned icy in an instant. Was it a woman's talent to change moods so swiftly? No, it was a skill innate to her. Lewis stammered. "You cook so well that I fear I'll eat too much and become unappealing." In truth, this was mere jest. With Lewis's modest means and connections, he need not worry excessively about such matters. Though it is true that excess weight can be detrimental, even a plain-looking individual can appear handsome with wealth. Catherine huffed. "Then I shall cook for you every day until you burst. What if I truly become undesirable?" Lewis jested. "Even then, there will be someone who loves you unconditionally." Catherine replied, her face suddenly flushing crimson. "Who?" Lewis, momentarily confused, asked innocently. "I'm going to wash the dishes." "You silly dear," Catherine exclaimed, playfully shoving Lewis into the living room. Chapter 88. "My dear, I hold a fondness for you," murmured Lewis. "What a fickle creature. Ugh. Whoever marries you must have endured a lifetime of misfortune." He failed to recognize the twofold folly in his statement. Firstly, it was he who was truly unfortunate. Given the current circumstances, should he dare to stray in his affections, Catherine would likely set all of London ablaze, while others might ignite fireworks. She would unleash a fierce inferno. Secondly, he had just moments ago believed that marrying her was a blessing of a lifetime, only to now view it as a curse, such a contradiction. How brief a span had passed. Not yet 10 minutes, and compared to him, Hong Shirxian was undeniably a man of deep devotion. Lewis declared, "I am indeed such a man." After a hearty meal, he reclined on the sofa, teetering on the brink of slumber when an unexpected knock resonated from the door. "Little dear, go see who it is," came Catherine's voice from the kitchen. "I'm preparing pudding for you. Do take a look." "Very well," Lewis replied, rising to open the door. He nearly stumbled back in shock. Standing before him was a woman draped in a black cloak, her face obscured by a hood. Though Lewis felt relieved, it was indeed a person. She held a long-handled scythe, an image too vivid to ignore. "Hello, mother," Catherine's voice chimed from the kitchen. Lewis thought, "So, Your mother is the Grim Reaper in your eyes? You could tell without even looking? I must remind you not to leave the scythe carelessly at the door, he remarked. As Catherine's mother set aside the weapon and removed her hood, revealing a breathtaking visage. If Catherine represented a budding flower, the woman before him was a fully bloomed peony. Radiant and robust, she shed her cloak, revealing a figure that was both voluptuous and elegantly proportioned. Is this your test for the candidates? To not see what should not be seen, to not remember what should not be remembered, she teased. You must be the little dear that Catherine often speaks of. Catherine's mother squinted as though she were gazing upon a delightful toy. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Solanian Were, Catherine's mother. It is a pleasure to meet you. Little dear. Good day, Mrs. Were, Lewis replied politely, bowing slightly as he took the cloak from her and hung it on the coat rack. Just call me Lian. Solanian said, brushing her golden locks aside, and sniffed the air as Catherine emerged from the kitchen. It seems this Mr. Dear is quite significant to you. Even going so far as to prepare a meal for him, she remarked, her expression shifting to one of mock sorrow as she lamented, my daughter has truly grown. With a man in her life, she forgets her mother. Whenever I desire your cooking, you always find an excuse, yet when your little dear arrives. Mother, Catherine exclaimed, stamping her foot in indignation, you must cease your nonsense. Little dear, quickly cover your ears. Do not listen to this woman's wild chatter. Lewis felt somewhat at a loss. Such a scene was unprecedented, even in a drama. We should have much in common, Mr. Dear, Solanian asserted. Her words causing Lewis to realize that he had underestimated her. After all, only the two of us can endure her tempestuous nature. Look, she even bullies her own mother. Catherine was clearly flustered. Lewis began to understand why, in Catherine's eyes, her mother resembled the Grim Reaper. In this dynamic, the phrase one creature's bane is another's boon seemed inadequate. Perhaps they were more akin to arch-nemeses. However, Solanian's demeanor swiftly changed. She inhaled deeply, her expression sharpening. The scent of sulfur. Is that a demon? Catherine recounted the recent events to her mother. This matter I shall bring to the Ministry of Magic for clarification, Solanian declared, her gaze profound. To dare extend their hand into the Were household is no small audacity. Lewis interjected. Aunt Lian, even if they were responsible, they would hardly confess, would they? Or do you possess sufficient evidence to compel them to admit their guilt? To his surprise, Solanian burst into laughter, playfully pinching Lewis's charming face with both hands. You are simply adorable, darling. Lewis was bewildered, while Catherine hesitated several times before ultimately choosing silence. She wished to preserve her mother's image in Lewis's eyes, delaying the revelation until he was more firmly ensnared in their web. Her mother, she feared, would care little for evidence. One could only hope that on that day, her mood would be favorable, necessitating merely the construction of a new building for the ministry. Furthermore, I am not your aunt. Call me Sister Lian. Do you understand? The weight of her words bore a heavy threat. Mother, you are over 30. How could you be his sister? If I were you, I would hasten to the kitchen, Solanian remarked leisurely. It seems you should be preparing dessert? Oh no, Catherine exclaimed, springing up in a flurry toward the kitchen. Such a scatterbrained character. I truly wonder how you could fall for her, Solanian mused, shaking her head as she affectionately ruffled Lewis's hair. The case is solved. It is undoubtedly a sign of her maternal lineage. Do you know my mother, Lian? Lewis began, but Solanian's gaze turned dangerously sharp, making him feel as though a primordial beast had locked onto him. Sister Lian, he corrected himself hastily. A wise man recognizes the times. There is no shame in that. It is all in the past. Nothing more to discuss, Solanian replied, a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossing her bright eyes. Lewis wished to inquire further, yet Catherine emerged from the kitchen with the pudding. He feared she might exclaim, "Here comes the pudding." As Catherine placed the pudding on the table, she opened her mouth to speak, but Lewis instinctively reached for it. Hot, truly hot. He quickly blew on his hand, placing it against his earlobe. Really now? Catherine retorted, casting him a playful glare. Solanian, observing her daughter's antics, wore a smile of amusement. It was indeed the first time she had witnessed her daughter show such concern for another. Yet, upon reflection, the fact that this person was Lewis brought a measure of balance to her thoughts. Humph, I did not foresee your precious son falling into my hands. Solanian's lips curled into a triumphant smile, reminiscent of long-awaited revenge. Chapter 89. Mother's friend Catherine's mastery in desserts is truly commendable. Just look at this caramel pudding, which has left Lewis thoroughly satisfied. Pudding. Lewis savored each bite, his gaze fixated on Catherine's thigh, lost in a daydream wondering if their textures might be similar. Catherine, her face flushing from cheeks to ears, noticed her mother was distracted. With a mischievous glint in her eye, she discreetly kicked Lewis under the table. Yet, the astute Solanlian was not oblivious to her daughter's antics. Her focus remained on finishing the pudding before addressing anything else. Oh, and unlike Catherine, Solanlian belonged to Hufflepuff. While enjoying dessert, she regaled Lewis with tales of her school days with his mother. It was said that during her sorting, she had threatened the Sorting Hat, insisting it place her in Hufflepuff, claiming that Catherine's grandmother insisted that the women of the Worrell family were destined for Slytherin, threatening disownment if her demands were not met. The sisters, during their time at Hogwarts, found amusement in thwarting Gryffindor's marauders or confronting Death Eater family members, occasionally giving Severus Snape a run for his money. At least while Lewis's mother was alive, Snape had never been a Death Eater, nor even an associate. Perhaps this was a result of Snape's last hair wash. Lewis mused internally. This also explained why, despite Lewis's relentless teasing, Snape had never retaliated with any bizarre concoctions in his meals. Aside from Lily, Emma and Solanlian were his only two friends. It was a pity about Sirius. Your mother trusted him so implicitly, yet he ultimately betrayed his friends. Whenever Solanlian spoke of marauders, she inevitably referenced Sirius. Quite the hefty burden, reminding him of the one Snape had carried last year. One might call it fate, indeed. I, too, believe that Sirius was not the one to betray the Potters. There are many ambiguities in this case. Lewis dared not speak his mind fully, merely hinting at it. He had almost accepted it himself. What more was there to say? At this juncture, Solanlian gritted her teeth, expressing her indignation. He has betrayed Emma's trust. And why are you so enraged? Lewis, daringly, inquired. At that moment, he imagined lilies blossoming, the scent of oranges wafting through the air. Solanlian was momentarily taken aback. Witnessing the first hint of defeat on her mother's face ignited Catherine's excitement. Well done, little dear. Keep pressing the advantage. No, this crucial blow must be delivered by me. With renewed confidence, Catherine felt elated, gaining the upper hand before her mother had been her dream since childhood. You wouldn't happen to have feelings for Aunt Emma, would you? Mother? She asked incredulously, covering her mouth with her hand in disbelief. Yet, she soon learned the wisdom of experience. And you? Do you fancy Mr. Dear? Catherine's previously confident demeanor faltered, her mental defenses crumbling under the weight of the question. You, she exclaimed, her face aflame, pointing at her mother, but ultimately, she retreated in haste. TSK, given the opportunity, you prove useless. Solanlian smirked, dismissing her daughter's abrupt exit. Surely you don't mean. Lewis hesitated, uncertain. Solanlian chuckled softly, shaking her head. Where did you get such an idea? Just consider how you would feel if your best friend were betrayed. True enough, Lewis shrugged. Now, Mr. Dear, Solanlian set aside her pudding and moved closer to Lewis. The distinct fragrance of a mature woman enveloped him, a rich aroma that tantalized his senses. As Solanlian leaned closer, her warm breath brushed against his ear, eliciting a tingling sensation that was both delightful and disconcerting. Do you fancy Little Moon? Little Moon? Lewis blinked in surprise. You mean Casey, the nickname only I use. Solanlian felt no hesitation in her actions. Oh, well, Lewis stammered, flustered at the thought of expressing his feelings for her daughter in front of her mother. It was a novel experience that left him momentarily speechless. She did not wish to frighten this charming young lad. Well, that's settled then. Lewis exhaled in relief. Solanlian's intensity had been overwhelming. It wasn't fear, in his previous life. Though a naive young man, Lewis harbored grand aspirations akin to a chancellor's. Despite not sharing the surname Chow, he considered himself a spiritual descendant. Thus, he felt considerable pressure in Solanlian's presence. Such a silly girl has taken offense, Solanlian observed, prompting an eye roll from Catherine, exposed to her mother's disdain. Solanlian gestured to Lewis, indicating her limited capacity to assist further, lest they both go hungry the next day. By the way, Casey, why don't you sleep in my room tonight? Solanlian suddenly suggested. Why? Catherine asked, puzzled. Raising an eyebrow, Solanlian retorted, do you wish to share a bed with Mr. Dear? That won't do. I have no intention of becoming a grandmother so soon. Catherine filtered out her mother's odd remarks, honing in on the crux of the matter. What about the guest room? The guest room. I inadvertently made a mess of it, Solanlian replied nonchalantly, fabricating a lie, as she had indeed tidied it up just moments ago. To facilitate their budding relationship, she had exerted considerable effort. At times, she questioned whether her daughter was truly her own. Aside from their appearance, they shared little in common. Catherine regarded her mother, ultimately suppressing her doubts. I definitely do not want him sleeping in my bed. Understood. Solanlian nodded, her delicate hands ruffling Lewis's hair once more. Then, Mr. Dear. Your sister shall hold you while you sleep tonight. That would be acceptable. Lewis relished the affectionate gestures from the beautiful older sister. Feeling a wave of comfort wash over him, his eyes slowly closing in contentment. Chapter 90. He's still just a child. Ultimately, Catherine consented to allow Lewis to sleep in her bed while she opted to share a slumber with her mother. Are you truly not considering sharing with me, Mr. Fawn? So Lanlian's voice was laced with allure, her pink tongue playfully licking her lips, presenting herself as a predatory older sister. Lewis swore that this woman's guardian spirit was undoubtedly a fox. No. Regardless of his thoughts, he could not voice them in front of Catherine. Could he? Catherine's bed exuded a delightful fragrance, embodying youthful exuberance, in stark contrast to the mature and austere decor of the dormitory. Her room was adorned entirely in shades of pink, and Lewis even found a Hello Kitty plush nestled among her bedding. Alas, the image of the proud and aloof older sister had collapsed entirely. This is how my mother decorated it. Catherine defended herself, though her words lacked conviction. Lewis sat at the head of the bed, nodding along. Yes. Catherine contemplated replacing her bedding set, but Lewis persuaded her otherwise, stating that they were all family and such matters were trivial. As he lay in her bed, Lewis tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. His mind racing with thoughts of recent events, how Harry was faring at the Weasley household, what Draco was up to, and how to guide his classmates back on track upon the return to school. Lost in thought, he eventually succumbed to slumber. Lewis had a peculiar habit when sleeping. He always liked to ride something, whether at home or in the dormitory. Alone, he would roll himself up in the duvet or sleep atop a pillow. When he awoke the next morning, something felt amiss. His face was itchy, and he felt warmth and softness enveloping him, along with a delightful scent that wafted into his nostrils. The sensation of the duvet against his legs was unlike anything he had experienced before. He opened his eyes and was met with a cold sweat. Oh no, this was a disaster. It was Catherine. He breathed a sigh of relief that it wasn't so Lanlian. What am I thinking? I certainly don't share a surname with Chow, though he did hold a fondness for Chow's poetry. Sleeping Catherine presented a different sight. Her beautiful eyes, which usually radiated pride, confidence, and a myriad of emotions, were now peacefully shut. Her soft hair cascaded around her, partially obscuring her rosy cheeks, with some strands playfully draping over Lewis. Her sleeping expression was adorable. Her slightly pouted lips and the gentle rise and fall of her nose made Lewis want to reach out and pinch her cheek. Propping himself up, Lewis stealthily extended a hand, ready to fulfill his impulse, only to remember that he was inadvertently tugging at Catherine's hair. The slight pain jolted her awake, and she murmured something, her eyes fluttering open to meet Lewis's mischievous gaze and outstretched hand. Startled, Catherine instinctively pushed Lewis down onto the pillow before her mind could fully process the situation. Just then, the bedroom door swung open forcefully, revealing Lanlian with an icy expression. The two felt a shiver run down their spines, yet neither noticed the glint of amusement in Lanlian's eyes, akin to a cat toying with its prey. You both owe me an explanation. Lanlian had been secretly enjoying the scene outside the door for quite some time, forcing herself to adopt an angered demeanor before entering with a frosty tone. I'm terribly sorry, Sister Lien, Lewis exclaimed from the bed, attempting to deflect the blame and channeling his inner puppy-eyed charm towards Lanlian. For the young Lewis, adopting a cute demeanor was his most potent weapon. It was no exaggeration. His innocent act had a 500 effectiveness against older sisters. However, he wasn't merely reluctant to rise. Catherine had momentarily forgotten to get up, pinning him down. Lanlian's resolve softened slightly as she cleared her throat, suppressing her expression, and stated gravely, "This is not your fault, Mr. Fawn. It pertains to my daughter and me." Lewis felt a chill. They were unmarried and sharing a bed, not even a couple. Surely, you must have noticed how improper your posture is, Mr. Fawn. He is still just a child. Lanlian exclaimed, her disappointment directed at Catherine. Catherine, however, defied expectations, raising her chin defiantly, her long, fair neck looking particularly alluring. Lewis swallowed hard, suddenly nostalgic for spicy duck neck. This is my own affair, mother, Catherine boldly declared, unwilling to concede to her mother. Lewis awkwardly patted her arm, whispering, Kathy, could you please get up? I'm feeling a bit numb. Only then did Catherine realize her position and climb off him, her indignation still evident as she shot her mother a challenging look. You both aren't even a couple. Engaging in such behavior is simply. Lanlian faltered, struggling to find the right words to describe the awkward scene. The implications are extremely detrimental, Lewis quietly interjected, borrowing a phrase from Professor McGonagall. in academic terms. Is it stealing? No, it's merely borrowing. Indeed, the implications are extremely detrimental. So Lanlian crossed her arms, her formidable presence accentuated by her posture. Catherine, infuriated, playfully punched Louis's arm. She had never anticipated that her boy would ally with her mother. Just to clarify, the new chapter will be available on Friday. Thank you for your continued support. Chapter 91. She must take responsibility for you. Louis exaggeratedly rubbed his arm, while Catherine had held back her strength. The slap was painful, but it didn't deter Louis from being theatrical. Why did you hit him? This is clearly your own issue, so Lanlian scolded sternly, entirely forgetting that she was the instigator of the situation. It's fine, Louis chuckled, appearing relieved as it seemed that life would stabilize. At least with his mother-in-law on his side. But didn't that imply a kind of designation, a tacit approval of Catherine? She hadn't even expressed her stance yet. What nonsense is this? So Lanlian exclaimed, her expression disapproving. Given this situation, she must take responsibility for you. Louis was momentarily taken aback. If dating were akin to dining, it felt as though Lanlian had bound him and was forcefully feeding him like a stuffed duck. Catherine was equally bewildered. She had thought her mother was merely using the opportunity to lecture her, yet this unexpected turn left her speechless. Well then, Little Moon, Lanlian called Catherine by her nickname. Do you like Mr. Dear? Catherine lowered her head, her expression obscured. Look into my eyes. Lanlian commanded. And Catherine instinctively lifted her gaze to meet her mother's eye. After a prolonged hesitation, Catherine's expression transformed from uncertainty to shyness, ultimately solidifying into determination. With unwavering conviction, she looked at Louis and declared, Indeed. That's right. I like him, Mom. Task completed. Reward distribution in progress. Crown acquired. Eye of Grelowend. Lightning skill tree acquired. Louis paid no heed to these notifications. His mind was elsewhere, completely oblivious. He felt a sense of serendipity, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure without effort. In the future, you shall be my dear sister, he mused. Thinking they would each go their separate ways, he would call her sister, and she would call him son-in-law. Lanlian narrowed her eyes, focusing on Louis. And you, Mr. Dear? Catherine's heart raced at the question. Lanlian observed her daughter's reaction and, with a teasing smile, warned. To disappoint a girl's feelings is not the act of a gentleman, Mr. Dear. Just how much do you like her? Many profess love for a lifetime, for 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 years. Louis earnestly replied, but I wish to express that 10,000 years is far too long, and a lifetime is also excessive. I merely wish to cherish every moment spent with Kashi. Catherine's gaze softened like water in an instant. One must admit, his poetic expression surpassed even the finest lines from Zhou Xingqi's films. Lanlian was taken aback, her surprise lingering before she gritted her teeth and said, I shall not disturb you two new lovebirds. The kitchen still required attention. With that, she spun on her heel and left, clearly a bit annoyed, leaving the two bewildered. Just moments ago, everything was fine. How had it escalated to this? Is your mother going through menopause? Louis asked uncertainly, only to receive a gentle tap on the forehead from Catherine. She began to understand that her mother had been displeased since Louis uttered that phrase. Her expression bore both nostalgia and sorrow, suggesting that she had likely heard it somewhere before. A terrifying thought crossed her mind, and she quickly shook her head. No way. Absolutely impossible. How could Aunt Emma? Oh my goodness. What's wrong, dear? Louis inquired, noticing Catherine's hesitation. It's nothing. Wait. What did you just call me? She belatedly realized something was amiss. Dear? Don't you like it? Louis countered. Oh, well. Catherine neither refuted nor agreed, but merely responded ambiguously, leaving Louis unsure of her stance. So, shall I continue to call you that? Louis grew bolder, daring to grasp Catherine's hand. She reassured herself that it would be unfortunate to hurt the boy's feelings. You should step outside, she urged, pushing Louis away. What for? I need to change. Do you want to watch? Catherine retorted. We're like an old married couple. A glance one tea cost you any flesh. Ouch. Louis exclaimed, only to be sharply pinched at his waist by Catherine. All right. I'll step out, he relented, rubbing his sore side as he walked out the door. After changing, the two held hands as they descended the stairs. Catherine felt unbothered, while Louis's face flushed. He found himself somewhat unaccustomed to this. No matter how adeptly he had appeared before, it couldn't mask the fact that this was his very first experience of romance. Despite his previous bravado, he was undeniably nervous. Unlike Kitagawa Haruki, who had practiced countless times with Yakina, Louis had learned this skill without formal guidance. Perhaps, like many scoundrels. This was an innate trait, something that couldn't be practiced, much like a perpetual admirer who would always remain just that. Upon reaching the bottom of the stairs, Catherine suddenly realized she absolutely could not let her mother see them holding hands, or she would surely face her mother's teasing. She quickly released Lewis's hand, concocting an excuse to escape. "Mr. Dear, I'm heading to the kitchen to help Mom with dinner. You sit here for a bit." With that, she hurried toward the kitchen, leaving Lewis in a state of confusion. Once Catherine entered the kitchen, she found her mother leaning against the counter, observing the pots and pans with a knowing expression. Recognizing her mother's notorious sense of humor, Catherine's conviction grew. "Mom, were you being intentional just now?" "Not really." So Lanlian placed her left hand on her hip, while her right hand playfully traced a small circle, instantly tidying the dishes in the sink. Meeting Catherine's incredulous gaze, she grinned mischievously. "Oh, I was quite intentional." "Mom," Catherine exclaimed, exasperated. "How can you bully me like this? Mom has truly worried herself sick for you. Yet you show no appreciation and even blame me." So Lanlian feigned a heartbroken expression, placing her hand on her chest, her demeanor dripping with mock sorrow. "Mom is genuinely hurt." Sob sob. Chapter 92. A kiss seals the deal. It is noteworthy that Catherine never refers to her mother as mom or mother, but rather as mama. Generally, only particularly endearing young children would use such a term. Lewis had noticed this peculiarity, yet he dared not voice it. In the kitchen, Catherine found herself momentarily choked up by Solania's pitiful demeanor. She knew her mother all too well. In her own words, a woman must adeptly wield her strengths as weapons. And it was evident that Solania was currently putting this philosophy into practice. A man like her classmate, the Fawn, would certainly have no shortage of women around him. One cannot perpetually intimidate others with a lackluster ferocity, can one? Once or twice may suffice, but repeated instances would inevitably lead the Fawn to ponder deeper implications. Solania patiently advised Catherine, "Securing your relationship early on is ultimately for your own benefit. My dear daughter, should another woman appear in his life, you risk becoming a defeated foe like Snape. Just consider, what would it be like if you were to share Snape's fate?" At this, Catherine shuddered involuntarily at the thought. At this juncture, Solania leaned in closer, whispering into her ear, "If you do not cherish the little moonlight, I can step in." "You shall not." Catherine erupted, her composure shattered. "How could you?" "Oh my." In matters of this nature, she knew she could never compete with her mother. Meanwhile, outside, Lewis was idly examining the rewards just granted by the system. The lightning skill tree encompassed several abilities: lightning spell, chain lightning, electrostatic field, telekinesis, teleportation, energy shield, thunderstorm, and lightning specialization. The first two were relatively straightforward, but Lewis focused intently on the latter skills. Electrostatic field utilizes the surrounding electrostatic field to weaken the target's vitality. Telekinesis harnesses your mental energy to manipulate objects and repel enemies. Teleportation instantly transports you to a designated location within your line of sight. Energy shield enhances your iron armor spell, creating a persistent magical shield that automatically absorbs damage until it shatters upon reaching its threshold. Thunderstorm summons a deadly lightning storm that amplifies the energy shield, unleashing continuous lightning attacks on all hostile targets within range. Current available skill points. One note, the maximum level for lightning skills is 20. Upon noticing he had but one available skill point, Lewis's mood soured considerably. The Eye of Grelwind, when equipped, increases the defense strength of the iron armor spell by 30. All skills, 1 all talents, 20 faster casting speed targets lightning resistance reduced by 25 increases lightning spell strength by 20 has a slot, 1. Contrary to his expectations of the Eye of Grelwind. It was a beautiful talisman. He lifted the talisman and placed it over his left eye, where it almost instantaneously adhered, seamlessly merging with his eye. There was no discomfort at all. It seemed the system's rewards were indeed of the highest quality. Lewis approached the mirror to examine his left eye. How captivating. A silvery lightning danced within, exuding an air of mystery and authority. Truly, it deserved its title as the foremost of the 4 artifacts. The special effects were nothing short of astounding. At that moment, Catherine emerged from the kitchen, having concluded her conversation with her mother. Upon seeing Lewis admiring himself in the mirror, she approached, intending to tease him, but caught sight of the lightning swirling in his left eye. Of course, Catherine's gaze became dreamy as she hugged Lewis from behind, lowering her head to plant a kiss on his cheek. "Be my boyfriend, Lewis," she softly confessed. "Aren't we already?" Lewis replied, somewhat puzzled. "If not now, then what was that?" Oh, he realized. He recalled a saying from his past life, something about how women cherish a sense of ritual. Perhaps, this could be considered a form of ritual? Turn around. Following her instruction, Lewis turned, only to be met with the gentle warmth of her lips against his. His eyes widened, his body pressed against the cool mirror, unable to quell the burning heat igniting within him. As their breaths grew increasingly erratic, they parted, foreheads touching, noses brushing, reveling in the intimacy. At that moment, Solania, who had been observing from the side for what felt like an eternity, finally spoke up. "It seems I have underestimated you, my little moonlight." Catherine glanced at her mother, her eyes still shimmering with the remnants of passion, exuding an otherworldly beauty. Her glistening lips curled into a smile. "I have one, mother." Lewis looked on in bewilderment, unsure of what they were referring to regarding winning and losing. "What riddle are you two concocting? Riddlers should exit the magical realm. You scoundrel." Meanwhile, Solania wore a smug smile. All right. I concede your victory. Now, hurry and bring out the food. I've been waiting forever and am quite hungry." Breakfast was simple yet exquisite, comprising homestyle dishes that were utterly delicious. At least Lewis found them far superior to the greasy concoctions he was accustomed to. A traditional breakfast table in England is almost always adorned with bacon, yet regarding the culinary prowess of this particular bacon, Lewis believed Solania could rightfully claim the title of the best in her craft. Clearly, Catherine had inherited her culinary talent. It was a family legacy. As they dined, his owl, Amoris, flapped into the room, landing on an empty spot at the table. "Apologies, Amoris has been spoiled by Grandpa," Lewis quickly excused. "Is it called Amoris?" Solania observed the owl with interest. "You and Emma indeed share a knack for naming. I recall her owl was called. What was it?" "Ah, yes, Itsindre." At this point, Lewis was even more convinced that his mother was a time traveler. How would someone from this era know the name of a dream dragon? It seemed she was a devoted player of Mount Yama. Habitually, Lewis sliced 2 small pieces of Italian salami sausage for Amoris. The owl chirped happily in response, cooing like a dove. He marveled at how an owl could produce such sounds. Perhaps it was a skill honed by Grandpa. It was said that Grandpa possessed the demeanor of a dove in his youth. Amoris brought 2 letters, sent by the Malfoy family. He opened the first letter, which was from Draco, essentially inviting him to the Malfoy Manor for a casual meal, expressing gratitude for his care at school. The second letter was an official invitation from Lucius, requesting him to visit the Malfoy Manor. To be honest, I am not particularly fond of the Malfoy family. Solania elegantly sliced her bacon, speaking leisurely. Take Lucius, for instance. He tends to be excessively slick. I even doubt his sincerity towards Voldemort. This fellow is quicker to seize opportunities than anyone else, and when danger looms, he is always the first to flee. What do you mean? Lewis seemed to grasp Solania's insinuation. I am not saying you should avoid them. Rather, if you wish to achieve something significant, their assistance will undoubtedly be essential. Solania paused, glancing at her daughter, who was engrossed in her meal. Noticing her distraction, she speared a sausage and brought it to her lips, delicately licking the end with her petite tongue. Lewis observed Solanian's movements, swallowing hard as he struggled to contain his anxiety. How could he endure such trials? What young boy could withstand such challenges? Noticing his daughter's attention shift towards him, Solanian, seemingly unfazed, took a delicate bite of sausage, savoring it before continuing to enlighten Lewis. Your mother once told me that to accomplish great things, one must unite all those who can be united. I truly wonder where she learned such notions. I believe if she were Grindelwald, she would undoubtedly surpass that so-called Dark Lord. Lewis keenly grasped the underlying meaning of Solanian's words. Are you implying that Voldemort does not qualify as a Dark Lord? At that moment, while savoring his sausage, Solanian chuckled, a gleeful smile crossing his face. Him? He is at best a mere tyrant. No nose. Is that polite? It seems that every mention of Grindelwald inevitably evokes a mention of a noseless figure. Much like how every video featuring V de Rogier is bound to attract the ire directed at Bella. What I wish to convey is that if you genuinely harbor such intentions, the Malfoy family will be an indispensable ally. Solanian gently advised the inexperienced Lewis. The Malfoys can be utilized, but they should not be entrusted with matters of life and death. Understand? I understand, Sister Lien. Lewis nodded in acknowledgement. Halfway through his writing, Lewis glanced towards Catherine. I will be leaving the day after tomorrow. How about you join me? The Malfoy invitation is for you. What does it have to do with me? Catherine retorted somewhat defensively, sharing her mother's disdain for the Malfoy family. Yet, for Lewis's sake, she believed she could endure her distaste. As the foolish weasel appearing before her daily had not acted in any manner that would shame Lewis, Catherine hesitated for a moment. Fine. After having Emily's deliver the letter, Lewis stretched lazily in his chair. Noticing Lewis's weariness, Catherine kindly suggested, "If you're tired, you should take a short nap. We can practice spells after you wake." "It's all right. I can go later. Sleeping can wait until noon." So Lanlian had left home early, reportedly heading to the Ministry of Magic, likely to confront Fudge regarding the matter of the trace. Catherine could only hope her mother wouldn't dismantle the ministry entirely. Standing in the vast garden, Catherine suddenly inquired, "By the way, what was that magic you used before? Why was it undetectable by the trace?" Lewis drew his wand, channeling his magical energy, and a shimmering azure short sword emerged from its tip. "Is this what you're asking about?" "Yes," Catherine replied, her curiosity piqued. "This is another kind of magic. Would you like to learn?" "I can teach you," Lewis chuckled lightly. "Really? Is there more?" Catherine's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lewis examined the lightning skill tree, noting that the leftmost branch required mastering the static field before one could learn the energy shield, which in turn would allow for enhancements in Storm Cloud. The middle branch connected lightning spell and chain lightning, necessitating a minimum level of 5 in lightning spell to learn chain lightning. The rightmost branch, encompassing mind motion and teleportation, was even more demanding, requiring a level 15 in mind motion to learn teleportation. Comparatively, the left branch was the most moderate, allowing for the acquisition of a new skill every 10 levels. The bottom branch, however, required mastery of all skills before one could learn lightning specialization, with a condition that the total level of all lightning skills must exceed 50. After contemplation, Lewis allocated his skill points towards lightning spell. While fire is undeniably powerful, relying solely on one type of magic is too limiting. With a flick of his wrist, a burst of lightning manifested in his palm, crackling with arcs that appeared both intimidating and dazzling. "Have you ever heard of lightning?" Lewis's tone resembled that of a promoter. "I have heard of such spells, but regrettably, I have never encountered anyone wielding lightning magic," Catherine replied, her emerald eyes fixated on the electricity in Lewis's hand, brimming with desire and ambition. Lewis gently clenched his fist, causing the electric light to dissipate. With a snap of his fingers, a bolt of lightning struck the scarecrow standing in the garden, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The scarecrow could not withstand the might of the lightning, exploding into fragments, leaving only the charred stick that had supported its form. "I want to learn this," Catherine declared resolutely. Chapter 93. So Lanlian Lewis, of course, would not decline his girlfriend's request. He readily acquiesced. Lightning spells have long been renowned for their dazzling effects and overwhelming damage, particularly in that game where the most destructive and costly spells are invariably wielded by electric mages. Unlike certain ultimate skills that boast flamboyant effects, impressive names, and commendable immunity along with delightful damage, electric spells have always occupied the pinnacle of the magical hierarchy. Indeed, the phrase devastating destruction aptly describes them. Ward, please refrain from interjecting. The matter is already dark. Lewis's teaching method was commendable, perhaps owing to Catherine's remarkable talent. In less than half a morning, Catherine had mastered the spell, wielding it with considerable finesse, effortlessly electrifying the scarecrow with a mere flick of her fingers. Lewis even noted with care that Catherine could adeptly control the output of electricity, adjusting its potency at will. He silently marveled at the treasure he had found in her formidable talent. Electricity talent, 20, surpassing even that of dark magic defense. Catherine, as if she had discovered a new toy, found an unparalleled affinity with electric magic, causing her to cast aside her previous fixation on fire spells. Fire, so love will fade, will it not? Both of them had forgotten the matter of the Kalia swift sword until after lunch. Yet, while this spell appeared deceptively simple, mastering it proved quite the challenge. Catherine struggled for quite some time, ultimately requiring Lewis's guidance. And only after some effort could she wield the magic with moderate proficiency while engaging in a fencing match with him. Indeed, it was genuine fencing, not the other kind. So do not misinterpret. Furthermore, they were neither Dumbledore nor Grindelwald, thus it would be more appropriate to say they were sheathing their swords. "What is it, mother?" Catherine inquired, noticing her mother's face, darkened as if about to rain. "Nothing much. Have you prepared dinner?" So Lanlian's expression softened upon seeing Catherine and Lewis together. Oh no. Catherine suddenly realized, having been so absorbed in practicing magic with Lewis that she had completely forgotten about dinner. "I'll go do it right away." She hurried into the house. So Lanlian scoffed, muttering to Lewis, "You two are quite something, engrossed in your romantic escapades while neglecting to prepare a meal." Her tone dripped with a hint of acidity, which Lewis could not help but notice, his expression darkening in response. "Is that how you speak?" "During dinner." So Lanlian opened a bottle of Roman E. Conti, carefully pouring it into a decanter. Noticing Catherine preparing to serve juice for herself and Lewis, Solanian raised her hand to stop her. Today marks the day you two solidify your relationship. Shouldn't we celebrate with a bit of wine? Solanian winked at Catherine. Mother, you do remember we are still minors, don't you? Catherine replied, exasperation evident in her gaze at her mother's whimsicality. Of course I do, Solanian said, releasing her hand and shrugging, indicating she was merely jesting, though no one noticed the sly glint in her eyes. That evening, Lewis lay in bed, idly perusing the system panel, searching for any new tasks. To his surprise, several awaited him. Dark powers linger in the undead settlement, eroding the stability of the remnants of the world. Task reward: Unique Rune Soul, Spell, Residue of the Womb, Extreme Magic Sphere X1. Unlock Soul Refinement Function. Unlock Alternate Dimension, Undead Settlement. Troubles of the Borderland eliminate the threat of Nimguf and defeat the Harbinger of the Storm, the Malevolent Spectre Market. Task reward: Unique Rune Dole, Spell, Giant Sword Array. Blueprint: Black Emperor's Staff, Progress of Borderland Unlock. 1. New friends at Hogwarts. The shadow of Voldemort looms over the entire British magical community, his nefarious deeds becoming an indelible nightmare in the minds of many wizards. Utilize Tom Riddle's diary to purify and control his residual soul. Task reward: Fire Element Skill Tree. Elianize the Guardian's staff as the ordained successor of the world's White Wizards. It is somewhat unreasonable to lack a staff that is both suitable and symbolic of power. Elianize was once an arcane entity from another world, integrated into a staff by the Guardian Egwene through ancient magic, becoming a symbol of her authority. Please undergo Elianize trials to gain the staff's recognition. Task reward: Elianize Guardian's Staff X1, Arcane Skill Tree. You need a real direction. It has been proven that not all students are suited for spellcasting. Sometimes, without exerting effort, one truly remains unaware of their mediocre talent. Therefore, it might be wise to explore a different direction. You may discover that none of them suit you. Please identify the potential of at least 3 classmates and customize their research direction. Task reward: Fireproof Girl X1. Upon seeing Fireproof Girl, Lewis instantly perked up. That's my future wife. Quick, let's set off and uncover the darkness surrounding Fireproof Girl. He exited the system panel and glanced down to find Catherine nestled in his arms. You've wandered into the wrong room, Kelsey. Lewis poked her cheek. But before he could savor the softness of her skin, Catherine seized his finger and pressed it against the pillow. Stop fooling around. It's time for bed. Catherine's face was buried in the pillow, her voice muffled and somewhat dazed. She remained oblivious to the peculiar situation. Lewis, however, was quite puzzled. Had she, like a foolish fawn, presented herself so willingly? Did she not fear his potential mischief? I'm capable of standing up for myself. Just as he contemplated calling out to Catherine again, he realized she had already drifted off to sleep. Lewis turned over repeatedly, clearly unable to find rest. And at some point, he hazily awoke to find the sun shining brightly. What's wrong, dear? Lewis asked, still half in a daze. Why are you sleeping with your wand? Catherine queried, reaching to pull it away. Don't. Lewis jolted awake, breaking into a cold sweat as he hurriedly shifted back, only to lose his balance and tumble off the bed. This is not something to be taken lightly. Catherine looked on in confusion as Lewis fell, unsure why he reacted so strongly, but she approached with concern to help him up. Lewis remained stubbornly on the floor, unwilling to move. He would be utterly mortified if Catherine witnessed this. He sighed in exasperation, but couldn't he help but wonder, had Catherine's mother never given her any education on such matters? This was quite a carefree attitude. As Catherine pondered how to assist Lewis, a burst of exaggerated laughter echoed from outside the door. It was Solanian. Catherine opened the door to find her mother covering her face, her cheeks flushed, shoulders shaking, and tears of mirth glistening in her eyes, leading one to think she was weeping. However, Catherine knew it was pure laughter. Mother, what is so amusing? Catherine inquired, utterly perplexed about what had tickled her mother's funny bone. She then realized her mother was waiting at her bedroom door. Solanian approached, her mouth covered as she leaned closer to Lewis, whispering a secret in Catherine's ear. Moments later, Catherine's cheeks visibly flushed with embarrassment. Solanian glanced at the bewildered Lewis and then shifted her gaze to her daughter, whose cheeks were flushed. With a mischievous squint, she mimicked Catherine with exaggerated flair. Oh my little dear, why do you sleep with your wand? Mom, Catherine interjected in a flurry, rushing to push Solanian onto the bed, feeling a mix of embarrassment, anger, and urgency, unsure of how to proceed. Tickle her. Lewis chimed in, reveling in the unfolding spectacle, as if he were a part of a comedic play. It seemed that Solanlian and he were indeed cut from the same cloth. Catherine, caught off guard by Lewis's astute suggestion, eagerly embraced it, extending her hands towards her mother's ribcage, initiating a delightful tickling spree. Both Solanlian and her daughter were equally ticklish, erupting into fits of laughter, gasping for breath. Naturally, Solanlian was not one to concede defeat. She retaliated by tickling Catherine in return. As their hair flew and arms flailed, Lewis found himself witnessing both the amusing and the inappropriate. Suddenly, his nose twitched, prompting him to avert his gaze, feeling it prudent to look away. He couldn't risk further embarrassment, murmuring a mental chant for clarity, cultivating an icy calm amidst the chaos. However, his thoughts were persistently drawn to the snow-capped Alps. After a while, the mother and daughter duo had their fill of merriment. Solanlian, still catching her breath, turned to Lewis, who was lost in contemplation against the wall, and teased, "Dear Lewis, why have you turned away? Is it your wand?" "Mom," Catherine quickly interrupted, not wanting her mother to continue, fearing the potential revelations that might ensue. "All right, turn back now, dear Lewis. It's time for breakfast." Solanlian adjusted her appearance, her desire to tease him growing stronger. "Our little dear is simply too adorable." Exiting the room, she left space for the two. Only then did Lewis turn back, his face a shade of crimson, reminiscent of someone who had indulged a bit too much. Catherine beckoned him over, and upon his approach, she pulled him down to whisper in his ear, "Little dear, I can't shake this feeling that something's amiss." "What seems off?" Lewis, momentarily forgetting the earlier events, asked. "Don't dwell on those Alps." "What do you mean?" Curiosity piqued, Lewis inquired further. "I suspect it's my mother's doing. I've never had the habit of waking up at night, let alone. I distinctly remember getting out of bed from my mother's room, yet after that, everything becomes a blur." "Are you suggesting it's Sister Lian?" Lewis's interest was instantly ignited. If this were true, it would make for quite the amusing mother-in-law scenario. Unfiltered and genuine. The thought brought moisture to his eyes. It was said that mothers-in-law grow fonder of their sons-in-law over time. It appeared that Solanlian was no exception. Very likely, Catherine, knowing her mother well, understood that no one was more adept at cunning than Solanlian. It must have been then. How careless of me. I was caught off guard. Who would have imagined Solanlian would pull such a stunt? Who could foresee that she would ensnare her own daughter in this way? Truly a mother indeed. "When we go out later, act as if you know nothing," Catherine instructed. "We must not reveal our discovery of her mischief." "Understood." Lewis responded with an okay gesture. At the breakfast table, the two thespians feigned normalcy, particularly Catherine, who radiated a nurturing demeanor, assisting Solanlian with cooking and tidying up. Lewis, privy to the underlying tension, nearly burst with suppressed laughter. Solanlian, slightly perplexed, felt a twinge of guilt. Had she been too harsh in her playful torment of her daughter? Yet, she quickly dispelled that thought. Her daughter was home, and the charming little dear was present. The two youngsters would soon depart, and such joyous moments were rare. Since Solanlian had left home, the two had ceased practicing magic, instead plotting their evening's escapades. The plan was set in motion,